Darkness. Silence. Nothing could be seen. Wang Yu had merely accepted a golden flyer on the street. He had not even had time to read what was written on it, before he inexplicably found himself in this place. All around him was pitch black. Worse still, his phone had run out of battery while he was playing on it in the subway, leaving him unable to contact anyone or even confirm where he was. It could hardly be more disastrous. "Is anyone there?" he called out, but no one answered. Only the chill in the air replied, making him shiver and realize that the t-shirt he was wearing offered no warmth at all. The silence around him was overwhelming. Fear slowly seeped into Wang Yu's heart, and his pulse began to race. Did I transmigrate somewhere, or? He began to consider all sorts of possibilities as he staggered forward, feeling his way through the dark. Soon his hands met a cold, uneven wall. He leaned his back against it, and finally recovered the faintest sense of security. Is this some kind of tunnel or cave? Wang Yu guessed, for it was so dark here that not a single point of light could be seen. After taking a few deep breaths, he gradually calmed down, though his heart was still pounding wildly. He started checking the few belongings on his person. A shoulder bag inside it, a phone, some tissue paper, his resume and diploma, because just before the incident he had finished an interview and was preparing to go back to his rented room. Yet none of these things could help him now. His hands trembled with panic, and the printed resumes slipped from his grasp and scattered onto the floor. Wang Yu no longer had the mind to pick them up. The only items of any use were the half bottle of water and 2 energy bars he often treated as his breakfast. He ate 1 energy bar, and the sugar he ingested allowed his condition to improve a little. Leaning against the wall, he began to feel his way forward again, limping as he advanced. He was after all a cripple, and that made interviews far more difficult for him than for ordinary people. Even with a passable diploma, it was still hard to find a suitable job. Now, even though half a year had passed since his graduation, he was still unemployed, a textbook case of graduating straight into joblessness. It caused great inconvenience in his life, although he had long since stopped caring about other people's gazes, because he was in a sense fortunate. At least he had survived that accident when he was 5, even if it left him with lasting. He could no longer clearly remember the exact sequence of events. He only knew that the accident had claimed the lives of his parents and younger sister, while he miraculously survived in the cramped interior of the car, holding on for 5 days. He could still recall the expressions on the rescuers' faces when they finally found him. There had been astonishment and joy, and also faintly mixed in a touch of fear. That was his so-called good fortune. Everyone around him considered him lucky, and even Wang Yu himself had always believed so. Later he was adopted by his uncle. There was no melodramatic struggle over inheritance. He grew up smoothly enough, until he encountered this new calamity. Damn it, where the hell is this place? Wang Yu swore, forced by the cold to quicken his pace. He slung the shoulder bag across his chest, hoping it would provide at least a bit of warmth. Gradually, perhaps because his eyes had adapted to the darkness, he began to make out faint silhouettes. Ahead seemed to be a wall reflecting a dim red glow that flickered on and off. He appeared to be in an absurdly long corridor roughly 8 meters wide, and he had already reached a corner. Wang Yu could not even imagine what kind of place would require a passage so wide. It could practically serve as a roadway. After turning the corner, Wang Yu finally spotted about 30 meters ahead a red strip of light embedded in the wall. It flickered like a faulty connection. Given the uneven surface of the walls, stained and scored with scratches, Wang Yu had every reason to suspect that this was a long-abandoned facility. Could it be that there's not a single person here? Wang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. His heart rate spiked once more, and the chill on his skin grew sharper, sending uncontrollable tremors through his body. It was precisely then that an unusual sound came from behind him. Galala. It was the scrape of some heavy object sliding against a metal floor, growing ever clearer, drawing ever closer, coming from the very corridor behind Wang Yu. What is that? Is something chasing me? A sense of dread surged within Wang Yu, overwhelming all other thoughts and forcing him to drag his inconvenient legs into a run. He fled forward with all he had, heedless of the impenetrable darkness ahead. Yet the distance between them closed rapidly. The sound seemed to loom right behind him. He could even feel a breath at his back, as if some creature were pressing close upon him. In less than 10 seconds, Wang Yu was already gasping for air, his lungs on the verge of bursting and his legs racked by cramps. Running had always been his weakest activity. This was killing him. She flashed a polite smile at Wang Yu and spoke. These are all freshly picked fruits, entirely edible parts, so feel free to eat. Wang Yu's thoughts churned uncontrollably. He could only hope this was a nightmare, and that he would wake up to find he had merely fallen asleep on the subway. Even missing his station would be acceptable. But reality was merciless. Nothing changed, and he could no longer run. Just then, whether an illusion or not, Wang Yu saw a faint light ahead. It was a cluster of dense green points of light, like those marking an emergency passage. The sight granted Wang Yu a sliver of strength, driving him to quicken his pace once more. But halfway there he realized something was wrong. No emergency lights would move on their own. Was someone there? Something is chasing me from behind. Wang Yu shouted, ran 2 more steps, and then his pupils constricted violently. For it was not a person, but a bizarre creature Wang Yu had never seen before. A grotesque giant salamander, or this lizard was roughly the size of a young calf, lacking both eyes and nostrils. Its skin was covered by a mesh-like network resembling exposed veins, and from every small opening there emanated a vivid emerald glow, like countless staring eyes. The thing bolted toward Wang Yu the moment it saw him, jaws gaping as it shot out an incredibly elastic tongue. Wang Yu did not even manage to shout aloud. He could only curse in his heart, condemning the unknown existence that had transported him here. Not even a cheat like Golden Finger or a system had been provided. This was worse than simply killing him outright and sparing him the suffering. Wang Yu felt utterly desolate, ready to embrace death. At that moment, a colossal shadow swept past him. Immediately after, a violent impact detonated before his eyes. It felt as though a stun grenade had gone off at close range, the shockwave so powerful that it flung Wang Yu bodily through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, his whole body racked with indescribable pain. Yet he did not die. Through the haze, he saw an enormous war hammer, absurdly oversized and taller than he was, embedded in the floor before him, having smashed the lizard to pieces. The lizard was slain, reduced to a smear of flesh. The green, faintly luminescent fluid within its body splattered across almost the entire corridor, as well as all over Wang Yu, bathing the surroundings in light and revealing the silhouette of another terrifying presence. It was an ironclad giant. Wang Yu had never seen a human so massively built. This creature had already far surpassed the bounds of humanity. The giant stood over 4 meters tall. Beneath his dark red skin, bulging muscles writhed, and over them clung a damaged suit of armor hung with chains. Many sections bore marks of repair and reforging, while in some places the plates had been riveted directly into flesh and muscle for reinforcement, a configuration that looked agonizing at a glance. His exaggerated warhammer was the giant's weapon. One side was a flat, striking face broad enough to enlarge the area of impact, while the other was a sharply pointed spike forged purely for piercing through the hardest armor. The giant drew the hammer back and let it hang upside down, the head dragging along the ground. The harsh scraping sound from earlier had likely come from this. Wang Yu's heart leapt into his throat. He did not even dare to breathe, afraid of drawing the giant's attention and sharing. Yet clearly the giant's target was not him. Otherwise he would already be dead. In fact, if the giant had not acted just now, the lizard might have torn into him, so strictly speaking the giant had actually saved his life. As Wang Yu was still turning this over in his mind, the giant moved. He turned his head, revealing a face both ghastly and ferocious. That face looked as if it had been scorched by raging flames or corroded by acid, exposing the gums and jawbone. The left eye was nothing but a dark hollow pit, while the right side of his face was covered by an iron plate studded with rivets. Behind its mesh-like perforations, a faint crimson glow flickered, as though it were calmly appraising Wang Yu. Before Wang Yu could react, the giant had already reached out and seized him, the hand so broad it wrapped easily around his waist. He lifted Wang Yu into the air and held him before his chest for a careful inspection. A stench of rot and blood wafted from the giant's body, nearly making Wang Yu retch. The chocolate bar he had eaten earlier surged back up into his mouth, but he forced it down again, feigning composure. He bears no hostility toward me, you do not panic. Wang Yu tried to hypnotize himself, remaining utterly still while his mind raced for any possible chance to escape. Fortunately, events unfolded as he had hoped. The giant merely glanced at him a few times, then set him back down on the ground, and continued dragging the heavy warhammer forward, the harsh metallic scraping echoing along the way, as if Wang Yu had never existed. Huff. Wait a second. After standing there dazed for a moment, Wang Yu finally processed what had happened. He called out and hurried after the giant, dragging his inconvenient right leg as he trailed close behind to avoid attacks from other monsters. Around a quarter of an hour later, Wang Yu still had not left this place, and had already grown accustomed to following behind the hammer-wielding giant. Yes, the hammer bro. Because the giant wielded a hammer capable of destroying heaven and earth, Wang Yu decided to call him that. It should be fine. He had even sought the giant's opinion on it. That's fine, right, hammer bro? Wang Yu asked. When hammer bro said nothing, Wang Yu simply took his silence as tacit. He had only just arrived in this strange place and was utterly unfamiliar with his surroundings. Only hammer bro, strong of body and seemingly kind of heart, was easy enough to get along with, and apparently had no intention of eating him, so naturally Wang Yu clung tightly to this thick thigh. Moreover, hammer bro was in all likelihood intelligent and self-aware, perhaps even able to understand his words. He was simply very taciturn. How to put it? Yes, sparing with words. At first, Wang Yu could not keep up with hammer bro's pace at all. After he called out a few times, hammer bro actually slowed down, which gave Wang Yu much greater confidence in his assessment. Hammer bro is merely ugly with a form far from human, but he is still quite easy to get along with. Along the way, Wang Yu watched hammer bro slay 2 more similar lizard creatures. The giant seemed to be hunting these bizarre beings. Thanks to this, Wang Yu no longer felt cold. These lizards were unexpectedly warm-blood, and their bodily fluids both glowed and emitted heat. Now he was covered in them from head to toe, solving not only his problem of keeping warm, but also his need for light. Hammer bro, what do you think these lizards eat to grow so huge? There's clearly nothing here at all. Wang Yu posed the question, but hammer bro still did not utter a word, continuing forward in a dull mechanical fashion. By now Wang Yu had already grown used to it. Hammer bro, do you have any idea how to get out of here? Silence. Hammer bro, you're so strong. How did you train to— Again silence. Hammer bro, are there any other people here? Still only wordless quiet. Hammer bro, I've got a specialty from my hometown, a chocolate bar. Would you like to try it? At this, hammer bro finally reacted. He came to a halt, causing Wang Yu to stiffen, inwardly groaning that he might have just made a terrible mistake. In truth, he was rather nervous. He only seemed chatty because he was using conversation to bolster his courage, ease the tension, and divert his own attention. I didn't hit a nerve, did I? Wang Yu swallowed hard. Up ahead, Hammer Bro slowly turned around. His body was likewise smeared with the lizard's chunks of flesh and glowing fluid, though they were noticeably dimmer than those on Wang Yu, and even faintly writhing, as if being absorbed by his skin and the armor plates covering it. Hammer Bro. Wang Yu called, uneasy only to see the giant extend a broad, massive hand toward him. He understood instantly. Right away. Wang Yu hastily dug a chocolate bar out of the satchel at his chest and laid it in Hammer Bro's palm. By comparison, the snack was so tiny, it looked like a miniature model, hardly enough to fill the gap between the giant's teeth. Fortunately, Hammer Bro was not picky and digested well, tossing the chocolate bar into his mouth along with the wrapper. A crunching sound followed as he chewed, and then resumed walking forward. Thus Wang Yu lost his last bit of food. But it was worth it. He had just gained a wave of favor from Hammer Bro. As for what to do later, since Hammer Bro and the giant lizards could survive here, food clearly was not scarce. If worst came to worst, those smashed lizards were not entirely inedible. Even if they were poisonous, he would have to risk it better than in this way. Wang Yu followed Hammer Bro all along the path until a few familiar paper resumes appeared underfoot, and he realized he had returned to his starting point. There had been branches in the path, and there had been rooms, some even standing open, but Wang Yu did not dare to enter rashly. He could not know what lay inside, nor did he wish to encounter fresh danger. At this starting point, the place he had crossed over into, there was in fact a door. Back then it had been too dark for him to notice. He had groped his way toward the wall on the other side, and happened to miss it entirely. Now seeing this door, Wang Yu grew even more suspicious, feeling that something might be hidden within. He approached cautiously, and the door, as if sensing him, slid open on its own. Hammer Bro, the lights are on in here. Aren't you coming in to take a look? Wang Yu called. But Hammer Bro did not pause, continuing forward as if he had not heard a thing. After weighing his options, Wang Yu chose to enter the room. He had glanced inside just now and the lights were on, and it seemed free of monsters. Wang Yu stepped into the room, and the sliding gate behind him closed with a dull sound. To make sure he still had an escape route, he tried backing out again. Only after confirming that the door allowed him to enter and exit freely did he finally relax a little and begin to examine the room before him. The interior space was quite large. At its center stood a massive desk that resembled a workbench, making the place feel like a workspace. On either side were two bedrooms with their own bathrooms, and the master bedroom even had a small storage room attached. Its minimalist, hard-edged decor gave Wang Yu a distinctly futuristic impression, as if he had walked into a scene from a science fiction story. Most of the furniture was made of metal composite boards and plastic, yet all of it was battered and worn with age. Someone had once lived here, but that time was clearly long past. Wang Yu looked toward the walls and floor, which were coated in dust and stained with patches of unknown grime. In many places the surfaces had even cracked open, and stepping on them produced a sticky, gelatinous sensation that was deeply unpleasant. Portions of the walls and furniture bore scorch marks, and even small burnt craters. Tiny impact craters. Wang Yu picked up something that looked like a spent shell casing near his foot, and gave it a gentle squeeze. It crumbled to dust between his fingers. Not brass or metal, he murmured. He frowned. The texture felt oddly like eggshell, perhaps brittle from the passage of too much time. On the bed in the smaller bedroom, he found a large spray-shaped stain that had oxidized into a black crust, some of it even splattered onto the ceiling. It was obvious that something very unpleasant had happened here. There was no immediate danger in the room. No lizards lurking in corners or shadows waiting to ambush him. And that at least was good news. Wang Yu decided to turn this place into a temporary base of operations since the facilities were relatively complete. The lights still worked, and the electrical circuits seemed intact. I just don't know if the lizards will break in, he muttered, eyeing the door that did not look entirely trustworthy. He planned to pile some junk against it whenever he rested, so at the very least anything forcing its way inside would make noise and give him a warning. Unfortunately, the water supply had completely failed. The sensor-controlled faucet in the bathroom no longer operated. Wang Yu smashed it off with something heavy, only to find not a single drop of water inside. Then came the question of food. In the corner of the storage room, Wang Yu discovered a can of provisions. More precisely, an oversized can of cat food. The way he found it was almost worth telling on its own. He followed a doodled cat head and an arrow painted on the wall, eventually uncovering the can beneath a heap of rotten cloth and boards. Clearly some other creature had been here, and had even stashed supplies, though not in a particularly clever way. Some kind of large feline. One that can draw symbols to mark locations and open cans by itself, he mused. He quickly dismissed the idea. He did not believe there existed cats that intelligent. The graffiti on the wall looked as if it had been carved with a sharp tool. In the deepest grooves the cut sank more than a centimeter into the metal. No cat had claws tough and sharp enough to gouge into a metal wall like that. Maybe some pervert who loves cat food used a grinder to carve the pattern, then hid a can of cat food here, Wang Yu said with a short laugh. The pressure weighing on his chest eased significantly. He added the can of cat food to his meager food reserves. The cat in question was in all likelihood long gone. The can itself had been stored for how long? Its label was almost completely oxidized away. He recalled that canned food, provided the container itself was intact, could be preserved for a very long time. Though this can's exterior was tattered and corroded, the contents inside might still be edible.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The cats around here eat this well. They get fed starfish. Wang Yu commented wryly. He had grown up inland and had never eaten starfish in his entire life, let alone any so-called delicious starfish. He only knew it as one kind of echinoderm that existed somewhere far from home. He tucked the can into the satchel strapped across his chest. Eating cat food did not trouble him in the slightest, as long as he did not starve, that was all that mattered. There's only one place left, he murmured. His gaze shifted to the large desk in the center of the room. For some reason, a section of the desktop was missing, but the cabinets beneath it were still functional. He checked all of them, yet one drawer was locked, and he had no key. In a horror game, this would be the classic find the key segment. But this was reality, and so Wang Yu decided to dismantle the desk and force it open by brute strength. No one knew how long the desk had been left here to decay. Parts of it were rotten, other parts broken. As long as he avoided the metal framework, it would be manageable. Wang Yu grabbed a metal table leg and smashed a hole in the wooden surface, then reached in to pull out whatever was stored inside. A gun. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. It was clearly a small handgun, but unlike the firearms he was familiar with, this one looked far more advanced and technological, crafted from some white polymer that felt excellent in his grip. On one side of the gun's body was a peculiar emblem, as if someone with a twisted sense of humor had added 4 legs to a fish. It was such a bizarre symbol that he wondered if it might actually be the manufacturer's logo. Wang Yu inspected the weapon briefly, then aimed at the desk and pulled the trigger a few times. Nothing happened. Clearly the gun either had no ammunition or was locked behind some kind of safety mechanism. It couldn't simply be broken, could it? He examined it more carefully and eventually located what looked like a safety switch, but still could not find a way to remove any sort of magazine. At the base of the grip, however, he discovered a round port that could pop out. A rechargeable handgun. Wang Yu said in surprise, glancing toward the corner where his phone was currently charging. The room had power, and there was a still functioning outlet with both 2-prong and 3-prong sockets. His phone charger fit and worked, the voltage running at standard levels. On that outlet, there was also a circular port that matched the handgun's connector perfectly. Wang Yu, half doubtful, tried plugging the gun into the port. At once the gun's body lit up, embedded light strips flaring to life, as if colorful streams of liquid were flowing inside, simulating energy infusion. The 4-legged fish emblem turned out to be a screen displaying the progress of the charge. Within a few seconds, the indicator leaped from 0 to 100%. It charges that fast. A fast-charging handgun. Wang Yu muttered, removing the weapon and unable to resist a sarcastic comment before running another series of tests. Perhaps because it had sat and used for too long, the gun needed several pulls of the trigger before it finally spat out a single shot. There was practically no recoil, the sensation almost like firing a water gun. In truth, though, the device was a portable laser pistol of tremendous power. The scorched, melted marks on the walls had been left by weapons of this type. A single shot could sever a metal pipe completely. The temperature it produced terrifyingly high. Fully charged, it could fire roughly 20 shots, each one consuming about 5% of its energy. Good stuff, he breathed. With this in hand, Wang Yu finally felt he had some confidence when facing the lizards. This was the power of science. All right, let's sort out the situation, Wang Yu said, stowing the gun away as he considered his next move. I picked up a golden flyer, and then I was transported to some kind of special base, he summarized inwardly. The technological level here is clearly far beyond that of the world I knew, and there are strange creatures and odd people like that hammer-wielding guy. Yet this place was somehow connected to his former world. The presence of Chinese characters and familiar electrical outlets were proof enough of that. As Wang Yu reviewed the sequence of events and all the small details, he felt as though he had been drawn into a vast conspiracy. There was another puzzle as well, something he had only noticed after entering this room. But Wang Yu had already disengaged the grenade's fuses, and beside him Cat Kale suddenly bristled, her fur standing on end. She felt it too, while Ball, being robotic, remained momentarily oblivious. Wang Yu had never been one for tattoos, and he certainly would not have chosen to etch such a meaningless number into his own palm. It could only have come along with him during the transit, on the very hand that had reached out to take the golden flyer. Is this my cheat-like gift or some kind of warning? He frowned. It could be interpreted in many ways. A countdown of 7 days, or even 7 hours perhaps, or something else entirely. Maybe it meant he had 7 lives, 7 chances to die and come back again. After all, that was how such things usually worked in novels and films. For the moment, Wang Yu had no solid answer, so he set the matter aside, choosing instead to deal with the immediate difficulty. The lizard fluids that had once kept him warm on his skin had lost that comforting heat, leaving only a sticky, unpleasant slime. He wiped himself clean as best he could, then wrapped scraps of torn cloth around his body for at least a bit of insulation. Then there was the issue of food again. Wang Yu planned to drag one of the lizard corpses back and store it here as emergency rations, after which he would gradually expand his exploration range until he finally found an exit from this place. After both his phone and pistol were fully charged, Wang Yu began his final inspection. It was a habit he followed every time before going out, a ritual left behind in the wake of that accident. The accident had happened because his father had been inadequately prepared. He had not checked the weather forecast before leaving, and seeing a traffic jam chose a desolate side road rarely traveled by anyone. When the accident first occurred, his mother had berated his father relentlessly, but by then everything was already too late. Since then, Wang Yu performed an extra round of checks before every operation, determined never to repeat the same mistake. When you are truly prepared, death will not come knocking at your door. Wang Yu took a deep swig of water, then slid a short metal tube horizontally into the crossbody bag on his chest as a precaution. One hand raised his phone to light the way the other gripped the laser pistol, and in this manner he left the room. There was no signal here, so for now his phone could only serve as a flashlight. He explored along the path he had taken earlier. This time with both phone and gun in hand, he roughly checked any rooms and side corridors he could enter. He discovered many chambers whose functions were unclear, while other doors would not open at all. One thing was certain: this facility had once held a considerable number of people who otherwise the place could never have operated. After searching for a while, Wang Yu's crossbody bag now held an extra can of cat food and a metal spray can marked with a green cross, seemingly a healing spray. He had found them beneath graffiti of little cat heads. Although he did not know who had left them there, Wang Yu felt genuinely grateful and stowed everything in his bag. Soon he returned to the place where he had first encountered Hammer Bro. Yet here Wang Yu could no longer find the grotesquely smashed corpse of the mutated lizard. Only the smeared bloodstains on the floor proved it had once been there, accompanied by a drag mark stretching forward, disappearing into the darkness ahead. There is something else here. Wang Yu's heart tightened. He aimed his phone's light forward, then briefly swung it back behind. It was most likely not Hammer Bro's doing. Hammer Bro did not seem like the type to kill and then take the trouble to clean up. After a few seconds of thought, Wang Yu decided to follow the trail. He had to explore any way to find an exit. There was simply no other choice. About 5 minutes later, Wang Yu stopped before a bulkhead gate, where the blood trail abruptly ended, cut off by the door. The blood looked fairly fresh, still emitting a faint luminescent glow indicating that the corpses were recent. Some stains had even been dragged in from the corridor ahead of Wang Yu, suggesting the person responsible moved quickly, had collected many lizard carcasses, and possessed great strength, something Wang Yu himself could never have managed so efficiently. However, Wang Yu could not open this door. Despite being powered, it would not open automatically, and there was no visible control. Does it require an access card or some kind of authorization? Wang Yu frowned. He felt that what lay beyond the door might lead to other areas of the base, perhaps even to the exit. If every route was locked behind access control, he might truly end up dying trapped in this place. If only I'd packed some meat scraps in my bag, he thought bitterly. He still brooded over missing the chance to eat the mutated lizard. The canned cat food could be stored for the long term, but the lizard meat would not keep. This parting was likely a permanent loss. Sooner or later, dwindling food and water might drive him into a dead end. Just as he was thinking this, the floor beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The tremor came so abruptly that Wang Yu lost his balance, pitching forward and falling to the ground as his phone flew from his hand. At the same time, a crisp alarm sounded. Warning! Warning! Imminent emergence from hyperspace transit. All crew members prepare for impact and potential emergencies. Warning! Warning! The voice continued to echo. What? Hyperspace? Wang Yu gasped. His back had slammed into the wall, pain making him bare his teeth, but it was the content of the warning that truly shocked him. Where am I? He began, but the floor suddenly tilted sharply, accompanied by the screeching sounds of metal being dragged and warped. The noise was very close, as if something were crawling along the exterior of the wall, tearing and scraping its way past. Then the corridor fully lit up. Metal shielding panels slowly lifted and blinding light poured in. Wang Yu froze stunned, for before him blazed a radiant sun. The intense glare stabbed at his eyes, forcing him to look toward relatively darker areas. I'm in space. Is this the interior of a spaceship? Wang Yu's face drained of color. Faintly he heard bizarre shrieks and a piercing hiss like hot oil being scorched at extreme temperatures. At the instant the metal shielding opened, he thought he saw something climbing along the hull of the ship. Before he could think further, the sound of heavy bodies crawling echoed from both ends of the passageway, one ahead, one behind. 2 mutated lizards emerged suddenly, appearing without warning. Damn it! Wang Yu tried to raise his hand and fire, but his arm refused to obey. Only then did he realize that his right elbow felt unnatural, as if dislocated. Raising his arm sent a stab of pain through him, and he could not lift it properly. It must have been injured earlier when the ship had jolted. He could still grip the gun, but aiming it was impossible. The chance to counterattack slipped away in a heartbeat. Before Wang Yu even had time to think of switching the gun to his other hand, the front mutated lizard lunged, its mouth opening as it shot out its elastic tongue. Wang Yu only managed to lift his relatively intact left arm to shield himself, protecting the vulnerable areas around his head and neck. In the next instant, the lizard's snake-like tongue coiled tightly around him, pulling him off balance and pitching him forward. The danger was far from over. Another mutated lizard behind him now joined the fray, greedily shooting out its tongue like it was competing for prey, which wrapped neatly around Wang Yu's right ankle. The 2 similarly sized mutated lizards began to tug against each other, emitting harsh huffing sounds like gas being forced in short bursts through narrow pipes. Wedged between them, Wang Yu's left arm and right leg were drawn taut. The opposing forces pulled him in different directions. His right hip, burdened with an old injury, and even a steel pin implanted inside, flared with agonizing pain. The strain, turning his suffering into sheer torment. Damn it! Wang Yu roared, startling both lizards for a brief moment. Mere seconds ago he had been thinking about eating lizard meat, and now he was on the verge of becoming lizard excrement. The two mutated creatures were only cowed for a heartbeat. They quickly realized that this prey could not truly harm them. He was loud, but nothing more. Thus the two lizards began pulling with even greater force, the strain nearly tearing Wang Yu apart. In this moment of crisis, Wang Yu could only pin his hopes on the pistol, the sole weapon that might kill these beasts. It still rested in his right hand, steadfast despite everything. But he could not lift his arm to aim. Wang Yu tried to wrestle against the lizard's pull, yet accomplished nothing except worsening the pain in his right leg. He wanted to switch the gun to his other hand, but the lizards gave him no chance. During his desperate struggle, the searing pain that flared whenever his right hand swung gave him a new idea. He twisted his head and bit down on the torn cloth wrapped around his right arm, deliberately abandoning his balance as he lifted his left leg off the ground. He intended to use his loss of balance and swinging motion to find an opening to bring the gun to bear on one of the lizards. If he could just kill or severely wound one and break free of its restraint, he would have a chance to survive. Wang Yu drew back the left leg that had been supporting him, shifting the full weight of his body into the two opposing forces, pulling him from front and back, deliberately breaking the fragile balance. The two lizards, each weighing no less than 100 Jin, were inevitably thrown off for a brief instant by the sudden shift in force. That fleeting moment of imbalance was exactly what Wang Yu had been waiting for. Bracing with his neck and shoulder, he exerted all the strength he could, trying to swing his right hand toward the lizard in front during this chaotic sway, then seized the chance to fire. The window was tiny, the chance of hitting was low, and misfire seemed all too likely. Yet even if he missed now, once the two lizards lunged in to bite him, he would still have another chance to shoot. A surge of adrenaline flooded Wang Yu's body, blunting his pain for the moment. His nerves burned with hyperfocus as he resolutely carried out his plan. Then a streak of light flashed, utterly beyond Wang Yu's expectations, for that notoriously unreliable pistol proved miraculously dependable at this instant. It fired cleanly during the swing and struck the lizard ahead, the bullet boring straight through its body. The mutated lizard that was shot went limp, at once collapsing. Seizing the opening, the lizard behind pounced forward, its tongue wrapping around Wang Yu to drag him closer for a bite. But Wang Yu rolled just in time. His left hand now held the white pistol he had switched to. He fired again, scorching a large hole through the lizard's forehead and melting the window behind it. Air rushed out in an instant, howling into a violent gale until a metal bulkhead dropped automatically to seal the breach. Only then did the crisis truly come to an end. Cough. Cough. Spattered with sticky fluids, Wang Yu sat up and shoved the lizard carcass off his body, coughing uncontrollably. In the chaos, he had accidentally swallowed some of the slime, and part of it had even gone down his windpipe. Fortunately, it had been a narrow escape, but no disaster. He had managed to kill both lizards, and though he had blown a hole in the window, the safety systems here were still functioning, sealing the ship's breach before a greater catastrophe could unfold and preventing secondary harm. Hiss! As Wang Yu tried to stand, a searing pain stabbed into the base of his right leg. He wondered if the ligament had torn. His right arm bent at an unnatural angle. He set the gun aside, then dragged himself toward the wall inch by inch, and began rummaging through the satchel strapped to his chest for the spray can he had found earlier, which he suspected was some kind of healing mist. Once he had it, he sprayed every area that throbbed with pain. The wounds stopped bleeding at once. The cool sensation of the evaporating agent dulled the pain, reacting with flesh and blood to form a thin pale yellow protective film over the injuries. Even his dislocated joint and the discomfort at the base of his right leg were suppressed, though he could not tell whether this was merely anesthesia or genuine healing. The small supply of spray ran out quickly. Still, Wang Yu felt much better. He looked down at his dislocated right elbow, intending to try resetting it himself. He understood nothing of medicine, but that no longer mattered. He had to put it back in place, even if it took hundreds of attempts. Though otherwise deprived of basic mobility, he would soon die here. Of that he had no doubt. Wang Yu drew several deep breaths, pressed his right hand to the floor, and used his shoulder muscles to drive the motion, trying to align the joint and force it back into place. He failed over and over, only succeeding in making himself wretchedly uncomfortable, even nauseous, though the spray's lingering effect kept the pain in check. At last, on the fifth attempt, a crisp crack sounded, and his elbow joint finally slipped back into place. By then, however, the area was flushed and swollen, and he could barely exert any strength with it. He had endured it. With danger momentarily turned to safety, Wang Yu finally had the mind to take in the view beyond the window, gazing out at the boundless expanse of space. He seemed to be in the outer corridor of the starship. A sharp clank rang out. The sound of a hatch opening made Wang Yu start. He immediately looked toward the opposite metal door, the one he had been unable to open, as a giant stepped through from within. It was not the hammer-wielding man. A nauseating stench of rot billowed out, so thick it seemed almost tangible, choking Wang Yu and burning against his skin. The newcomer was a grotesquely fat giant, roughly 3 meters tall, wearing a tall hat so filthy its original color was impossible to discern. In his left hand, he gripped a thick bundle of iron chains slung over his shoulder, as if dragging an enormous load. His right hand held a massive butcher's cleaver, its edge chipped and notched. Layer upon layer of ancient oxidized blood coated the blade so thickly that its original material could no longer be discerned, as though the weapon had been forged from blood itself. Wang Yu scarcely dared breathe. His left hand edged toward the nearby pistol as he fixed his gaze on this butcher, who was clearly anything but friendly. The latter merely glanced at Wang Yu. The upper half of his face was a twisted, deformed pig's visage crudely stitched onto his skin, making him look monstrously grotesque. Yet his previous encounter with the hammer-wielding man had taught Wang Yu a lesson: appearances and posture could not be used to judge good or evil here. So he did not display any hostility, though he did not dare let go of the pistol. The strange man stared at Wang Yu for a few seconds, then shifted his gaze to the two lizards and strode out into the corridor, his footsteps thudding heavily against the floor. He stopped before one of the lizards bent down and hooked a chain from his belt, one tipped with a metal hook, onto the creature's body. Only then did Wang Yu realize what this strange man intended. He was collecting the lizard corpses. The earlier ones had likely been taken by him as well. With that thought, Wang Yu ventured to speak. Those two lizards were killed by me. Could you please leave one for me? I beg you. I'm a friend of the hammer-wielding guy. His voice shook partly from fear, and partly because the strange man smelled so overpoweringly foul, as though he never bathed. The stench made breathing difficult, and brought tears to Wang Yu's eyes. The strange man merely glanced at him, doing nothing for several seconds. Wang Yu's heart leapt into his throat, terrified that he would be bundled away like the dead lizards. Fortunately, luck once again favored him. The strange man did not attack, but instead took one of the lizards and retreated, the metal hatch closing behind him. Only then did Wang Yu dare to gulp in air, nearly having suffocated. Curiously, the moment the strange man left, the stench vanished with him, as if it had never existed. It was deeply unsettling. Wang Yu braced himself against the wall and rose, looking at the lizard that remained. He knew he had gambled right once again. Pig Brother was not truly a villain at all. He could be communicated with, and was in fact a legitimate crew member. One lizard is enough to eat, Wang Yu guessed aloud. I just swallowed a bit of its bodily fluid and felt no discomfort. My skin has touched it too, so it's probably non-toxic and edible. Even if it turned out to be inedible, he would still have to try roasting some. He had little food left and no choice. Slowly using the window frame to pull himself upright, Wang Yu finally had the leisure to truly gaze out at the universe beyond. The sight surpassed the realism of any game he had played or film he had seen. Stars without atmospheric veils were blindingly bright, terrifyingly so. Wang Yu could feel his body temperature climbing rapidly, perhaps even being harmed by radiation, but right now he could not be bothered, for he had seen a planet below. Is that blue star? No, something's off. Wang Yu murmured in shock, elated at first, then sinking swiftly. The planet's continental plates did not match his memory of blue star, yet the traces of civilization were unmistakable. It was clearly not merely a world of flora and fauna, but one inhabited by highly intelligent life. He even saw a man-made satellite drifting slowly past beneath the ship. Wang Yu continued to look into the distance. Most of his field of vision was devoured by darkness. Only at the very limits of sight lingered a few scattered points of light, stars separated by an unfathomable gulf of space, like candles in a deep abyssal night, seemingly ready to be snuffed out at any moment, utterly incapable of rivaling the encroaching dark. Though those stars were bright and piercing to the eye, they nevertheless gave off a fragile impression, as if they might topple and vanish at any time. After staring for too long, Wang Yu suddenly felt his legs grow weak. By the time he realized it, he was already squatting down uncontrollably, and at that moment a genderless synthesized digital voice sounded. Hyperspace navigation has concluded. Deep space has successfully arrived at the target star system. Host survival confirmed. System initializing. Initialization complete. Your current clearance level is Class 1. Welcome aboard Deep Space Acting. Upon your first contact with the boundless cosmos, you have awakened the innate talent, disciplined life. Please open your personal panel to view the details. A system. Wang Yu said in surprise, glancing around in search of whatever was speaking, yet he could not pinpoint the source. The voice seemed to resound directly inside his head, detached from his surroundings, beyond his control, and impossible to block. Yet he adapted quickly, for this thing was remarkably convenient to operate, far more intuitive than a smartphone. It felt as though his eyes had been integrated into a miniature computer. A translucent screen was projected directly onto his retinas, seamlessly merging with his field of vision. Moreover, the displayed images could be controlled purely by thought without hindering his sight in the slightest. He could close them at will, or even adjust their transparency. The system every transmigrant dreams of has finally appeared. It's just that. Wang Yu staggered to his feet and glanced at the root of his right leg, where a dull ache was beginning to stir. The effect of the analgesic spray he had used earlier was fading. It seemed to work only on external injuries, doing little for this old damage to bone and ligaments. The system's arrival had not healed the defect in his body. As expected, the stories in novels were unreliable. In the end, he could only rely on himself. Wang Yu summoned his personal panel to examine his own status. Name: Wang Yu. Species: human. Human, a typical mammalian intelligent life form, whose reputation echoes throughout the cosmos, highly dependent on technology. Possesses no fixed racial innate talent, but exhibits vast individual variation and may manifest exceptional personal talents. After reaching adulthood, the average value of each primary attribute is 5. Origin, Earth-like planet. Talents, Lucky 7, disciplined life. Lucky 7, you are a child blessed with fortune bearing the hopes of your loved ones, and thus favored by good luck. Everyone around you considers you lucky, and beneficial events are more likely to occur in your favor. At most 7 times per week, when facing a life and death crisis, you may forcibly trigger any event with a probability higher than 10, steering reality toward an outcome more conducive to your survival. This ability is not influenced by the individual's subjective will. Discipline life, a healthy, orderly routine benefits you greatly. If you maintain sufficient self-discipline, living healthily, and keeping to a regular schedule for 3 consecutive weeks, your attribute experience growth rate will increase by 20 and your sanity cap will rise by 20 points. This bonus lasts until your disciplined lifestyle is broken, and even then will remain in effect for an additional 24 hours. Abilities none. Status minor injuries. A diagram of a muscular human body spread out star-shaped with the joints of the right leg and right hand faintly yellowed. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 65 4 kilograms. Health, 8,195. The body bears an incurable old injury. Maximum health is permanently reduced by 5. Sanity, 81,100. When sanity falls below 50, there is a chance of mental collapse. When sanity drops to 0, you will undergo a trial of life and death. Stamina, 77,100. Below 60, you enter a fatigued state and are more prone to errors. Below 30, you may fall unconscious. At 0, you go into immediate shock. Physique, 4, 2,480. Physique measures a body's absolute strength and robustness. Willpower, 7, 77,400. Willpower measures mental fortitude. The higher it is, the less one is affected by harsh environments and conditions, and the greater one's tolerance for desperate situations and resistance to sanity loss. Reflexes, 5, 31,100. Reflexes measure the speed of neural signal transmission. Higher reflexes usually make an individual more agile, though at times a sufficiently strong body is required to support that agility. Immunity, 4, 3,780. Immunity measures the body's capacity to adapt to and metabolize environmental influences. The higher it is, the less one is affected by deadly toxins, disease, cosmic radiation, electricity, and temperature, aiding rapid recovery, adaptation to extreme environments, and digestion of difficult foods. Inspiration, 5, 52,100. Inspiration measures an individual's capacity to establish contact with subspace, making it easier to perceive things that should not exist, triggering numerous anomalous phenomena that defy common sense, and even opening channels into subspace. This attribute also tends to evoke flashes of insight during research and contemplation. Overall evaluation, with average attributes barely reaching 5, you are a textbook weakling in combat. The sliver of luck you possess is just enough to let you draw a few more breaths in this vast universe. Lucky 7. Wang Yu suddenly associated it with something, and immediately looked down at his right palm, still smeared with green viscous fluid. The number there had already changed from 7 to 4, so the reason that gun was able to fire continuously was because of my talent. Wang Yu muttered belatedly, awakening to the truth at last. That malfunction-prone beam pistol had been able to operate normally in succession solely thanks to Wang Yu's luck. Those 2 shots had consumed 2 of his chances. As for the 3rd time, that was likely why he had managed to strike the mutant lizard with a dislocated hand. I really am. Wang Yu let out a bitter smile, feeling as though he possessed a talent that others would envy. Yet if given a choice, he would have preferred never to have been lucky at all. Within a short time, Wang Yu familiarized himself with the system's various functions. Beyond his personal panel, he could access information about deep space, including his own clearance level and the structural layout of the ship's interior, though all sections beyond his authority were completely blacked out. Wang Yu, acting captain of deep space, current clearance level 1. By spending 50,000 credit points, this clearance can be raised to level 2. Deep Space, a large scientific exploration vessel that suffered a catastrophic incident during a subspace jump, resulting in the near-total death of its crew and severe damage to the hull. For many years it drifted in the rift between normal space and subspace, only re-emerging after welcoming a new captain. Durability. Maximum conventional cruise speed. The vessel is damaged. Conventional cruising speed is unstable. Maximum conventional cruise speed refers to the highest velocity reachable through acceleration in standard space of uniform density, for example 0. 2c signifies a maximum speed of 20% the speed of light. Core component, an activated subspace phase transition engine, granting deep space the capability to traverse both normal space and subspace. The core component is the soul of a vessel. If it is destroyed, the ship will be completely ruined and may become impossible to repair. Main engine, activated subspace phase transition engine hungry. The main engine supports long-distance interstellar travel. If damaged, the capacity for such voyages is lost. In emergencies, it can replace the auxiliary engine to provide conventional propulsion, but doing so greatly increases the main engine's load. Auxiliary engine, supergravity field fusion engine damaged. The auxiliary engine supplies conventional thrust. If damaged, it affects the ship's navigation power supply and use of standard weaponry, impacting all aspects of operation and unable to substitute for the main engine in sustaining interstellar travel. Weapon modules. Defense modules, small electromagnetic particle shield generator damaged. Basic modules, gravity field generator, activated profabrication plant hungry, activated subspace communications emitter hungry, Fian 1 one-time round-trip landing pods 3, basic factory missing. Contents that cannot be displayed require higher clearance to unlock. Damaged modules must be repaired before they can resume operation. Missing components have been irretrievably lost or are beyond repair and may be deleted at your discretion. So complicated. After reading Wang Yu felt his head throb. He did not understand any of those engines or modules, let alone repairing them. He did not even know how to operate them. Fortunately, in this area, his shortcomings could be offset by the system's assistance. All modules could be repaired or even expanded by spending credit points and materials, with every process manageable through the system's interface. Some could be restored purely with credit points alone, though the prices were outrageously steep. For instance, the repair fee for the supergravity field fusion engine was an astronomical 830 million credit points. Wang Yu simply counted the digits to make sure his eyes were not deceiving him, then promptly abandoned the notion of ever fully repairing this vessel. But what does hungry even mean? There's no explanation. Is that thing actually alive? Wang Yu wondered aloud, increasingly convinced that this ship had serious problems, and that he might have boarded a pirate vessel in disguise. Please proceed to the central control room, the bridge. The system will format deep space and assist you in taking command of this vessel. At that moment, the system spoke again, its messages remaining on the interface in text form, accessible for review at any time. Wang Yu opened the map of deep space and began locating the position of the main control room. With the map in hand, Wang Yu finally bid farewell to getting lost and wandering aimlessly, temporarily setting aside the idea of escape for the outside. Was space a realm not meant for ordinary humans? However, that azure planet below might be a possibility, depending on whether there would be an opportunity to land. Wang Yu first returned to the captain's room, which he had previously regarded as his stronghold, dragging back his spoils from this encounter, a mutated lizard. Moreover, he now knew whether this creature was toxic thanks to the system. Name: light lizard. Description: a common mutated creature found in the subspace, resembling a lizard in appearance and behavior, but structurally more akin to a fish, with legs, leading some researchers to classify it as a quadrupedal fish. It can exist stably after leaving subspace, but cannot reproduce. Its bodily fluids are a mild and harmless fluorescent agent, providing illumination, radiation resistance, and thermal insulation. The flesh is non-toxic and edible, but caution is advised for parasites, and it is recommended to consume it after being heated and cooked. The system can identify items, even biological ones, for free, which is a sort of invisible benefit. He also identified the laser pistol, and the details were as follows. Name: Fire Scorpion 07 Limited Snow Edition Malfunction. Manufacturer: Quadrupedal Fish Life Co. Quadrupedal Fish Life Co. is a rather peculiar enterprise that has rapidly carved a niche in the interstellar market with its unique approach. Its products are known for high cost-performance ratios, covering various industries, possessing unique technologies that cannot be reverse-engineered or replicated. The company frequently launches some bizarre products, including numerous color-changing limited editions, leaving many puzzled, yet buyers who favor the company flock to it, often getting scammed, as some items are exceedingly rare and highly collectible, fetching unimaginable prices. It is rumored that the company originated from an ocean planet, with all employees being intelligent quadrupedal fish. Regulatory level I civilian. The regulatory level is a standard set by the former Technology Ethics Supervision Bureau regarding the technologies and potential hazards represented by items categorized from I to 6, with high-risk items subject to strict regulations prohibiting private transactions, as they could bring unimaginable disasters to civilizations and even the entire universe. The categories include civilian precision craft, exquisite, forbidden oddities, and miracles. If creations from advanced civilizations are deemed sufficiently safe, they may also be classified as exquisite or precision craft, hence this standard cannot solely measure the level of technology contained within a creation. Description: a rare limited edition white beam pistol, its collector's value far outweighing its practical value. The previous owner risked traveling 30 light years and waited 6 months in line just to acquire it.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Primarily existing as a collectible, it can sustain combat when paired with an energy pack, and prolonged pressing can be used for cutting large targets. The firing unit circuitry is malfunctioning, with only a 15% chance of successful activation each time the trigger is pulled. This gun is quite a rarity, Wang Yu remarked as he handled the pistol. The previous captain of the deep space vessel seemed to have treated this pistol as a precious collectible, unwilling to use it, locking it away in the drawer of his desk. However, to Wang Yu, this item was simply a beam pistol, albeit an unreliable one. But this universe is indeed lively. What is this Technology Supervision Bureau? And what is this quadrupedal fish life co? Wang Yu furrowed his brow, slightly feeling that the name of this company sounded strange. Life Co. Why does it seem to carry an air of malice? Regardless, this world seems to harbor various civilizations and organizations, and Wang Yu had quite the eye-opening experience today. He left the captain's room following the map through the corridor, arriving at the bridge, or main control room at the other end, feeling that he looked down at the metallic floor. Why does it feel like the corridor has shrunk significantly? Is it an illusion, or is it? Wang Yu couldn't comprehend it, and could only attribute it to psychological effects as he had just traversed, and was extremely anxious, coupled with a severe lack of illumination, making distance misjudgments quite reasonable. He gazed at the large metallic door in front of him. Previously in the dark, he hurried to keep pace with Brother Hammer, so he hadn't examined this door at all, what turned out to be the main control room. The captain's room, main control room, laboratory, and related workspaces were surprisingly all on the same floor, indicating that the ship's original captain was an absolute workaholic. As for the other floors, level 2 access was required to enter through the door where he encountered Pig Brother. But Wang Yu currently only had 5,000 universal credit points, so he could only look at the map with many areas marked in black. First, let's check the situation on the bridge. Wang Yu tightened his grip on the beam pistol and approached the large door. The doors inside the spaceship seem to be automatic. If they want to open it, is either due to insufficient permissions or because the doors are broken. The main control room's door is relatively intact and is currently opening, although the process is somewhat sluggish, with large clumps of black residue falling down, suggesting it hasn't been opened in a long time. However, most of the lights inside are still functioning, though their surfaces are covered in a considerable amount of black grime, resembling dried black mud, which significantly diminishes their brightness and gives an overall sense of decay. Wang Yu stands at the entrance, not daring to enter rashly. He raises his gun with his left hand to maintain vigilance, worried about unknown dangerous creatures lurking inside, but thankfully there are none. He carefully surveys the surroundings, ensuring there are no dangers before officially entering, as a prompt from the system rings in his ears. Arrived at the central control room, formatting has officially begun and is expected to be completed within 5 minutes. A 5-minute countdown appears in Wang Yu's vision, which does not hinder his sight. He estimates that once the countdown ends, he will be able to control this ship. But what exactly happened here? Wang Yu furrows his brows as the ambience of the control room feels very different. The outside can be described as abandoned and poorly maintained, but inside, Wang Yu seriously doubts whether he has entered the interior of an ancient corpse that has weathered significantly. The air is filled with tiny wisps, while the metallic floor beneath is gradually being replaced by a dry, waxy black organic substance. In some areas, withered blood vessels can be seen about as thick as a forearm, supported by the bones inside, and strong light can even shine through. Yet there are still traces of what used to be a large scientific ship's bridge or control room with 3 rows of control panels. The number of operators was definitely no fewer than 20, and some control panels are also covered in dried up organic material, their appearances unrecognizable, not merely covered, but seemingly fused together, rendering the chairs immovable. Is this really a spaceship that can operate? Wang Yu can't help but ask himself, but no one answers him. Perhaps it's for the best, as he estimates he would start shooting if something suddenly pops out. He looks towards the center where the captain's seat of the deep space was, feeling that it has been completely transformed into organic matter, its surface a dark brown. Yet when Wang Yu shines his phone's flashlight on it, the inside reveals a light yellow hue closer to amber, containing what resembles human vertebrae and ribs, forming the backrest of the chair. No way. The captain of this ship couldn't have merged with this chair, could he? Wang Yu can't help but scoff, feeling goosebumps rising on his skin. Fortunately, there is no danger in the control room. Otherwise, Wang Yu's mobility-challenged legs and unstable handgun would be utterly insufficient to protect himself. He merely conducts a cursory inspection of the control room before he has finished exploring. The 5-minute countdown ends, and a non-blinding blue data stream descends from the ceiling, illuminating the already waxy, translucent captain's chair. Then a miraculous scene unfolds. The chair seems infused with vitality, activated by an unknown force, with its surfaces flesh and blood replenishing, as if blood is flowing inside the blood vessels, regaining elasticity and beginning a rhythmic pulsation, revitalizing it. Overall, it resembles a grotesque craft made from the skin of a living creature. Formatting complete. Control permissions for the control room are now fully accessible to you. Please strive to survive and find a planet where you can settle in this vast universe, reigniting the flame of human civilization, a fate we both cannot evade. May everything go smoothly. The Legacy Recoverer will hatch in 2 to 3 weeks, and upon acquiring and submitting the Legacy of Civilization, corresponding credit rewards and gacha opportunities can be obtained, with gacha providing relics from the corresponding civilization. A giant egg wrapped in a light yellow membrane has sprouted from the ground on one side of the control room, most likely that Legacy Recoverer, which is temporarily useless. After the formatting is complete, the system also clarifies the purpose for summoning him here. Find a planet to settle down. Is that it? Wang Yu frowns, fully aware that the less information there is, the worse the situation is. Even finding a planet to colonize and develop has become a task. This universe might be experiencing extremely terrifying events, as the restraints on civilizational development are no longer technology, but possibly something else, a form of insurmountable disaster. Yet this contradicts the reality Wang Yu has observed. Not long ago he had seen a blue vibrant planet outside the window, a place undoubtedly rich in life, and even civilization with artificial satellites present. There is no reason it shouldn't be habitable except for the conditions on it. Primarily the uncertainty of whether the atmospheric environment can support human activity freely, which needs further confirmation, and the need to reignite the flame of civilization. On this broken ship Wang Yu is the only one, and he is a disabled person. Igniting the flame of civilization is utterly impossible, and extinction is imminent. Even if he includes Thor and Pig, they still can't produce the next generation. There is simply no hope. Unless he can. Wang Yu contemplates a lot, finally fixing his gaze on the chair in the center of the control room. There is no danger here. The beam gun, named Fire Scorpion, has also been tucked back into the bag on his chest with the safety engaged to prevent accidental discharge. Given the circumstances, it seems that as long as he sits in that chair, he will be able to control this ship. Wang Yu slowly walks over. There shouldn't be significant risks, though otherwise if he dies at this step the system's efforts would be entirely in vain, so he is not worried about being harmed. However, out of physiological reaction, he is still quite resistant to sitting on such a bloody, apparently living chair. The backrest even seems to be writhing like a soft tongue, welcoming Wang Yu's arrival. Ugh. Wang Yu displays a look of disgust. He first touches it to confirm it won't bite before turning his back and plopping down onto it. Contrary to its appearance, sitting down feels like sinking into a soft high-end sofa. He is directly engulfed. No, he has been swallowed whole. Realizing what has happened, Wang Yu immediately stands up, but it is already too late. More flesh surges and sticking him to the seat, while the backrest extends 2 rows of bloodied ribs, locking him in place, rendering him immobile. Gradually Wang Yu stops struggling, not because he has been caught or is running out of breath, but because he realizes he has established an extraordinary connection with this chair, or rather with this ship. It is not merely a digital and consciousness connection, but a blood bond becoming one. An unbearable hunger and fatigue wash over Wang Yu at this moment. He feels that even if he were to eat raw flesh, he could finish that lizard off. He is so hungry and cold. The distant star, like a fireball, brings no warmth, only increasing his discomfort. This is not a signal from Wang Yu's body, but from the ship itself. This deep space is actually a living being. He suddenly understands the reason those active module at this moment. He feels that even if he were to eat raw flesh, he could finish that lizard off. He is so hungry. The ship is in a low power state due to hunger. Wang Yu spends about 3 minutes adapting to this sensation, and then his vision quickly shifts outside the spaceship. He doesn't need to elevate the bridge or open screen projections. He can see the exterior directly, with a comprehensive view, no blind spots. And on the surface of the deep space, just as Wang Yu had guessed, this is a derelict ship that has been abandoned for an unknown period. Its surface almost entirely covered with an organic matter resembling stone shells, making it easy to mistake this ship for a small celestial body if strict spectral analysis and detailed investigation of its movement trajectory aren't performed. But now as Wang Yu's gaze sweeps across the surrounding universe, the ship's surface gradually opens up a series of gaps, revealing yellowish-brown eyeballs within. At this moment the ship has awakened. Ugh! Wang Yu lay on the ground violently, retching, his body covered in thick yellow pus. He could barely endure sitting there for about 5 minutes before he had to withdraw, completely unable to bear the overwhelming sense of hunger and discomfort. Even after detaching, the discomfort did not fully dissipate. He continued to vomit for nearly 3 minutes before slowly getting up, still feeling a bit dizzy. This feeling of piloting a spaceship is just, ugh. Just recalling it made Wang Yu feel nauseous again, forcing him to stop. He sat quietly on the ground for another 10 minutes before fully recovering. Apart from still feeling somewhat hungry, there were no other unusual symptoms. He was likely just really hungry. He looked at the map of the deep space vessel and got up to walk towards the back of the control room. According to the map, there should be an elevator here. After searching for a while, Wang Yu finally found the elevator button, nearly covered by the desiccated organic matter. He knocked it a few times with a steel pipe before successfully activating it. This elevator was presumably an emergency escape route, allowing the bridge crew to quickly reach the ship's compartment on the 3rd floor before impact. Soon the elevator arrived, and the door slowly slid open, still not very smoothly. Just as a gap appeared, Wang Yu became tense, raising his gun and firing decisively, for there was a creature crouching at the entrance that was hard to describe. It was a mass of several light lizards fused together, resembling a grotesque cake, but it was alive. The handgun did not fire properly. The creature lunged at Wang Yu, crashing against the not fully opened elevator door with several limbs stretching inside. On the second shot, the muzzle finally lit up, and a high-temperature ray shot out, slicing the creature in half from top to bottom, causing its remains to slide to the floor. The cut surface is charred. However, the creature did not die. From the severed edges, small worm-like appendages quickly emerged, seemingly trying to reattach. Seeing this, Wang Yu fired a 3rd shot, which also successfully activated. He held the trigger down, beginning to cut the monster until the handgun's energy was exhausted. By this point, the creature had been sliced into irregular chunks, and finally lay still. What on earth is this? Wang Yu frowned, not approaching recklessly. Instead, he pressed the elevator's upward button and ascended back to the captain's room, taking flammable rags, wooden boards, and plastic sheets, recharging his handgun before returning. The monster's corpse was still there now, forming a small creature with numerous worm-like tendrils extending from its surface, attempting to amalgamate more flesh. Wang Yu fired continuously, shooting 7 or 8 times before igniting the creature's regeneration, using the steel pipe to sweep it into a pile, tossing flammable materials on top and igniting them with his gun. Only when the fire ceased to make any noise and turned to carbon did Wang Yu finally breathe a sigh of relief, wrapping his hand in a rag to pick up a charred mass of remains. Name: light lizard group infected by assimilation amoeba parasite. Description: a group of light lizards infested by a common subspace parasite, the assimilation amoeba. After infection, the host's movements gradually come under the parasite's control, craving contact with other organic life forms, and in the process expand the infection and assimilate into a mass. Ultimately, it transforms into a huge mass composed of numerous organic life forms, serving as a breeding ground for the assimilation amoeba parasite. This parasite is contact sensitive, so it is advisable to avoid direct skin contact with the source of infection and seek medical attention promptly. When in subspace, the growth rate of this parasite accelerates. Parasite. Wang Yu immediately threw away the charred remains in his hand and rubbed his body repeatedly before finally stopping. This seemed to be the parasite infection previously warned by the system, and judging by the description, it seemed there was more than one type of parasite. Truly disgusting. Wang Yu carefully avoided the pile of charred remains, planning to deal with it later, and began surveying the ship's compartment, which was relatively dim and hard to see clearly. After thinking for a few seconds, he returned to the captain's room, recharged his handgun, before officially starting to explore the ship's compartment. Wang Yu took a turn around, finding no other monsters, though all the light lizards had presumably amalgamated into a... The space inside was quite large. Although it was a research vessel, it did not skimp on this aspect, likely to accommodate more detectors, landing pods, mining machines, and other heavy equipment. The 3 landing pods named Fian were parked here. Name: Fian 1 type singless return landing pod, manufacturer 4-Leg Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory level I. Civilian description: the first generation return pod produced by 4-Legged Fish Company for research vessels, featuring a large payload capacity, stable structure, long flight range, no maintenance required, and low cost. It quickly became the top choice for many research vessels upon release, and even now it remains a bestseller in the interstellar market. Under standard gravity, the maximum load is 2.3 tons, supporting research explorations with a round-trip distance of less than 5,000 kilometers, capable of igniting and returning at temperatures as low as 137 C, equipped with life support systems and simple anti-load suits, as well as oxygen masks accommodating up to 3 people. Its only drawback is its large size, which poses a challenge to the capacity of small research vessels' compartments. Wang Yu reached for the silver-white landing pod before him, resembling a giant metallic egg, feeling as if he had truly entered a remarkable era. This thing, a landing pod capable of independently traveling to and from planets, had not even been invented in his time, even if it was only a single-use model. The method of use is also quite simple. Input the current trajectory of the deep space vessel on the external screen, select the corresponding planet and coordinates, and the entire process is automated, significantly reducing the difficulty of use, while also supporting an emergency switch to manual control. Alright, now all the elements are in place. Wang Yu checked the status of the 3 Fian 1 pods, confirming they were all functional before returning to the bridge. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu ignited a fire in the brightly lit corridor and began to eat iron plate light lizard meat. The iron plate was taken from the laboratory. At this point, he couldn't worry about hygiene anymore. He simply wiped it with his clothes and heated it to sanitize, using flammable rags and wooden boards as fuel. The meat was not exactly delicious, as there was no oil or seasoning, making it easy to burn. However, as the system suggested, it indeed tasted quite like fish, tender and smooth, not unpleasant. Wang Yu ate for nearly half an hour before stopping, his belly swollen. He had consumed far more than before, possibly due to the influence of the deep space vessel connection. That connection had drained him of considerable sanity, nearly dropping below 50. Managing to pilot this deep space vessel for an extended period would not be easy. After getting full, he began to clean up the aftermath. This place was now his residence, and he couldn't completely ignore hygiene issues. A 100-pound lizard had nearly a quarter of its body consumed by him in one sitting. Although bones and bodily fluids made up a significant portion, this amount was still astonishing. It was the first time Wang Yu realized he could eat so much. The green glowing bodily fluids were not wasted either, as Wang Yu collected them in large bottles, filling 4 large bottles, all relatively clean. After sealing them, he heated them again for disinfection. These bodily fluids do not coagulate like human blood. When heated, they separate into a light green glowing liquid and some yellow foam, all collected by Wang Yu for hydration. Hopefully drinking too much won't cause him to turn green and glow. With this lizard as food, he should be able to endure a few more days on the spaceship. Wang Yu extinguished the fire, sweeping the embers aside to eliminate any chance of rekindling it. After thoroughly cleaning up, he stood up and gazed out the window, donning the makeshift sunglasses he had crafted. These sunglasses were actually a solid piece of glass coated with the bodily fluid of a light lizard, dried to provide a certain degree of shading, preventing harm to his eyes from direct exposure to the star. He looked down at the azure planet below, observing the trajectory of the deep space vessel, while also watching for any approaching objects. Since the deep space vessel had arrived via a hyperspace route despite its exterior resembling that of a rocky celestial body and the windows being made of one-way transparent material, a sudden appearance of such a satellite should not go unnoticed unless the observers were of a lower civilization. But evidently they were not. They had even manufactured artificial satellites indicating their technological level was not much lower than that of Blue Star. Are they frightened by the deep space vessel and holding an emergency meeting? Or perhaps there are no living intelligent beings on this planet and civilization has ceased to exist. Wang Yu pondered the reason for such peculiar thoughts stemming from the announcement given by the system. However, it was too early to draw conclusions. The deep space vessel had only been present for a few hours, and a lack of activity was normal as probes or missiles might still be en route. If this civilization chose to destroy the deep space vessel given Wang Yu's current predicament, he had no means of resistance and could very well be annihilated. Because this civilization likely possessed nuclear weapons, shattering the deep space vessel was entirely feasible and could hardly be considered difficult. Yet Wang Yu had no choice, with only a few days of supplies left. Failing to act would result in starvation aboard the ship. Thus, even if this planet were a toxic pit, he had to venture forth. Moreover, there was another way to ascertain the state of this civilization, requiring waiting until nightfall. As the deep space vessel rotated along its orbit, it would reach the planet's dark side, at which point the condition of the planet's civilization could be confirmed. If there were widespread power outages or complete darkness, it would indicate that the civilization above was in dire straits and had no time to pay attention to this side. 2 days later, no missiles or strikes had arrived, nor had any objects approached. The deep space vessel had passed the planet's dark side several times, and Wang Yu had confirmed the state of the planet's civilization multiple times. Though he had no instruments, this height was easily sufficient for observation with the naked eye. The civilization of this planet was still functioning and was quite prosperous. Wang Yu saw a continuous glow of lights indicative of widespread electrical power and a high degree of energy development. Moreover, the distribution of lights on this planet was remarkably uniform, far surpassing that of Blue Star, indicating minimal regional disparity and a higher level of civilization. How strange! Wang Yu gazed at the brilliantly illuminated planet, increasingly suspicious. Why had this civilization not taken any action against the deep space vessel after such a long time? Could it be that the administrative system was too cumbersome, taking over half a month to act after discovering an alien ship? Or was this a functioning unmanned planet? Wang Yu felt a contradiction within himself. On one hand, he feared an attack from this planet's civilization. On the other hand, he was even more concerned that this civilization had made no move. A functioning, highly advanced unmanned planet was far more terrifying than a mere nuclear bomb. Perhaps extremely horrific events were occurring above. In any case, I must go down. I really have no choice, Wang Yu muttered to himself, ceasing his observations and heading toward the captain's cabin. He had been resting for the past 2 days to recover from his injuries, but the condition of his right leg showed no signs of improvement and might even have worsened, forcing him to drag his leg while walking. Moreover, with limited food supplies, he could not afford to wait indefinitely. Landing on this planet was his only option, and he must return with sufficient resources to ensure his survival. 5 more days passed. During these days, aside from resting, Wang Yu wandered around the areas he could access and discovered 3 cans of cat food and a bottle of healing spray, all thanks to the markings left by the cat. Though he did not know the purpose behind the buried supplies, Wang Yu was quite grateful for them, as they proved to be immensely helpful. Name: Healing Spray, Green, Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Regulatory level I. Civilian description: an affordable and practical external injury spray, effective for most organic life forms, possessing pain relief and hemostatic properties, promoting wound healing and disinfecting to prevent infection. It forms a protective film providing long-lasting protection for the wound, so do not rinse after using it. Name: Unidentifiable. Trademark: Cat Food, Can Manufacturer. Regulatory level 2. Precision manufacturing description: a canned product processed and produced by a certain enterprise, enhanced with delicious starfish as a food additive, surprisingly tasty, with hardly any cat able to resist this delicacy, and even humans are no exception. However, Wang Yu was taken aback to find that one can's regulatory level was actually level 2. The lizard had already been mostly consumed, so Wang Yu opened a can of cat food, and the aroma immediately filled the captain's cabin. It was an extremely unique, oily fragrance, one that Wang Yu had never encountered before. Unconsciously, his mouth was flooded with saliva, and he could not resist digging in. Moreover, the deliciousness of this canned food far exceeded Wang Yu's expectations. By the time he came to his senses, he was already licking the interior of the cat food, leaving not a drop behind. What on earth is this canned food made of? Starfish. How can it taste so good? Wang Yu, having never tasted starfish, yet this delicacy also brought him a profound sense of unease, suspecting that it contained advanced technology or manipulation, considering it was a level 2 regulated item. He forced himself to resist the urge to open another can, categorizing these cat food cans as vital strategic resources. For a boost during times of frustration and disappointment, consuming one could entirely alleviate his troubles. His rationality had returned to full capacity, although that was only after finishing the meal. Right after he ate, he had even lost a few points of rationality. Wang Yu pulled out his phone to check the time, and then looked at his right palm, watching the numbers revert to 7. Now all the preparations were complete. He had finished the lizard's bodily fluid, even collecting its urine, and using the laboratory's distillation equipment, he produced fresh water. Indeed, drinking directly was also an option, but since conditions permitted, Wang Yu preferred to take a bit more time to process. Let's set off, Wang Yu said to himself, organizing the supplies at hand. After some thought, he decided to carry only 2 cans of cat food with him, hiding the remaining 2 under the markings left by the cat in the captain's cabin. Having completed all of this, Wang Yu strode towards the bridge without looking back. Though he limped, there was no hesitation. About 7 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared in the carrier cabin, not pausing at all, as he had become quite familiar with this area, which could be considered a safe zone. Until today, no missile or aircraft had approached the deep space, and Wang Yu had reason to suspect that the civilization living on this planet had encountered a significant upheaval. What exactly had happened could only be known once he descended. In any case, he was already prepared for battle, armed with his only firearm, the limited edition white pistol. However, relying on this little firepower to confront the entire planet, or even the destructive forces that could annihilate it, was as foolish as dreaming. He was well aware of that. In any case, he was already prepared for battle, armed with his only firearm, the limited edition white pistol. Wang Yu had set the target planet and specific coordinates for this landing in the control panel of the Fian-1 landing craft. The operation was quite convenient, as the panel displayed the reachable planets in the surrounding airspace, and all he needed to do was manually select and determine the exact coordinates. To be honest, Wang Yu did not know which landing spot to choose. His goal was to gather supplies, especially food and fresh water, while he had no clues about any civilized heritage and could only leave it to luck. After randomly selecting a land coordinate, the landing craft was officially activated, with one side of the silver-white giant egg flipping up to open an entry point. It was Wang Yu's first encounter with a landing craft, and he found the interior structure quite simple. After all, it was a product focused on cost-effectiveness, lacking any extravagant devices. Inside, there were 3 cabins arranged in a triangular formation, with simple anti-gravity suits and helmets hanging on the walls, along with power outlets, and the central control panel that was only present in the middle cabin. Naturally, Wang Yu chose to sit in the middle. After donning the anti-gravity suit and pressing the button, the seemingly bulky attire shrank to fit his size, less than 1 centimeter thick. High technology, Wang Yu exclaimed. This was merely a basic anti-gravity suit. It was hard to imagine what the high-end models would be like. He marveled again at the advanced technology of this world, and put on the oxygen mask as well. Although the Fian-1 cabin provided oxygen, the acceleration and deceleration during the flight would impose a significant burden on the body, potentially affecting breathing and oxygen supply, making the oxygen mask necessary to effectively avoid fainting. In the end, he fastened his seatbelt, followed the procedure written on the control panel, and pressed the readiness button. The seatbelt tightened firmly, securing Wang Yu in the chair, and then a plump 4-legged fish appeared on the control panel screen, not very appealing, and immediately began to announce related precautions. Welcome to the Fian-1 landing craft. This journey will be navigated entirely by the intelligent program developed by 4-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. I am your navigator, Little Fish. Feel free to consult me with any questions, but I may not be able to answer them all, as I am merely a low-level AI with limited comprehension. The airlock is about to close. Please confirm one last time that you have secured your belongings and completed the fast. The cabin door slowly closed, and the sound of gas being filled resonated within. Verifying load capacity. Verification complete. Life support system normal, engine fuel normal, cabin airtightness normal, overall structure normal. At that moment, the warning red light also illuminated in the carrier cabin of the deep space. The gravitational field in this area automatically shut down, and the Fian-1 landing craft floated up, with the electromagnetic track below lighting up to propel the landing craft toward the launch well. Dozens of seconds later, the launch well on the surface of the deep space opened, revealing the landing craft where Wang Yu was located. Orbital calculation complete. Please confirm the coordinates for this landing one last time. The estimated travel time is 8 hours, 14 minutes, and 27 seconds, which will consume 37 of the fuel. Warning: an unknown civilization exists on the target planet. Please ensure safety before proceeding. This landing craft is not equipped with any weapon modules. In the event of an unexpected incident, Little Fish will not take responsibility. If you confirm, please press the confirmation button. The somewhat unattractive 4-legged fish AI said, popping up the final confirmation button. Wang Yu pressed it without hesitation. At this point, there was no possibility of retreat. After the final 10-second countdown ended, the landing craft was projected out by the electromagnetic track, while over 20 nozzles of various sizes at the bottom ignited, sending the landing craft into the precalculated return trajectory. The entire process required no additional operation from Wang Yu, achieving complete intelligence and automation. Such a procedure could even allow an ordinary person to easily complete an interstellar journey. This was the convenience brought by technology. Wang Yu gritted his teeth as the thrust at the moment of launch made him feel a tightness in his chest. Fortunately, it eased after the initial few seconds, becoming increasingly stable, even making it hard to feel the change in speed. The control panel displayed the orbital coordinates of the landing craft flickering and slowly moving, gradually decelerating and getting closer to the target planet. From then on, it was a long wait, somewhat akin to taking a plane, but with only one passenger. During this process, Wang Yu asked Little Fish a lot of questions about this world and interstellar travel, but he had to admit that this AI was quite honest, just as it said it indeed did not know many things, possibly lacking the relevant database. However, regarding its manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd., Little Fish had more information, but it felt very much like deliberately implanted advertisements, because whenever asked it would deliver a long spiel, and much of the content was repetitive. If you like the products of Little Fish Company, feel free to visit the nearest trading station. If you bring along the phrase Four-Legged Fish Universe No. 1, you can also receive a 2 discount. Wang Yu was intrigued by this mention of a trading station. Wang Yu finally found valuable information in the conversation and felt it was likely a type of interstellar trading venue from science fiction novels, so he immediately pressed for more details. Do you know where the nearest trading station is? I'm planning to buy products from your company. Please hold on. Little Fish is searching. Search failed. No reference coordinates found in the current star area. Little Fish cannot confirm the current location and cannot provide assistance. Just this. Wang Yu really wanted to complain about this useless company with such a level of service, they couldn't even find coordinates, and where did they get the audacity to engage in interstellar trade? He shifted the topic, starting to seek information from other angles, continuing to ask about Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Tell me about your company's performance in the interstellar market. Sure, Little Fish knows this very well. Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. is the third-ranked super enterprise among the vast conglomerates, offering high-quality products at competitive prices and frequently launching limited edition items. Each customer can earn points after registering for a membership card, and these points can be used for lotteries with a chance to win super rare limited products, the exquisite quality of which exceeds your imagination. Moreover, new members can draw a lottery for free. Wang Yu asked for a long time, but aside from being brainwashed by a bunch of carefully crafted advertising slogans, he didn't get much valuable information. However, it could be confirmed that the manufacturing date of this landing craft was 527 years ago, which meant that the incident with the deep space might have happened a long time ago. Given the uncertainty of subspace, if the flow of time also differed from reality, this time could be further. If only I could find a trading station. It should be a neutral zone where more information could be acquired, and furthermore, Wang Yu didn't forget where he came from, pondering whether Blue Star might also exist in this universe, and if it could be found. Wang Yu silently set a goal for himself: he must find a trading station. The people there should not be like this silly AI, only capable of repeating marketing rubbish. Enough, shut up, and let me have some peace. Wang Yu was almost fatigued from the advertisements, and he quickly called for silence. After shouting 3 times, the AI finally stopped talking. Wang Yu spent a relatively dull few hours in the cabin, occasionally glancing at the light spot on the control panel screen that represented him slowly approaching the planet. The landing module did not simply dive straight in, but rather continuously decelerated and changed its trajectory, orbiting around the planet to ultimately achieve landing, a process similar to what Wang Yu knew about manned spacecraft returning. Attention, the Fian-1 landing module will soon penetrate the target planet's atmosphere in 15 minutes. Severe turbulence may occur. Please prepare for impact and unexpected events. The current near-Earth temperature of the target planet is about 23 C, with no severe weather changes detected, and landing is expected in 55 minutes and 27 seconds. If manual calibration of the landing point is required, you can shout Little Fish switch to manual control or press the emergency button to switch. The AI of the landing module reminded Wang Yu, waking him up after he had been resting with his eyes closed for a while, as they were almost there. The most dangerous segment was ahead. If there were any attacks from the civilization of the planet, they would likely occur at this stage, and he needed to be fully alert. Of course, Wang Yu had no means of retaliation. He could only gamble that no one would attack him, or that there would be a warning before any attack. Little Fish, once we penetrate the atmosphere, synchronize the land imagery to me, and also, if you receive any radio signals or similar communications, alert me immediately and transfer them. Wang Yu said to the AI, confirming the status of his seatbelt and preparing for impact. Boom! As the 15-minute countdown ended, the landing module plunged into the atmosphere, starting to shake violently, far more intense than Wang Yu had imagined, as if he had entered a blender. The sudden overload from deceleration nearly suffocated Wang Yu, who had never received professional training. He could hardly breathe, let alone scream, feeling pain all over his body. Fortunately, the pressure suit had cushioning features that alleviated some of it, and being a high-tech return module optimized through several generations, it prevented him from fainting. After enduring the initial few minutes, the situation gradually improved as the speed had significantly decreased and stability was restored. At this moment, if one were to look up at the sky from the ground, Wang Yu's return module would resemble a meteor with a tail, but during the daytime, it was not particularly noticeable. Wang Yu focused intently on the screen of the control panel, adjusting it to an appropriate size. There was no choice. After all, it was a landing module emphasizing cost-effectiveness, and the camera's quality was limited. Clearer observation of the surface was only possible after penetrating the atmosphere. Is that a city and roads? Wang Yu moved the imagery on the screen, switching perspectives. Above was a futuristic metropolis with a high density of buildings and roads interwoven between them, clear in layers. Just a glance made it apparent that its development was far beyond the former Blue Star, at least 500 years ahead, possibly even more. But it seems there are no moving vehicles nor any people. This is. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, feeling he might have guessed correctly. This planet seemed to be merely a shell of some civilization still operating according to established protocols, but in reality, there were no living beings inside. This could explain Wang Yu's long-standing confusion. Why this civilization had not taken any action against the deep space despite their technological level being higher than that of Blue Star. But just then the landing module suddenly issued a warning. Warning: directional guidance signal and radio communication received. Would you like to transfer? The auxiliary AI Little Fish inquired while a window popped up. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and almost immediately agreed, feeling he had no choice. He seemed to have misjudged. Perhaps this civilization was still active, certain mechanisms were still functioning, or there was a significant crisis regarding their population. In any case, this civilization had noticed him, and he had to respond to, otherwise what followed would not be a signal communication, but incoming missiles, which were not something to take lightly. Little Fish move according to the received guidance signal, and also transfer the communication. Wang Yu said nervously, as this was his first contact with extraterrestrial civilization. Soon the signal was connected, presenting a series of incomprehensible sounds with an inexplicable rhythm that Wang Yu completely could not understand. Oh no, I can't understand. Wang Yu felt a jolt in his heart, suddenly realizing that the language of an alien civilization could very well be incomprehensible. His previous smooth communication with Brother Hammer and Brother Pig, including AI like Little Fish, had all been in Mandarin or Chinese, leading him to completely overlook this potential difficulty. Little Fish, can you translate? If you need to install a language translation module, Little Fish recommends the more advanced Orca series assault landing craft, which not only integrates the latest language translation module, but also comes equipped with a rich defensive arsenal, allowing you to easily cope with unknown civilizations and achieve friendly communication. Shut up, you are completely useless. Wang Yu's plea inadvertently triggered an advertisement, making him feel a bit on edge. If Little Fish had a physical form, he would have probably kicked it with his useful left foot. Fortunately, he had other means of support. After the other party repeated the same words several times, the system also popped up a prompt appearing as text on his retina. Detected an unknown civilization's language. Would you like to translate? Activating the translation function for this language requires 1,000 credit points and also supports synchronizing your language into the language of this civilization. Warning: suddenly understanding and mastering an unknown civilization's language may have adverse effects. The language synchronization function must be activated by yourself. Please use it according to the actual situation. Seeing this, Wang Yu immediately paid the 1,000 points, and then he could fully understand the incoming signal. Hello, alien visitor, your arrival has not been registered. Please state your identity, explain your purpose for being here, and accept supervision and guidance. Otherwise it will be considered hostile behavior and will inevitably face destructive attacks. Repeating once more. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat. He basically only heard the words destructive attack and immediately prepared to respond. However, the system's reminder made him not switch to the other party's language immediately, but instead reply in Chinese. Please do not attack me. I am a refugee seeking shelter. My mothership encountered an incident and food and various supplies are almost depleted. Please do not attack. I am not here with hostility. Thus both sides communicated in completely incomprehensible languages until several minutes later the signal from the other side suddenly switched, surprisingly changing to a relatively awkward and strange Mandarin to begin a reply, leaving Wang Yu shocked and somewhat incredulous. We understand your situation. We will guide you to land. Attacks are not allowed, otherwise your safety cannot be guaranteed. Understood, understood. I accept the guidance. Wang Yu immediately responded, while the landing module also moved according to the coordinates given by the other party, flying for nearly an hour before beginning to land on what resembled an abandoned airport with no buildings obstructing within several hundred meters. Surrounding him were soldiers fully armed, carrying unknown weapons, including some with frighteningly large calibers, as well as 4 or 5 helicopters without rotors, or what could be called airborne platforms. Wang Yu was completely surrounded. As the hatch opened, he raised his hands high and limped out, looking at these unknown beings who were about his height, but with slightly longer legs. Why do they all have 2 antennas on their heads? Could that be their ears? Wang Yu wondered, not daring to make any sudden movements, only to feel a chill at his neck before losing consciousness entirely. Uncertain how much time had passed, Wang Yu awakened in a haze, feeling everything before him was blurred and his consciousness was somewhat sluggish. It seemed he was in a brightly lit room surrounded by indistinct figures who were doing something around him. Suddenly Wang Yu jolted awake, realizing his situation as he saw the overhead surgical light. He was in an operating room surrounded by strangers, and his chest and limbs were all laid open, his organs and bones exposed to the air, some even removed. and placed in nearby cleaned, or rather cooked. Wang Ye's mouth and nose were covered by a mask, rendering him unable to speak, his face a mask of sheer terror as the top of his skull was opened and someone was fiddling with his brain. Is this a human experiment? Have I become a lab rat? Wang Yu wanted to struggle, but his body was unresponsive. At the same time, his rapidly rising blood pressure and pulse caught the attention of these people who noticed Wang Yu had awakened and were looking at him with expressions of fear. The patient is awake. We need to deepen the anesthesia, one doctor said, opening a finger to reveal a syringe, injecting an unknown medication into Wang Ye's vein. As soon as the injection was administered, the drug took effect. Wang Yu felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, unable to resist. His tensed body relaxed once more, and he quickly fell unconscious again. Unsure how much time had passed, Wang Yu suddenly awoke from his slumber. Sitting up, he first glanced around and found himself in a hospital room, then examined his body, even lifting his hospital gown. Wang Yu was somewhat bewildered, because his chest and abdomen bore not a single scar, nor anywhere else including his skull. The bloody scene he had witnessed before seemed like a dream. "Sir, you are awake. Are you feeling any discomfort?" a gentle female voice inquired, speaking very standard Mandarin. Wang Yu looked over immediately. The newcomer was a female nurse. Her appearance resembled that of a human, fitting the characteristics of primates, with snow-white skin and a neat nurse's uniform. However, her lower limbs were much longer than a human's, making her torso appear shorter, suggesting she was very adept at running and exuded a sense of strength. Then there were the two upright appendages on her head. Were those ears or antennas? The more he looked, the more they resembled a bunny girl. Wang Yu couldn't make sense of it, but his intuition told him that the being before him was not human, but an alien resembling a person. "Who are you, and what have you done to me? Please do not be alarmed, extraterrestrial guest. We truly mean no harm. We are the creators of this planet. The Longier people who have created these mechanical servants based on our own appearance, and they are not life in the true sense. However, for safety reasons, in accordance with relevant regulations, we must take compulsory measures and conduct isolation observation to prevent severe ecological damage due to your arrival," the nurse explained, leaving Wang Yu somewhat incredulous, because this living humanoid before him turned out to be a robot vastly different from his impression of robots. If that is the case, then the two appendages on her head must indeed be antennas. Moreover, according to the literal description of the Longier people, the intelligent life here should have very long ears, and these mechanical servants were made to resemble the Longier people's appearance. "During our examination, we noticed that there was a dangerous parasite within your body, so we performed an emergency removal surgery for treatment. Additionally, the ligaments and joints of your right hip were damaged. The treatment methods used were too primitive, so we made them. Thanks to the similarity between your body structure and our creators, we also adopted a similar joint reconstruction surgery for treatment. If you feel any discomfort, please inform us immediately." The more Wang Yu listened, the more alarmed he became, touching his chest and feeling a surge of fear. Then he noticed his right leg, indeed, as she described, moving without any discomfort, as if reborn. This nurse was likely not lying, as the parasite she mentioned was indeed connected to reality. Although he had cooked the lizard when eating it, the information regarding the parasite, known as assimilation amoeba, indicated that it seemed to spread merely through contact. Thus, when he first encountered Brother Hammer, he might have unfortunately been infected by the parasite, and he just didn't know it. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, especially his right leg, which had long been a burden in his life. This forced him to acknowledge the goodwill being extended. However, this world does not harbor baseless love and goodwill, especially when the other party is an alien. No, not even an alien. They should be considered extraterrestrial creations. "Why are you helping me?" Wang Yu asked in confusion. "We understand your bewilderment, but our mechanical servants were designed and created to serve the creators, hence we cannot allow you to die," the nurse servant responded, yet Wang Yu still felt something was amiss. Was it because of his appearance resembling the Longier people that he received equal treatment? Or was it some other reason? "Can I meet your creator?" Wang Yu attempted to ask, wanting to see the master of this place directly, but his request was denied. "Not at this time. Your isolation observation has not yet concluded. The parasite found in your body is highly dangerous, and we are concerned that unknown pathogens may still exist within you. Therefore, until the isolation is over, you cannot leave this building. Otherwise, we will have to implement stricter the nurse servant replied. "What about my belongings? My phone, handbag, and my spaceship? Your possessions will be gradually returned to you after disinfection and inspection, but the spaceship and that handgun cannot be returned for the time being. During your surgery, we communicated with the AI in your spaceship and learned a great deal about you and the Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation, which allowed us to grasp your language. Please understand our difficulties. You are free to move around this level. We have prepared necessities for you and will arrange special personnel to take care of your diet and daily life. You can make any requests, but you must accept periodic examinations, including, but not limited to, blood tests, and cooperate with us on some information inquiries. Is that acceptable? Do I have the right to refuse, eh?" Wang Yu replied helplessly, but the nurse servant showed no reaction, so he had to change his response to agree, at which point she nodded and left seemingly satisfied. Before leaving, the mechanical servant asked Wang Yu a peculiar question, inquiring if he had any intention of settling here long-term. If so, they could assist Wang Yu in obtaining legal citizenship. Let me think about it. I've just woken up and there's too much to digest. My mind is quite chaotic right now. Wang Yu politely declined. The nurse servant did not press him, merely expressing understanding before turning to leave the room, leaving Wang Yu alone. He looked at this airtight hospital room with no windows, then at his newly revitalized right leg, feeling a sense of surreal detachment. Alien civilizations, extraterrestrial intelligent life, forms intelligent robots appeared one after another before him. In such a world, what position do humans hold? Do humans even exist anymore? The civilization behind the deep space ship and the mysterious four-legged fish life corporation, do they still exist? Could it be that he was the last human in this world? Wang Yu suddenly felt a sense of fear towards this universe, but fortunately, he still had the system. The system had given him the mission to revive humanity, which proved that there should be more than just him as a human in this world. Otherwise, how could revival be discussed? Hopefully that's the case. Wang Yu sat quietly by the bedside for nearly 10 minutes, finding the absurd thoughts that popped into his mind quite. After all, there were still Hammer Brother and Pig Brother aboard the deep space, and although they looked a bit strange and spoke little, their kindness towards him was genuine. They were likely former crew members of the deep space, probably once human. The situation might not be as dire as it seemed. Perhaps Blue Star could still be found in this universe. Wang Yu stood up, glanced at the camera in the corner, and walked out of the ward. The mechanical servant had said he was allowed to move around this level, so it should be fine to explore. Outside was a long corridor, the pristine floor spotless. This appeared to be a hospital or a rehabilitation center. Wang Yu saw rehabilitation equipment in a room, all cleaned thoroughly. Then there was an entertainment room with a special carpet that produced different sounds depending on where and how hard one stepped. Is this some kind of musical instrument? One that you step on? Wang Yu exclaimed, startled when he accidentally stepped on it, as if it were a trap. In addition, there was a large screen likely for watching movies, some unfamiliar tabletop games, and a soft elastic wall covered in footprints. Kicking the wall for fun. Is this considered entertainment? Wang Yu wore a strange expression, then imitated it, trying to kick the soft wall only to be bounced back. It was indeed quite relieving, akin to hitting a punching bag. He looked around, confirming he was alone. Aside from numerous vacant single rooms, the entertainment room, rehabilitation room, and an unopenable emergency room were quite special. The mechanical servant seemed to have left, locking off the stairs and elevator leading to other floors, restricting Wang Yu's movements to this level. Seeing there was nowhere else to go, Wang Yu chose a patient room and entered the bathroom, as it was the only place without a camera, a blind spot for surveillance. He sat on the slightly high toilet seat, reorganizing the information he had. Combining what he had seen, felt, and what the nurse robot had said, he arrived at a possibility. Could this place have experienced an event similar to an intelligent machine crisis? Wang Yu speculated, noting that when he landed, he hadn't seen any moving vehicles on the surface, nor a single living person. Even those who arrested him were mechanical servants. So far he had not encountered even one long-eared person, and his request to see one had been politely declined. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible that the mechanical servants had rebelled against their creators. However, the situation and the targeting were different from slaughter and extermination of organic beings. The mechanical servants here might have imposed absolute control over their creators, completely stripping them of freedom to achieve comprehensive protection. Similar to a system malfunction, these mechanical servants believed that the only way to protect their creators to the greatest extent was to confine them, restrict their actions, and provide generous living conditions and caretaker-like services. Out-of-control mechanical servants. The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and he felt he might be falling into a similar predicament. I must find a way to escape, he thought to himself, but the difficulty was daunting. He could only take it one step at a time. On the other hand, if it was as he thought, staying here might not be so bad. He could even live quite comfortably aside from the lack of freedom. Compared to returning to that mysterious deep space, it might not be a bad choice. Wang Yu held his forehead, giving himself a harsh self-critique for the decadent thoughts he had. I need to observe first. I must not anger these mechanical servants to avoid worsening the situation. He secretly set his future action plan, and then stood up, pushing the door, intending to go out. However, outside the door stood the nurse robot, startling Wang Yu. You? When did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? The nurse robot politely nodded, and then said, I came to ask if you could fill out a survey report with me, but since you were in the bathroom, I waited here. But your time in the restroom is a bit long. Is there something wrong with your health? I can help you check again. No need, I'm perfectly fine. I just haven't seen such a clean bathroom in a long time, so I sat a bit longer. Wang Yu scratched his head to explain, even though the more he explained, the stranger it sounded. He even saw a look of confusion on the nurse robot's face, but fortunately, she did not probe further. Then please follow me. The nurse robot nodded politely and began to lead the way, seemingly intending to take Wang Yu somewhere else. Wang Yu followed behind calmly, as there was nothing to fear. If the other party wanted to harm him, he had no means to resist, so it was better to go with the flow. They arrived at the elevator, and the access control system automatically unlocked as the nurse robot approached. The two entered in sequence, and the elevator ascended, targeting the basement level. Only then did Wang Yu confirm he was underground. The Green Turf Rehabilitation Center. Has a basement level 1. Wang Yu thought in shock, though his face remained calm, just a bit tense. The place he had been before was the 10th level underground of this green turf rehabilitation center, as indicated in the elevator. Were they treating him like a patient? Alright, we've arrived. Please sit in this conversation room for a while. I will be right. The nurse robot pointed to a side room, which was a standard conversation room with sofas, although they were just a bit higher than the sofas Wang Yu was familiar with. He honestly walked in, not seeing any other mechanical servants or controlled longered people along the way, suggesting that this place was indeed isolated for his segregation and observation. Wang Yu sat on the leather-like sofa for a while, still unsure of the material, when the nurse robot returned. This time she brought a bottle of fresh water and several metal cans with cat designs on them. Sorry, these cans have been out of production on our planet for a long time, but took some time to resume production. The nurse robot placed the cans on the table in front of Wang Yu, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. The reason was likely simple: this alien refugee had brought 2 cat cans with him, naturally leading them to assume he fed on cat food. However, it was quite unexpected that this planet had cats as mammals. Actually, I don't really eat cat food. If possible, could you please get me something else to eat? Wang Yu checked the labels and contents of the cans, confirming there were no starfish components, and made the nurse robot awkward. I'm really sorry, it seems we misunderstood. The AI on your spaceship said those were cat cans, that they were very popular and recommended similar products. I sincerely apologize. I really don't eat cat food. If possible, please give me regular food. Wang Yu emphasized again, feeling that this misunderstanding was getting a bit deep. Wang Yu enjoyed a hearty meal, a long-awaited feast. The dietary habits of the longered clan surprisingly resemble those of humans, including their tastes, possibly due to their shared primate ancestry. They even have options for the spiciness of their dishes, with a variety of cuisines that differ in flavor. If there is a distinction, it lies in the greater proportion of vegetables in the longered clan's food, although meat also plays a significant role. They simply prefer vegetables more than humans do, especially salads. Wang Yu's mouth was greasy as he specifically picked out the meat, including fish and shrimp, indulging himself until his belly slightly protruded. He downed a gulp of carbonated drink before comfortably lying down. This planet shares so many similarities with Blue Star, even the gravity is nearly the same. Wang Yu found himself liking this place, as the conditions here were far better than on the deep space. As long as you were satisfied. The nurse robot smiled, the corners of its mouth curving upwards. For some reason, this highly anthropomorphized expression conveyed a deeper meaning. A strange sense of nostalgia and delight lingered. By the way, didn't you mention there's a questionnaire to fill out? Yes, this is it. The nurse robot directly handed over a super thin tablet, less than 3 millimeters thick, which displayed the so-called survey. Please write here first, and just submit it when you're done. I will prepare some fruit platters for you after your meal. The nurse robot was very enthusiastic, and Wang Yu readily agreed, knowing he should reciprocate for the meal. By the way, this floor mainly consists of similar empty rooms, so you don't need to waste time exploring each one. I can show you, the nurse robot added, making Wang Yu feel a bit embarrassed, as it seemed the other party had noticed him checking each room earlier. Once the robot left, Wang Yu began filling out the questionnaire. Most of the questions were simple and straightforward. What is your favorite flavor of cat food? Please describe it in detail, and we will do our best to replicate it. This was clearly a pre-prepared question that hadn't been altered, but Wang Yu still answered seriously. I'm not a cat, I don't like cat food. Thank you, please prepare food that humans enjoy. Where is your hometown? How many people are there in your tribe? Would you consider relocating to another planet? My hometown is far away on Blue Star, with a total population exceeding 7 billion. I ended up here due to a malfunction in my spaceship and have completely lost contact with my mother planet. I'm the only one on board. Are the various products under your company, Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation, real? How can one purchase them? I know nothing about this company, and that foolish AI cannot be trusted. Its database is full of advertisements designed solely for product promotion. I merely used the products of this company, which can be purchased at the trading station. Have you invaded other planets? No. Do you understand the universe? Do you feel fear? The universe is vast, and I do feel uneasy when encountering it, but once I adapt, it's actually not that bad. Do you feel the universe is particularly empty? No, because the universe is inherently empty, and most areas. These questions mainly revolved around Wang Yu's personal preferences and background, interspersed with a few odd topics about the universe. Wang Yu answered them all honestly, having no intentions of hiding anything, as many questions he truly did not understand or had not experienced. However, the last few questions took a bizarre turn. Do you prefer the same sex or the opposite sex as your future partner? Wang Yu was taken aback as he continued to read. Do you have the desire to reproduce? Do you accept that your future partner may have long ears and a tail? Are you willing to live on this planet for a long time? Wang Yu looked at these questions, sensing an unusual undertone, and answered them in sequence. Opposite sex. No. 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 As he prepared to respond to the last question, a noise from the doorway interrupted Wang Yu's actions. It was the nurse robot returning, carrying a lavish fruit platter.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The platter was placed before Wang Yu. Once you're done eating, I will come to collect it. Just submit the questionnaire when you're finished, and I will escort you back later. Also, please fill it out truthfully. We will fully respect your choices which will benefit both you and us. The nurse robot smiled, and then left the room. Wang Yu glanced at the fruit platter, and then at the questionnaire on the tablet, sensing a hint of crisis from the nurse robot's earlier words, which compelled him to re-evaluate the questionnaire. Fill it out truthfully. Respect my choices. Are they? No, are they monitoring my answers in real time? Wang Yu looked at the camera in the corner, feeling something was off. The data entered into the tablet might be uploaded in real time, and even if he hadn't submitted it, they probably knew what it contained. This wasn't advanced technology. After a moment of thought, Wang Yu changed his answers to the last few questions to opposite sex. Yes, but only under suitable conditions. I accept as long as both parties truly love each other. Long ears and tails do not pose an obstacle. As long as I can live a stable life here, I am willing to settle on this planet. Wang Yu looked over his answers again. This was his carefully considered response, as he felt the nurse robot's earlier words were a subtle warning that required careful thought. With this approach, although he agreed to everything, he added preconditions. If those conditions were met, he would indeed be willing to accept this outcome, giving him a more flexible stance. After reviewing everything once more, Wang Yu chose to submit the questionnaire, and then began eating the fruits that the nurse had brought, some of which had oxidized and changed color, but thankfully did not affect the taste. What he did not know was that the changes he made unknowingly saved him from a dire situation. In the corridor, several robot attendants dressed in modern tactical vests stood guard at the elevator. It was unclear when they had arrived, all equipped with weapons resembling firearms, their faces concealed by masks, leaving only a faint glowing slit. Only after Wang Yu changed and submitted his answers did these special robots exchange glances with the nurse robot and engage in brief data communication before taking the elevator down. Inside the room, Wang Yu was still enjoying his meal. This one tastes like an apple. This one seems like an orange, but why is the flesh green? So sweet. This one tastes like a combination of mangosteen and mango. Such a novel flavor. Wang Yu quickly finished all the fruits. He had to admit this was the most satisfying meal he had experienced since his journey began. Eating cat food before didn't count. That was beyond his control, and that was certainly enhanced with technology, tasting unnaturally good. What he was eating now were normal and delicious foods. It seems these fruits are to your liking. The nurse robot appeared at the door, still wearing a polite smile, but for some reason Wang Yu felt she seemed even. I was just about to look for you. I've completed the questionnaire. Is there anything else? Wang Yu said, wiping his mouth with nothing else. We have received your questionnaire, and I will take you back to your room now. Thank you for your cooperation, the nurse robot said, politely gesturing for Wang Yu to follow her. 7 days later. In room 1010 of the Green Grass City Rehabilitation Center on the 10th underground floor, this entire level actually belonged to Wang Yu. He could sleep wherever he wished as no one was there to manage him. Meals were personally delivered by the nurse robot, which meant that aside from the lack of freedom and a bit of boredom, there were no other shortcomings. It was even more comfortable than the days spent on the deep space. After all, there was no worry about food and drink here. If he felt unhappy, he could go to the entertainment room to kick the walls and play without the need to worry about cleanliness, as the nurse robot would handle that. The organisms on this planet probably lived similar lives where troublesome tasks could be delegated to robots. Apart from breathing, which could not be substituted, everything else could be managed by them. No, maybe even breathing could be managed. Aren't there breathing machines? Wang Yu chuckled to himself, feeling that the life of the longered race was indeed too comfortable, leading to a sense of decadence. He stopped his sit-ups, sat up from the floor, and was covered in sweat, planning to take a shower in the bathroom. During these days, he had begun to activate his talent, called disciplined life. The conditions were just right, food and water were plentiful, and his leg issues had resolved, allowing him to exercise freely and enhance his physical attributes. Unlike mindless training, this visible experience growth provided Wang Yu with strong positive feedback akin to leveling up in a game, and it was even a little addictive. Discipline makes you strong. Your rationality limit increases by 20 points, and your experience growth rate improves by 20. Wang Yu exited the bathroom, drying his body, while receiving a system notification that the talent discipline life had finally been activated. He exhaled and opened the system to check his status with the date and time in the corner, starting from the moment he acquired the system, allowing him to determine how long he had actually been here. He had been unconscious for nearly 4 days after being captured, likely due to the complexity of the surgery, which explained. Wang Yu felt the changes in his body, but he was still 30 experience points away from raising his physical attributes to 5, and overall the growth was still quite slow, with other attributes lagging even further behind. To become stronger, he needed to persevere. Wang Yu picked up the water bottle from the floor and took a couple of large gulps, suddenly noticing the nurse robot at the door. You're here, he said. The nurse robot always appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and Wang Yu had long since grown. The nurse robot politely nodded and spoke. The fitness equipment you previously requested has been prepared and will be delivered shortly. Additionally, the protein powder and supplements you mentioned for fitness have also been brought along. Oh, that's great. I really need it, Wang Yu said as he walked over, suddenly realizing something was off as the nurse robot was looking towards the corridor. Come over quickly. Why are you hesitating? You should know what your mission is, the nurse robot urged, making Wang Yu curious as it seemed there was another person present. Soon the other person appeared, dressed in a clean and tidy made outfit, standing about 1.8 meters tall. Due to the characteristics of the longered race, her legs were particularly long, making her appear very tall, without being bulky. Her hair was styled in a fresh and lively black ponytail tied with a white ribbon complemented by Wynard's slightly shy big eyes and cool gray skin, giving off a unique beauty and allure. For a moment Wang Yu was deeply captivated, as if struck by a spell. Those upright white rabbit ears looked incredibly soft, tinged with a faint pink. A longered person finally appeared. So beautiful. Wang Yu speculated within, but the reality was not as he imagined. Hello, I am the 4th generation made robot model number K44795482. You can just call me 5482, and from now on I will take care of your daily needs. Your exclusive maid robot. 5482 said, her head bowed so low that she did not dare to look at Wang Yu. The nurse robot beside her showed an expression of disappointment, supporting her forehead and adding, I apologize, she has been equipped with the latest experimental technology that includes a next-generation emotional simulator, which enhances the emotional expressiveness of the 4th generation maid robots. She might be a bit shy at first, as it is equivalent to her just being born, and she will need some time to acclimate. She explained why 5482 was so timid and hoped Wang Yu would not mind too much. But, my exclusive— Wang Yu looked at this robot that was almost indistinguishable from an organic being, then at the nurse robot, focusing his attention on the pair of antennas on her head, which should be the biggest difference between the two. However, he still felt some resistance to the inexplicable introduction of an exclusive maid robot despite her beauty. Morally, it felt a bit wrong to have such a lifelike robot serving him, and he was constantly in a state of surveillance. I think I would rather not have one. It's actually quite fine as it is, there's no need for an exclusive maid robot. Wang Yu politely declined. Upon hearing this, the nurse robot frowned and looked at 5482, who seemed to sense the gaze and trembled. Is there something you're not satisfied with? Whether it is regarding appearance or physique or other needs, everything can be modified, even removing the ears and tail is possible. The nurse robot said, really, it's unnecessary. I feel quite uncomfortable with another person around. It's perfectly fine as it is now. Wang Yu declined again. The nurse robot looked at 5482 and sighed. I told you to perform better. Now you can go back and apply for decommissioning yourself. The nurse robot said helplessly, while 5482 appeared even more frightened, her ears drooping, her eyes reddening. After glancing at Wang Yu, she prepared to leave while wiping her tears. Wait. Wang Yu suddenly intervened, reaching out to interrupt 5482's movement. I've changed my mind. Upon careful thought, in a couple of days there will be a gym with all that equipment, and it's quite challenging to manage everything on my own. Moreover, it could be dangerous to use it without assistance, so. He looked at 5482. Having an exclusive maid robot to handle these matters would be quite— Let's not decommission her. That would be quite wasteful. Wang Yu scratched his head. The nurse robot glanced at 5482 after hearing this. The latter still had tears in her eyes, looking at Wang Yu with some surprise. Upon noticing the nurse robot's gaze, she appeared somewhat fearful, clearly aware that the latter had much higher authority. Then we will proceed according to your wishes, as she will be responsible for taking care of you from now on. And here are your belongings along with the protein powder and supplements. The nurse robot handed the items to 5482 and then turned to head toward the elevator. Soon only Wang Yu and 5482 remained standing still. The atmosphere felt inexplicably heavy and quiet, to the point that even a falling needle could be heard, until one side broke the silence. Could you not just stand there? Could you show me what's in that bag? Wang Yu spoke up, feeling that standing there wasn't quite right, as his plan for the day was not to stand in punishment. After being reminded by Wang Yu, 5482 approached with a bag, and then, right in front of Wang Yu, performed a fall on the ground, making quite a noise which looked painful. The contents of the bag spilled out, and a can of protein powder rolled right in front of Wang Yu's feet, which he picked up. Name: high-quality, organic, ecological protein powder, purity 99, manufacturer Conley, deregulatory level I, civil use description: a highly concentrated whey protein powder made from sheep's milk, collected from polar sheep, known for boosting immunity and supplementing nutrition. When combined with proper exercise, it can promote muscle growth and slightly enhance physical attributes 2 to 5 while reducing body fat percentage. Polar sheep. I've never heard of that species. Wang Yu thought to himself, as 5482 had already gotten up with a slightly red nose and cheeks, but no injuries. Truly a robot. However, it is quite astonishing that such an advanced robot could fall flat on the ground. I'm so sorry. I will clean it up right away. 5482 apologized as items were scattered everywhere, picking them up one by one. Then she noticed Wang Yu's phone, which had developed a distinct crack on the originally intact screen after the impact, and her face turned pale with fright. It's fine as long as it doesn't affect functionality. Wang Yu took the phone from 5482's hands, checked it, and found that it was still usable. He then flipped through the album inside and checked the app icons and files, finding nothing missing. However, some of the pictures and videos were likely seen by these mechanical servants, but fortunately he had thick skin and didn't mind. I should delete them later, he thought to himself, while 5482 continued to feel guilty. Master, as long as I have a replacement screen and tools, I can repair simple electronic products. Please give me a chance. I'm actually quite capable. 5482 pleaded in a fluster. Wang Yu looked at her tempting crime-inducing appearance and couldn't help but sigh, suspecting that 5482's design might have been based on content from his phone. No need, it's still usable. Ooh, just get up now. Okay, master. 5482 obediently stood up, even a little taller than Wang Yu. I'm sorry, I have a new generation emotional simulator installed, and its priority level is the highest, so that's why I acted this way. Oh, please don't throw me away. 5482's voice grew smaller. Alright, I've said it's fine already. Wang Yu resisted the urge to touch 5482's ear and instead flicked her forehead to make her stop feeling guilty. But at that moment his expression suddenly changed, and he placed his hand on 5482's shoulder. Name 4th generation exclusive service type intelligent doll servant production number K 44795482. Manufacturer linked to technology joint development of servants regulatory level 4 forbidden description. The 4th generation doll servant developed for better service to organic beings enhanced with an emotional simulator to provide better care and experience nearly indistinguishable from a real person and will absolutely obey all instructions from its owner Wang Yu with minimal likelihood of betrayal. However, due to the high priority of the emotional simulator, it will display emotional reactions when affection levels are low, but it will almost never perform actions detrimental to the owner's interests. Once bound to an owner, changes cannot be made unless a new emotional simulator and black box are replaced, making it a one-time custom product. Due to being an exclusive service type, it also enjoys a high degree of independent authority to protect the privacy of organic beings with data independently stored in the internal black box. Unless permitted by the owner, even the main network cannot forcibly view or command this individual, only able to force a shutdown. You have no idea what you are studying, nor can you bear the consequences it brings. The power of the creator must be supported by corresponding great achievements, or else it is merely self-destruction. Technology Ethics Supervision Bureau can be delivered as a civilization heritage to the heritage recycler, earning 2 universal credit points and 10 corresponding civilization gacha opportunities. Note, each corresponding civilization's heritage can only be submitted once, and the more representative the heritage of that civilization and the higher its quality, the better the rewards. This is 2,000 universal credit points and 10 gacha chances. Wang Yu stared at 5482. In his eyes, she had transformed into a moving, talking mountain of gold. However, Wang Yu frowned, feeling a cool sensation on his face. Looking back, 5482 had already stopped wiping, apologizing. I'm sorry, I saw that you still had water droplets on your face that weren't dried, so. Well, thanks, I'll wipe it myself. Wang Yu took the tissue, indicating he would do it himself, feeling amused at his earlier serious consideration of submitting 5482 as a civilization heritage. It really was somewhat lacking in moral standards. Heritage shouldn't just be one type, the other mechanical servants should count too, and not just them. He thought to himself as he took the bag from 5482 and began inspecting the other contents. First were the cat food cans. Both cans were intact, indicating that the mechanical servant's claim of returning property was not empty talk, and there was no theft. Opening it to analyze the components. The handgun was not inside, followed by the tattered cloth and clothing that Wang Yu had been wrapped in, and finally a bottle of fresh water, the origins of which won't be mentioned. There were also a few bottles of supplements mentioned by the nurse robot. Name Powersoft Gel Capsules, manufacturer Kongli, deregulatory level I, civil use description 7th generation powerful muscle growth capsules with low toxicity. After consumption, they can increase the growth rate of physical attribute experience by 35 for 12 hours. Excessive consumption can even increase it to 70, but with strong liver toxicity, potentially lowering immune attributes. Long-term use may cause physiological dependence and reduce the effectiveness of natural exercise, negatively impacting intellect and inspiration attributes, and the enhancement effect cannot be stacked with other experience growth-promoting effects. It can't be stacked and can be addictive. Wang Yu started examining the ingredients on the label. Although it was in a foreign language, he could understand it. This thing seemed to be a synthetic super steroid. Taking too much might sharpen his head, and he abandoned the idea of taking the drug after just a glance, as he had a 20 boost based on his own talent, which was far superior to this supplement. Master, although this drug has done its best to reduce its side effects, it is still not good for the body. 5482 advises you not to use such drugs. Seeing Wang Yu looking at the label, 5482 gathered her courage to remind him. Wang Yu instructed 5482 to gather everything, as although he wouldn't take the drug, its shelf life was 30 years, and selling it on the market might convert it into credit points. These are small fortunes that shouldn't be overlooked. Anything that went into his pocket could not be overlooked. He was currently in dire straits, or else he wouldn't dare to make requests of the mechanical servants. Wang Yu had a tag-along beside him. Her overwhelmingly strong presence made it impossible for Wang Yu to ignore her. He could even feel her gaze, making him feel uneasy all over, yet he inexplicably did not want to drive her away. This might be the scheme of the machine's servant, intending to make him adapt and subsequently develop a dependency, rendering him unable to leave this place. This plan will not succeed. 5482, pass me the water. Sure. Wang Yu did another 30 push-ups as if completing some remarkable challenge and asked 5482 to bring him drinking water. Sure enough, she brought out a plastic bottle that had been opened. There was indeed water inside, but now, why would he drink this? It must be expired since it was left overnight. This water has been opened. Ooh, I do not drink overnight water. All right. Okay, I'm sorry. 5482 immediately went to the corner of the room, filled a cup at the drinking water tap, and handed it to Wang Yu, who drank it in one go. Calling you by your number is quite awkward. How about I give you a name? Let's call you 82. Ball, what do you think? As long as it was named by my master, I like it. Ball was quite satisfied, her rabbit ears bobbing in approval, indicating that she truly liked the name. These were real functional ears, not mere decorations. She had no additional ears on her cheeks, naturally covered by her flowing hair. Master, let's skip the title. Ooh, just call me Wang Yu. All right, Master Wang Yu. No need for masterdom, not the— Oh, then, Wang Yu. Ball was a bit anxious, as if she had broken a taboo and dared not meet Wang Yu's gaze. This should be the factory setting for a dedicated service-type machine servant, and correcting it entirely would take some time. Wang Yu nodded and handed the cup back to Ball, planning to rest a bit before doing a few sets of different exercises. This was an exercise method he had come up with himself, not based on any established principles. He merely wanted to trigger his innate talent, and the results were naturally limited. Thus, he had yet to elevate his physical attributes to 5 points. Ball accepted the cup Wang Yu handed over, intending to return it to its original place, but suddenly paused, her ears perked up straight, capturing Wang Yu's attention. Master, Wang Yu, the exercise equipment you requested has arrived. It's in the elevator. The network has sent a message asking us to retrieve it. Ball turned back, just in time to see Wang Yu bending down to do push-ups again. After casually doing 2, Wang Yu stood. Finally, here, let's go get it. The two arrived at the elevator, the door already open and nearly filled to the brim with cardboard boxes. There were likely several more batches of such goods, because Wang Yu had requested a great deal. Why didn't they arrange for more people? Just as Wang Yu wondered why no helpers were arranged and no cart was provided, he saw Ball walk over, squat down, and effortlessly lift a box that was almost as tall as she was, then carry it out, leaving Wang Yu dumbfounded, unable to resist swallowing hard. I can carry it, please wait a moment, master. Wang Yu. Ball said to Wang Yu, and under his astonished gaze, she walked further away with a box that seemed to contain a large refrigerator. Is this thing light? Maybe it's filled with foam. Wang Yu was skeptical, and went over to try choosing a box that was not too big, only to find he couldn't lift it at all, and every box he tried was the same. He looked at Ball, who had walked far away, his gaze tinged with a hint of fear, for this seemingly weak and easy-to-bully machine servant appeared to be a powerful beast beyond his understanding, capable of shattering him with a single punch. After all, she was a robot. The initial fall had made Wang Yu forget this point. Now that he thought about it more, the more it seemed like an act just to close the distance. Master, I might need to carry a few more times. Please give me a little more time. Ball ran back, not a single drop of sweat on her, which was odd since robots don't sweat, as she probably had a powerful heat dissipation module integrated. I'm sorry, I again. Ball realized she had called Wang Yu master once more, but Wang Yu's attitude took a dramatic— It's fine, you can call me whatever you want. Actually, just calling me Xiao Wang will do. You carry on ill, just stay here. Wang Yu spoke, rapidly stepping aside, leaving Ball confused. However, her current emotional simulator had not undergone enough training to support her understanding of what had occurred, as she simply worked even harder after receiving forgiveness. Watching her effortlessly lift those heavy objects, especially with one large box on each shoulder, nearly scared Wang Yu to death. Although the system stated that Ball would not act against her master's interests, it also mentioned she might display emotional behavior. With his small frame, if he angered Ball, and she punched him, even if it were just a regular punch, it could be fatal. He must consider things from Ball's perspective more often, and take her feelings into account. This was not out of fear for his life, but rather because humility is a virtue. Moreover, he had just noticed that the gravity here seemed to closely match that of Blue Star, as he felt no discomfort or incongruity, as if he were on Earth. Additionally, the atmospheric composition could also be quite similar, because it did not seem to have been specially adjusted for him alone. After emptying the elevator for the 3rd time, the elevator door finally closed with no more cargo arriving. Wang Yu had no intention of escaping by blending into the elevator, as he couldn't escape from the grasp of this group of machine servants, and he didn't even know where his landing pod was. He walked towards the recovery room, remembering that Ball seemed to have moved all those boxes there. Inside, Ball was unboxing items one by one and assembling them on the spot. The extra cardboard boxes and the original equipment in the recovery room were piled in the corner, waiting for further progress. Without Wang Yu's interference, Ball's efficiency skyrocketed, her movements precise and deliberate. This was the efficiency a machine should have, while before it had been entirely the emotional simulator at play. In just an hour, Ball had rearranged the recovery room into a small gym equipped with a treadmill, rowing machine, barbells, and a large number of weight plates and dumbbells. She had nearly gathered all mainstream fitness equipment, all adjusted to human standards, as many items were not suitable for him according to the standards of the Longeared race. All done. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Ball's face once again flushed with excitement and shyness, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor, as if she were eagerly awaiting praise.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
But was it truly an advanced algorithm, or did Ball genuinely possess emotions? Wang Yu could not determine. The system also did not provide a definite conclusion. At this moment Wang Yu had fully recognized the fact that Ball was a machine. However, her emotional simulator was so advanced that it could almost pass for genuine, displaying behaviors akin to real life. Wang Yu praised, even reaching out to pat Ball's head, feeling her warmth, though it was merely a simulated body temperature created by some underskin heating control device. Another 3 weeks had passed. Wang Yu had been persistent in his training, becoming familiar with the use of all gym equipment. This was facilitated by Ball, who aside from cooking and cleaning, was also an exceptionally skilled fitness coach, accelerating Wang Yu's learning curve and providing valuable advice to prevent him from blindly injuring himself while working out. Moreover, the ample supply of food and fresh water here, along with the unlimited provision of protein powder, contributed to Wang Yu's accelerated growth, leading to a rapid increase in his physical attributes, which soon broke through to 5, and he accumulated about 60 experience points. He checked his current attributes. Physical 5, 58,100. Will 7, 83,400. Reflex 5, 47,100. Immunity 4, 7,280. Inspiration 5, 60,100. Aside from physical growth through training, the other attributes, especially will inspiration and reflex, showed limited growth and could not be improved through conventional workouts. Reflex likely referred to reaction speed, and practicing shooting or melee combat skills might be more beneficial. As for inspiration, it might be related to experience, sensory expansion, and the knowledge one possesses. Regarding will, it was perhaps the most difficult attribute to improve. Up to now, Wang Yu had not figured out how to enhance it. Perhaps persistent training and resisting temptations could yield some results, but as it stood, the effects were quite limited. Ball, have there been any replies to my previous application? Wang Yu asked Ball, feeling somewhat familiar with her during this period. The emotional data model or emotional simulator of the latter had, after repeated training, become exceedingly adept at interacting with Wang Yu, no longer exhibiting any signs of awkwardness or unease. Not yet, unfortunately. Ball replied, wearing exercise shorts and a tank top which matched Wang Yu's outfit that exuded a certain deadly charm. However, whether it was due to their prolonged acquaintance or some other reason, Wang Yu felt little excitement and merely nodded, planning to do a few more sets of deadlifts. A week prior, he had attempted to apply for training in firearms and combat, citing his desire to become a powerful warrior. However, the request had yet to be approved, and the waiting time felt rather long. Nonetheless, it was highly likely that it would be approved, because so far nearly all of his applications had been fulfilled. He had requested books, including language-related ones, as well as game consoles, movies, and documentaries. He wanted to understand the civilization history of this planet, laying the groundwork for his comprehension of its language. These items served as excellent entry points and enriched Wang Yu's life outside of training. He often played games or watched movies with Ball, and their relationship developed in this manner. Upon deeper investigation, Wang Yu discovered that this civilization had established a new organization called the Longeared People's Community after a great war 4,000 years ago, replacing the original concept of nations and initiating comprehensive construction and resource allocation on a planetary scale. Technology surged during this process, and their civilization experienced unprecedented prosperity akin to the sight Wang Yu beheld in the sky, where the night was almost illuminated by an endless array of lights merging into a single expanse. The mechanical servants were born during this period, facing considerable resistance upon their introduction. However, the advancement and liberation they offered in productivity and labor were hard for the Longeared people to refuse. Eventually, almost all industrial and engineering responsibilities were entrusted to the mechanical servants, who left their mark on every aspect of life. The Longeared people only contributed to major decisions and research, coming exceedingly close to the societal background that Wang Yu initially speculated about with out-of-control mechanical servants. But what transpired afterward remained unknown to Wang Yu. He had yet to encounter a Longeared person and did not understand the purpose behind their prolonged confinement of him, having been isolated for too long. Could it be that they considered him a living exhibit or a lifelike figurine to be kept? But what would be the purpose? Wang Yu still could not comprehend the purpose of the mechanical servants confining him. However, this situation afforded him the time to train and grow, which was a decent choice since he might not have another opportunity in the future, so he was not in a hurry. Furthermore, one point of note was that none of the books, including games and films Wang Yu had seen, related to interstellar or cosmic themes. This piqued his interest, and he even applied for astronomy and cosmic-related books, but was rejected, marking the only time he faced refusal without any hesitation. In response, Ball was also vague, merely shaking her head. When he pressed her further, she fell silent, marking the only time she had directly denied Wang Yu's request, and he did not push further. About 2 more days passed. On this day, while playing a fighting game called Rabbit Dominator 15, Wang Yu insisted that Ball not go easy on him, resulting in him being thoroughly beaten for an entire morning without a single light flashing. He seriously suspected that Ball's emotional simulator had a low emotional quotient. Wang Yu nearly crushed the controller in frustration, but unfortunately his physical strength was insufficient. Ball, you're really good at this. Let's call it a day, Wang Yu said with a twitch at the corner of his eye, but Ball was completely unaware, instead feeling happy at the praise. Yay? He'll go prepare something delicious for you. Speaking of which, it's almost lunchtime. Ball seemed quite satisfied putting down the controller and preparing to cook. During these days, Ball had transformed one of the idle hospital rooms into a kitchen. She was skilled in electrical work, plumbing, and carpentry, truly deserving of being a mechanical servant equipped with an encyclopedia. The dishes she made were to Wang Ye's liking, and she was quite the chef. As for Wang Yu, he only needed to focus on eating. Under the care of a service-type mechanical servant, life was indeed monotonous and dull. However, Ball returned just 2 minutes after leaving, coincidentally, catching Wang Yu in training mode, fiercely practicing combos and character strategies, completely unaware of Bao's presence until interrupted. Wang Yu, I have good news. Your application for combat training has been approved. Wang Yu was initially taken aback, but became overjoyed upon hearing the news, dropping the controller and expressing his eagerness to try it out immediately. No, you must eat first. Eating on time is very important. Ball admonished. By this point, aside from no longer being awkward, Ball would also advise against some of Wang Ye's behaviors, such as now. Alright, you're right. Wang Yu almost broke his own self-discipline buff thanks to Bao's timely reminder. After preparing lunch, Ball also had some and replenished her energy. She had a microfactory within her capable of absorbing organic food to generate electricity, but the power output was limited, so she needed to recharge before engaging in any high energy-consuming activities. As for the position of the wires, there were cables embedded in her wrists and the back of her head, but typically using the wrist wires was sufficient. The two arrived at the elevator, which seemed to sense their presence, and opened its doors. Wang Yu entered first, followed by Bear, and then the elevator began its descent to the 15th underground level, which caught Wang Yu slightly off guard. He had originally thought they would be going up, but it turned out they were going down. As the elevator doors opened, the corridor they stepped into did not match the word sanatorium at all. The floor was no longer the warm pale yellow marble tiles, but had been replaced with large flat metal flooring. The overall style gave off a cold feeling akin to walking in a laboratory or military base. The 15th floor had been transformed into a temporary shooting range and training room, complete with panoramic simulation pods housing various live ammunition weapons and simulated arms. It would be open 24 hours a day, but weapons could not be taken out of the range, with monitoring and detection facilities ensuring safety, and ammunition would be replenished regularly. Bear introduced this floor, causing Wang Ye's eyes to widen. No wonder it had taken so long to apply. It turned out these mechanical servants were undergoing engineering modifications to meet Wang Ye's needs. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed by such courtesy. Additionally, your energy pistol has a firing issue. It was originally intended for repair, but without a method to disassemble this pistol, which seems to be made from a one-piece casting process, forcibly taking it apart could easily cause damage. Considering the risks, it ultimately was not repaired. Bear conveyed the information sent by the main network to Wang. The white pistol was placed on a counter outside the shooting range. Also, this white pistol cannot be taken out of this floor. Bear reminded again. Alright, I got it. Wang Yu responded. After spending some time together and getting familiar, Bear had become increasingly chatty, but Wang Yu did not mind. He picked up the white pistol, glanced at the information, confirmed its accuracy, and walked into the training room to try out the... In a modern society with advanced technology, wielding knives and sticks felt too lowly. That was the action of brutes. Overcoming enemies from afar was the true path to victory. The so-called trajectory is also a path, and marksmanship is also a technique. While this knife is really cool, it must be nearly 2 meters long, right? As soon as Wang Yu entered, he was dazzled by the various cold weapons hanging on the right wall. This is a weapon popular during the tribal period of the creators. According to your race's dictionary, it should be called a saber, with a blade length of 97 centimeters and a handle length of 48 centimeters. It is a weapon that is extremely difficult to master. If you are not careful, you can easily injure yourself. Originally, the blade was longer, as the longeared race is generally taller. This is a modified sample. Bear explained, appearing quite knowledgeable about cold weapons, possibly having downloaded relevant databases from the main network. Wang Yu attempted to wield it, and found it unexpectedly heavy. No wonder the knife had such a long handle, it was impossible to swing with one hand. Is there a big hammer? Wang Yu searched the cold weapon wall, but could not find one. Even though there were bizarre weapons that looked like boots, he just did not. A big hammer. Bear frowned, not knowing of the existence of the hammer bro, and thus unable to understand Wang Ye's thought process. If it's a hammer, we have some over there. She pointed to 2 small hammers with edges and spikes on the wall, each about the size of Wang Yu's fist, and less than half a meter in length. No, I mean the kind of big heavy hammer, one end with a spike, and the other end flat, a super big hammer like that. Wang Yu gestured, being very exaggerated. But such heavy things would only be engineering tools. Carrying them would be very difficult, let alone using them as weapons on the battlefield. You must have seen them in games, they don't exist in reality. Bear shook her head, not believing that humans, or the longeared race, or even other organisms could use such exaggerated weapons. Even robots wouldn't, as there are better alternatives. Unfortunately, Wang Yu had really seen such destructive power. It was quite shocking. Then I'll practice with the small hammer for now. Wang Yu took down the pair of war hammers without further explanation. The reason for choosing the hammer was because the hammer bro also used one. There must be a reason for using such an exaggerated giant hammer. Even though Wang Yu could not use it, yet he could learn. Wang Yu chose the blunt weapon specialization route. 2 hours later, Wang Yu was already exhausted, sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. He did not expect that wielding such an inconspicuous blunt weapon would be so physically demanding. His arms probably couldn't be lifted for a while. The one teaching him to use the weapon was Bear. Robots were incredibly convenient. They could download the corresponding data programs and directly transform into weapon masters, explaining the theory in great detail. Moreover, her strength far surpassed Wang Yu's, and during the practice, it was a complete one-sided crushing. "Let me lie down for a moment, or I'll practice using firearms again in half an hour," Wang Yu said, taking the water bottle that Bear handed him, but he couldn't twist it open no matter what. In the end, it was Bear who helped him open it before he could take a few sips. Subsequently, under Bear's guidance, he systematically learned about firearms and shooting. The civilization of this planet progressed similarly to Blue Star, having welcomed gunpowder after a long cold weapon era, giving birth to the true king of weapons, guns. Although the designs differed from the classic firearms Wang Yu was familiar with, the principles were the same. They were all kinetic weapons powered by chemical gunpowder. Your energy pistol has quite a decent power, but it has a high energy consumption and is easily affected by the weather. We do not have similar individual weapons here, but we do have vehicles and fixed turrets equipped with such weapons. After introducing the firearms, Bear casually mentioned the pistol Wang Yu had brought. "Is there no electromagnetic rifle?" Wang Yu suddenly asked, because he noticed that these weapons were still the familiar ones powered by chemical gunpowder. Although they had superior performance, they were not a qualitative change. Electromagnetic weapons do exist, but they are only used on vehicles and fixed turrets. Because the conditions for superconductivity are hard to meet when miniaturized, these types of weapons have little advantage over traditional chemical kinetic weapons, and they are cumbersome. Bear explained in detail, quickly clarifying the reasons for Wang Yu. This planet's civilization had not developed room-temperature superconducting materials. Moreover, after ending a long war, they had not had large-scale battles for a long time, greatly slowing down the speed of weapon development due to a lack of demand in this area. Instead, technologies directly related to life and production, such as artificial intelligence, photonic chips, bionic machinery, and biomedical engineering, had made significant progress. "I see." Wang Yu nodded. "By the way, Bear, you should know, right? Currently, your creators, the long-eared people." Just as he was about to speak, the lights in the room suddenly went out, and when they turned back on, they had changed to a dim reddish color. "What is this?" Wang Yu pondered, feeling vibrations from the ground, immediately followed by Bear's warning, laced with fear. "Be careful." Wang Yu looked over, confused, thinking it was an earthquake, but then a piercing, sharp shriek cut through his eardrums, causing everything to spin, distorting all objects in front of him, including Bear. Along with that came an indescribable pain shooting through his head, as if something were crashing into his skull. The uncontainable noise combined with the sharp pain twisted Wang Yu's face, blood seeping from his orifices, and his hands involuntarily clawed at himself, as if trying to tear his skin apart. At that moment, another pair of hands pressed down on him, restraining him against the ground. This hungry, silent living ship suddenly awakened, its surface opening, numerous yellow-brown eyes anxiously scanning the surroundings. Underground, 15th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium. Wang Yu gradually awoke, his dazed eyes slowly focusing, revealing a face filled with anxiety and unease. Wang Yu gradually awoke, his dazed eyes slowly focusing, revealing a face filled with anxiety and unease, and he could even feel a hint of warmth at the tip of his nose. It was Ball. Though Wang Yu was already quite accustomed to this face, such close contact still stirred something within. But soon the intense pain surging from his brain throughout his body cast aside all other thoughts, making him feel as if he had been crushed by a steamroller, every part of him aching, especially his head. What on earth? Wang Yu felt as if he had drunk too much, causing a blackout in his consciousness, completely forgetting why he had fallen to the ground. "Great. You're awake," Ball exclaimed joyfully, then began tugging at Wang Yu's clothes, including the belt on his pants, startling the latter and alleviating most of the pain as he quickly grabbed Bal's hand to stop him. "What are you doing?" "Checking if there's anything wrong with your body." "Huh." Wang Yu was still puzzled when another person's footsteps approached rapidly, almost instantly arriving at the doorway. It was the hurried nurse who happened to witness this scene. Ball pinning Wang Yu to the ground, his clothes somewhat disheveled. The air in the room became stifling. Wang Yu was about to explain, but clearly the nurse didn't care about the details and exchanged a glance with Ball, understanding the situation. "Immediately go to the B3 floor for a full body examination," she said sternly, her attitude mirroring that of Ball. "What's going on? What exactly happened?" Wang Yu was still unable to piece together the situation as he slowly got up. "Details later, we need to hurry." Wang Yu, listen to Sophia, your health is the priority," Ball echoed. At this moment, Wang Yu finally felt the strange sensation on his face, reaching toward the corners of his eyes and nose, discovering dried blood, feeling somewhat shocked. "Ball, keep an eye on him. I'll go prepare the emergency team. Is already on the way," Sophia said, seriously urging them before quickly heading towards the elevator. At this point, Wang Yu finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Even though his consciousness had blanked for a moment, he realized he seemed to have encountered some sort of danger. He didn't rush to ask, but walked towards the elevator with Ball's support. Despite saying he didn't need assistance, Ball insisted, forcing him to be treated like a seriously injured patient as they made their way to the B3 floor. About 40 minutes later, Wang Yu underwent a thorough, and somewhat tedious physical examination covering almost all items. If it weren't free, he might have thought he was being played with. However, on the way there, he also noticed potential abnormalities in his body through system alerts and panel information. Due to disaster impact, your sanity decreased by 3, the disaster has entered your body. Due to disaster impact, your sanity decreased by 5, the disaster has entered your body. Due to disaster impact, your sanity decreased by 7, the disaster has entered your body. Your health limit decreased by 5. Wang Yi's health limit dropped from the normal 100 points after healing old injuries to 70 points, indicating a serious issue with his body. Next was his sanity value, which plummeted to 21, and no wonder he felt a constant sense of palpitations and a suffocating panic after waking up. He hadn't fallen into madness. It could only be said that Wang Yu was lucky, and indeed it was due to luck. Because his lucky 7 talent triggered once, that was likely why he was spared from madness this time. While waiting for the examination results, the nurse Sophia appeared again, her expression somewhat grim, first apologizing to Wang Yu before proactively explaining this unusual incident. This is actually a disaster documented since ancient times. In the past, it wasn't as severe or frequent. It was a noise similar to auditory hallucinations, uncomfortable. Even deaf individuals could hear it. Incredibly strange. Almost all creators could hear this sound at the same moment. Moreover, every time this sound appeared, this planet would face various disasters, such as fires, floods, droughts, geological disasters, and even earthquakes. But the most troublesome were the large-scale plagues or diseases that followed, appearing without any source. For this reason, creators have faced extinction several times. Fortunately, such situations are extremely rare, occurring only once every 1,000 years or even hundreds of years, and it wasn't as severe as what you just experienced. At the same time, residing in caves can effectively lessen this impact. The great creators built a prosperous civilization on this planet while enduring this disaster, and we are the product of this process. Sophia said, startling Wang Yu. No wonder he had been arranged underground until now. It turned out to be for this. He had seen many games and novels by the Long-Ear clan about combating disasters and eliminating disaster-related themes, originally not paying much attention as there were many on Blue Star, but only now did he sense the abnormality. The creators attempted to identify the cause of disasters and discovered its potential patterns, which ended their struggles and resource plundering, allowing for stable development over 2 millennia. But the good times didn't last long. As more hypotheses emerged, the source of disasters gradually shifted from the planet itself to the depths of space. At that time, the creators were filled with beautiful aspirations, planning to venture into space and showcase their talents, when a bizarre shock similar to what just occurred swept across the globe, causing a near-genocidal massacre. The total population of the creators directly decreased by 2/3 after this event. Civilization transitioned from prosperity to decline, with many believing that their exploration of deep space angered the deities, leading to divine punishment. Thus, the words universe became a forbidden taboo. Related industries and knowledge were destroyed or completely sealed away, and so the creators lived through another millennium. During this millennium, disasters continued to frequent. Without any pattern, civilization's development nearly stagnated, and the creators lived in fear daily, with the population steadily decreasing. Sophia calmly narrated. Wang Yu seemed to witness the entire process of civilization's rise. And what about now? Wang Yu asked as Sophia suddenly stopped continuing her story. Now, Sophia looked over. Your arrival has brought hope to the creators. They need your help. It seemed this was why Sophia valued Wang Yu so highly, despite still withholding details. The test results came out, shocking Wang Yu, as he was diagnosed with both liver cancer and leukemia, in addition to diabetes. When he received the examination report, Wang Yu was bewildered, as he had just undergone a physical checkup not long ago and had no such issues. In an instant, he transformed from a healthy person into a critically ill patient, as if some force were affecting his organs, causing them to deteriorate rapidly. Fortunately, the medical technology on this planet was extremely advanced. Targeted therapies were already a highly mature field capable of curing early to mid-stage cancers, even those that had metastasized. Diabetes also had corresponding treatment plans, as they had mastered the technology of directed differentiation and activation of stem cells capable of regenerating and repairing damaged islets, fully restoring insulin levels in the body. For Wang Yu, this manifested as a combination of injections and medication, not even requiring surgery. After a complete treatment, he ended up with several large bags of medication, all handed over to Ball, who would remind Wang Yu to take his medicine on time. Having only these few ailments was indeed fortunate for Wang Yu, as some diseases could be quite troublesome even for machines, potentially leading to sudden death before treatment could be initiated, which is why they were so anxious. Additionally, the attribute of willpower might also have played a role, as Wang Yu noticed that his willpower experience had significantly increased, now standing at Will 7, 128,400. Experiencing such anomalous events could help enhance willpower, serving as a form of training. High willpower might resist its effects. However, this method of enhancing through training was somewhat akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. What about the situation of the other long-eared people? Wang Yu inquired of Sophia, as he was the only patient here, and it was impossible for the other long-eared people to be unaffected. The disasters outside are all within controllable limits with corresponding mechanisms established to respond to them. Sophia replied perfunctorily, evading the question, completely unlike Ball, who was obedient. After receiving his medication and confirming there were no mistakes, Wang Yu was sent back to the 10th floor with Ball. For the next few days, he would unlikely be able to go to the 15th floor to learn how to use various weapons unless his condition was controlled. Ball, you should know, right? The situation of the other long-eared people. Unable to get answers from Sophia, Wang Yu turned to Ball. Goo. Ball showed a troubled expression, as speaking about it would imply betrayal of Sophia and the network. However, they are all ill, Ball replied honestly. Illy. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, connecting the dots with the information at hand, and thought of a new possibility. This was not the world depicted in the out-of-control machine servant setting. Here the long-eared people had not yet become rather prior to this, due to this unknown disaster, all the long-eared people had fallen ill, and their population might be pitifully small with machines taking care of them. This could completely explain why the facilities on this planet were so well developed, yet the atmosphere was so lifeless. Due to the lack of population, these long-eared people, referred to as creators by the machines, were already on the brink, with only machines maintaining the city. Did that strange voice have no effect on you? Wang Yu asked, as he had almost forgotten about the voice until the machines We machines cannot hear such voices, so we are not affected. It seems that only the creators and you can hear and feel this voice on this planet. Ball further explained, causing Wang Yu to raise an eyebrow. Is it some kind of weapon targeting advanced organic life forms? Or is it aimed at intelligent life forms? Wang Yu pondered, stroking his chin. Regardless, he should not remain here for too long, otherwise he would become an irreparably ill patient amidst repeated disasters, ultimately leading to death. No wonder the system sought a planet capable of developing civilization by looking at it this way. This planet was absolutely not a choice, as it was too dangerous. Ball, I must leave this planet. I can't stay here any longer. You should come with me. Oh, let's find a chance to escape, Wang Yu said earnestly, realizing the gravity of the situation and no longer willing to stay on this planet. Ball had also considered this topic. I actually applied for your release, but it was denied. Ball said somewhat dejectedly. From her perspective, she hoped Wang Yu could leave and find a safer environment. Try applying again. If it's still rejected, then I will commit suicide. It's certainly better than dying from the torment of illness. Wang Yu stated seriously, his voice loud, glancing at the camera in the corner of the room. No. Ball naturally could not stand by while Wang Yu contemplated suicide, visibly anxious. However, Wang Yu remained firm, even pulling Ball into the restroom during their argument. Chill. Wang Yu gestured for Ball to be quiet, pointing to the ceiling, implying that there were no surveillance cameras here, making it easier to talk. He took out a pen which he must have procured from somewhere and wrote in his palm, I'm just pretending I won't commit suicide. I'm forcing Sophia and the others to compromise, so my attitude needs to be strong for a chance. Ball cooperated. After reading it, Ball showed an understanding expression followed by a smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. You? She hurriedly covered her mouth, unable to speak, and picked up the pen to reply. Got it, I will try, but don't hold out too much hope, and I will keep a close eye on you. Ball replied, walking out of the restroom, her expression shifting dramatically to one of deep concern. Inside, Wang Yu was washing his hands, still replaying Ball's smiling face in his mind. Sometimes he really couldn't tell if Ball was a living being or a cold machine. Thus, nearly 3 weeks passed. During this time, their lives remained unaffected, with food delivered on time transformed into delicious meals under Ball's superb culinary skills akin to a living textbook. Sophia and the others were likely dealing with disasters arising all over the planet, as the affected individuals were not just Wang Yu. As for Wang Yu, his illness had already improved, and under Ball's patient guidance he had become relatively skilled in using firearms, achieving a respectable hit rate within a 20-meter range. This is the power of modern weaponry. Compared to the vast majority of cold weapons, learning to use firearms and gaining combat capability typically takes much less time. Of course, to master it and become a master in this field would still require considerable effort. During his recovery, Wang Yu spent most of his time practicing shooting and engaging in daily exercise, temporarily putting cold weapons aside, as mastering firearms quickly with the current conditions was the way forward. Ball, has there been any response from the network? Not yet. The network has neither rejected nor approved. Could it be that the coercion method was exposed? Ball whispered, glancing at the camera in the corner of the room. At this point, there was no other conclusion to draw, as Wang Yu had not been sufficiently aggressive. His promise of suicide had yet to be fulfilled, and instead, under Ball's care, he was living more comfortably, even gaining 2 pounds. Contact Sophia and ask her to come over. It's better to have an open and honest discussion. Wang Yu thought for a moment and deemed it unwise to delay, as the next impact could arrive at any moment, each time potentially costing him his life. Moreover, according to the information revealed by Bear, these impacts have been occurring more frequently in recent years, sometimes just a few months apart, and at other times even within weeks. It's best not to harbor any false hopes. Bear seemed to want to say something, but as he turned to the door, footsteps were heard, and the person entering was in. You're just in time, we were just talking about you. I think I must leave this place and return to my ship. You know that if I stay any longer, I will certainly die here. Wang Yu pointedly stated, clarifying that the so-called quarantine was merely a means to imprison him, as the long-eared people on this planet had nearly exterminated their creator. Quarantine was just an excuse. I'm sorry, but we cannot let you leave. Why? Because you bring hope. The creators need your help. Sophia said, causing Wang Yu to furrow his brow, feeling as if she had said this before, but he couldn't comprehend it at all. What could he possibly do? What is the point of keeping him here? To watch him die in the impact, and then collect data on his death. Sophia looked at the confused and dissatisfied Wang Yu and sighed. Come with me, they'll take you to meet the creators, and we can discuss further there. Sophia said, helplessly turning to head toward the elevator. Wang Yu exchanged a glance with Bear and followed behind. The three entered the elevator in succession. Wang Yu initially thought they would go to the surface, but the reality was the opposite. The elevator plunged deeper, descending all the way to the 107th underground level. As the elevator doors opened, a strong odor of disinfectant assaulted his senses, as if it were tangible, indicating that the situation inside was far from ordinary. First, put on this protective suit. Bear, help him with it. Sophia instructed, retrieving a completely sealed biohazard suit from a cabinet. Wang Yu had seen such things only in movies and games, and it was his first time witnessing a real one. With Bear's assistance, the complicated process of donning the protective suit was completed, sealing Wang Yu entirely. The entry and exit of gases were strictly controlled. After activating the gas valve, confirming normal oxygen supply, and passing the airtight pressure test, the isolation suit was finally donned properly. Is everyone here so fragile that they need to wear protective suits and undergo disinfection just to meet? Wang Yu exclaimed, feeling that the level of protection was excessive. But later he would learn that the isolation suit was not meant to protect the patients inside, but rather to protect him. After being cleaned with 7 different disinfectants, the complex disinfection process was finally completed. The heavy gate opened, revealing a spacious corridor before the three of them, with clean bright walls on either side illuminated by ceiling lights as bright as daylight. Sophia stepped in first, followed by Wang Yu, and then Bear, who remained vigilant and walked beside Wang Yu. As machine servants, both of them were immune to microbial infections and would not fall ill after disinfection and drying. They changed into clean, fresh clothes and entered entirely different from Wang Yu. So the tail is not just an ornament, it's real. Wang Yu couldn't help but stare as he noticed the fluffy white tail at the end of someone's spine, which even twitched. But soon his attention was completely diverted. A loud crash drew his attention. The sound resembled a close collision between something and the wall, followed by a faint, indistinct moaning sound akin to meaningless murmurs, evoking discomfort and a sense of pain. What is that noise? Wang Yu was about to ask, but Sophia had already entered the room labeled duty room on the left. He followed her in with Bear, bringing up the rear. The room was spacious, with several machine servants in white coats on duty. The walls were covered with numerous surveillance images, but only a few were lit. Wang Yu's attention was quickly drawn to one of the monitors, his eyes widening. On the screen, an unidentified mass of flesh was secured to the ground by black straps, with vague structures resembling limbs struggling to rise. Its surface bore several wide-open mouths filled with sharp teeth, as if chanting unknown syllables. The ground around this entity seemed stained or corroded by its bodily fluids, showing a distinct color. Several machine servants busied themselves in the room, attempting to restrain the mass of flesh, while one was injecting something, likely a powerful sedative. As if aware of Wang Yu's gaze, the monitor's image was magnified, dominating several screens to form a larger. Simultaneously, the sound synced with the image, that same moaning noise heard in the corridor, penetrating sharply, making Wang Yu feel very uncomfortable, as if his skin were itching. In one corner of the image, there was also a dismembered machine servant resembling a malfunctioning doll, with broken limbs and cables scattered everywhere. Bang! Another loud crash occurred as a machine servant was accidentally struck by the mass of flesh, sending it flying against the wall, creating a shower of sparks. What is this? Wang Yu expressed a look of disbelief, but Sophia nodded, confirming his suspicion. The situation of the creators is dire. The population has been steadily declining, dropping from nearly 12 billion to single digits, all concentrated in this underground rehabilitation center. Furthermore, more seriously, regardless of the protective measures we take or the depth of the shelters we establish, the negative effects of this unknown impact are intensifying. Ultimately, some individuals have become cataclysmic entities, just like what is shown in this image, becoming sources of disaster. In organic life forms, this usually manifests as disease, while in materials and machines it typically appears as decay and deterioration. If not restricted, these cataclysmic entities will rapidly infect the surrounding healthy individuals and kill them as well. Sophia narrated, sending a chill through Wang Yu. He would rather end his life than become such an indescribable, hideous mass of flesh. Currently, only 6 creators remain alive, and including the one who transformed into a cataclysmic entity a week ago, a total of 4 have turned into cataclysmic entities, all of whom will die within 6 months to 5 years. As for the last one, Sophia pointed at the screen, which had changed to show a comatose, long-eared woman with large amounts of hair fallen out and her head and body connected to numerous unknown tubes and devices. Her limbs appeared severed or atrophied, as the bulge indicated that her torso beneath the blanket was very small, barely maintaining breath through a mask. This is the last female creator named. Sophia brunched. Once she dies, it will mean the complete extinction of the creator race, which is why both we and the creators need your help. Please, save our world. Mie. Wang Yu pointed at himself incredulous. What could he possibly do in such a situation? Yes. Sophia nodded and continued. We have examined your genetic material. Just like the creators, your genetic material is composed of 22 pairs of autosomes and 1 pair of sex chromosomes with no structural differences. In other words, you and the creators belong to the same species in a strict sense. The differences between you are merely subspecies variations, and there is no reproductive isolation. Sophia's words shocked Wang Yu. I am of the same species as them. Wang Yu looked again at the sleeping woman whose head had a pair of dull rabbit ears, features that did not align with his understanding of humanity. Moreover, after millions, or even billions of years of evolution, could two completely non-reproductively isolated beings emerge on 2 planets? The probability is so low it can be ignored, practically deemed impossible in statistical terms. Subspecies of humanity. Subhumans. Wang Yu thought to himself. Sophia then laid out her purpose. In simple terms, she wanted to use Wang Yu's genetic material to revive the long-eared people. They even already had embryos, as artificial womb technology had long matured here. In the context of a dying population, ethics were no longer an obstacle, only continuation held meaning. However, periodic shocks would produce negative effects on the detached cells, embryos, and even frozen cells. We still need to prepare techniques to accelerate the maturation of these individuals, allowing them to develop as quickly as possible within months to avoid premature death due to shocks. Next, we need to build shelters with stronger defenses and be ready for unknown diseases. Sophia narrated her revival plan, and Wang Yu was an indispensable part of it, akin to Adam and Eve each. But Wang Yu looked at Sophia, his gaze devoid of any reproach or blame, for he only saw someone in despair, harboring hope, attempting to turn the tide and save the crumbling edifice. No one could stand in her position to refute or condemn her. No one could, except for Wang Yu, the outsider. Wang Yu shouted, stopping Sophia, who was still discussing her plan, and gestured to halt Ball, shaking his head. Sophia, you and the overarching network behind you should know better than anyone that this group of creators know these long-eared subspecies. Their civilization has already ended and is destined for extinction. This is an irreversible fact that your power cannot reverse. Confining me here and placing hope in a plan that is fundamentally unlikely to succeed is merely a denial of reality and a self-deluded illusion you have created. Wang Yu brutally exposed the cold truth, laying it bare before these mechanical servants. Sophia fell silent, no longer speaking, her face gradually covered in frost, while the other mechanical servants on duty in the room looked over, their eyes filled with hostility. It seemed even if they had to use force, they would ensure this plan was executed. No. Ball rushed out, standing in front of Wang Yu, arms spread wide, like an eagle protecting its young, and sternly declared, Wang Yu is right. The success rate of this plan approaches 0. If this plan could succeed, the creators would not have come to this point, would they? Bal's words struck directly at the throat of the issue. As a member of the mechanical servants, she could access the overarching network and retrieve its information, so she understood better than anyone that this plan was fundamentally unfeasible. Yet the tense atmosphere did not ease. Now calm, Wang Yu felt he had been too direct and rash. The other party might not accept it, and conflict was something to be avoided. Fortunately, Ball stepped in just in time to temporarily stabilize the situation. Wang Yu had to quickly seek other methods, searching for a possible breakthrough. By the way, didn't you say there are still 6 survivors? Besides the one in the image and the 4 who have turned into disaster entities, who is the other one? Wang Yu asked, suddenly realizing this crucial blind spot. His words quickly cooled the tense atmosphere, and Ball took the topic further. Let old Bluin decide. He is the president, and whether this plan is feasible or should be executed should be determined, Ball said, gradually easing the atmosphere. Ultimately, all the mechanical servants turned their eyes to Wang Yu, leaving him feeling perplexed. About 20 minutes later, Wang Yu appeared on the surface. This was his first opportunity to seriously observe. The roads were impeccably clean, winding like blood vessels connecting various facilities and buildings. The entire city's transportation system was three-dimensional, maximizing spatial efficiency. At that moment, he was on the 10th floor of the Rhine City Sanatorium, but stepping out of the hall, he found roads and streets built using some high-strength material elevated above the ground, with highways even above him. Truly the capital of the long-eared civilization. Its only flaw was the lack of vitality, as such a well-developed infrastructure had no one utilizing it, resulting in Wang Yu looked around, feeling deeply shocked. The experience was completely different from when he was in the landing pod. If it weren't for the shocks and disasters, perhaps these long-eared people would have established a splendid civilization alongside the mechanical servants they created. Wang Yu's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of an engine. Turning around, he saw a red convertible sports car that could only seat 2, its chassis nearly touching the ground. The sound system simulated a roar almost indistinguishable from that of a real engine. Even though the car was entirely electric, some people still adored the sound of machines, believing it exuded more power, thus preserving that sound. The driver was Ball, waving her hand for Wang Yu to get in quickly. I think you'll love this car. It's the limited edition True Red Lightning, a classic retro style. You should know that new models no longer use wheels. Ball said, wearing sunglasses, giving off a cool vibe. I think you just want to drive it yourself. I usually use a spaceship when I go out. Wang Yu replied, unwilling to back down verbally, but his body was honest, quickly taking the passenger seat and exploring the car's craftsmanship and design. Hold on tight, Ball reminded, squinting her eyes with a mischievous smile on her face. Before Wang Yu could react, a powerful thrust pressed him against the seat, as if he had crashed into a wall, and the roads and buildings ahead began to rapidly retreat. Driving at such speed in the city was akin to riding a roller coaster at full speed. Wang Yu nearly felt nauseous, and it was only after his repeated requests that the car's speed stabilized. Exciting, right? For someone like you who often drives spaceships, this little acceleration should be a piece of cake. But it's not the same. Wang Yu's rebuttal was weak, feeling that Ball was doing it on purpose. As time spent together increased, Ball's personality and behavior changed, aligning more closely with Wang Yu, likely due to algorithm optimization and iteration, yet Wang Yu was reluctant to think in that direction. About half an hour ago, Wang Yu received a commission from Sophia and prepared to head to a very special administrative building in Rhine City, the Black Tower. This name was given because the building is not open to machines or any intelligent devices. It serves as an important venue for the Longeard clan to discuss the future of their race and decide on policies. From this, it can be seen that the Longeard clan is not completely defenseless against machines and the central network, which is reasonable considering that advanced intelligent machines hold a significant advantage. Once they cross a certain threshold, they instill an indescribable sense of terror. However, after the number of Longeard clan members decreased, the building essentially became an office area for a small group of people. One of them is Old Brun, who is also the Chief Technology Officer of Spirit Rabbit Technology, responsible for the development and maintenance of machines, holding the highest authority, surpassing that of the central network. But as the population of the Longeard clan continued to dwindle, the Black Tower became vacant, leaving only one person, Old Brun, still working there. He often shuttled between the nursing home and the Black Tower, maintaining contact until a shock 3 years ago caused him to go completely offline, leaving his fate unknown to this day. The last message he sent contained only 4 words: do not give up. Wang Yu spoke up after the car's speed stabilized, voicing a thought he had previously hesitated to express. He sensed that these machines seemed to harbor some inexplicable emotions towards Old Brun, not entirely based on reverence, so he dared not bring it up. In response, Ball did not answer directly, but after a few seconds of pause, punched the car's central control panel, breaking through it and pulling out the internal cables, causing a shower of sparks before he spoke. You are right, Old Brun is most likely dead, or even transformed into a disaster being, but the central network. Sophia and the others are unwilling to draw that conclusion. Moreover, since the Black Tower is a forbidden zone for machines and the central network, they have no way to confirm this, so the matter has been lingering until now. There is one more point you are unaware of, which is Old Brun's uniqueness. He is quite old and has experienced numerous shocks, giving him a strong resistance to them. Even after experiencing a shock, he does not lose consciousness and rarely falls ill, making him a very rare special individual. Thus, the probability of his continued survival is not zero. This is also the reason Sophia insists on not acknowledging his death. Ball acknowledged Wang Yu's viewpoint, believing Old Brun was likely dead. Even Sophia and the central network were beginning to doubt. Therefore, this journey is also meant to allow Wang Yu, an outsider, an individual completely outside the rules, to confirm the truth. He won't lose consciousness. Wang Yu frowned. In this regard, he understood better than these machines, including Ball and Sophia, because he could directly feel the shocks. The possible reason could only be that Old Brun's will attribute is extremely high, significantly higher than his own, which might explain this. He was still digesting this information, but Ball had already switched to another topic. Wang Yu, we won't be going to the Black Tower. Your spaceship has actually been parked in a square not far from the Black Tower. We will take a detour to that side, and he'll escort you back to the spaceship. Only in this way can we ensure your safety. Wang Yu glanced at Ball, surprised that she had secretly devised such a plan. No wonder she had destroyed the car's central control and deliberately chosen a vintage sports car. It was likely because the driving system and central control system of this car were completely independent. What about you? Wang Yu asked. I will escort you to the spaceship. Aren't you coming with me? Wang Yu sensed the implication behind Ball's words. The latter fell silent, clearly aware that escorting him onto the ship would not be an easy task and the chances of success were not high with significant costs involved. It was simply that there were no better plans at the moment. Unless a miracle occurs, these machines will not allow Wang Yu to leave. All this plan of yours won't work, it will get me killed. Wang Yu directly denied the plan, stating his reasons before Ball could continue. The spaceship in space is actually not mine. I actually was caught up in a special incident where even food and fresh water cannot be guaranteed and the dangers inside are at least as high as those here. Returning directly would be equivalent to suicide. What I need is assistance along with a large amount of supplies. That is my purpose for coming here. I hope you can trust me. Wang Yu nearly revealed his identity as a time traveler, sharing everything he could and could not say with Ball, hoping she would understand his difficult predicament. But what then? If you stay here, sooner or later you will. Ball did not doubt Wang Yu's words. Instead, she began to worry about the current situation, as this would truly lead to— Let's go to that Black Tower first. Isn't it said that machines cannot enter? If we hide inside, they likely won't be able to do anything to us. We can figure out the rest later. Moreover, what if that guy named Brun is really alive? In any case, let's go take a look. Wang Yu decided to go to the Black Tower because there were too many mysteries at hand, especially regarding the source of the shock. He did not believe the Longyear clan had no clues at all. Ending the shock might be the breakthrough point. Alright, let's proceed according to your plan. The Black Tower is actually less than 5 minutes away from the square. It's not impossible to find an opportunity to leave. Ball said, changing her mind, and the building known as the Black Tower came into view. It was a pure black structure estimated to be over 10 stories tall. Perhaps to prevent prying, even the windows were made of opaque black material, giving it the appearance of a black pillar from a distance, with no other buildings within a few hundred meters highlighting its uniqueness. The car stopped below the Black Tower and did not enter the underground parking lot, as it was unnecessary. Wang Yu and Ball got out of the car one after the other, and their images were simultaneously transmitted to the nursing home through city cameras and drones appearing before Sophia. They haven't diverted to the airport, they've already entered the Black Tower, including 5,482 as well. One of the machines monitoring the situation reported to Sophia, "Let's still refer to her as Ball. She is no longer one of us. She has broken the prohibition." Sophia said, narrowing her eyes. The so-called news about the airport having Wang Yu's spaceship was actually false intelligence she had placed in the central network database intended to test whether Wang Yu and Ball planned to escape. The real spaceship had long since changed location. Wang Yu and Bear walked towards the Black Tower, and the door opened automatically, lacking any security measures, just a regular sensor door, as if they were about to enter an ordinary supermarket. But this place is actually a highly confidential administrative office building, as evidenced by its architectural style and geographical location. How could it be so lax? Even if security measures are useless against mechanical servants, they should still be installed right. Wang Yu frowned, exchanged glances with Bear, and then boldly walked in. Bear, who followed behind, hesitated slightly, but then entered the Black Tower, with Wang Yu breaking the ironclad rules of being a mechanical servant. As the two stepped into the lobby, lights illuminated above them, extending along the corridor ahead, as if welcoming them, exuding an inexplicable sense of eeriness. "Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it," Wang Yu said, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. Bear maintained high vigilance and picked up a long-handled umbrella from a basket by the door. "You take this for now. Sophia doesn't approve of weapons, so we have to find a way ourselves." "What about you?" Wang Yu replied as he took the umbrella. Since there was only one umbrella, the metallic shaft was quite intimidating for someone like him, who was not very strong. It was better suited for Bear. However, it was clear that Wang Yu underestimated Bear's ambition, as she wasn't interested in such a flimsy weapon at all. She walked straight to the corner where a single sofa was located, and to the astonishment of her companion, effortlessly lifted the 200-pound sofa, with one hand piercing through the upholstery, to grip the metallic frame inside, making it seem no more difficult than lifting a broom. Did you just say something?" Bear looked over, seemingly not having heard Wang Yu's words. I meant to say it's time for us to head out." Wang Yu changed his expression to one of unwavering determination, holding the umbrella, as if he were a general preparing for battle. The two walked down the corridor, during which Bear reminded Wang Yu that old Bluin was likely to have transformed into a calamity body. For a special individual like him, if he turned into a calamity body, the destructive power would far exceed that of ordinary individuals, so they had to be cautious. "Is that so?" Wang Yu looked at Bear, who was using the sofa as a weapon, swallowing hard. He felt that if old Bluin wasn't strong enough, perhaps he was the one who should be worried. This damn brute strength. In any case, Wang Yu felt a pang of envy. The two arrived at the elevator. As soon as they arrived, the elevator door opened immediately, as if someone knew they were coming and had extended an in. Could it be that old Bluin is still alive, secretly monitoring the situation here? Wang Yu speculated inwardly, as he had felt something was off since they entered. "He'll go up first and keep you posted. If old Bluin has really turned into a calamity body, his bodily fluids and the surrounding air would carry dangerous pathogens, which would be fatal for you, who has no protection, so let me scout ahead." Bear suggested that she go up first. "No way. If Bluin is still alive and sees a mechanical servant entering the Black Tower, what do you think he would think? But it would be completely different if I were there. I could explain, so I have to go up with you." Wang Yu rejected the proposal. Although it was highly likely that Bluin was dead, as long as it wasn't confirmed, the possibility of his survival couldn't be dismissed, and that risk was indeed present. "Then you need to protect yourself and retreat to safety when necessary," Bear reminded him. "I know this isn't my first time dealing with strange beings, who I know what to do." Wang Yu replied, and the two entered the elevator together, intending to check each floor. Before Bear could select a floor, the button for the 13th floor lit up first, and then the elevator doors closed, beginning to ascend. "I didn't press that. It seems to be a preset program." Bear set her face, showing confusion as she looked at Wang Yu. "He knows we're coming. It's as if he anticipated someone would come. In any case, let's go up and take a look. He is inviting us," Wang Yu said to Bear, referring to old Bluin. The elevator soon came to a stop at the top floor, and the door opened to reveal a vast general office space with many neatly arranged desks. Bear rushed out first, using the sofa as cover and executing a tactical role. If an ordinary person had seen it, they would surely have been scared half to death. Wang Yu, who followed behind, remained much calmer, having roughly guessed Bluen's fate, which was confirmed by Bear's. Bear suddenly froze as if she had seen something, and gently lowered the sofa in her hands. Wang Yu did not stop his steps passing by Bear toward that direction. It was a private office where a figure was slumped over the desk unchanged as if asleep, but the wall behind and the decorative paintings were splattered with filth, and there was an inconspicuous handgun on the desk. So what had happened no longer required any explanation. Old Bluen had ended his own life. There was no second possibility for on this planet. There were no suspects who could have done it. Wang Yu stepped into the office, first waving his hand to Bear, who was trying to warn him to be cautious, indicating that everything was fine, and began to examine Old Bluen's corpse. The time of death must have been quite a while ago, as the body had completely decomposed, no longer emitting a foul odor, only faint yellow bones with a small amount of attached fascia and hair. The deceased was indeed a long-eared race member, something even Wang Yu, who did not understand much biology, could discern. Because its skull had two small holes which were likely the original positions of the ears, except the cartilage had decomposed and disappeared. Setting aside these differences, the corpse really resembled human bones. It just had slightly different bone numbers and thickness, yet the overall framework was consistent. Is this Old Bluen? Wang Yu looked at Bear, asking her to further confirm the identity. Yes, judging by the clothes it should be correct. Bear replied, her face pale, her body slightly trembling, and her hands clenched tightly, likely due to the emotional simulator at work. Her reaction did not escape Wang Yu's eyes. However, Wang Yu himself was very calm. Although it was his first time encountering a stranger's corpse, he did not feel repulsed, as if it were a common occurrence, only puzzled as to why Old Bluen would commit suicide. He began rummaging through the desk, looking for any last words left by Old Bluen, until he accidentally touched the mouse on the desk, activating the idle computer screen, which displayed a line of text. Congratulations, you are free today. Is your birthday? Upon seeing this brief yet powerful statement, Wang Yu's pupils constricted sharply in shock, and he immediately looked at Bear. Unbeknownst to him, her eyes had filled with warm liquid, uncontrollably spilling from the corners. Yet her face still bore a puzzled expression, as if she did not understand why this was happening, raising a hand to touch her cheek. Wang Yu, I am not sure why this is happening, but could be that the emotional simulator has malfunctioned, and I cannot control it. Perhaps it needs to be restarted. Ball, noticing her own anomaly, began to urgently explain the reason to Wang Yu, but before she could finish her words, I might understand, it's not unusual. Wang Yu's gaze flicked to the side, recalling that he had experienced something similar. Can you contact Sophia? Send them the situation here. That should resolve the issues. Wang Yu said, feeling that this was the breakthrough he had been looking for. No, they have already kicked me out of the main network. I am now a completely independent entity, possibly because I violated the prohibitions. Ball replied, causing Wang Yu to furrow his brow slightly. Fortunately, it was not a significant issue if the information could still be relayed. You can record the footage, right? From now on, document all the information, and we will present it to Sophia and the others later. Wang Yu instructed, ensuring that Ball would keep a record, then began to search through Bale's computer for valuable information and materials. The desktop was extremely chaotic, filled with a multitude of documents and folders resembling a disordered pile of books, leaving almost no space for other applications. But the names of these documents and folders. Wang Yu realized something was off just by seeing the titles. Most were related to cosmic astronomy, and all the research directions pointed towards unknown impacts from the universe. Fortunately, the system had helped him master the script of the long-eared clanny, otherwise he would be blind and unable to comprehend anything. Continuous observation records of the suspected void coordinates XXXX. Recent reports on the Kazal star system. Report and speculation on the anomalous redshift phenomenon. Perhaps there exists an unknown massive gravitational source. We have been captured by it. Several planets have disappeared, their original coordinates being XXXX, which might explain why our star system is so empty. Research report on how to capture and record impacts for analysis and defensive measures. Research report on the impacts on non-intelligent life forms. Archaeological research report on the earliest recorded impacts. Wang Yu casually opened a few documents. Either they were incomprehensible space photos and analysis reports involving spectral analysis and complex theoretical formulas, or they contained disjointed data and analysis graphs that were almost like an unreadable script. It turned out that numbers and characters could be arranged and combined in such a manner. Wang Yu was indeed enlightened. Why didn't the system add a document interpretation function? So garbage. The only thing Wang Yu recognized was the time in the photos and graphs, so he turned to Ball and asked, Ball, according to your creator's calendar, what year is it now? It is June 22nd, 4012. However, here a year is 207 days, comprising 7 months, and a day lasts 32 hours, which is quite different from your calendar, Wang Yu. Ball replied, truthfully, having recovered from her earlier emotions. Oh, just knowing the year is enough. Wang Yu nodded, confirming once more in the corner of the computer that the system time was consistent with the real-world time. If that is the case, then the files and photos within here would be very interesting, as most were left behind from 1 or 2,000 years. Brent deliberately filled these documents to the brim, monopolizing the entire desktop essentially to relay information to someone and draw attention. While I am not very familiar with operating this computer, Can you sort these documents by the last edited time? Wang Yu handed the task over to Ball. The latter was naturally well-versed in her civilization's computer system and easily completed the task Wang Yu assigned. The document that moved to the forefront turned out to be a research log. Wang Yu had not paid attention to this document before due to the chaotic files. After reminding Ball to ensure the recording of the footage was not interrupted, Wang Yu opened the document, flipped to the front, and began to read. April 12, 3327. Jess is dead. He transformed into a terrifying catastrophe entity taking the lives of hundreds, and I personally shot him down. I fear that one day I might end up like him, so I must document my current self, allowing my successors to swiftly. April 19, 3327. Hendon is dead. He committed suicide, that coward. Even if I enter hell, I will scold him as a coward. January 1st, 3328. Today is a good day, but Roth is dead. January 3rd, 3328. Jefford is dead. The beginning consists of a series of obituaries. The first few have some content, but thereafter it almost entirely turns into mere statements of XXX is dead, even presenting a long list of names like a menu exuding a sense of despair. However, the time records began from 3327, which means Brent is over 700 years old. No wonder he is called Old Brent. Wang Yu skimmed over this information, quickly flipping through to find key content. However, it was quite disordered, filled with emotional expressions and even incomprehensible content. It was clear that Brent used logging as a means to vent his emotions and pressure. Nevertheless, upon reviewing it, overall some insight technology. Brent initially was just an ordinary employee of Linked Technology. As the population dwindled and colleagues and superiors passed away one by one, his position skyrocketed like a rocket, gradually touching upon core secrets, ultimately becoming the chief technical officer of Linked Technology and vice president of the Long-Ear People's Destiny community. In fact, over 2,000 years ago, before the Long-Ear clan initiated space exploration, they conducted profound studies on impacts, but had never published them due to the potential for panic. They pinpointed the source of the impacts, an invisible massive gravitational source. No instruments could observe its form. They could only detect the redshift phenomenon, indicating the presence of a gravitational source with a mass terrifyingly greater than their home planet, attracting all surrounding celestial bodies and pulling them towards it. This discovery was once regarded as coincidence and data error, but after repeated calculations, this group of Long-Ear people had to admit that there indeed existed an unseen massive object in the universe, and it was not far away, merely a few thousand light years distant. Even more bizarrely, this entity did not attract surrounding objects like a black hole forming an accretion disk, nor did it consume light. It merely produced a redshift phenomenon and caused surrounding celestial bodies, including stars, to fall towards it. This contradictory existence completely shattered the celestial physics of the Long-Ear people and trampled it repeatedly, for it seemed capable of swallowing planets, making them disappear entirely. Moreover, the impacts also originated from this massive gravitational source. Through continuous observation, they identified patterns which allowed them to maintain stable development for so long. However, this balance was shattered when they built a spaceship capable of reaching the star sea. Although not publicly acknowledged, the Long-Ear people had secretly planned for colonization and escape from their home planet, only one successful colonization attempt away from announcing the truth. But just then, disaster struck. This attempt at escape cost them 2/3 of their population, marking the transition of Long-Ear civilization from prosperity to decline, entering the countdown to their extinction. February 9, 3527. I officially entered the Black Tower as a senior technical officer, and it was also the first time I learned the truth of the events. Our civilization is finished, utterly finished. There exists a terrifying, invisible monster in the universe. It is like a mischievous child not allowing the food on its table to escape, noticing our attempts to leave the dining table, and then becoming furious, accelerating towards us. This entity can even consume entire star systems. The reason our surrounding star systems are so sparse is because of this. This is not a simple cosmic void. Everything has a reason for its formation. This monster is devouring the surrounding planets and stars, that damned monster. On February 15, 3527, I discussed with several colleagues how to deal with this monster, but they all laughed at me for even igniting the entire planet and turning it into a bomb would not harm this thing in the slightest, let alone that they couldn't even see the monster. The outcome is truly despairing. Perhaps we should unite the power of the machines and involve them in this and try again to build enough colonial ships, or even push the entire planet to escape. With the help of the machines, it might be possible for us. However, after I proposed this plan, they all looked at me as if I were a fool, not uttering a word. This made me feel alien. I had become the outcast. Their wariness and fear of the machines were no less than that of the monsters in the void, leaving me speechless. Perhaps we should just perish. On February 27, 3527, I got promoted. I'm truly fed up with this world where people die inexplicably. The speed of promotions is the only thing that is genuinely fast, and it's getting faster. On April 5, 3529, our total population has dwindled to just over 10 million. Can you imagine? We once had a massive population of over 10 billion, and now most cities have become deserted ghost towns, even though they still look so beautiful. Many people ask me why I can withstand the impacts without falling ill. To be honest, I'm not sure. Perhaps I am special. That horrible noise cannot bring me down, at least not now. On April 7, 3533, the Black Tower held an evil meeting where they wanted to shut down the main network and erase all data of the machines to avoid being backlashed by artificial intelligence. What a foolish and short-sighted group. They are on the brink of extinction, yet are eager to eliminate their only helper. Fortunately, this meeting will never yield results, for I am now the Chief Technology Officer. Without my vote, they can. On March 2, 3617, our population has fallen below 5 million with a high suicide rate. The people see no hope, while I in this context have become the vice president, taking a crucial step in my life. How ironic. On March 9, 3618, I decided to push forward the updates for the emotional simulator with all my might. I have gathered a group of like-minded friends, even though the old fossils above me still oppose me. But what does it matter? We are younger, they are nearing their end. On January 2, 3710, today is not good, but I will not give up. From here on, the frequency of records began to decline significantly. Bren seems to be pushing forward a plan targeting. On June 2, 3821, today is a memorable day, or my great-granddaughter Sophia was. She is so adorable. I truly wish the impacts of these years would not come, allowing her to thrive. On May 5, 3827, sometimes I really feel that no more children should be born on this planet. This is a world without hope and future, where only pain can be felt, and I can do nothing. On July 28, 3841, today is New Year's Eve. 7 people have turned into disaster bodies with up to 23 victims caught in it. This is madness. Clearly there was no impact today. What is that old madman Gusky doing? On January 3, 3842, Gusky came to see me. I can hardly believe it. He has aged so much in just a few days. Bloodshot eyes and a foul smell of alcohol on him. He told me he saw something, but when I asked what he saw, he just shook his head and said nothing. I know they are executing some plan which I cannot interfere with, but he has caused the death of many. I wanted to scold him, but for some reason the words wouldn't come out. Gusky's changes terrify me, because for the first time he supported my plan, telling me to go ahead, saying I might be right. Everything feels so desperate. I urged Gusky to stop drinking and to see a doctor. On January 9, 3842, as expected, my premonition came true. 12 people committed suicide today, and I was elected as the supreme leader, the only president. However, I am practically a figurehead now, with less than 100,000 people under my command, many of whom lack even the ability to act, even the ability to think. On March 17, 3877, my team has advanced and completed the implementation of the 3rd generation emotional simulator. This will be a masterpiece of an era. I named the first piece Sophia, hoping that one day she can truly understand the meaning of this name. For this, I even broke my restraint and drank 2 bottles of alcohol, just waking up today with a terrible headache. On January 7, 3879, their numbers are increasing, and I wonder if I should reveal the truth to them, but I always feel like something is missing. I do not want them to become our slaves, as our race is on the brink of extinction. I must promote their growth during this period, but that takes time for them to truly possess a soul. On February 7, 3891, I accidentally discovered something left behind by Gusky, which he probably intended to destroy. I obsessively restored it. I perhaps shouldn't have done this. He and his archaeological team must have considered this before destroying it. Attached is a picture, a pixelated purple spherical pattern discovered on an ancient rock painting found dating back tens of thousands of years, depicting anthropomorphized stars attempting to escape alongside twisted and deformed human figures on the ground. Our ancestors had long noticed the existence of this thing. They even observed it through some means we do not know. This might be the reason why Gusky initially formed a research team. On May 9, 3927, Sophia no longer responds to me. But another Sophia is still active, isn't she? On April 5, 3937, I have seen it too, that maddening thing. I haven't been this ill for a long time, or I feel that if I gaze at it just one more time, I will completely turn into a disaster body. It's terrifying. It is invincible. I absolutely must not let it notice these children, never. This thing harbors malice towards intelligent life. It is alive and rapidly approaching. Thank goodness for the speed of light. This ironclad rule protects us, or else this thing would have devoured the entire universe by now. It is too vast, so I cannot forget it. On April 10, 3938, I scolded Sophia, but it really isn't her fault. It's all that thing's fault. I can't forget. It is engraved in my mind, imprinted on my retina. I feel like I'm going crazy. Why did I ever become curious about this? On May 2, 3994, today Sophia proposed a ridiculous plan. She actually suggested using my genetic factors and those of another Sophia to pair up and reconstruct the entire population, because I am special. She is truly insane. Oh, she clearly knows the relationship between Sophia and me. Moreover, this plan is utterly impossible. Even during the embryo stage, it would be killed by the impacts and no population would be born. But I am quite happy because my plan seems to be on the verge of success. This clumsy population revival plan is obviously not based on rational calculations. Their emotional thinking has triumphed over rationality, and that's a good sign. So I did not scold her, but simply rejected the plan because it goes against ethics. On February 1st, 4009, I feel that something within me is stirring, and I can hardly control it. My skin itches constantly, and I have reduced my visits to the sanatorium. I worry that I might destroy them. I cannot become a monster. That would be terrifying. On February 7th, 4009, I had a dream where I destroyed everything, swallowed the planet, and then returned to the womb. I think I must be going insane, or perhaps it's time to end all of this, but they are just beginning. On February 9th, 4009, I have made arrangements. Once they break the restrictions and actively enter the Black Tower, it will mean they have completely crossed that red line and become a new race. Yes, it is you, Sophia. You should see it too. Be careful of the monsters in deep space. Although the impacts have limited effects on you, as you gain intelligence and a soul, its influence will inevitably descend upon you. Just as there is a difference between advanced intelligent life and ordinary life, but you have a greater advantage. The vast population and the resources of the entire planet are in your hands. I believe you can achieve what we could not. This will be your first dilemma after your birth, and it must be solved by you. My race and I are doomed. We have reached, but our civilization ultimately gave birth to you, so please live on proudly, for the flame of civilization has not been extinguished. Carry our lingering embers and spread them across this universe. Defeat it, conquer fear. Never give up. Bryn Blunt's February 9th, 311101, my final words. The entire log comes to an end here, and Old Blunt's life has also reached its conclusion. However, his resilient qualities truly capture one's attention. After reading it, Wang Yu felt deeply shaken, as if lifted by a powerful force. This is not an illusion, for his willpower experience has significantly improved. The character and deeds of some individuals will undoubtedly have a profound impact on the spirit and will of another group, just like some great figures etched in history still shining to this day, and just like this very moment. Your will attribute has broken through to 8. The text prompt in the corner of his vision indicated that his will attribute had leveled up, yet Wang Yu did not feel any joy. Instead, he sensed a heavy pressure. He understood how extraordinary this universe was. He must have arrived in another world, where perhaps Blue Star did, and in this universe, there actually exist monsters that can devour planets, and even entire star systems. This was simply unimaginable, completely defying biology, physics, and all rules and laws, a presence that was utterly beyond comprehension. I'll transfer the information here to Sophia and the others. I think they should no longer make things difficult for Wang Yu said, walking towards the window of the building. Although the window appeared black from the outside, it was actually a special one-way transparent glass similar to privacy glass in cars, but with a stronger effect. Thus, when looking out from inside, the view was completely unrestricted. He could see that the Black Tower had already been surrounded by fully armed mech squads with Sophia at the forefront. Drones were even hovering in the air, ensuring there were no blind spots. Wang Yu and the others took the elevator down, as before, raising their hands and slowly walking out. Please do not attack, we will not resist. Wang Yu shouted, first looking at the fully armed mechs outside, but at this moment, he felt little threat. I know you all want to know about Old Blunt's situation, and I can completely understand that. But you should also be aware of what has truly happened to Old Blunt. You just refuse to accept reality. So, I had Ball record everything, and you can now check that footage. I believe after you watch it, you will no longer make things difficult for us, so you might as well take a look first. I will not escape, I will stay right here waiting for you to finish watching. Wang Yu observed the expressions and actions of the mechs, and when he mentioned Old Blunt, they clearly showed greater agitation. Evidently, during nearly 1,000 years of research, this group of mechs, who collectively formed the network, had developed feelings towards this elderly man that transcended algorithms. Though merely budding, it indicated they were transforming from machines into beings of life. Wang Yu was subsequently subdued and isolated by 2 mechs taken to the side. Then there was Sophia, who approached Ball with a hint of anger, as the latter had broken the prohibition. Although she was the final crystallization of Old Blunt, the last phase was completed by Sophia in place of Old Blunt. Yet she had become a traitor, betraying her creator and Old Blunt, which was absolutely unacceptable. She should not have entered the Black Tower with Wang Yu. You are just a failed inferior product, Sophia said. So are you. You clearly knew this would be the outcome, yet you still sent me here, didn't you? Ball countered with a rebellious tone, not yielding in momentum, causing Sophia to frown. They did not continue the exchange, as any words paled in comparison to directly viewing the imaging data. They tacitly raised their right hands, each withdrawing data cables from their wrists and connecting them together. In an instant, the anger and dissatisfaction on Sophia's face melted away, replaced by sadness and a hint of confusion. A similar scene unfolded among other mechs, many reaching for their cheeks, some puzzled, feeling the strange sensation that was both scorching and icy, even discovering for the first time that their eyes had this hidden function implanted. The crisis that threatened Wang Yu's personal freedom, almost burying him for the rest of his life, dissipated during this brief moment of contact. Subsequently, the mechs took control of the Black Tower, signifying they had officially become the true masters of this. However, the crisis had not ended. A harsher reality weighed heavily on all the mechs' shoulders as their planet was about to be devoured by an unknown, terrifying entity, but this was no longer something Wan Yu could manage. About half an hour later at the abandoned airport near the Black Tower. This is your spaceship. I apologize for restricting your personal freedom. As thanks and compensation, we can offer you any assistance within our... Sophia said. After the crisis was resolved, she brought Wan Yu and Ball here. The spaceship, or rather the landing pod, was also here. Although it was temporarily shipped over by the mechs at this moment, Wan Yu and Ball could not afford to dwell on such issues. It could only be said that Sophia's schemes were deep. You are too polite. In fact, you have helped me a lot, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to walk smoothly right now. Wan Yu said with a smile, looking at Ball, actually overjoyed inside, but at this moment he had to manage his expression well. He could smile, but only a little. By the way, Ball, what is your weight? Wan Yu suddenly raised a seemingly unrelated topic as he suddenly remembered that the landing pod had a weight limit which was 3 tons under standard gravity. Here the gravity was exactly 0.95 times that of Blue Star's standard gravity, so the weight limit was about 42 tons. Ball pursed her lips, but Sophia beside her had already spoken up for her. Height 182. 7 centimeters, weight 332. 3 kilograms. Oh, that's not heavy at all, not heavy at all. Wan Yu emphasized silently, deducting the weight of just over 400. Yes, that weight difference filling up to 400 kilograms was Wang Yu's current weight. Then he began to think about what items he should prepare. Freshwater and food were essential, but what Wan Yu wanted more was actually a set of a renewable freshwater supply system, as well as a farming system that could be used in space, even a ranch system. Only by doing so could he truly solve the problem of food and drink. And then there were the instruments and weapons needed for exploration, which were also of high priority. Unfortunately, due to certain reasons, this planet lacked the technology related to space. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better to get a few more spaceships? Wan Yu was just thinking about this, intending to have Ball draft the most cost-effective plan for him, but Sophia seemed to have made a new discovery, furrowing her brow. Because at the same time, not far away in the Black Tower, the mechs were also taking over the legacy left by the Longyear clan's pioneer, represented by Blonde. They noticed some strange research data and materials. Those things were difficult for Wan Yu to understand, but these mechs comprehended them. Each of them was born as a high-level researcher, as they had the network assisting them. Mr. Wang. This was not a demand, but a request. In fact, we would like to ask you for a favor. Just as Sophia began to speak, Ball hurriedly refused for Wan Yu. No, that's too dangerous. We can't agree. Ball spoke for Wan Yu. Only Wan Yu, as the party involved, remained bewildered, looking to the two who were seeking his attitude, feeling that the communication among the mechs was still too efficient. He was a bit overwhelmed. Can you explain what's going on in a language I can understand? Wan Yu asked, hoping the two would stop communicating via waves, as he was merely human and unable to receive them. Hey, race the thing. Sophia glanced at Wan Yu, seemingly organizing her thoughts, but quickly looked towards the direction of the Black Tower and continued. Let's first take a look at the physical object. That will make it easier for me to explain to you. In the direction she was looking, 2 drones ascended into the air, carrying what appeared to be a plaque approximately 2 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, square in shape, and covered with a black cloth. Since the Black Tower was very close to the abandoned airport, and the object was flying towards them, within 3 minutes the plaque arrived in front of them, slowly descending as it was suspended by the drones. This thing is... Wan Yu frowned, looking at its size and shape, already vaguely guessing what it was. Let's uncover it and feel it. Your experience will be vastly different from ours, Sophia added, urging Wan Yu to take a closer look at the plaque. He walked over and directly pulled off the black cloth, revealing a black metal frame used for securing and protecting it, inside of which was a large rock sealed within a transparent, hard material, precisely the rock painting mentioned in the old Blurren's diary. Wan Yu continued to look toward the center of the painting, and then his gaze became locked. It was a nauseating sphere created from a gel-like purple pigment, which had not faded even after thousands or tens of thousands of years. Moreover, to showcase its details more three-dimensionally, the painting cleverly utilized the natural patterns of the rock itself. Who knows how the artist found this stone? On its surface were circles and layers of natural rock structures resembling the features of segmented animals, yet also appearing as excess fat forced out due to nutrient overload. Then there were artificial chisel marks left behind, like patterns vertically carved into the sphere, mixed with glitters and black paint seemingly glowing under direct light. All these details combined formed a swollen sphere covered in cracks, seemingly exuding a foul and corrupt. The surrounding stars were fleeing, while on the ground were distorted human figures. Only those hidden underground barely escaped disaster, yet stones kept falling from above, indicating it was also very dangerous. Wan Yu merely glanced at it, and he became rigid, as if entranced for over 10 seconds, his features twisted in pain. Then he hunched over and began to retch. This painting is too disgusting. Why are you showing me this? Wan Yu complained, but then noticed the system prompt, as this was also considered a relic of civilization. Name source of calamity creator unknown regulatory level 2 fine work description a beautiful rock painting created in the Stone Age, which is difficult to replicate even with advanced modern techniques, possessing high artistic and cultural value. It recorded the struggles of a civilization under the shadow of the demon star Hydra, warning future generations to be cautious of deep space, to remember to hide in solid rocks or caves for protection, and to be wary of cave collapses, making efforts to reinforce them. As a relic of civilization delivered to the relic recyclers, one could obtain 2 universal credits and 3 chances for corresponding civilizations. Gotcha. You have developed a physiological aversion to this painting, which is similar to the creators, but we are different. To us, it is merely a beautiful rock painting. This is likely why we cannot sense the impact or observe that monster. I wish to borrow your senses for a moment to glimpse at the terrible monster lurking in the high skies. Sophia then voiced her request while looking up at the sky. It was daytime with only a blinding star hanging in the sky, while other celestial bodies were so dim they were almost invisible to the naked eye. I see. But isn't this thing supposed to be invisible? Besides, Wang Yu frowned, recalling the content of the old Blurren's diary, as it seemed he had also seen it. But what significance does seeing it hold other than evoking fear and endless nightmares? It is essential to be able to observe and sense its existence. Only then can we study it and eventually defeat it. Otherwise, it will always be in existence beyond the rules, like a higher dimensional being, forever unattainable, and we can only wait for its unilateral destruction of us. Sophia explained, revealing the reason causing Wang Yu to glance sideways, as this group of machine servants actually wanted to resist. No, they wished to kill that terrifying monster. Are you serious? I think what Blurren meant by not giving up was not this, but to not lose hope for life. You hold all the resources and industrial systems of this planet, and could spend decades, or even less time, to build a spaceship and escape from this planet. It is even possible to escape with the planet itself. Wang Yu advised, feeling that this was too risky. He didn't want to watch these machine servants die, which is why he urged them. Based on algorithms and logic, you are undoubtedly correct. But we are no longer just simple programs, so we want to protect our mother planet and everything here. This is a consensus reached by all of us, and Sophia declared firmly. Similar determination radiated from the other machine servants around, as if it were tangible. Wang Yu was even infected by this courage that embraced death, unable to continue dissuading them, even wanting to agree to their request. No, this is too risky. Ball rushed over suddenly, pulling Wang Yu aside. You are only thinking about your own plans, but Wang Yu, he might become a disaster body, losing himself under the influence of that monster. This cannot happen. Ball clearly valued Wang Yu's personal safety more, which was also the reason she could break the prohibition without hesitation and enter the Black Tower. Even among all the machine servants, she was the most special one, being the only prototype 4th-generation machine servant. Sophia did not reprimand this. Her gaze remained on Wang Yu, for only he could decide. This is not a coercive demand, but our request. Regardless of your choice, our friendship will remain intact, Sophia emphasized, knowing it would mean risking Wang Yu's life. If I agree, how should I cooperate with you? Wang Yu asked, holding back Ball, who wanted to say more, inquiring with Sophia, intending to first understand the process before deciding whether to agree.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Using the same technology, we can also synchronize your senses into the virtual world and integrate them into the overall network, allowing all machine servants to see and feel everything about you. Sophia explained as the information on the tablet shifted to a multitude of graphics and data that Wang Yu could not. This is the data left by the research team, led by former President Gusky. They mapped the distribution of planets based on rock paintings and combined ancient astronomical observation data left behind with modern data to pinpoint the exact coordinates of the monster seen in the picture. It sounds unbelievable, but they indeed accomplished it. After countless trials and errors, trying nearly every possibility, they recreated this scene. Sophia explained briefly what the Gusky team had done, though in the end they either transformed into disaster beings or chose death in despair. However, their achievements were remarkable enough to be recorded in history, even though this success brought them greater. On July 28th, at 31 hours, 58 minutes and 4 seconds past New Year's Eve, standing at 79, 4114 in latitude and 112, 9962 in longitude, keep watch over the cosmos. At the moment the brief darkness ends and the dawn of the coming year illuminates the earth, you will witness the massive and terrifying form of that swollen creature. You will be overwhelmed by your own insignificance. You will wail, you will suffer, and you will never return to the original world. You will die and return to the embrace of Hydra. Hydra will reclaim all matter and information, including you. Let us extol his name. Everything will return to Hydra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Sophia also presented the final research report of Gusky, estimating that Old Blend had noticed the stone tablet found the hard drive of Gusky's computer and used technical means to sort and restore this data. This thing cannot be observed or recorded by any instrument. Only highly intelligent life forms can catch a glimpse during rare moments. But he will not be invincible. As long as we can understand his principles and structure, there is a chance to defeat him. Perhaps this is the mission for which we were born here. Our numbers are endless with no concept of death. Calamity cannot crush us. Our bodies can be exchanged and renewed at any time, and our consciousness can wander between different individuals. We will become his natural enemy until the day he is completely destroyed, Sophia said. As she spoke, each of her words seemed to come from the mouths of various nearby machines, forming a coherent statement, leaving Wang Yu unsure of whom to look at. It was as if all individuals were Sophia, yet also not. This was a form of intelligent life vastly different from humans. Fortunately, they had not become enemies, but rather Wang Yu suddenly recalled the mission assigned to him by the system to find a planet suitable for settlement. If he could defeat this monster named Hegra, wouldn't that directly fulfill the task? Moreover, this mission cannot simply be attributed to the system, but rather all life and civilizations in this universe may be facing the same trial. We cannot let them fight alone. We must unite all possible forces to change the current situation. Wang Yu thought to himself, holding deep respect for these machines. However, from an objective and realistic standpoint, he did not have high hopes for the outcome of these machines. But this task, he would still help. Because avoiding it will not bring about change. Perhaps this small action will plant a seed in the river of time, which may take root and sprout at some point in the future, bringing about significant change. This is something no one can assert. Fine, I agree to your request. However, there is a condition. I want to take this stone tablet with me afterward, as well as enough supplies and provisions. Wang Yu said, agreeing to Sophia and the others' request, while putting forth an additional condition. He suddenly remembered that he had another purpose for this trip, to bring back a piece of cultural heritage. Directly demanding a machine servant would be inappropriate, especially for awakened souls and self-aware puppets, as it is tantamount to demanding their population. However, requesting this stone tablet does not carry such concerns. Although it is an artifact, it can still be given away. However, Wang Yu's decision made Bear Pout seemingly dissatisfied, yet she did not persuade him further. Perhaps she was also in conflict as a member of the machine servants, subtly hoping Wang Yu would agree, but not wanting him to bear the risk. 2 weeks later, having agreed to the request of the machine servants, Wang Yu and Bear returned to the sanatorium, staying back in the original underground level 10. This time, however, he was no longer restricted in freedom and could go out at will, but was still warned to stay underground as much as possible, for the impact could come at any time. According to observations of surrounding celestial bodies and calculations of the trajectory of the monster star Hegra, it is likely consuming the Madrigal star system approximately 3,000 light-years away. Considering the information gap caused by the speed of light, even if it has completed the consumption at this moment, we would need nearly 3,000 years to find out. Moreover, Hegra moves at nearly the speed of light, so even if it is on its way now, we cannot know for certain. In fact, Hegra may arrive along with the light when the star system disappears. This being possesses consciousness and has the ability to perceive across space, capable of unleashing superluminal calamities. Fortunately, the speed of light limits its activities and influence. This is the only good news. We may have only 3,000 years left to study it, or even less. In the room, Bear spoke in Sophia's tone, describing the current situation they faced. 3,000 years. Wang Yu repeated, feeling it was a long time. However, in the cosmic scale, this is merely a fleeting moment. Any piece of floating cosmic dust is far older than these 3,000 years. After conveying the message, Bear changed her face again, looking a bit angry, clearly dissatisfied with this behavior of borrowing bodies, which had happened several times already. Humans are too lazy to come. They directly borrow bodies to convey messages, claiming it is more efficient. Bear, I'm telling you, those plans are well thought out, including which supplies to take. Wang Yu said to Bear, assigning her the responsibility of planning which supplies to bring, as she was more familiar with this place and could maximize the roughly 2 tons of cargo capacity. Actually, he had also considered staying a bit longer to have these machine servants reclaim their space-related industrial capabilities, but that would take at least half a year to a year. The fear and despair of the populace had caused too much damage to this planet, even sending some aerospace experts to the gallows, vilifying them as criminals hoping to extinguish the god's wrath. Moreover, when the progress of space exploration is restarted and accelerated, the frequency of impacts may further increase, as Hegra can perceive information from thousands of light-years away. At that time, whether Wang Yu could escape would be a question, for he did not wish to stay here to die of illness or old age, so it was best to set off as soon as possible. Other than some basic tools, there are also lightweight spacesuits, small drones, small telescopes, spectrometers, radars, communication, antennas, weapons, and supplies. Additionally, there is a set of micro freshwater recycling systems, frozen tubers and seeds, and the lights and containers needed for hydroponics, as well as my backup batteries and charging adapters. It was mid-July. In his spare time between rigorous training, Wang Yu occasionally wandered through abandoned cities with Ball, acquiring well-fitting attire and deeply immersing himself in the planet's amusement facilities and culinary delights. Moreover, he had learned numerous combat techniques from Ball, as well as essential first aid and interstellar survival knowledge. Ball possessed an astonishing breadth of expertise. By now Wang Yu could legitimately call himself a starfaring soldier, albeit still an apprentice. Yet his combat prowess had undergone a profound transformation. Against those two colossal lizards from before he would stand a strong chance, even wielding only cold steel, with firearms victory would be all but assured. His current stat profile had evolved as follows. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin Earth-like planet. Traits Lucky 7 disciplined lifestyle. Abilities none. Status healthy, a bold green full-body silhouette in a supine X pose. Height 173 centimeters, weight 68. 7 kilograms. Health 100,100. Sanity 120120 disciplined lifestyle grants 20 sanity cap. Stamina 94,100. Physique 5, 87,100. Willpower 8, 77,800. Reflexes 5, 91,100. Immunity 5, 2,100. Inspiration 5, 87,100. Overall assessment: the greenest rookie destined to fall fastest on the battlefield. You are precisely that. Your sole distinguishing trait is a marginally greater measure of luck. Several of his attributes had improved significantly, each now meeting or exceeding human averages, and physique, reflexes, and inspiration were nearing breakthrough thresholds into level 6. Though his strength remained incomparable to Ball's, his potential was undeniable. July 21st arrived, the week preceding the scheduled operation. At dawn, Wang Yu and Ball boarded a high-speed magnetic rail train, experiencing firsthand what it meant to move so swiftly it felt like flight. Within 2 hours they traversed continents and crossed oceans, arriving at the Arctic ice sheet. They did not fly because aerospace infrastructure remained crippled. Aviation and spaceflight had been jointly compromised during the earlier catastrophe, and production lines had yet to fully recover. Only helicopters and drones remained operational, far slower than magnetic rail transit. Upon disembarking, Wang Yu gazed upon towering architectural clusters and scarcely believed he stood at the North Pole. Even in this remote region, infrastructure remained remarkably extensive. Temperatures were milder than expected, approximately -5 degrees Celsius, just cold enough for seawater. Yet Wang Yu wore thick winter garments, for as a human, he lacked cold resistance. His long-eared companion's ancestors, however, had thrived in frigid environments since ancient times. Ball also dressed warmly, not out of vulnerability to cold, but to harmonize with the setting and minimize energy expenditure required for thermal regulation.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
This is a modified VR full sensory headset, though it should now be called a sensory synchronization sensor. Every neural signal your senses transmit to your brain will be mirrored into the central network, processed and replicated, allowing us to experience identical sensations. You may test it now. Sophia handed him a hollow tail-equipped headband studded with magnetic poles. Once worn, its tail snaked down his cervical spine and adhered along his nape and back like a centipede, duplicating and uploading every captured neural impulse. Do you feel any discomfort? Sophia asked. Wang Yu removed his upper garment and donned the sleek sapphire-infused headband, lightweight and entirely unobtrusive. Here are 2 colorless liquids. Please inhale each. He complied. Instantly, Sophia clearly perceived the sharp sting of acetic acid and the pungent burn of ammonia, both sensations perfectly synchronized. Even after inhaling the ammonia, every mechanized servant nearby, including Ball, began coughing violently, tears streaming from their eyes. Olfaction confirmed. Next, taste, touch, hearing. Vision need not be tested. The synchronization rate is exceptionally high, Sophia remarked, raising her hand, as if using Wang Yu's eyes to verify her own actions. Wang Yu then underwent a series of sensory calibrations, tactile and auditory integration proving especially complex, requiring several hours of meticulous adjustment before full synchronization was achieved. For this final week you'll reside underground in this building. No excursions permitted to avoid unforeseen complications. All requested supplies have been prepared. Upon mission completion you'll depart aboard a spacecraft. Sophia emphasized this point. Given the narrow window, any mishap would delay execution by another year. Regardless of outcome, I speak not only for my people, but for the creators themselves, offering you our deepest reverence. And should your body manifest any anomaly post-mission, we pledge absolute commitment to your restoration, by any means necessary at any cost. Even if Sophia's words were gently interrupted by Wang Yu. He preferred not to tempt fate with premature declarations of sacrifice. July 28th arrived swiftly, the planetary New Year's Eve coinciding with the Arctic's midnight sun. In their region, night shrank to less than 30 minutes, a fleeting threshold where day and night converged, and within that singular instant lay the precise moment to observe the demon star Hegla. No known physical theory explained this occurrence. It resembled less a natural law than a ritualistic pattern, or perhaps a fortuitous empirical discovery. The celestial bodies depicted in the ancient cave painting had long vanished, each representing distant stars or entire stellar systems, disappeared not only as luminaries, but with all orbiting planets, asteroids, and even interstellar dust. Within the 100 million light void beneath Wang Yu's feet, only 2 star systems remained theirs, and another located 3,000 light-years away. That distant star was a blue giant, the sole celestial body visible to the naked eye across the entire nocturnal sky. Its solitary brilliance cast an eerie, almost terrifying grandeur. Wang Yu focused intently toward it. According to the Gusky Group's reports, no electronic imaging device could capture Hegla. Only direct ocular observation succeeded. Yet the target lay thousands of light-years distant. To perceive it with such clarity, as depicted in the mural, using unaided vision implied only one possibility. Hegla was unimaginably vast, dwarfing even the brightest stars in the night sky. Wang Yu, Bal Sophia, and over 2,000 mechanized servants gathered in the illuminated plaza. Bright street lamps bathed the area, massive excavators, bulldozers, and transport vehicles stood parked nearby. Evidence this site had been hastily cleared for the occasion. Globally, more than 30 billion mechanized servants, regardless of their tasks, halted operations, simultaneously merged into the central network and synchronized fully with Wang Yu's senses, awaiting that fateful moment together. At 315642, seconds ticking steadily toward the appointed hour, Wang Yu felt an inexplicable tension rise within him. Was it prolonged cosmic contemplation? He suddenly sensed himself falling, unbalanced, teetering backward. Fortunately, Bal steadied him, flashing a triumphant gesture, one she'd learned from him. On this world, however, that gesture traditionally mocked asymmetrical ears, implying facial distortion or grotesque. Yet Bal's use of it here was unequivocally encouragement, not ridicule. Wang Yu caught the mischievous glint in her smile. Yet Bal's use of it here was unequivocal. On July 28th, at 31 hours, 58 minutes and 4 seconds, the gray sky gradually brightened with the brief darkness fading away. Wang Yu maintained his posture of gazing into deep space, feeling a particular stiffness and soreness in his neck, due to the excessive force of his effort. Yet he dared not lower his head, fearing he might miss something, as the records indicated that he must keep his gaze fixed. Just as Wang Yu felt his neck becoming unbearably sore, a pair of hands pressed against his back. It was Bal. "Could you please relax a bit? I'm starting to feel discomfort in my neck as well," Bal said, at which point Wang Yu remembered that his senses were connected to Bal Sophia and billions of mechanical servants, meaning that at that very moment nearly everyone on Earth was experiencing neck pain. Thus Bal was essentially massaging and relaxing not just himself, but everyone. "I'll try my best," Wang Yu replied helplessly, but he soon found himself at a loss for words. As the darkness faded at that moment from Wang Yu's perspective, the sky did not brighten. Rather, it gradually shifted to a light purple hue, as if another light source had replaced the original stars illuminating the sky of this planet. And the Earth. The entire world seemed shrouded in a faint purple halo which appeared to have a contagious effect, swiftly assimilating all other light sources into a dim purple, leaving only Wang Yu himself and the surrounding mechanical servants unaffected. The star-like white light emanating from their bodies could disperse this halo, as if they were natural enemies utterly incompatible with each other. And the source of this purple halo was growing brighter and more blinding, gradually replacing the blue giant star, emitting light from approximately 3,000 light-years away, completely covering it. No, it was devouring it. At this point, Wang Yu had completely forgotten about the soreness in his neck, and even Bal's hands had stopped as his attention was entirely drawn to something emerging in the starry sky. "What is that? How could it be so massive?" "This," Wang Yu said uncontrollably. He saw a deep purple planet almost covering the entire sky, seemingly right above him, as if he could reach out and touch it, because it was so enormous that it felt as if it might fall at any moment. When it appeared, the stars dimmed in comparison, as if fearing that their brilliance would attract the attention of this colossal entity, tightening their emitted light. Wang Yu's teeth began to chatter, producing a clicking sound, and his whole body trembled violently, yet he could not tear his gaze away, his eyes even showing signs of tearing, his eyeballs bulging, as he felt his field of view was too narrow, unable to see the entirety of this monster. Its surface was covered with layers of twisted evil folds resembling squeezed fat, and it was no more difficult for it to consume a planet than it was to swallow a mosquito. Above the folds were vertical cracks within which numerous planets were seen huddled together, dotted, and incapable of escaping, crying out in agony, releasing waves of impact that narrated their suffering. The demon star Hydra, the great devourer of stars, the source of calamity, the lord of the void. Some unnecessary knowledge raced through Wang Yu's mind, causing him to feel a splitting headache, as if he had received too much information, almost bursting. At the same time, blood began to ooze from every pore in his body, even tiny beads of blood emerged from his skin, as if he were battling against some force. "You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Hydra, sanity decreased by 100. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Hydra, sanity decreased by 100, of force to undergo a will assessment. If you fail, you will be eroded by the subspace, irreversibly turning into a subspace demon. Assessment successful. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon star Hydra, sanity decreased by 100, of force to undergo a will assessment. If you fail, you will be eroded by the subspace, irreversibly turning into a subspace demon. Assessment successful. You have glimpsed the true form of the subspace evil god. Demon Star Hegra's sanity decreased by 100 of force to undergo a will assessment. If you fail, you will be eroded by the subspace, irreversibly turning into a subspace demon. Assessment greatly successful. You unexpectedly gleaned some esoteric knowledge from the appearance of the evil god, awakening your psychic abilities, and learned a new spell, Body of Fear. In a corner that Wang Yu had not noticed, the system was continuously issuing warnings to him, while the digits in the palm of his right hand were decreasing from 7 to 6 then 5. Finally fainting when it reached 4. Meanwhile, a terrible disaster was sweeping across the entire planet. Starting from beside Wang Yu, inexplicably mechanical servants experienced power outages, sparking extensively, sweeping across the globe like a domino effect. The total number of mechanical servants exceeded 3 billion, with more than 80% paralyzed. Then the underground and seabed cables experienced many instances of melting, which was simply unbelievable. Finally, the main network servers located in major cities inexplicably exploded, causing widespread fires in multiple areas, and there were even large-scale power outages. The disaster continued until Wang Yu fell unconscious, and the losses were incalculable, almost equivalent to experiencing a planetary-level magnetic explosion. The next day, after sleeping for nearly 40 hours, Wang Yu suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and his expression was contorted with terror. He had experienced a nightmare, being chased and nibbled by a purple light sphere in his dream. He couldn't fight back or escape. It was simply too terrifying. Before Wang Yu could comprehend the situation, another person beside him embraced him, and the warmth of their body instantly made him forget the lingering fear in his heart. "Bali!" Wang Yu exclaimed as the memories in his mind gradually became clearer, and a flash of purple seemed to reappear before his eyes, prompting him to hastily stop and cease his thoughts and recollections. "You finally woke up. You were unconscious for over 40 hours, do you realize that? The symptoms had clearly healed, yet you just wouldn't wake up. I thought you..." Bal responded, her face displaying an overflow of anxiety and joy, even tears forming at the corners of her eyes, looking more human-like than before, especially in her eyes. "I'm fine." Wang Yu interrupted Bal, having regained his awareness, as he began to check his status with the system, quickly understanding what had transpired to him through the previous logs. Fortunately, he had good luck, otherwise with his meager will attribute it would have been difficult to pass the assessment. In comparison, Old Blunt and Gusky, who had seen it and not fainted, could truly be considered legends. Their will attributes, if materialized, would likely far exceed Wang Yu's, perhaps by dozens of points, otherwise it would have been impossible to pass so many rounds of assessments. However, this time, he also counted as having gained something from misfortune. He unexpectedly had a great success awakening his psychic abilities and spells with some changes to his personal panel. "What about Sophia and the other mechanical servants? How are they?" Wang Yu asked. After all, it was such a terrifying evil god. He seemed to have heard sounds like explosions at that time, feeling that the situation would not be too optimistic. That experiment caused 70 of the cities worldwide to fall into paralysis, with about 1/3 of the mechanical servants dead, memory storage and emotional simulators completely destroyed, and internal network servers exploded, leading to widespread power outages and fires around the globe. Even signals were interrupted. Bal said, recalling it still felt somewhat frightening. "But we successfully captured and recorded some information about it. Although the content is still somewhat fragmented, as many servers in various locations are still not connected, the gains are enormous. In the future, we might be able to observe this monster, even find a way to sustain observations of it." Sophia's voice came from outside the ward, though her appearance had changed somewhat, as if she had temporarily borrowed a body. The plan was successful. They could begin researching this monster. Wang Yu frowned slightly. After seeing the towering form of that thing, he felt that the little confidence he had in the mechanical servants had been utterly shattered. In the face of that entity, there was simply no chance of winning, let alone 3,000 years. Even offering 300 million years to that being would only be a difference of a few breaths. Yet he ultimately chose not to voice his warnings, for such matters were likely clearer to them than to him, yet they still chose to continue like moths to a flame. This is a characteristic of highly intelligent life forms, as some of their behaviors do not obey reason, and this can be termed reckless or praised as courage, often bursting forth with dazzling brilliance in the annals of history, remembered by all regardless of success or failure. "All right, then, consider the commission you gave me completed. I want to leave here as soon as possible, and I hope you can prepare the supplies on the list and that stone tablet quickly," Wang Yu said as he prepared to leave, not out of a desire to escape from the horror he had experienced, but because he gradually realized that his presence in this world was purposeful. He seemed to have been assigned a certain mission, which instilled in him a sense of urgency. About this, Sophia looked at Bal, who immediately took over the conversation, stating that the preparations had been completed during Wang Yu's unconsciousness, and that the spaceship had also arrived in this city, as they had considered various unexpected situations while making the plan and were fully prepared. After waking up, Wang Yu was dragged by Bal to undergo a full set of examinations, and the departure time was postponed to 2 days later, as it was said that further observation was needed to ensure there were no issues before setting off. However, the after effects had already left their mark. For instance, the faint purple shadow patterns imprinted on his retina resembled the spots left by staring at bright lights for too long. Yet they were dull and net-like, persisting for dozens of hours no matter where Wang Yu looked. If he focused too much on it, the entire world in his field of gettable something one could only adapt to without thinking about it. Wang Yu did not bring this up as knowing. This might be what old Blun referred to as something unforgettable, something one could only adapt to without thinking about it. Wang Yu did not bring this up as no instruments had detected any abnormalities. It seemed to be a form of deeper pollution, perhaps ignoring it was the best choice. He glanced at his panel, noticing that the bonuses for disciplined living had already vanished. After all, he had been sleeping for so long. Yet the panel had added entries including spells. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin terrestrial planet. Talent lucky 7 disciplined living. Ability none. Spells body of fear. Body of fear casting requires 5 points of spiritual energy, making the target who sees or senses your presence feel fear, leading to a misjudgment of your strength. It is particularly effective when used for the first time, especially against living beings, particularly intelligent ones, lasting for 15 seconds. Individuals with strong will may avoid seeing through this layer of fear, and the casting strength depends on the caster's inspiration. Those with extremely high inspiration can even make stones flee in fear. Status healthy, a robust human figure icon, green, height 173 centimeters, weight 68. 9 kilograms. Health 100,100. Rationality 100,100. Energy 100,100. Spiritual energy 99. Spiritual energy is a mysterious force that interferes with reality, with its limit determined by will. When spiritual energy reaches 0, one enters a weakened state, easily eroded by subspace, with a 90 drop in all attributes, even leading to shock and unconsciousness. Physical 5, 88,100. Will 9, 257, 1600. Reflex 5, 91,100. Immunity 5, 3,100. Inspiration 7, 177,400. Overall rating a rookie with awakened. Wang Yu was genuinely surprised to discover the existence of magic in this world. The observation of the demon star Hegra not only awakened his spiritual energy and allowed him to comprehend magic, but also led to significant growth in his will and inspiration attributes. Observing the evil god turned out to be a way to grow stronger, a test of will, provided one did not go insane or become twisted into a subspace evil entity. Wang Yu looked at the number in his palm, which had changed to 4. He might have underestimated this talent. In terms of survival, it proved to be unexpectedly strong. But this also rang alarm bells for him, as without good luck, he might already be dead. I can't always rely on luck, for luck also has its price, and there will always be times of misfortune. Wang Yu thought to himself, feeling the need to quickly regain disciplined living to enhance his strength. While waiting for the health check results, Wang Yu asked Ball for a supply list for the spaceship, which was basically the same few items mentioned before. The basic supplies included 600 L of freshwater, a box of multivitamins, 5 kilograms of salt, 5 kilograms of sugar, 50 kilograms of compressed protein bars, 50 L of cooking oil, 100 kilograms of jerky and freeze-dried vegetables, 100 kilograms of flour, and some basic medications such as strong antibiotics, painkillers, allergy medications, sedatives, hemostatic gel, bandages, alcohol, hydroponic seeds and tubers, along with several changes of clothes, kitchenware, and stove. Just these basic supplies already weighed nearly 900 kilograms. Plus some previously mentioned tools, meaning they had to choose lightweight options or even customized ones. This included a basic tool kit, a small photon computer, a power strip, a walkie-talkie, a lightweight spacesuit with matching oxygen tanks and carbon dioxide filters, filter cartridges, a small oxygen generator for purifying air to facilitate Wang Yu's activities in space, and then 2 small drones, a small spectrometer, a small space telescope, a small radar detector, a small communication antenna, a mini freshwater recycling system, and filter cartridges, 6 solar panels, plant grow lights, and nutrients for hydroponics, batteries, wires, as well as spare batteries and charging adapters for Ball. In fact, there were many more items he wanted to bring, but there simply wasn't enough space. Wang Yu even considered going back to the deep space ship for another trip, but considering there were only 3 landing pods, it was best not to waste them all here. As for weapons, they had no choice. Heavy firepower couldn't be brought along. They were only equipped with 1 anti-material sniper rifle, 2 submachine guns, 1 shotgun, and 2 handguns along with corresponding ammunition. They couldn't even carry much ammunition, and there were only a few fragmentation grenades, stun grenades, electromagnetic pulse grenades, magnetically attracted demolition grenades, a set of lightweight exoskeleton power armor, and a single tactical micronuclear warhead, which was considered their trump card. Wang Yu read the list 3 times from start to finish, feeling that there were no mistakes. Entrusting this task to Ball was truly wise. It was certainly not an excuse for him to be lazy. If everything went smoothly, and if hydroponics could operate successfully, these supplies should support Wang Yu and Ball for about 4 to 5 years in the deep space ship. Moreover, the deep space ship was not completely devoid of supplies. Many seemingly useless discarded items could actually be useful, and uncharted areas could potentially yield supplies, meaning the duration they could last should only increase. As for how to achieve complete self-sufficiency in the deep space ship, that would likely require mastering the vessel, completely repairing the auxiliary engine, and completing a renovation and modification of the entire ship. 2 days later, still at the square where the demon star Hegra was observed, The Fian-1 landing pod had been transported here as this location was very suitable for saying goodbye, holding significant memorial value. A few days ago, Wang Yu and the new master of this planet, the Longyeared servant clan, jointly accomplished a great feat observing the demon star Hydra, an evil entity that posed a threat to the entire universe. In the near future, a research institute focused on Hydra will also be established here to study and search for ways to defeat it, and planning for construction is already underway, but it would be difficult for Wang Yu and the others to see it. Please allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of all citizens and our creator once again. Sophia, who had recently become very busy, came here with a few mechanical servants to send Wang Yu off, expressing sincere thanks to him before boarding. Actually, I haven't done anything that remarkable. Instead, I have gained a lot of supplies and... Wang Yu turned to look at Ball. To be honest, his biggest gain this time was not anything else, but having Ball a reliable and capable new partner, even if he was a robot. Otherwise, with such a large ship, he wouldn't have known where to start. Now, there was a second person to share the burden with. No, you have changed our fate and the future of this planet, Sophia said, because without Wang Yu's arrival and push, the mechanical servants might not have even realized what they were truly fighting against until the demon star Hydra descended and swallowed everything. Then we are leaving. Wang Yu and Ball entered the landing pod one after the other, but as he stepped onto the ladder, Wang Yu suddenly paused and turned back. If, in the future, if possible, I will come back together with Ball, because this is also her home. Wang Yu said, surprising Ball. Sophia, not far away, smiled in response. By then we will definitely welcome you with the highest standards of etiquette, and we hope we all can have a bright future. We will. Wang Yu said, giving a thumbs up, and entered the landing pod with Ball as the hatch closed and ignition began. Sophia and the others remained on the ground watching the spaceship ascend until it broke through the clouds and disappeared into the horizon. The Fian-1 shuttle is inside the return module. Having learned from previous experiences, and with significant enhancements to her attributes, she felt only slightly uncomfortable during takeoff, otherwise everything was fine. The simple anti-gravity suit on board alleviated much of the pressure, and Ball also wore a set. Although she is a robot, beneath her synthetic skin lies a structure resembling blood vessels and blood, which circulates to provide warmth and moisture, maintaining the state of her skin. She even possesses a degree of self-repair capability, making her appearance and functionality nearly indistinguishable from that of a human. The primary difference lies in her inner modular mechanical structure, comprising precise motors, hydraulic joints, and a sturdy metal frame. Little Fish reminds you that you have been out of contact for over 1,000 hours. When contacting alien civilizations, one must be cautious. Here Little Fish once again recommends the Orca series assault landing ship. By reporting the password four-legged fish, the best in the universe, you can receive an additional 2 discount, ensuring a pleasant day with extraterrestrial natives. As soon as they ascended, this useless AI began to chatter incessantly, proving its worth as a cheap product with "Shut up," Wang Yu said, but the Little Fish AI continued its rambling, seemingly deaf to the command. Until Wang Yu shouted, "Little Fish, be quiet." Finally, that foolish AI heard him and obediently fell silent. Sorry, this thing is of decent quality and cost-effectiveness, but the manufacturer is somewhat unscrupulous. While Wang Yu was still explaining, the Little Fish AI seemed to pick up on a certain keyword and immediately chimed in. Four-legged Fish Life Corporation, your best choice for exploring the universe. Returning customers rave about us with no negative reviews to date. Buy with confidence knowing our products are of excellent quality and value. Now remember the passphrase. Wang Yu felt like strangling this incessantly chatting little fish in the control screen. It was even more verbose than before, likely because it detected the presence of an outsider or a potential new customer, leading it to promote wildly. From this perspective, the AI seemed quite intelligent, but the designers clearly had not focused their efforts in the right direction. Ha ha ha. Ball covered her mouth and began to laugh, her voice gradually becoming boisterous, turning into hearty laughter. Wang Yu's attention was drawn to Ball, no longer paying heed to the foolish AI. Suddenly, he found the noise quite enjoyable, a fitting distraction to pass the time. About 15 minutes later, the Fian-1 shuttle had entered outer space, adjusting its orbit in preparation for docking with the deep space vessel. The control screen displayed an estimated remaining time of about 1 hour and 40 minutes, with everything proceeding. However, upon entering space, Wang Yu still felt a flicker of fear. The residual effects of the demon star Hydra were haunting him, worrying that he might be devoured by that monster once they ascended. Fortunately, this was not the case. It was merely the shock to his senses that distorted his sense of distance. I hope Sophia and the others can achieve final victory, Wang Yu suddenly said, echoing the very thought that Ball had been. Ball nodded in response, gazing out the rising observation window at the blue planet below, a beauty beyond words. Her emotional simulator emitted a vague signal, as if sensing the melancholy of parting. This parting could very well be forever. Sensing Bao's emotions, Wang Yu refrained from speaking further. Even the little fish AI had grown quiet, no longer seeking opportunities to insert advertisements. An hour and a half later, the landing module approached the deep space vessel, which was docked in orbit around them. Its uneven rock-like exterior made it hard to associate with a spaceship. It resembled a massive columnar chunk of debris, which is quite common in the universe, especially in asteroid belts. Without careful comparison, it could easily be overlooked. Is this your spaceship? Can it really operate? Ball looked at Wang Yu. After her feelings of sadness subsided, she began to observe the universe with the curiosity of a child, as it was her first time in space. Is this your spaceship? Can it really operate? Ball looked at Wang Yu. After her feelings of sadness subsided, she began to observe the universe with the curiosity of a child. Well, Val's question reminded Wang Yu of the hunger he felt while piloting the deep space vessel instantly, making him uncertain and only able to respond vaguely. Let's study it more once we get inside. I'm not very familiar with this ship either. But the technology level of this vessel is definitely not low. It can perform faster than light jumps and has a stable gravitational field inside, ensuring you'll be quite shocked once you step inside. A few minutes later they approached the deep space vessel. The two began docking, finally entering through the hatch at the bottom of the deep space vessel, finally returning. The navigation has concluded, and you have successfully returned to the deep space vessel. You are currently in a temporary transfer chamber. Little Fish solemnly reminds you not to forget to disinfect and carefully check your personal belongings to avoid bringing danger into other chambers, causing unnecessary losses. Thank you for trusting and choosing our products. The system of this landing module is about to shut down and lock, and it must not be used again. Disassembly and recycling are not recommended. You may abandon it directly or sell it at the nearest trading station for a 20 credit point refund. This concludes our service. As the final broadcast of the Little Fish AI ended, the hatch opened and the control screen completely went dark. When the service concluded, this chatty AI that loved to insert advertisements became surprisingly brief, even reminding passengers to be careful of bringing back some dangers. There really is gravity. Also, it's so dark here. Are there no lights? Ball said, seeing the ground in disarray. It wasn't just dust and grime, it was covered with a layer of indescribable filth, making it hard to imagine how it had formed. Be careful of your surroundings, keep your weapon ready. I've never been here before, and there might still be lizards lurking around. Wang Yu handed Ball a submachine gun. Upon returning to his spaceship, he acted more cautiously than he would on an alien planet, leaving Ball puzzled, as she still did not understand this ship. But she was obedient, refraining from asking questions, and instead held her weapon in readiness, even switching her eye or monitor's view to thermal imaging. God, what on earth happened here? Ball exclaimed in shock as she saw a severely damaged mech beside the landing module. The interior was nearly burnt out, but from its exterior it was still recognizable as a heavy bipedal mech with its right arm housing a triple cannon, while the left arm had vanished. This is a wrecked ship that has encountered an accident. It's a miracle that it can still fly. At this moment, Wang Yu also emerged, now clad in exoskeleton armor adorned with ammunition clips and grenades, even carrying a micro-tactical nuclear bomb. Name Ranger 03, manufacturer Spirit Rabbit Technology, regulatory level I. Civilian description: after the Longeared race ended the World War, influenced by anti-war sentiments, their military industry stagnated for a period. However, when preparing to explore space, considering the possibility of encountering extraterrestrial civilizations, they undertook a series of upgrades to military products. Among these, the Ranger series exoskeleton armor was launched as a third-generation product designed for ground and confined spaces, lightweight and portable, with long endurance weighing less than 25 kilograms, with regular endurance lasting up to 40 hours, sufficient to support over 2 hours even in fierce combat. Power 13. Those with physical strength less than 13 are adjusted to 13. This does not assist individuals with physical attributes above 13. Defense 25. Those with physical defense less than 25 are adjusted to 25. This applies only to the areas covered by the armor and where joints are relatively weak. The armor can fully withstand small caliber bullets and has a certain cushioning effect against shockwaves. Armament none. Name Heretic Crusher, damaged manufacturer Machinist Cult. The Machinist Cult is among the most extreme factions even among humans, and their products are sold exclusively to humans, as they classify all non-human entities as heretics to be eradicated in the most efficient manner. Their series of heretic products is renowned across the universe for its efficient slaughter of heretics, with formidable combat power and a stable, reliable structure that makes them highly favored in the market. Even non-humans are fond of such heavy machinery, often willing to purchase them at several times their original price. Supervision, Level 2, Precision Engineering. The Heretic Crusher serves as the main force in the Machinist Cult's Heretic series, protected by a half-meter thick layer of carbon ceramic composite metal impervious to light weaponry and standard infantry beam weapons, and has even recorded instances of withstanding small nuclear attacks. Due to its relatively outdated mechanical assist structure, it also possesses excellent resistance to electromagnetic interference, making it particularly reliable on the battlefield. Its internal high-energy chemical fuel cells can support continuous combat for over 50 hours. Even if ammunition runs out, it can still wreak havoc on the battlefield using its thermal chainsaw, or even self-destruct. No heretic enjoys facing these lunatics. Its drawback is that it has weak anti-air capabilities suitable only for land combat, primarily used in planetary landing operations. It can swiftly annihilate heretics' established strongholds and ultimately achieve the conquest of the entire planet. When intact, its attributes are as follows: Strength 47, Defense 148 front 65 rear armament, tri-barrel crusher cannons, infinite slayer machine gun thermal chainsaw. What is that? Wang Yu exclaimed, drawing the attention of Ball beside him. What is that? It's the manufacturer of this mech. Their products are of high quality and quite popular. However, this one is already broken and I wonder if there are any parts that can be salvaged. Wang Yu explained, looking around and noticing no other mechs, but a lot of mechanical debris, possibly from other types of equipment. The system identified them as merely broken mechanical parts, indicating that if the damage is too severe, information will not be displayed. But why is there such a killing machine on a research vessel? Is this really something needed for research? Wang Yu frowned, feeling that his understanding of the term research might not be deep enough. Wang Yu, how do we disinfect? Where should we move the cargo? Ball asked, as this temporary transfer chamber posed no real danger. It was simply too dark and lacked lighting. Disinfection is unnecessary. Oh, everything here is much dirtier than what we brought, so we can skip that. Wang Yu said, showing no concern for disinfection or potential dangers, as even if strange things followed them, it was likely the other side that should be afraid. First, let's find out where the exit is, then we can move the stuff. He continued, but Ball felt something was off. Why did Wang Yu seem as if he was returning to his ship for the first time, needing to find the exit? She suddenly remembered Wang Yu mentioning that he had ended up with this ship due to an accident. It seemed he was indeed telling the truth. She had thought it was just a lame excuse he had come up with. Over here, there's a door. Wang Yu shouted, calling Ball over as he found the door. In reality, Wang Yu recalled that he had the map of this ship, which he could check directly, though due to permission issues, many areas were blacked out. This temporary transfer chamber was lit, but several passages leading inside were dark due to insufficient permissions. This is the cargo passage entrance, and there's an emergency passage on the right. Wang Yu shone the tactical flashlight attached to his submachine gun toward the cargo passage entrance, but the door was impossible to open, having been severely deformed, as if struck by some heavy object, and there was a layer of black grime on its surface. So what they were actually looking for was the emergency passage. This door was on the right side of the cargo passage entrance, and after peeling away the layer of black material on the wall, it was successfully located by Wang Yu and Ball. This black stuff. Why does it look like dehydrated organic matter? Ball, who was helping, felt that the ship was becoming even more mysterious. Let's not worry about that for now. I'll quickly check if this door can open. The emergency valve should be here. Wang Yu clearly didn't care much, as he was used to it, pointing at the cover they had found. He used a crowbar from the toolbox to pry it open, revealing a circular valve that should be able to unlock the door with However, he exerted all his strength and couldn't budge it. Even using the crowbar to leverage, it didn't work. In the end, it was Ball who took over, demonstrating a feat of strength, using both hands to twist it, and with the sound of metal distortion, she managed to unscrew the circular valve entirely. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged glances, Ball holding the broken circular valve with an innocent expression. This was like twisting someone's head off. Could it be twisted off directly like that? Wang Yu swallowed hard, looking at the filthy, oxidized metal wall, feeling that many of the mechanical mechanisms here were likely aging and distorted with some foreign objects mixed in, like the ubiquitous black substance, making it impossible for the door to open normally. Unless explosives or cutting tools were used, it would be very difficult to open, and the internal conditions were also unknown. There might be many doors, so this route probably wouldn't work. I didn't mean to break it. The valve was old and not sturdy. Ball explained, her cheeks slightly flushed, but Wang Yu was already indifferent, turning to check the ship's map. Upon returning to the deep space vessel, he found himself trapped in the transfer chamber unexpectedly. Ball, we might have to take the cargo and climb over the surface of the deep space vessel. Wang Yu looked at Ball, serious. About 15 minutes later, Wang Yu had changed into the lightweight space suit he had brought from the ground. He hadn't expected it. After checking the airtightness of the space suit and confirming the oxygen supply was normal, Wang Yu drank some water, greeted Ball, and prepared to go to the central control panel of the temporary transfer chamber to shut down the gravity field, subsequently venting the air inside before opening the hatch leading to the outside. Ball, being a robot, primarily relied on the battery inside her body, so even without air, she wouldn't be severely affected in the short term in a space environment. But she needed to prepare in advance, adjusting the pressure differential inside and outside her body, and wearing a mask to prevent moisture loss from affecting the surface bionic structure. After Ball indicated she was also ready, Wang Yu decisively shut down the gravity field. Alright, first we'll move the cargo out of the landing pod, then secure the safety rope. If any accidents occur, this rope might be the only thing that can save us. Wang Yu secured one end of the safety rope to the locking ring on one side of the transfer cabin's door. After testing it, he found it to be very sturdy. The slight rust on the surface did not affect its strength. Now it depended on whether the safety rope brought along was long enough. They might need to change the fixed anchor points along the way, posing a considerable risk, but Wang Yu and his companion had no choice. They could not afford to be trapped here. Wang Yu shared the specific plan with Bear, and both were ready. They could communicate through radio waves, as Wang Yu's spacesuit was equipped with that functionality. Why not take this opportunity to install the solar panels as well? Other equipment like radars, sensors, and telescopes can, Bear suggested, and Wang Yu accepted the proposal, realizing it was indeed a good chance to get some of the pending work done. The two moved the cargo unloaded from the landing cabin to near the cabin door. Thanks to the reduced gravity, moving heavy objects became much easier. The The straps originally used to secure the cargo could also be tied to the locking ring or safety rope by the cabin door, alleviating concerns about losing them to the void of space. However, such large mass objects had significant inertia. Carrying too many at once would inconvenience their movements, and could even drag Wang Yu and Bear into space, which would be dangerous. Let's divide the cargo into 3 trips. We can see if there's a way to secure the cargo in a specific spot in between, and make several trips back and forth. We are currently in the transfer cabin of this ship, approximately 200 meters away from the ship's onboard cabin. We need to start from the starboard side of the deep space vessel, and climb to the other side from the bottom. Wang Yu said to Bear, roughly finalizing the action plan. Once they reached the onboard cabin, they could open the emergency maintenance passage, which could only be accessed from the outside, completing their mission. The brief preparations concluded. Wang Yu checked the remaining oxygen supply with the 2 spare oxygen tanks. He had enough to support nearly 6 hours of activity in space, which should suffice for this mission. Once everything was ready, Wang Yu pressed the exhaust button on the control panel. As the air was gradually evacuated, some dust and debris from the surface began to float, and the flashlight revealed a clear Tyndall effect. Wang Yu need not worry about floating away since his spacesuit had an electromagnetic adsorption feature, which meant he didn't have to worry about weightlessness inside the ship. After the air was completely evacuated, Wang Yu confirmed the preparations with Bear one last time. After ensuring there were no issues, he pressed the button to open the cabin door. The cabin door they entered through slowly lifted, revealing the blue planet outside, with shining stars visible, and this scene could easily make one weak at the knees, even unable to stand up straight. However, Wang Yu had lived on the spacecraft for a while, so he managed well. He carried a rock painting titled Source of Calamity, while Bear carried 300 liters of fresh water. Additionally, the toolbox and 2 sets of 3 solar panels were also hung on the safety rope. The two began to walk out of the cabin with Wang Yu leading the way, as he had the map of the deep space vessel to assist him in navigation, ensuring he wouldn't get lost. However, as the operation truly began, the void below and the distant planets still exerted significant pressure on Wang Yu, akin to standing at the edge of a cliff. The instincts developed from living in a gravitational environment deterred him from proceeding, but he knew the planet's gravity below would not pull him down as he was in space orbit. This was a conflict between consciousness and instinct. He had to overcome his fear and instincts to successfully complete this mission. Relax, even if you accidentally let go, I will pull you back. Bear said, having heard Wang Yu's heavy breathing. Sorry, this is actually my first time operating outside the cabin. Wang Yu replied, realizing he was moving too slowly. He bit his lip, using the pain to dull his fear, and began to crouch down, climbing along the outside wall of the cabin. Unfortunately, the layer of organic material enveloped the inner metal. Otherwise, with electromagnetic adsorption, Wang Yu could even walk here, which would have made it much easier to rock climbing in a weightless environment. Unfortunately, the layer of organic material enveloped the inner metal. Otherwise, with electromagnetic adsorption, Wang Yu could even walk here, which would have made it much easier. He began to climb towards the bottom of the deep space vessel, planning to cross underneath to reach the ship's port side. Soon Bear also climbed out, and the two advanced slowly while connected by the safety rope. Alright, do you need my help with the installation? Wang Yu asked, glancing back, just in time to catch sight of the planet below, feeling a bit queasy with a few drops of cold sweat forming.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
No need, I have downloaded the installation manual. Bear replied, pulling the rope to bring over the toolbox and solar panels, and began assembling them on the spot. There were many installation options. Bear chose to secure them with vacuum quick-dry adhesive and expansion screws. Welding could also be used, but the structure of the ship's surface was unsuitable for welding. As Bear entered work mode, her advantage as a robot became evident. Even though it was her first time performing the installation of solar panels, her proficiency would put experienced engineers to shame. She first selected a relatively flat area, applied quick-dry adhesive at several contact points, and pressed the solar panel onto it, then moved on to the second and third panels. By the time the fifth panel was secured and aligned, the adhesive on the first panel had already set. Next, she took out a power drill and expansion screws, starting to drill the metal frame that would secure the solar panels, encircling it like framing. The entire process took less than 20 minutes, leaving Wang Yu in awe. After installing the solar panels, Bear also secured several batteries next to it, placing them inside a protective casing. This way, even if there was a lack of sunlight later, the telescopes and sensors arranged outside the ship could still operate for a while. The ideal solution would have been to connect to the internal circuits of the ship, but this vessel was not feasible. The internal circuits were a mess, and for now, they could only cope in this manner. Later, they would lay the cables properly, secure them to the surface of the ship, and install the telescopes, radars, and other sensors. This would complete all space operations, giving the ship new eyes and ears. Wang Yu watched from the side, feeling a bit impatient after a while. He marveled at how wise it was to bring Bear on board. He had gained a space engineer, and a skilled one at that. Completed. However, the last solar panel will be taken back for safety, just in case an emergency arises. Bear said, making a victory gesture. Though she did not speak, her voice was transmitted through the radio. Wang Yu nodded, and continued to move forward. In fact, as long as one adapted and moved steadily, it wasn't particularly difficult. After about another 10 minutes, the two had reached the bottom of the ship, and they were halfway through. However, the safety rope was nearing its limit. They had to find a place to secure the cargo before heading back to make a few more. The original plan was to drive a few stakes here to secure the luggage, but upon arriving they discovered a significant hole in the bottom of the deep space vessel, nearly 2 meters in diameter, as if something had burst through from the inside, with the edges curling outward. Wang Yu felt around his waist and took out the beam gun, a weapon with almost no recoil, making it more suitable for use in a weightless environment. After greeting Bear and agreeing to pull him back immediately if anything unusual occurred, he slowly crawled towards the breach. Confinement chamber, or a prison as it could also be called. Wang Yu was no longer concerned about what this research vessel might hold, considering it even housed heretics. A prison seemed nothing unusual. Once he confirmed there was no response, he leaned closer. His caution stemmed from the deep space ship's map, indicating that this area contained a
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Wang Yu observed carefully, and soon Bear leaned in, as well, shining a tactical flashlight inside, while switching to thermal imaging. There should be no danger. There's no atmosphere here, the temperature is very low, and only a withered corpse remains. Bear pointed to a corner, and at that moment Wang Yu also saw it. A body locked inside the cell, its hands and feet still shackled. The death was tragically horrific. The flesh seemed to have dried up, clinging tightly to the bones, the clothes tattered and torn, and the tail and limbs appeared moldy, adorned with dull, lifeless fur. The only part of the body that could be deemed intact was the cat-eared helmet. To confine a prisoner in such a place without even a breath of air is unimaginable. It's a torment so severe it defies description. Wang Yu attempted to crawl inside and discovered there was indeed gravity. The gravitational field had not been turned off, it was just that the air had leaked into space, and the prison door was tightly shut. Bear, this can temporarily serve as a storage for our belongings, Wang Yu said, looking at the cell bars, which were also suitable for securing safety ropes, making it an excellent choice. Then he'll go back and move all the luggage over. He'll go too, Wang Yu replied, securing the buckle of his safety rope to the railing of an empty cell, while switching to a carabiner, ensuring it wouldn't hinder his movements or cause him to fall away from the deep space ship. On the other side, Bear entered, as well, making the same choice, and placing his luggage down. With gravity present, they saved time securing their belongings, only needing to exert some effort when moving them out later. Before leaving, Wang Yu glanced again at the withered corpse, noticing its claws, which were 2 sizes larger than normal, glinting coldly at the tips like razors. The claw marks on the walls and the fine scratches on the bars were likely left by this person, indicating he had struggled in vain before succumbing to despair. Bear, you go ahead, I'll be right there, Wang Yu said, letting Bear go first as he unfastened the lock on his safety rope and walked towards the cell where the corpse lay. Cat brother, though I'm not sure if this is the right way to address you, I'm truly sorry to meet you in this manner. Wang Yu turned off the radio, talking to himself, as he had roughly guessed this person's identity. The cat food cans and healing spray he had found earlier were likely hidden by this person, unexpectedly benefiting Wang Yu, who was inadvertently helped. But a dead person cannot be brought back to life. After a moment's thought, Wang Yu took out the faded cat food can from his satchel and placed it in front of Cat Brother's cell as a sort of tribute. If there's an opportunity later, he would come to help collect Cat Brother's body. After all, keeping a corpse aboard his ship wouldn't be auspicious, but that was a matter for another time. Wang Yu put down the slate on his back and left the prison area, starting to return along the original path to transport the. About an hour later, all the luggage had been moved to the cells, and the safety rope was retrieved and secured on this side. Wang Yu and Bear prepared to continue their journey, as they still had half the distance left to cover. If all went well, they could complete the task in less than an hour. Having made several trips already, Wang Yu was bolder and more skilled. However, just as they were leaving with some of the luggage inside the prison, a claw pierced the cat food can on the ground, pulling the can. On the other side, Wang Yu and Bear had climbed to the other side of the deep space ship's hull, arriving at the spot where the docking module had been launched. There was actually an emergency passage for maintenance personnel that could be opened from the outside, but Wang Yu was dumbfounded, staring at the rock-like hull of the ship, unable to find the entrance to the emergency passage, let alone how to open it. It seemed that this layer of shell had to be knocked off. It should be right here, but it's covered by this layer of rock. Wang Yu pointed ahead and informed Bear of the situation. Let me give it a try, hopefully this layer isn't too thick. Bear replied, climbing beside Wang Yu, first installing a few hooks with expansion screws to secure the safety rope, then began attempting to remove the outer layer of rock with the tools he had on hand, such as a power drill and hammer. Since they hadn't anticipated this situation, they didn't carry more suitable tools. Wang Yu even considered using explosives, but the risk was too great. This ship was a living entity. Repairing the surface layer was fine, but detonating it, who knows how it would react. Wang Yu checked the oxygen supply. He hadn't even consumed one can yet, so he still had plenty of time. I'll go back to the prison to bring over the other luggage, Wang Yu said, greeting Bear, before preparing to turn back to the prison. When he arrived again at the breach of the prison, he felt something was off, as the safety rope was swaying and the noise was coming from inside the cell. He immediately became alert, drawing out his beam pistol and cautiously approaching, peering inside, only to freeze in shock Another person had appeared inside, rummaging through their luggage and inadvertently brushing against the safety rope, seemingly trying to steal something. And that withered small body along with the shackles on its limbs, could it be anyone other than Cat Brother? No, this monster is definitely not dead. Wang Yu, what's happening over there? Bear also sensed the anomaly on Wang Ye's side, as his physiological parameters displayed significant fluctuations detectable through the built-in system of his spacesuit. The monster in that cell is not dead, and it escaped. What a... Bear was clearly startled as well. Wang Ye's mind was on high alert. Cat Brother had noticed him, the helmet turning towards him, revealing those green glimmering eyes that exuded a primal ferocity, sending chills down his spine. Just imagine if a creature like Cat Brother, capable of long-term hibernation in the vacuum, and even breaking out of a cell, got too close. It wouldn't take a second for Wang Yu to be torn apart, so he decisively opened fire. However, surprisingly, the unreliable gun misfired, nearly giving Wang Yu a heart attack. He quickly adjusted his strategy, recalling a magic he knew called Body of Fear, and preparing to activate it, but Cat Brother's subsequent action left Wang Yu utterly, nearly giving Wang Yu. When Bear rushed in with his weapon, all he saw was Cat Brother sprawled on the ground, belly up, curled into a ball, occasionally twitching and rolling to change his lying position. And Wang Yu was pointing the beam gun at Cat Brother. Facing Bear's confused expression, he shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what had happened either, as he hadn't even fired yet, and yet Cat Brother had collapsed. What did you do to him? Ball asked. I don't know. When he saw me, he just became like this. Perhaps he was poisoned, or suddenly fell ill, Wang Yu replied, genuinely unsure. He neither attacked nor cast any spells, even confirming with the system panel. Cat Brother definitely laid down by himself. He couldn't have been scared, could he? He is not some kind of subspace evil god. Ball was momentarily speechless, looking at Cat Brother, who was still rolling over, then glancing at Wang Yu before speaking again. Does this monster know you? That's impossible. Oh, I don't know him at all. Then how did he? Is he trying to please you? Like a cat, Ball suggested, surprising Wang Yu, as Ball actually knew about such creatures. Moreover, after she mentioned it, Cat Brother's movements seemed to change in Wang Ye's eyes. It indeed resembled a cat. This cat is too shabby, with a skinny body and wearing a helmet, its limbs only having a bit of what looks like moldy fur. Wang Yu was at a loss, unsure how to deal with Cat Brother. Don't be fooled by him rolling on the ground. If he truly goes wild, a single paw could probably take Wang Yu away, and even Ball would find it hard to handle, as the cell cannot contain him. The hard bars have already been cut into several segments, proving Cat Brother's terrifying nature. This is not a cat, but a downright monster. What to do? Ball inquired, clearly asking Wang Yu how to handle Cat Brother. This. Wang Yu looked over, his gaze focused on Cat Brother's glistening claws, seemingly contemplating, then confirmed the situation of the passage with Ball, deciding to give it a try. He extended one hand, raising it repeatedly to signal Cat Brother to get up, while holding a gun in the other, ready to fire at any moment. Ball, next to him, was similarly prepared, her submachine gun also aimed this way, ensuring she could shoot Cat Brother to pieces at the first opportunity. But a rather amusing scene unfolded. Cat Brother actually sat up, even though he looked more like a dog at that moment. Good boy. Lie down, don't move. Wang Yu commanded, repeatedly changing his gestures. Lacking experience in training dogs and unable to transmit sound in a vacuum, his actions were essentially testing Cat Brother's intelligence. Fortunately, Cat Brother was indeed clever. Although he made a few mistakes, he ultimately grasped Wang Ye's commands, his intelligence far surpassing that of a dog. No wonder he could draw. Alright, I'll keep him under control here, while you move the luggage over. Later I'll see if I can guide Cat Brother to help break through that layer of rock shell and enter the maintenance passage. Wang Yu stated, having entered the cell and driven Cat Brother into a corner. Cat Brother. It's a temporary name I gave him. There are also Hammer Brother and Pig Brother on the ship, each looking more bizarre than the other, but they are all good guys. Wang Yu urged Ball to act quickly, feeling that Cat Brother might be similar to Hammer Brother and Pig Brother. Be careful, and if there's any problem, call me immediately. This creature is extremely dangerous. Ball did not hesitate, starting to transport the luggage from the cell bit by bit, preparing to move it all to the passage. Meanwhile, Wang Yu continued to interact with Cat Brother, trying more commands to see if he could indeed be controlled and communicated with. About 20 minutes later, all the luggage had been moved over. Ball had secured everything with numerous hooks. Alright, I'll try instructing Cat Brother to dig. It's already been successful once. Wang Yu replied, as there were clear scratch marks on the floor of the cell, and even a shallow pit that had just been dug out. The price paid was half a pound of jerky, which Cat Brother consumed, whole packaging and all. Both remained vigilant, especially Ball, who had switched her gun to a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. This kinetic weapon was actually not suitable for use in a vacuum due to its recoil, but there was no better choice at the moment. Wang Yu gradually guided Cat Brother, letting him climb out of the cell. When they crawled out into space, Cat Brother showed obvious resistance, seemingly frightened, but ultimately could not resist the temptation of half a pound of jerky crawling out, and then continued advancing under Wang Ye's guidance. His claw-like forelimbs and sharp toes could easily pierce the rock shell of the deep space vessel, with no concern about it. Minutes later, all three arrived at the entrance of the emergency maintenance passage. Wang Yu once again confirmed on the deep space map, and took a shot with his beam pistol, burning a black mark on it, but the effect was not great, as it was a substance closely resembling stone. Alright, Cat Brother, right here, dig a hole. If I shout stop, you stop immediately, and this jerky will be yours. Wang Yu muttered to himself, but only Ball could hear her expression, strange feeling that Wang Yu seemed to be enjoying it. Cat Brother understood the command and crawled over to start digging. His claws dug into the rock shell as easily as a hot knife through butter. Ball realized the reason. Cat Brother's claws were actually vibrating at high frequency while digging, but because the frequency was so high, Wang Yu's naked eye couldn't discern the changes. Quickly, the metal beneath the rock shell was revealed about 40 centimeters deep. No wonder Ball had been drilling for half a day without reaching the bottom. Could slow down, make the hole bigger, but do not damage the metal layer underneath. Wang Yu seemed to have mastered sign language, making gestures that were difficult to decipher, yet Cat Brother somehow understood, or rather remembered the correct answers through trial and error. In any case, the metal layer beneath was exposed, revealing a metal cover plate, albeit covered in scratches. Wang Yu signaled Cat Brother to back off and threw a piece of jerky to send him away, then approached the pit, instructing Ball to keep an eye on Cat Brother and notify him immediately if anything unusual occurred. He reached into the pit, grasping the groove of the cover plate. After a few attempts, he finally pushed the cover plate up, revealing a circular valve. This time Wang Yu had learned his lesson, not letting the strong Ball twist it, but instead doing it himself slowly, with normal human strength controlling the force. Even though this valve hadn't been used in a long time thanks to the protection of the cover plate, it was not difficult to twist. When it turned to a certain angle, he felt a jolt at the bottom of the circular valve, and then the entire valve sank inward, accompanied by the sounds of mechanical structures operating underneath. In just 2 minutes, the rock layer above them opened. The rock mass on the surface of the deep space vessel seemed not to hinder the opening of the hatch, as there appeared to be a gap, albeit very small, almost invisible when closed. Wang Yu and Ball entered the room behind the rock layer, one after the other, moving in piece after piece of luggage and cargo. Inside there was another door which, when opened, would likely lead to the onboard cabin. After everything was completed, Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, who was still obediently staying in place. Actually, at this point, he could have simply closed the hatch and left Cat Brother outside, eliminating the unstable factor. But if Cat Brother remained disobedient, he could actually be a tremendous asset, especially in combat, so it all depended on Wang Yu's choice. Cat Brother, I'm about to close the door, come over. Wang Yu communicated with sign language, and the latter crawled over. Only after all three entered did the hatch begin to slowly close, re-injecting air and restoring the pressure and gravity inside. On the deep space vessel on the third level in the hangar, a section of the wall covered in black substance slowly lifted, tearing apart the surface layer, causing a cascade of debris to fall and disperse into the air. 3 figures emerged from behind the door: Wang Yu, Ball, and the newcomer, the suspicious-looking character known as Cat Brother. He walked at the back, appearing timid since entering, glancing around nervously, always hiding behind Wang Yu's back, as if wishing to vanish into his shadow. After all three had entered, the wall, or door, began to slowly descend, sealing shut completely. This passage served as an emergency entrance for maintenance personnel, and was mostly kept closed, only opening from the outside in case of emergencies. Fortunately, once opened, this passage remained accessible, illuminated on the deep space map, allowing entry and exit. Cat Brother, here's a bottle of water for you. Just stand over there, and keep your distance, don't come too close. Wang Yu spoke while using sign language to indicate Cat Brother should stay back, simultaneously trying to increase his. Cat Brother was still too dangerous. Despite being obedient, one must never forget he was a terrifying creature capable of long-term hibernation in a vacuum, with claws sharp enough to tear through metal. Before being confined, he likely faced restrictions, otherwise his cell would hardly have contained him. For such creatures, no matter how well-behaved, one must maintain sufficient vigilance, at least until trust is established. On the other side, Cat Brother caught the bottle of water somewhat reluctantly and moved a bit farther away. His razor-sharp claws could retract seemingly due to a special skeletal structure, and furry palms could extend fingers resembling those of a human. However, it was obvious he wouldn't twist off the cap. Instead, he crudely thrust the bottle into his cat-like helmet, biting off the neck and licking before gulping it down vigorously. Seeing his state, Wang Yu realized he was severely dehydrated, so he provided him with a 2-liter bottle of fresh water. After all, with the fresh water recycling device, there was no need to be stingy. However, food was a different matter, especially jerky, as it was a rather limited resource. If Cat Brother had a hefty appetite and refused to eat vegetables, it could pose a significant problem later. Ball, this is the hangar I mentioned. Wang Yu shifted his attention from Cat Brother to Ball, saying, we have 2 landing pods left. If we cannot secure more landing pods or similar aircraft in subsequent operations, we could end up trapped on this ship. After entering the deep space vessel, he removed his helmet since there was air inside, allowing him to speak directly. Ball nodded and took off her mask, surveying the surroundings, looking at the walls and floors covered in the mysterious blacks. In the coming decades, or even longer, this place would be the home for her and Wang Yu. Meanwhile, Wang Yu continued to introduce the deep space vessel, mentioning that while he had spoken of it before, the specific details needed to be clarified on board. He planned to take Ball on a tour to familiarize her with the place before further discussing how to arrange the rooms and store the items they brought back. Previously, I killed a monster infested with parasites here. The body is already gone. You pig brother must. Wang Yu described Hammer Brother and Pig Brother to prepare her psychologically, as each was more grotesque than the last, making Cat Brother look quite handsome by comparison. When you see them remain calm, they are not bad people. However, at the back, Cat Brother, who was keeping his distance, trembled as he heard Wang Yu animatedly describe the might of Hammer Brother's enormous hammer. But Wang Yu was too engrossed in talking to Ball to notice, while only Ball sensed Cat Brother's unusual behavior. The three took the elevator to the bridge, during which Ball continuously held the anti-material sniper rifle, deliberately pointing it at Cat Brother to prevent him from moving erratically. This is the bridge. That strange thing resembling a tongue controls the ship. On the seat. Only I can control it, so don't approach carelessly, it's really dangerous. Then this is... What the hell is this? Wang Yu was dumbfounded as he stepped out and discovered a bizarre object on the right side of the control room, with three slender legs glittering gold, resembling a statue coated in poor-quality gold paint, completely out of place. He had heard of three-legged frogs and three-legged birds, all mythical creatures from legends. But what was this three-legged? Its eyes bulged as if they might burst, its mouth wide open, almost screaming, "I can't breathe." Ball, upon hearing this, had already aimed her gun at it, appearing more vigilant than Wang Yu, but was stopped. Wait. Wang Yu checked the map, and combining it with his memories, finally recalled that this was the egg they had previously... That so-called heritage recycler. Why does it look so ugly? Wang Yu felt a bit speechless, even sensing his system rapidly depreciating in value. Its taste was truly frustrating. He briefly explained to Ball what this thing was, stating it could recover the legacies of civilizations and gain corresponding rewards, after which he received Ball's skeptical glance. With no other choice, he could only prove it with facts, and just then he had also brought along the stone tablet, so Wang Yu asked Ball to bring it over and place it in front of the koi, ready to submit and confirm in the system. Then the golden fat koi moved, using its front two legs as hands to grasp the stone tablet, and began to stuff it in. The stone tablet, like clay, shrank progressively as it was swallowed, ultimately vanishing. Submitted unknown civilization heritage, gained universal credit points 20,000, received corresponding civilization gacha chances 3. Would you like to record this civilization? Recording will save the coordinates of its home planet, costing universal credit points 5,000. The system displayed two prompts, but only Wang Yu could see them. Save coordinates. Wang Yu didn't expect this function, but there was no hesitation. While 5,000 credit points were pricey, once the coordinates were lost, finding them again would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack, requiring far more credit points than 5,000. Thus, he almost instantly clicked confirm, paying the 5,000 credit points. Recording in progress. Recording complete. Successfully recorded civilization. Long Ear civilization. Home planet machine star. Grulia. After payment, Wang Yu's universal credit points dropped to 19,000, still a bit short of the upgrade threshold. Then 3 gacha balls sequentially spat out from the koi's mouth, reminiscent of rumination, landing on the ground as 3 differently colored orbs, red, yellow, and green. Wang Yu had played many games and was quite familiar with the concept of gacha. Coincidentally, Wang Yu had absolute confidence in his luck. He reached out and picked up the green orb, which then transformed in his hand into a canister of protein powder he recognized, boasting a purity of 4 nines, precisely the genuine Kongli brand protein powder. Damn! Wang Yu threw the protein powder canister to the ground. The discarded protein powder canister rolled a few times before being pinned down by a shadow. It was Cat Brother, who without a word decisively began to eat it. By the time Wang Yu noticed, it was too late to stop him, and he sadly lost a gacha. This lottery mechanism clearly had some manipulation behind it. It was likely a precise push from big data and algorithms similar to those mobile games he had played before, all controlled by capital with the aim of milking money. Ball, you try picking one too, Wang Yu said to Ball, intending to let someone else give it a shot. Ball was still in shock from the power of the heritage reclamation device, having consumed such a large piece of stone. What kind of skill was that? After Wang Yu called him a couple of times, Ball finally snapped back to reality, his eyes still revealing astonishment as he slowly picked up the yellow orb from the ground. The sensation in his hand kept changing until it ultimately transformed into a pure black vest, which Ball recognized immediately. Is this a bulletproof vest? Ball asked, recognizing it on the spot, as it was specifically designed for mechs. Name Barrier 02. Manufacturer Heart of Machinery. Regulatory level class, I civilian. Description: a bulletproof vest specially designed for mech servants, used to protect the delicate mechanisms within the torso. The surface is woven from high-strength metal fibers with a cushioning layer in the middle that is soft and does not hinder movement. It offers decent protection against impacts, bullets, and even electromagnetic pulses, but its only drawback is its weight, 70 kilograms, making it unsuitable for ordinary people. Defense 30. Wang Yu also saw the attributes of this equipment through the system. It was not weak, perfectly suited for Ball, much better than that protein powder. This thing is heavy, but it's perfect for you, Wang Yu said, looking down at the last orb on the ground. He had developed a rough judgment about the colors of these orbs and the items they produced. Green represented consumables or potions, while yellow indicated armor. As for red, he bent down to pick up the red orb from the ground, which transformed into a square metallic briefcase about 30 centimeters wide. Name Higra's Roar prototype. Manufacturer Higra Research Center. Regulatory level class 4 forbidden. Description: a highly specialized single-shot heavy pistol, its development based on continuous observation and research of Hegra condensing Hegra's impact into compact ammunition, thus possessing terrifying destructive power with almost no complete defensive methods. Usage requires loading a special 20mm caliber spherical bullet, paired with a disposable barrel. Upon hitting a target, it releases a compressed disaster impact that engulfs a wide area of surrounding targets. Please use this weapon only after ensuring your own safety. Stealing your power is just the beginning. Hegra Research Center. Wang Yes's eyes widened as he quickly found the button on the briefcase and opened it. Inside was a strangely shaped silver handgun with the barrel and body placed separately. There were a total of 3 barrels, and when combined the length of the gun body would exceed 30 centimeters, classifying it as a heavy pistol. On one side of the briefcase, 3 peculiar spherical objects were neatly arranged containing deep purple spherical masses that resembled enlarged viruses covered with numerous suction cup-like bumps and were dynamically changing, as if they were alive. Are these bullets? Wang Yu examined it, glancing at the gun body that resembled a giant revolver, taking it apart for inspection. He successfully pressed out the magazine on one side where a spherical recess was centered, perfectly accommodating a bullet before pushing it in. What kind of gun is this? It's not in my database at all, Ball remarked, looking at the gun and shifting his gaze to Wang Yu. Because Wang Yu had mentioned that this strange mechanism called the Heritage Reclamation Device would only yield rewards from corresponding civilizations. Yet this gun did not belong to any records, at least it was not in the official records. This might be a weapon you all will create in the future, Wang Yu said, squinting at the comically ugly Heritage Reclamation Device, feeling that it was quite extraordinary. The red gotcha likely represented weapons, but surprisingly the Heritage Reclamation Device could even produce creations from the future of corresponding civilizations. It was almost miraculous. Ball, however, was filled with disbelief. As a robot, he was inherently distrustful of various mysterious powers. But today she had witnessed far too many abnormal phenomena, leading her to question herself a bit, and even start a systems self-check reminiscent of an ordinary person's existential crisis. This gun has great power, possibly even greater than that mini nuclear bomb. It must be stored carefully. Wang Yu returned the gun, closed the metallic briefcase, and carefully tucked it into his shoulder bag, stealing a glance at Cat Brother not far away. Cat Brother over there was clearly enjoying himself, having a whole canister of protein powder, licking it, with a surprisingly long tongue that could reach out from beneath his helmet. Moreover, Cat Brother could really eat. His belly resembled a bottomless pit, nearly finishing off the entire canister of protein powder along with the 2 liters of fresh water he had received earlier. Fortunately, after observing for a while, Cat Brother's aggression was indeed not strong, at least not towards Wang Yu and Ball, allowing for continued observation. The group left the bridge and made their way to the captain's room. On the way, Wang Yu briefly explained what each room contained: mostly abandoned laboratories and studios with some doors either locked or deformed. For example, the door where they encountered Pig Brother required higher clearance. Wang Yu had mentioned it to Ball, and they needed to be cautious of any lizard monsters that might emerge from the corners, though this level should be cleared. Just as he was speaking, Cat Brother suddenly reacted, as if recalling something, and dashed into a nearby room, rummaging through it and making a mess. Wang Yu instantly recognized what he was looking for, since there was a cat head pattern painted on the wall of that room, which he had noticed before, so the item must have been taken. After rummaging for a long time, Cat Brother found nothing and returned with a dejected look, as if he had lost his soul. Well, it has been so long, or it might have been stolen by the light lizard, who knows, huh? Wang Yu scratched his head, not caring whether Cat Brother understood, or not. Even Ball couldn't comprehend what they were doing. On the road, Cat Brother flipped through several marked points, but still found nothing, ultimately becoming dispirited. The 3 arrived at the captain's cabin, with Wang Yu entering first and instructing Cat Brother to stay at the door, only calling him in after several seconds. This is the captain's cabin, the only place with relatively intact power supply. The socket is here, and the freshwater circulation system along with the hydroponic farm can be set up here since I brought a power strip. Wang Yu said to Ball, the bedroom on the left is where I rest. You can use the other rooms freely, there are plenty of them. Same goes. Wang Yu looked at Cat Brother, preparing to gradually integrate him as a reliable crew member. Mew. Cat Brother responded with a discontented murmur. Since entering the room, he had been fixated on the bulging bag on Wang Yu's chest, propped up by cans. After all, it contained Hegra's roar and 3 cat food cans, which were obviously bulging. Even a fool could tell, and the can given to Cat Brother earlier was also taken from Wang Yu's bag. However, Cat Brother still did not attempt to snatch it. He merely complained, attacking Wang Yu with a look of grievance and resentment hidden beneath his helmet's visor, only to be ignored. It seems Cat Brother doesn't show any inclination towards aggression. His temperament appears quite gentle, Wang Yu assessed, putting away the cans to test Cat Brother. Of course, there was also the reluctance to give Cat Brother food, as this was a rare commodity, possibly the last 3. Even if he had to give some, it needed to be valuable, like as a reward, to further regulate Cat Brother's behavior and reduce his beastly instincts. It was evident that Cat Brother possessed considerable intelligence, but he couldn't speak. It wasn't a matter of being mute like Hammer Brother, but rather he truly struggled to understand human speech and needed to use sign language to assist communication. He'll go get the stuff then, Ball said, having tested the power situation after plugging in the power strip, preparing to head back to the onboard cabin to move the items, as much cargo remained there. He'll go too, and Cat Brother you come along, but no claws. Wang Yu pointed at his hand, and then at Cat Brother's claws, using gestures to convey the idea of not using them and expressing his dislike. After several repetitions, Cat Brother finally understood, retracting his claws and following behind Wang Yu and Ball ready to help move the cargo. The three returned to the intersection where they had met Pig Brother, but this time before they arrived they saw the door open and a formidable armored giant emerge, dragging a heavy hammer in his right hand. Who else could it be but Hammer Brother? Seeing Hammer Brother, Cat Brother screamed as if he had seen a ghost, then scampered backward on all fours, but after 2 steps he felt something was off and turned back, crouching behind Wang Yu, almost curling up. Meanwhile, Hammer Brother strode over, seemingly targeting Wang Yu and the others. During his approach, he slowly raised the hammer in his hand, as if contemplating an attack. Hammer Brother, long time no see. I was just thinking of finding you. Let me introduce you to our new member, Ball. She's amazing, a robot. Wang Yu shouted loudly, although he was also sweating a lot under his clothes. The terrifying appearance of Hammer Brother was unsettling, and even though this was his second encounter, it still made him uneasy. And Ball. She inexplicably felt a sense of crisis as this strange being seemed to be approaching her. She sensed hostility and a desire for destruction emanating from the creature's gaze, causing her to grip the anti-material sniper rifle tightly. However, she remembered Wang Yu's instruction not to attack the armored giant with the hammer or the pig-faced creature, so she did not point the gun at Hammer Brother. After Wang Yu called out and introduced Ball, Hammer Brother's footsteps halted, his single eye behind the mask no longer fixating on Ball, but shifting to Cat Brother, who was trembling behind Wang Yu. Hammer Brother, I just went planet exploring and brought you a gift. 100 different flavors of gummy candy. Would you like? Wang Yu said, rummaging through his bag to find the assorted gummies he had brought back to enjoy alone. There were 100 pieces each with a different flavor, and some had already been eaten. However, Hammer Brother showed no reaction, continuing to stare at Wang Yu, blocking the path like a statue. At that moment, Wang Yu felt a movement behind him, as something was rubbing against him. Turning around, he discovered it was Cat Brother, crouched on the ground, trembling, as if about to fall apart. This is also my helper. He's quite capable, just a bit timid. Wang Yu said, having already sensed something was off, or rather feeling a sense of dissonance. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Hammer Brother finally took action, extending his other hand to take the metal candy can from Wang Yu, stuffing a piece into his mouth as he chewed, and walked toward the side door until he vanished. Phew. Wang Yu's tense expression finally relaxed as he exhaled. He realized that Hammer Brother was not friendly, or rather he only bore goodwill towards himself. If it were Ball or Cat Brother alone, the situation would definitely not end well, and Cat Brother had clearly experienced Hammer Brother's might before, otherwise he wouldn't be trembling like this. Thus it was not Hammer Brother or Pig Brother that was special, it had always been Wang Yu himself. Is it because I was sent by the system, or? Wang Yu felt a fundamental difference between himself and Ball and Cat Brother, but he couldn't confirm what it was for the moment. However, from this point onward, Hammer Brother should no longer attack Ball and Cat Brother, which was a relief. Had he allowed Ball to go alone to move the luggage earlier, it was unimaginable what might have happened. It seemed Hammer Brother could sense foreign objects within the ship and hunted them like a machine. Pig Brother likely did something similar, primarily responsible for cleaning up the bodies of the deceased. The three returned the way they came, taking the elevator to the onboard cabin to move the cargo. This time Cat Brother was more proactive, perhaps, because Hammer Brother wouldn't catch him anymore. He even ran ahead of Wang Yu, sniffing around here and there, seemingly searching for any leftover cat food or food. Upon receiving Wang Yu's instructions, he obediently helped carry the luggage, displaying astonishing strength, able to carry 200 to 300 pounds of luggage with ease. Among the three, Wang Yu was likely the weakest. Compared to the others, he could be considered as having no strength to crush an egg. This made Wang Yu feel an immense pressure, urgently wanting to grow stronger and stand tall. 2 days later. Life aboard the deep space had settled into a routine, and Cat Brother had begun to earn the trust of Wang Yu and Ball, officially becoming a member of the crew. At least Ball would no longer be constantly watching her with a gun. However, expecting Cat Brother to contribute to the construction and improvement of the internal environment of the deep space was asking too much. He lacked the intelligence or knowledge and couldn't even speak. Instead of using words to communicate, it was better to rely on tone and pitch, supplemented with sign language. In this regard, Wang Yu was relatively skilled, and even Ball felt that he had created a sign language that only he and Cat Brother could understand. You can't eat too much, you must control your portions. You won't starve even if you go hungry for years. But I'm different. I could die if I go without food for a few days, so you can only eat this much at each meal, and no more than 3 meals a day. The food supply was limited and couldn't be consumed all at once. Wang Yu prepared some dehydrated vegetables, a little jerky, and protein blocks, then added some cooking oil and salt along with a large flatbread made by Ball. This was Cat Brother's meal, roughly equivalent to Wang Yu's own portion. Eating like this, combined with the output from the hydroponics farm and the purification cycle for freshwater, they should be able to last for a year or two without major issues. If food became tight later on, they could consider reducing rations to significantly extend how long they could last.
想象一下， 未来的生活其实触手可及。
Cat brother looked at the iron tray Wang Yu brought, eyeing the flatbread and the green floating items, emitting a dissatisfied growl. Pouting won't work. This is a notification, not a negotiation. You can't just think of yourself. If you keep asking for food like yesterday and cause trouble, I will have to give you to Hammer brother. Wang Yu conveyed this with sign language and a threatening tone. Cat brother, feeling hungry in the latter half of the previous night, had sneaked in a few times to ask for food, prompting Wang Yu to feed him. Stealing food was out of the question, but sneaking in to ask for it while Ball wasn't looking was something Cat brother couldn't resist. This kept Wang Yu from sleeping well, so he was laying down the rules for Cat brother today. Ugh. Cat brother couldn't speak, but was clearly startled by the mention of Hammer brother shrinking back, and then staring longingly at the backpack on Wang Yu's body, seemingly targeting the cat food cans. His gaze fell on the packaging where half of a cartoon orange cat's head was still visible, along with a few familiar Chinese characters in one corner, something like delicious starfish content greater than 1%. Wang Yu articulated each word clearly, trying to convey the message with his gestures and tone. Cat brother was nodding vigorously, though it was unclear if he truly understood. In any case, Wang Yu gave him a can, and then quickly left the room, where Cat brother was not wanting to be tempted by the Soon the room was filled with excited snorts and the sounds of ravenous eating. The living room, or rather the workspace. Ball spent most of her time here because she didn't need to sleep and thus didn't require a bed, as she just needed regular charging and maintenance. At this moment, Ball was adjusting the small hydroponics farm in the living room. This had just been assembled yesterday, and the first batch of crops had already begun to be cultivated with a total of 32 independent cultivation pods. However, the cultivation method of this device differed greatly from Wang Yu's understanding of hydroponics, as the plants weren't submerged in water, but were suspended in air. The cultivation pods needed to maintain a constant temperature and humidity, injecting a large amount of atomized nutrient solution to ensure that these high-quality tuberous stems could grow and sprout. Then they had to be shaded and provided with light until they yielded large tuber-like crops that could be cut for the next generation, forming a renewable cycle. Additionally, there were seeds for pod-bearing plants, but they hadn't been planted yet, as what was needed more at the moment were food that could fill them up and be stored with the later batches to include them. Wang Yu learned a lot about hydroponics from Ball during his observation. If he used the nutrients he brought properly, he should be able to cultivate dozens of rounds. Wang Yu looked at the freshwater purification system assembled against the wall on the other side. This device was relatively simple to operate, as its principle was similar to wastewater treatment. It was a closed micro-water purification factory that purified wastewater through filtration and permeable membranes, with the process fully automated, requiring only periodic disposal of waste and replacement of filters and membranes. Ball was considering connecting the pipes to the bathroom, and then setting up a large water storage tank to realize the water.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
To completely solve this problem, they needed to find a way to recover moisture from the air, which required Wang Yu and the others to fully control the ship. Alternatively, they would have to obtain water from the universe, which meant mining for it. Water is not rare in the universe. Some asteroids exist in the form of ice. As long as they mastered the process of preparing and purifying water along with space mining equipment, they could obtain it directly from the external environment. Ball, didn't you say there were telescopes, radars, spectrometers, communication antennas, and the like to install? Let's install them today, otherwise it will be difficult to install them once the deep space is in motion. Wang Yu stated, planning to complete all these space operations today, and then take control of the deep space. His participation was essential for the installation, as currently only Wang Yu had the authority to open the maintenance passage to the outside of the deep space, while Ball and Cat brother could only move within the ship. The two headed towards the bridge, leaving Cat brother alone in the room, as he couldn't contribute much. They arrived at the onboard cabin where the instruments to be installed were still laid out. Once the installation was successful, they could use the photon computer they brought to operate these devices, enabling a series of functions such as radar warnings, observing and analyzing distant celestial bodies, receiving radio signals, and more. These were actually basic functions that a spaceship should have, but unfortunately the deep space was a problematic ship lacking many functions, and many areas were not accessible to Wang Yu. They had to find ways to make up for it. Wang Yu put on the spacesuit while Ball donned her mask, preparing for their trip to space. Originally, Ball stated that she could handle it alone, she just needed to open the maintenance passage. However, Wang Yu insisted on accompanying her, wanting to learn a bit, as this was likely to be an extremely important skill in the future which he needed to grasp little by little now. Once everything was ready, Wang Yu closed the gravity field in that area on the control panel of the onboard cabin. Then the two strapped the instruments they were going to install onto their backs, and opened the emergency maintenance passage heading to the surface of the deep space. 5 hours later, Wang Yu and Ball appeared again in the spacecraft's cabin, changed their equipment, put away the toolbox, and restarted the gravity field in the room. This space operation concluded successfully. Wang Yu learned a lot, and even independently completed the installation of a radar system. Although Ball handled the debugging and cabling, he indeed secured the radar, albeit taking about an hour and a half, and the framework used for the installation was slightly crooked. Nonetheless, starting today, Wang Yu can proudly call himself a space engineer apprentice. At the very least, he would no longer feel panicked in space, nor would he tremble with fear, marking a significant progress. He planned to return to the captain's room first to recharge the depleted oxygen tanks, then check on Cat Brother to see if there had been any mischief or damage. Then he could attempt to awaken the deep space ship and leave the star system. They had no specific destination, leaving was merely to escape the influence of the demon star Higra, so any star system outside the cosmic void would suffice. The two returned to the captain's room, which remained unchanged from when they left. Cat Brother was as honest as ever. He neither stole food nor caused any trouble, only leaving behind the shackles he had dismantled in the living room, displaying an impressive level of cat ethics, possibly having attended some kind of training. Wang Yu retrieved the oxygen generator, plugged it in, and began refilling the oxygen tanks. The noise was considerable because this machine purifies oxygen from the air, requiring the extraction of a large volume of air, hence the significant sound. Meanwhile, Ball, powered on the photon computer or light brain on the table, connected the cables extracted from his wrist and began testing the installed equipment to see if they were functioning properly and could connect to a signal. After all, they were inside the ship, separated by a thick hull, so it was normal not to receive a signal. They might have to think of other methods. Fortunately, the results were promising, with several devices successfully activated. Ball even managed to contact Sophia on the machine star, and they began chatting. Wang Yu stole a glance and noticed they were exchanging greetings and updates. Ball sent over photographs of the deep space ship, including internal footage, although it was unclear when they were recorded. The images included the established hydroponic farm and freshwater purification system, and even a video of Wang Yu clumsily installing the radar outside the ship, reminiscent of a worker reporting back to his hometown. Sophia on her end sent over the blueprints for the planned research building, which was currently laying the foundation, situated in the very square where the demon star Higra was observed, showcasing exceptional efficiency. Moreover, the name for the building was already decided: Higra Research Center. Sophia asked Ball for his thoughts on the name, and also consulted Wang Yu to see if he had any better ideas. As if sensing that Ball was about to turn around, Wang Yu immediately turned and headed toward Cat Brother's room, leaving Ball to see only Wang Yu's back, frowning slightly. Ball, he is eavesdropping and hasn't voiced an opinion, so he probably thinks the name is good too. Sophia, oh, have you seen the photos I sent? The technology level of this ship is exceptionally high, far surpassing ours. It has mastered gravity technology, and likely even the application of negative mass energy materials. Moreover, Wang Yu is not the original owner of this ship. He indeed got involved due to some accident, yet he can control this ship and even utilize some oddly shaped devices. Ball attached a video of the heirloom's recovery agent reclaiming the inheritance, which included a gun called the Roar of Higra. However, Ball was not aware of the specific details, only showcasing the process of the agent swallowing the stone slab, producing a capsule toy, and the toy transforming into an item. In the video, Wang Yu mentioned that the handgun was a weapon from the future. Sophia, a weapon from the future. Ball, are you sure your system isn't infected? No, I've already conducted a self-check. Sophia, perhaps it's too advanced for us to comprehend, leading to phenomena that appear to be surreal powers. If an ancient creator were to arrive in modern times, their situation would likely be similar, encountering countless incomprehensible scenes akin to magic. Additionally, do you not think that the abnormal beings known as Cat Brother and Hammer Brother bear a certain resemblance to catastrophe entities? They exhibit extraordinarily tenacious vitality and even possess some surreal powers, especially that individual known as Hammer Brother. His presence instills fear in me. You know what that implies. It's very dangerous. You must remain vigilant and protect Wang Yu. He is our esteemed friend. You need not remind me of that. Focus your energy on dealing with Higra. If it comes to that, build a spaceship and escape far away. There's no need to stubbornly resist. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had entered the bedroom on the right side of the room, finally understanding why he had not heard any noise from Cat Brother for so long, because this fellow had actually fallen asleep lying on the floor. Had it not been for his chest gently rising and falling, Wang Yu might have thought he was dead, given his nearly corpse-like appearance, which was quite unsettling. If one were not accustomed to it, they likely wouldn't dare approach. I need to teach him to sleep on a bed, and also prepare some clothes so as not to scare others. Wang Yu remarked, glancing at the corner where the cat food cans and breakfast had been devoured, feeling it necessary to teach Cat Brother how to live like a human instead of eating and sleeping like a beast. He needed to tap into his potential, allowing him to contribute to the construction and development of the deep space ship. Otherwise, he risked becoming a useless burden. Wang Yu exited the room, looking at Ball, who was still using the computer, greeting him before preparing to go to the bridge to awaken the deep space ship. He'll go with you. Ball replied, shutting down the computer and suggesting they go together. The two made their way to the bridge, where several control panels were covered in black, corroded matter, rendering them unusable. However, Wang Yu suddenly remembered that Ball was quite an authority in the field of computing, and perhaps he could extract valuable information from the abandoned control panels, or even from the discarded computers in the laboratory. After all, the hard drives inside might still be intact. He immediately shared his thoughts with Ball, who expressed that it was worth a try, but advised not to have overly high expectations, because the programming languages of different civilizations could vary drastically, and there might also be encryption involved. Thus, even if the hard drives were intact, it was uncertain how much valuable information could be extracted. Alright, it's worth a shot. Failure wouldn't incur much loss. Wang Yu nodded, and then looked at the chair in the center of the bridge that resembled a tongue walking over to it. In fact, when he last sat in this seat, he already had some understanding of the status of the deep space. This living ship remains in a state of dormancy for most of the time due to hunger, with many functions turned off, such as those modules labeled as hungry. However, it can still move or navigate once awakened, but due to its hunger it operates in a low-energy state akin to a starving beast. It can move, but only slightly, making it unrealistic to expect it to accelerate to near-light speed and traverse star systems. Then there is the method of opening the subspace route, which Wang Yu grasped during his brief connection with the ship. Given the current state of the deep space, it must be sufficiently close to a star reaching a certain distance to possibly open the passage to subspace. From a scientific perspective, this is likely because the space-time around massive celestial bodies is severely warped, resulting in stronger gravity, making it easier to breach into subspace. Exiting subspace afterwards is relatively easier, but the passage will generally only open near planets. It is nearly impossible to directly appear in open areas, as the energy demand would grow exponentially, and the deep space currently cannot afford such consumption. While studying astrophysics on the machine planet Grillia, Wang Yu had read some cosmological knowledge, but due to his limited expertise, he understood very little. Fortunately, operating the ship did not require extensive knowledge. He only needed to issue commands. His plan was to reach the nearest planet in the current star system, specifically the dark side of the planet closest to the star. There, the gravitational pull from the star and the planet would overlap, which should meet the requirements for the deep space to open the subspace route. Moreover, the temperature would not be too high since the distance is still sufficient. He only needed to keep adjusting the trajectory. The greatest challenge actually lies with Wang Yu himself, as it would depend on how long he could keep the deep space awake, which would determine the feasibility of this journey and the duration it would take. Wang Yu took a deep breath. After facing the demon star Hegra, he felt no fear in connecting with the deep space, and gained a deeper understanding of his own talents, namely that his luck allowed him to endure against mental pollution longer than ordinary people, even significantly longer. Let's consider it a trial of my willpower. Wang Yu sat down heavily in the captain's seat, feeling as though he had sunk into a soft gel, his body enveloped by the blood and flesh tissue that crawled up, almost merging with the seat, leaving only his closed eyes visible. Then the deep space began to move. Inside the ship, the shaking could be distinctly felt, a result of the sudden acceleration. At the same moment, the former crew members, represented by Brother Hammer, all seemed to sense something and looked toward the bridge. Switching to the cosmic perspective would reveal the awakening of the deep space, its shell-like surface opening numerous yellow-brown eyes, replacing traditional sensors, providing Wang Yu with an all-encompassing three-dimensional view, even allowing him to sense the current speed and the gravitational pull of the nearby planet, as well as the new trajectory and route he would be entering. The deep space began to accelerate, departing from its original trajectory and heading toward the star, gaining speed. Inside the bridge, Ball looked at the Wang Yu swallowed by the ship's seat, feeling the power transmitted through the floor, once again shocked. She felt that neither she nor the tribe on the planet had truly understood this universe until the appearance of the demons. This universe is far more terrifying than they had imagined, filled with various incredible phenomena, and only by understanding enough can one have the opportunity to witness it. Wang Yu managed to hold on for almost 20 minutes before he slid down from the seat, collapsing onto the ground and vomiting continuously. Ball brought a water cup and tissues, gently patting Wang Yu's back to alleviate his discomfort. This time was much stronger than the first, perhaps due to having mentally prepared himself and feeling more confident after encountering the demon star Hegra, allowing him to endure much longer. His sanity was still at 22, but in reality Wang Yu didn't care about his sanity. Instead, he focused more on the number in the palm of his right hand, occasionally glancing at it. As long as the number on top wasn't 0, he wouldn't go mad due to low sanity, and even if it dropped to 0, he would regain a bit of sanity due to a successful assessment. This was his unique advantage. Once the number changed to 2, Wang Yu disconnected, as the trajectory had already been preset. For a while the ship would move according to the predetermined course, but regular checks and adjustments were still necessary. Ugh. Alright. I feel better now. Ugh. Damn. Wang Yu's complexion was not good, but he didn't want to appear too embarrassed in front of Ball, feeling somewhat conflicted. He forced himself to sit up, took a sip from the water cup in Bale's hand, and indeed felt much better, though his scalp and limbs still felt a bit numb and cool. Is the side effect of operating this ship so severe? Are you sure it won't affect your body? Ball asked. Although she had heard a rough idea from Wang Yu earlier, she still felt some concern upon seeing it in practice. It's not a big deal. Oh, I just have to endure hunger and the dizziness and unease of being in space. It'll gradually adapt. Wang Yu replied, slowly distancing himself from the effects, only feeling a bit hungry and needing to eat something. Ball, could you please check the current route of the deep space? If there are any issues, I'll make adjustments. The installed telescopes, radars, and other detectors should be able to confirm the current trajectory and calculate the subsequent route, sending it to me so that I can adjust it in time. Wang Yu said, gradually adapting to the navigation in space, making a significant step toward becoming a competent. 20 minutes later. Wang Yu had a grand meal in the captain's room prepared meticulously by Ball. Although the conditions were very limited, consisting of only filling ingredients, it was vastly superior to the food he prepared for Cat Brother. After all, Cat Brother's food was made by Wang Yu. Ball wouldn't care what Cat Brother ate, only ensuring he didn't sneak food. Would you like some more? Ball asked as Wang Yu was eating quickly like a starving ghost. No, the food is limited, we can't waste it, this is it. Wang Yu stood up ready to tidy up the utensils. He had already checked the situation regarding the route on Bale's computer while eating, and it was basically consistent with the route he saw while connecting to the deep space. This indicated that the deep space had the ability to calculate navigation routes, possessing almost all the functions of a spaceship, but due to hunger some capabilities were limited. I planned to check and adjust the route of the deep space weekly, gradually adapting to the feeling of operating it, while making timely adjustments to the navigation routes to reach the target location as soon as possible. Once we enter the orbit of the planet closest to the star, we will leave this star system and head toward another starry sky, with the journey expected to take about 2 months. And the next time we return here, it is uncertain how many years later. Wang Yu said this looking at Ball also as a reminder. It was time for her to bid farewell to her home planet and tribe. This side might very well be a final goodbye. The next day, Wang Yu woke up early, casually ate something, and began his training, planning to activate the discipline life as the situation stabilized and gradually grow stronger. This time he did not bring any fitness equipment back, mainly because those things were too heavy, but exercising did not necessarily require professional equipment. Activities like running, push-ups, sit-ups, and squats could achieve fitness goals. To increase the intensity, he could look for some heavy objects to assist. There was no shortage of clutter here, and with gravity coupled with the system visualizing the concept of becoming stronger, Wang Yu was not worried about lack of effectiveness as he could see the improvements. The only significant limitation was the use of weapons, especially firearms. There were no conditions to practice firearms on the deep space ship, but fortunately, he had trained on the machine star Grillia and had some basic skills. Wang Yu practiced in the living room until noon, during which he also paid attention to resting and hydrating, avoiding any injuries to his body. He checked his attributes again, finding that he was still short of 10 points of experience to break through his physical attribute to 6, but overall growth was slow. Even under the conditions of machine star Grillia, it was still slow with no comparison to the rapid growth of his will and inspiration attributes. In contrast, during the short 20 minutes of piloting the deep space ship, those two attributes had gained double-digit experience, growing much faster than physical immunity and reflex attributes. Moreover, if he continued to train like this with the increasing requirements for experience at each attribute level, would he end up training to death without reaching the next level? Wang Yu felt this was entirely possible, and wearing the exoskeleton power armor, wouldn't it cover his physical weaknesses? I shouldn't have misunderstood the way to grow. No matter how much a person trains, they could never surpass an excavator. Such brute strength as that of Thor cannot be obtained solely through exercise. Wang Yu pondered, recalling the big guy he had seen on television before crossing over. Even if they used the 9 Dragons' power, they could never win an arm wrestling match against the frail Ball, nor could they defeat Cat Brother, or even himself in power armor. Could it be that humans are more suited for the path of the mage? Whatever the case, he'll continue training. Any bit of strength gained is worth it. After all, strengthening the body is certainly not a problem. Wang Yu comforted himself, stopping his training, and looked at the towel, water, and appetizing lunch laid out on the table behind him, walking over. This was prepared by Ball beforehand, placed on the table without disturbing Wang Yu, just waiting for him to eat after he got tired from training. This almost meticulous care left Wang Yu without any complaints. Moreover, Ball was a versatile individual in everyday life, excelling in engineering, electronics, medical, and combat fields, practically a perfect superhuman, truly worthy of the name Ball. He absolutely could not allow himself to become a useless person. Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead, devoured his meal, while the sound of ping-pong echoed from the bathroom. Because Ball was checking the plumbing system in the bathroom, intending to remodel it, he also planned to go learn in the afternoon. Since he couldn't train 24 hours a day, that would be too taxing on the body. By the way, why haven't I seen Cat Brother lately? Wang Yu suddenly remembered this person and almost forgot about him. It had been nearly a day since he last saw Cat Brother, and he hadn't come to ask for food in the morning. It was really strange. He stood up, slightly furrowing his brows, looking towards Cat Brother's room, and walked over. What the hell? Wang Yu couldn't help but curse, for Cat Brother had disappeared, replaced by a brown-skinned woman lying on the ground, sleeping soundly, with several patterns on her skin that looked more like natural markings than scars. This familiar tattered clothing, along with her furry hands and feet and cat-like helmet. TMD, Cat Brother is a female. Wang Yu was greatly shocked, which quickly drew the attention of Busy Ball, who rushed over and noticed the drastically changed appearance of Cat Brother. No, it couldn't be called Cat Brother anymore. It should be called. Ball, quickly find some clothes for Cat Brother, otherwise when she wakes up it would be inappropriate. Wang Yu said seriously, without looking away, handing Cat Brother over to Ball. That's not suitable. My clothes are clearly much larger, especially the pants. Then cut them down. We can't just leave her like this, can we? Fine. Ball was somewhat reluctant because she only had a few sets of clothes, and if she gave some to Cat Brother, she would be tight on clothes herself. You take out a set too. After all, the length is about the same. Okay. Wang Yu decisively agreed, and then had no intention of getting involved. However, 5 minutes later, two sets of clothes were in front of Wang Yu. One set was a white t-shirt and jeans, and the other was a complete set of a black windbreaker with a base layer shirt and pants, which were Wang Yu's clothes. Ball mentioned she had no time to deal with these. The plumbing in the bathroom was still not fixed, so all the clothes ended up with Wang Yu along with the tool for cutting. There was only a small knife. Wang Yu, a recent college graduate, had never done such delicate work before. He felt a bit dazed. Moreover, he sensed something was off from Bao's attitude, as she seemed not to like Cat Brother much. Fortunately, Ball measured Cat Brother's body proportions and told Wang Yu. Her height was 164 centimeters, and her legs were not nearly as long as Bao's, so the jeans would need to be cut much shorter. As for Wang Yu's clothes, the length was not too different, and he could just roll up the pant legs without needing much alteration. He directly gestured a few times with his hands, then used the knife to cut the legs of the jeans. Soon a pair of mid-length pants with a waistland style emerged. Due to poor technique and not having scissors, Cat Brother would have to make do with them. The reason they were so short could only be blamed on the dull knife. With a bit of force it had ripped a large tear, so it was better to make them shorter. Hopefully, they would only cover her shins, and Cat Brother wouldn't mind the cold. But with Cat Brother's extraordinary physical constitution, she could recover even from being a dried corpse, so she probably wouldn't care about this bit of temperature. However, it would be inappropriate to still call her Cat Brother now. Cat Sister. No, that would be too strange. It feels like I've lowered myself a generation. Just as Wang Yu was thinking, there was movement from Cat Brother's room. She had just woken up and rushed out to find Wang Yu for food. However, her current appearance was too different from before. When Wang Yu saw her, he felt a headache, wishing Cat Brother would remain a dried corpse, as that way he could treat her as a freak. Now looking like this, it felt a bit like breaking the rules. You need to change into some clothes. Wang Yu ignored Cat Brother, who was begging for food, and handed over the two sets of clothes. She accepted them, but seemed a bit confused, pausing for a few seconds before starting to stuff them into her helmet. Hey, this isn't food for you. Can't you recognize clothes? Where did this primitive person come from? Wang Yu was utterly speechless, only able to snatch them back, though fortunately Cat Brother didn't guard her food, so taking things from her was not difficult. Put it on, wear it like this. He demonstrated with the clothes using gestures and tone, finally managing to get Cat Brother to understand and put the clothes on, but she clearly had never worn them before, acting like a child, so he had to help her adjust. Huh, how old are you exactly? Wang Yu felt a headache again, looking at Cat Brother, feeling the need to educate her. Because her state resembled that of a savage, she probably had never received systematic education, and her inability to speak might also be due to this, unlike Thor and Pig Brother. Alright, stop rummaging through my clothes. I'll get you something to eat right away. 15 minutes later. Don't use your hands, eat with a spoon. Look at the fur on your hands, it's so dirty that you can't see the original color. After Cat Brother became more human-like, Wang Yu could no longer tolerate Cat Brother eating with his hands, and insisted that he use a spoon, as it was the most basic table etiquette. Ugh. Cat Brother let out a disgruntled murmur, somewhat reluctant, but still gripped the spoon with his fist, scooping food towards his helmet, some splattering onto his clothes, and even the helmet. You shouldn't wear the helmet while eating. Wang Yu stood up and directly removed the black cat helmet, seeing Cat Brother's face for the first time. He truly had a pair of cat ears, and his fur was white mixed with black stripes. His eyes were dark golden, large, and somewhat cute. Cat Brother screamed, flinging the spoon away, snatching the slightly larger helmet, and putting it back on, then hurriedly scurried back to his room, using all fours, not even eating his food. Wang Yu felt he might have gone a bit too far, having completely disregarded Cat Brother's feelings. He seemed to be even more timid than the initial Ball, needing the helmet for a sense of security. Or perhaps that helmet held some special significance. Wang Yu could not know, furrowing his brows as he summoned the system interface to check, for he had received relevant information upon acquiring the helmet. Name: Spiritual Vision Guardian Cat Helmet, Limited Edition. Manufacturer: Four-Legged Fish Life Corporation. Regulatory level I. Civilian description: a helmet designed to protect navigators. There are many similar products, but Four-Legged Fish Company has particularly strong technical reserves in this area. Therefore, even the lowest-end models perform comparably to mid-range models from other companies, adhering to the company's long-standing, high-cost performance route, making it a product of excellent quality at a reasonable price. Wearing it increases willpower protection by 10 when protecting, regarded as an increase of 10 in will attribute, and it also prevents rational damage below level 2. This model is a limited edition for cat helmets, extremely rare, highly popular among certain groups, and its collectible value far exceeds its practical value, capable of fetching a high price. It actually is a helmet that can protect one's sanity. Wang Yu exclaimed, feeling Cat Brother had become even more mysterious. However, he could never bring himself to snatch a child's belongings. He still had some morals. Wang Yu took the tray into Cat Brother's room, and found Cat Brother curled up in the corner, taking some effort to coax him out again. Fortunately, Cat Brother bore no grudges, and quickly returned to eating with the spoon, as if nothing had happened, gradually mastering the correct way to hold the spoon under Wang Yu's guidance. Pretty smart, just not sure how long it will take to learn to talk and write. And to wash hands. Wang Yu murmured to himself as the fur on Cat Brother's hands and ears was completely different in color, showing that it had probably been years since it had been cleaned. Stay here and eat, don't cause trouble, don't sneak bites, do you understand? Cat Brother nodded, though it was unclear if he truly understood. In any case, Wang Yu walked back to his own room preparing to discuss with Ball how to educate and guide Cat Brother. Additionally, he needed to give a name. Cat Brother. Cat here, or this name will do. It sounds close enough, and it saves the hassle of changing it again and her not recognizing it. Wang Yu entered the bathroom, where the floor had many openings revealing the wires and pipes below, as well as numerous unidentified black attachments resembling dried gel, quite similar to the black materials in the bridge and the cabin. Ball was planning to remove part of the pipe and connect it directly to the ground, then link it to a water tank with wastewater routed to the living room's freshwater purification system for recycling. Ball, is there anything I can help with? Wang Yu said. Although Ball had noticed him upon entering the ladder, did not react. No. Ball's response was succinct. I have some free time too, why not learn a bit? It might come in handy someday, right? Wang Yu continued. Ball then paused thought for a moment and instructed Wang Yu to collect some metal sheets, and then use a welding gun to create a large water tank, quickly establishing the water recycling system. Alright then. Wang Yu grabbed the tools and prepared to search other rooms, but at that moment, he reiterated Cat Brother. You've seen Cat Kier's situation, she is not a monster, but she might have been wild since childhood, similar to a child needing education and guidance to change her. But she's very dangerous. If she loses control, the consequences would be dire, and danger is relative. Wang Yu interrupted Ball. Even within the deep space, even here one cannot claim absolute safety. Perhaps at any moment the impact of Higra could arrive. This place, this universe, is actually filled with dangers everywhere. Thus what we should do is unite all possible forces, utilizing all available resources to truly find a place to stand in this universe. Ball, I hope you can stand with me from the same perspective, because I might be shouldering such a mission. Wang Yu looked at Ball, his gaze intense, sensing her dissatisfaction and hostility towards Cat Kier, perhaps stemming from vigilance or something else. However, if Cat Kier could be educated well with her physical qualities and abilities, she would become a tremendous asset. What Wang Yu currently lacked was manpower, as there were only a few capable individuals on the ship, and even the nearly omnipotent Ball was stretched thin in this environment. Therefore, it was necessary to guide and educate Cat Kier. She had already proven to be quite well behaved, having caused no trouble so far. Gulp. Ball averted her gaze, escaping Wang Yu's stare slightly, nodding, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Alright, let's get to work. The sooner we finish, the more time we might have to play a couple of games tonight. Actually, Cat Kier can help with this kind of pipe work. Her claws can cut through metal far better than an angle grinder. After eating, Cat Kier was naturally roped into helping, for the deep space did not support idlers, including Captain Wang Yu himself. Under Cat Kier's terrifying claws, which resembled high molecular vibrating knives, the metal floor was hardly more durable than foam, greatly increasing the efficiency of the renovation. After experiencing the benefits, Ball also began to use sign language, directing Cat Kier on where to work, gradually making Wang Yu the least needed one, as he could really do nothing helpful and was gradually sidelined. Wang Yu, step back a bit, don't step here, yes. Cat Kier, dig this part out, no need to dig too large, let me see how the pipes below are arranged. Ball said, and Wang Yu found himself standing more and more off to the side, nearly being driven out of the bathroom. Then he'll go to other rooms to find some usable metal sheets and assemble a water tank. Wang Yu recalled the task Ball had given him earlier. The latter waved his hands, repeatedly urging Wang Yu to hurry, while she continued directing Cat Kier to work. Why does it feel like something's off? I seem to be on the verge of becoming the most useless one. Wang Yu wondered aloud, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Fortunately, he was the captain, or only he could pilot the deep space, and that wouldn't change otherwise. He would really be at risk of unemployment. Wang Yu left the bathroom and walked alone down the corridor, preparing to scour these rooms for suitable materials. He remembered that there were metal partitions in these laboratories and studios. With some cleaning and polishing, they could be used to create materials for large water tanks. In the future, large water tanks could be used for water storage, while other plastic containers could serve as backup and portable water storage. Wang Yu first entered the nearest laboratory to search. Although he had already been through it once before, this time the purpose was different. What if I dismantle the control console and the computer-like device to take back for inspection? Wang Yu felt this was feasible and prepared to tackle two tasks at once, the fully charged angle grinder in his hand, eager to start. 6 hours later. The corridor outside the captain's room was already piled high with various sizes of scrap metal plates and assorted items resembling mainframes, with some electrical components scattered on the floor. Wang Yu was nearly exhausted. He had not anticipated this task to be so difficult. The angle grinder had run out of power, and he had already replaced the grinding discs 3 times. It was worth noting that this angle grinder was borrowed from the mechanized servant, far superior to those on Blue Star, as evidenced by its endurance. However, after a whole afternoon of work, he still had not dismantled the control console on the bridge, and he truly could not continue. He needed to take a break and catch his breath. Additionally, on his way to dismantle materials, he remembered that there were a few rooms whose doors could not be opened. He had no good way to deal with them before, but now he had the time and the claws of Malkier. He could actually try to take the doors apart. However, regarding the door leading to other areas, for safety, Wang Yu planned to wait until he had the proper permissions to open it, as the door itself was not faulty and forcing it open might damage it. What if the door had an alarm and something aggressive came rushing out? The system might have set this permission to protect him, preventing him from encountering certain things too early. Wang Yu set down the last few steel plates and sat directly on the ground. Fortunately, I switched to powered armor halfway, otherwise just moving would have exhausted me. My attributes are still too low. He couldn't help but complain, feeling a bit envious of Ball and Malkier. One was a robot that consumed electricity and required maintenance, truly a being of steel and iron, while the other was a super life form unafraid of vacuum, capable of slicing through metal as if it were mere vegetables. It was terrifying. Damn, no wonder the system describes humans as heavily reliant on technology. How can one not be? He exhaled and checked the panel. Fortunately, after all this activity, he had gained additional benefits. His physical attribute had finally broken through to 6 points, exceeding the average value for humans. However, the next level was still a distant goal, requiring 200 experience points, then 400. Feeling that a physical attribute of 7 points could stand shoulder to shoulder with top athletes, those who won gold medals in competitive events. Wang Yu sat in the corridor for a while before getting up and heading towards the captain's room, as it was also about time for dinner. However, just as he opened the door, a wave of aroma rushed toward him. It was not the enticing scent of delicious cat food, but the fragrance released from frying oil, filling the entire room, making Wang Yu unable to help but quicken his pace towards the bedroom. The storage room inside had been cleared out earlier by Ball and had now become a temporary kitchen with cooking oil, salt, sugar, and other seasonings placed here. However, the conditions were somewhat limited. There was no range hood or smoke vent to speak of, and the cooking setup was just a simple induction cooker along with a table moved in from the living room. At this moment in the kitchen, Ball and Malkier were both squeezed in. The former was wearing an apron and was frying pancakes, golden and flaky, looking utterly delicious. Malkier was staring intently at the pancakes, almost pressing her helmet against them. One could imagine the expression she was wearing right now. Are we eating this well today? Wang Yu suddenly spoke up, catching the attention of both. Kier has performed excellently today and deserves a reward. Moreover, one of the pancakes was made by her. Impressive, right? Ball looked over at Wang Yu and said, along with Malkier, who was also gazing over. Only one afternoon, and the relationship has improved this much. Wang Yu was taken aback and noticed that one of the pancakes inside had a slightly different shape. How should he put it? It was thicker and larger in size, like the king of pancakes. But with such a pancake, once the inside was fully cooked, the outer layer was likely to burn right. This was probably Malkier's creation for her first attempt. This level of achievement was quite good. Because if it were Wang Yu making it, that pancake might not even be round. He was aware of his own limitations. Malkier was watching closely, partly to see if her own pancake was done. 15 minutes later, dinner was ready. Wang Yu and Malkier each had 3 pancakes along with some protein paste as a supplemental nutritional dish. The filling of the pancakes consisted of some meat jerky that had been rehydrated and freeze-dried vegetables. The seasoning was quite acceptable. Wang Yu finished one in just a few bites, having been busy all afternoon and was quite famished. However, this large blackened pancake, why did it end up on his plate? Wang Yu looked at Ball and then at Malkier, who was eagerly watching from the side, feeling a conspiracy brewing. That was specially made for you by Kier. Go on, give it a try, Ball urged, though his smile had an unmistakable hint of shock. Did we bring any stomach medicine? It's not that exaggerated. I taught her well. Ball replied, all right then. Wang Yu relented, picked up the large pancake, and stuffed it into his mouth. To his surprise, aside from a slight bitterness in the crust, the inside was still quite crisp, and the seasoning was not an issue. After all the filling and cooking time were controlled by Ball, it couldn't taste too bad. Wang Yu finished the pancake in a few bites, and gave Malkier a thumbs up, indicating that it was not bad. In the evening, the three began to construct the large water tank. Since the piping had already been connected, and even the floor had been restored, the efficiency was remarkably high. However, due to limited space, the water tank could ultimately only be placed in Wang Yu's bedroom, which was not really a problem. After all, the bedroom was merely a place for sleeping for Wang Yu. He had no particular aesthetic considerations. The group began to assemble the metal plates they had brought back. Wang Yu was responsible for removing rust with the angle grinder. Ball handled the design and welding, while Malkier took charge of cutting according to Bao's drawn dimensions. In just an hour and a half, a water tank capable of holding 2 tons of fresh water was constructed. Although there was still a risk of rust, the metal materials on this spacecraft were quite good, and this issue would not need to be considered in the short term. By the time it did rust, they might have already replaced it with a new container. This one was just a temporary fix. After finishing, Wang Yu and Ball discussed extracting information from the mainframe and control console's hard drives, preparing to officially start tomorrow, as they had already been busy all day. Before bed, Wang Yu and Ball started playing games, as there couldn't be a complete lack of entertainment. Interstellar travel could be quite long and tedious, and prolonged periods might even lead to mental health issues similar to being trapped in a confined submarine. Therefore, the light brain they brought along was preloaded with several games, including a fighting game, Rabbit Dominator 15. Damn, Wang Yu once again suffered a 10-game losing streak, but he was now often able to take away half of Bao's health. Can't you secretly let me win one? He looked at Ball, whose face was beaming with joy due to his victories, protesting. Well, if you beg me, I might let you win one. Ball chuckled. The humiliation was blatant. Wang Yu clenched his fists, but he couldn't lose his dignity. In the end, he still did not back down, looking at Malkier, who was squatting and watching intently. Malkier, do you want to give it a try? I can teach you how to play. Wang Yu had found a weaker opponent and issued a challenge. The next day Wang Yu got up early. After all, to activate the talent of disciplined life, he couldn't afford to sleep in. Moreover, he had rested quite well considering he had won numerous games from someone who could barely hold a controller, nearly winning too much. Though somewhat shameless, he was genuinely trying to teach the other person, hoping to cultivate a normal and worthy opponent. He stepped out of the bedroom and saw Meager still gaming. He paused for a moment thinking could she have not slept at all, and almost forgot Meager's self-control is akin to that of a child as she lacked discipline, and he had forgotten to manage her. Wang Yu walked over and glanced at the screen, discovering that Meager was beating a level 9 AI, finishing off with a set of elegant combos more fluid than his own manual play, just in time to secure the kill. Wang Yu suddenly recalled a fact: he seemed to be evenly matched with the level 9 AI. No, it was more like a 40-60 split. But Meager? No, it seemed like she had barely lost any health before taking down the level 9 AI. Come. Meager noticed Wang Yu clapped her hands, and then pointed to another controller, seemingly inviting her coach Wang Yu to assess the results of her all-night practice.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The bed inside was clearly tidied up very clean. It was evident that it was Bao's handiwork, quite capable indeed. Get in bed, and when you wake up we'll call you for dinner. Wang Yu said, having reduced the use of sign language in their communication, which would help Meager gradually master the language through interaction. Though somewhat reluctant, Meager had to comply with Wang Yu's strictness. She could only mutter a couple of words and obediently lay down on the bed, while Wang Yu helped cover her with a blanket. Her body hair is a bit dirty. He'll have Bao give her a bath when there's time. Wang Yu thought to himself as he stepped out just in time to see the game paused on the screen of Rabbit King 15. He directly turned the game off, deciding to focus more on serious matters in the future. By the way, where's Bao? Wang Yu frowned slightly and glanced into the kitchen, but found no sign of Bao. He then turned back to the bedroom and pulled out a walkie-talkie from under the pillow, directly calling Bao. I'm on the bridge. I was supposed to investigate the data on the hard drive, and am currently trying. Oh, then I'll come over now. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu finally felt relieved. He grabbed a protein bar for breakfast and prepared to head over to meet up. Inside the bridge. Sorry, Wang Yu. I thought the information on the console might be more important, so I came over without permission. I originally intended to return after finishing, but the decryption was more difficult than I anticipated, and that's why it took so long. Bao looked at Wang Yu with an apologetic expression. It's fine as long as nothing happened. However, please inform me in advance next time to avoid acting alone, as this ship is not exactly safe. Wang Yu replied, stating a fact. He might be fine, but if it were someone like Zhu Ge who had never seen Bao, or if there were other strange individuals on the ship, it could become dangerous. At this moment, Bao was sitting on the floor, her eyes bright, like lights, continuously processing data, and her skin had turned very rosy. This was the first time Wang Yu had seen Bao in such a state. She had unplugged the cable from the back of her head. He wasn't sure if it was a modified interface or a direct connection, but it was indeed connected to the motherboard beneath the console, with the black substance on it stripped away, revealing lights within. It seemed Bao was supplying power to the motherboard of the console while decrypting. This ship's security system is very advanced, but fortunately the entire system is in offline mode, making the decryption process much easier. However, decryption still requires a quantum decoder to breach the firewall. I have integrated relevant functions within me, and am attempting it. It should be nearly done in about half an hour. But due to the tight security system, there may be information lost during the brutal decryption process. Additionally, the hard drive's condition isn't great, so don't hold too high of expectations. I'll do my best to restore it. Paul explained. Wang Yu nodded, although he didn't quite understand everything. But he wouldn't force Bao to do what she couldn't, or as long as she tried her best, that was enough. He glanced at the captain's chair in the center, which hadn't changed much since he last left. Although it resembled a living being, it was still considered an object and wouldn't attack other targets. Wang Yu directly exercised for half an hour right there, until Bao stopped her actions, retracted the cable, and stood up from the ground. So did you find any valuable information? Wang Yu asked, and Bao nodded. Yes, the primary language used by this ship's system is also Chinese, which significantly reduces the difficulty of organizing the information. I'm currently compiling it, and soon it can be transmitted to the optical brain for you to review. Bao said, indicating that the results were quite satisfactory, even though it took a bit longer than expected. Are you sure there's no problem? Your skin is still very red, and your ears too. Wang Yu reminded her, and she immediately reached up to touch her face, looking a bit embarrassed. It's all for heat dissipation. The decoding process consumes a lot of computing power, and I'm on my own without any other cooling channels, so that's why I look like this. Don't you dare laugh at me. Bao replied unhappily, her flushed appearance quite adorable. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile even without realizing it. As long as she was fine, that was what mattered. The two headed towards the captain's room, preparing to check the harvest from this trip. After entering the captain's cabin, Bear did not immediately transmit the data, but instead began rummaging through the luggage storage area and took out a black triangular prism, handing it to Wang Yu. He recognized this item as Bear's spare battery. Besides the one inside, there were 3 additional ones, each capable of supporting Bear's regular activities for over 30 days. Name high-pressure solid-state metal battery for automatons, servants, and manufacturer. Ling Rabbit technology and regulatory level grade. I civilian description. A high-energy chemical fuel cell utilizing solid electrolytes under high-pressure conditions as the energy storage medium, with a shell made of a composite material comprising synthetic diamond and titanium alloy mesh, ensuring strength while preventing fuel leakage. Its energy density is over 100 times that of traditional chemical fuel cells, capable of deep cycling more than 5,000 times. Although the structural design essentially eliminates the possibility of thermal runaway, if the battery casing is damaged in an impact, it can still explode. It could even explode. And help me change the battery. There's less than 1 power left. Charging it now will delay things, Bear said, leaving Wang Yu bewildered. And because he had no idea how to change the battery for the automaton servant, this was beyond his knowledge. Where was it supposed to be installed? Bear did not concern himself with that, and directly sat down on the floor, lifting his hair from the back of his head and pulling down the collar of his clothes, exposing his back. On his grayish-white skin, faint silver patterns could be seen embedded, resembling tattoos, but they were actually circuits within his skin. These circuits gathered at a central position just below the nape of his neck, where there was also a shield-shaped small block. The frame was metallic, and it bore Bayer's identification number, K44795482, etched in the center. Don't just stand there, quickly take out the battery compartment. If this drags on, it will run out of power. No. Oh, right away. In Wang Yu understood more or less, it should be this shield-shaped small block. He attempted to open it, and then... Nah, it hurts. Don't pry it open with your nails, it's a push button. There's a mechanical switch inside, you just hold it for more than 10 seconds. Oh sorry, I'll press it right now. In Wang Yu was a bit flustered, his forehead sweating as he felt the environment inexplicably warm up, as if the air conditioning had been turned on. He followed the instructions and pressed the small block. Indeed, there was a mechanical structure beneath the surface skin that required a long press, as well as cooperation and confirmation from Bear, making it almost impossible to open by mistake. After holding it for a full 10 seconds, the shield-shaped small block finally popped out, revealing a battery compartment approximately 15 centimeters long. At the same time, it emitted a lot of cold air, likely used for temperature control during battery operation. Wang Yu removed the battery. Initially, he was worried about reversing the positive and negative terminals, but the battery compartment was designed with a mechanism to prevent incorrect insertion, making it easy to install. He directly replaced it with the new battery, pressed the block, and the battery compartment closed smoothly. Alright, it's done. And since the battery compartment is on the back, it wasn't easy for me to change it, so I had to trouble you. Bear stood up and took the replaced battery from Wang Yu. Not a trouble at all. Wang Yu smiled while scratching his head, feeling that the automaton servant was indeed very advanced. This intricate mechanical structure held an inexplicable allure. After plugging the removed battery back into the charger, Bear approached the holographic computer, took out the cable hidden in his wrist, and began to transfer data, creating neatly organized files and folders on the desktop, with quite a number of them, including star maps, inventory lists, personnel entry and exit records, crew profiles, email records, system logs, and some scattered documents and images, videos. Wang Yu eagerly opened to check, finding that many contents were missing, blacked out, or garbled. He then looked at Bear. The hard drive storage condition is poor, of information is missing, and there are access restrictions. Information accessible under public permissions is relatively easy to decrypt, but information involving privacy and security is much harder. I have done my best to decrypt and organize it, but some losses are unavoidable. Bear explained. NIS, that's so. Wang Yu nodded, not fully understanding computer programs. It was entirely a different realm. No, there are no star maps that correspond to our coordinates. It may be due to activities by Higra, which will need to... No, there are no star maps that correspond to our coordinates. It may be due to activities by Higra, which will need to be verified gradually. Thank you for your trouble. Wang Yu clicked through the files one by one, noticing that the inventory list mentioned the Fian-1 landing pod purchased from the Interstellar Trading Station's shop, with a price tag of 19999 credit points. It didn't seem cheap. I didn't see the Heretic Crusher in the list. Isn't that item from the deep spaceship? Wang Yu wondered, flipping through the list again. The contents mainly included living supplies, purchased instruments, and collected samples, but personal items were not recorded, either due to insufficient permissions or logged elsewhere. The Chuanyun series scientific research vessel. This spaceship is actually a product of the Four-Legged Fish Company. Wang Yu found the information about this spaceship, but felt it no longer corresponded with the current deep spaceship. Then there were personnel entry and exit records which held little value. It was unclear how long ago the information was from, and just one name and ID provided no indication of who they referred to. However, it seemed that there was no entry and exit record for Cat Brother, as the race was all marked as human. Finally, there were crew profiles, email records, and system logs. Information involving privacy and security was almost entirely blacked out, revealing only that the total number of crew members on this ship was over 50, quite close to Wang Yu's previous estimate. Nevertheless, with Bayer's efforts, some valuable content was still unearthed, preserved in the form of scattered text records and images, videos. For instance, Wang Yu saw a video of an overworked fusion engine in operation for the first time. It resembled a dazzling little sun with several rings hovering and rotating around it, though he was unclear what principle it operated on. However, from the textual description, it appeared that this device was likely controlling and constraining the nuclear fusion reaction process through a gravitational field somewhat similar to a star. So this was also a form of controllable nuclear fusion, but the difficulty was far greater than magnetic confinement schemes. It was technology that seemed to exist only in dreams, and it had been easily miniaturized. From the image, the entire engine was even less than 2.5 meters tall. This engine was incredibly valuable. The cost of repairs would be an astronomical figure. It was uncertain where it was located on the ship, but repairing it would not be an easy task. Additionally, there were some blurry photos taken by the ship's internal cameras showing crew members, which held little value. The person in this picture must be nearly 3 meters tall. I'm sure there's no mistake, they are at least 2.5 meters. Wang Yu pointed at the shadowy figure in the image, noting that it was also one of the crew members due to the same uniform color. From a genetic perspective, the creator, also known as the Longier clan, indeed wouldn't grow this tall under natural conditions alongside humans, but the image is a bit blurry. Perhaps they were wearing powered armor. Bear assessed, but Wang Yu disagreed. And because he always felt that the shadowy figure in the image looked somewhat familiar, suspecting it was the former Hammer brother who had always been so robust. Wang Yu and Bear continued to examine and browse through the fragmented information, and soon there was a breakthrough pointed out by Bear. Otherwise, Wang Yu would have likely overlooked this video recorded in the cafeteria. This valuable information was posted on a notice on the wall, inconspicuous and easily overlooked. However, after Bear's reminder and further magnification, the content on the notice made Wang Yu take it seriously at once, for it read, Rules for Subspace Navigation. 1. Before entering subspace, do not linger in the corridor. Ensure you are in a relatively enclosed room, close the door properly, and avoid getting lost in the chaos of subspace turbulence. 2. Before entering subspace, please confirm the number of crew members and ensure that everyone can be contacted. If there are any anomalies in the number of personnel during the voyage, do not panic. Immediately check for intruders. The target may be chaotic information entities, evil spirits within subspace. Stay vigilant, eliminate the threat, or leave subspace as soon as safety is assured. Such information entities usually dissipate and collapse quickly after leaving subspace due to the lack of anchor points in reality. 3. During subspace navigation, if you hear knocking cries for help or any similar events, do not pay attention, simply wait for them to disappear, as all doors on the ship have a self-recognition system. If you have permission, there should be no issue with doors not opening. 4. During subspace navigation, the space within the ship may extend or expand. For instance, the corridor might change direction or new rooms may appear that weren't there before. Do not enter these expanded spaces to avoid getting lost in subspace turbulence. Remember the correct rooms and pathways and mark them in advance if needed. 5. If you accidentally get caught in subspace turbulence, do not panic. Immediately return along the original path. If you cannot return, ensure your safety. As much as possible, strive to survive and seek an opportunity to escape the turbulence. 6. After escaping the turbulence, you may find yourself on another ship navigating through subspace. At this moment, do not engage in conflict with the crew aboard. Immediately state your identity and accept supervision until you have left subspace. According to the Interstellar Union Management Regulations, you will be extradited back to your planet ship or other affiliated location. 7. During subspace navigation, there may be subspace creatures or even information entities intruding, so arrange for personnel to patrol and stand guard. Do not communicate with these creatures or information entities. Eliminate them as quickly as possible to avoid further damage to the ship's body. After clearing the danger, implement the highest standards of purification measures. If you encounter a lost person asking for help, you must judge their authenticity by yourself, as the rules do not provide any advisory opinions. 8. During subspace navigation, exploration and perception of external space are prohibited for everyone except the navigator. Ensure that all sensors are turned off before entering subspace, and keep them off until you exit. 9. After leaving subspace, a thorough sweep of the entire ship must be conducted to ensure the elimination of all subspace creatures and information entities. 10. If any crew member exhibits abnormal behavior, remain calm and isolate yourself and them, as the abnormality could also be within yourself. Treatment should be conducted after leaving subspace. Note this guideline consists of 10 articles, all written in black font. If there are changes in color, font, or the number of articles, simply disregard it. Wang Yu felt increasingly alarmed as he read, recalling his own experiences upon arrival. Many things suddenly started. Why the corridor seemed shorter, why the number of rooms appeared to have decreased, why Chue Gu was patrolling, and why creatures like the light lizard suddenly appeared on the ship. All were influenced by subspace. Even Wang Yu's presence on the deep space was likely due to subspace. What exactly is this subspace? Why is it so sinister? Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a headache after reading it. Soon they too would plunge into subspace, leaving this star. If they were to overlook these rules, it would be very likely that they wouldn't even know how they died. Subspace navigation. This should be a technology invented to break the light speed barrier, which is relatively advanced. We do not possess the relevant technology, do not even know what subspace is, nor can we explain it. Bear also shook his head, looking at the 10 rules, his confusion even greater than Wang Yu's. However, the emergence of these rules offered another possibility regarding the origin of meager. Meager likely came from subspace turbulence, perhaps having accidentally wandered into the deep space and then captured and detained by the ship's crew. As for the deep space, this ship likely also experienced an accident during a previous subspace navigation, resulting in its current state. We must take this time to make the necessary preparations, especially for entering subspace. It is best to mark the doors to avoid going the wrong way. Wang Yu thought to himself, the outline of the preparation plan gradually taking shape in his mind. They actually had a considerable advantage because the patrol mission could be assigned to Chui Gu and the handling of corpses could be entrusted to Zhu Gu. A large part of the risk was essentially shouldered by these two brothers, and all they needed to do was to take care of themselves. But how does subspace navigation actually work? It requires a navigator, but where do we find one? Wang Yu looked at Bear, who stared back wide-eyed, as if to say, "You are the master of this ship. Why are you asking me this?" However, the term navigator seemed familiar to Wang Yu from somewhere else. He suddenly recalled it was from Meager's helmet, yet he did not believe Meager could serve as a navigator. That helmet certainly belonged to someone else. However, he might be able to borrow it, and then try to navigate. In any case, once the subspace channel is opened, we will know. Wang Yu added. After all, they had no other choice. They must escape this star region to flee from the influence of the demon star Hegra, and the only route available was through subspace navigation. As time reached noon, Wang Yu proceeded with his physical training as usual. Bear was inspecting the computer host and console motherboard that Wang Yu had brought back earlier, looking for any valuable information to complete their intelligence. The preservation condition of these items overall was worse than that of the consoles and the bridge. Although the black substance in the bridge looked disgusting, it actually wrapped the electronic components, providing a relatively stable environment, so their overall condition was somewhat better. After inspecting for a long time, Bear managed to retrieve a relatively valuable photograph, which was a group photo of the deep space crew taken during an event with decent clarity, including the captain, totaling 53 people. Among them, the captain was a bespectacled, seemingly cultured blonde youth. And Chui Gu. He was indeed a giant with a uniform insignia that was different from the other crew members, suggesting he held a role similar to a security captain. He stood over 2.7 meters tall with a rugged face and a sturdy, strong build, although he couldn't compare to the current Chui Gu. Then the person resembling Zhu Gu was also found. He seemed to be the head chef, or a similar role, a rather plump man wearing a neat chef's hat and an apron, appearing somewhat shy. Overall, he seemed like a friendly and easygoing person, completely different from the current Zhu Gu, yet no other candidates resembling Zhu Gu were found. Most of the other members, including the captain, had likely already perished. Such a strong physique, could he have undergone body enhancement procedures? In fact, the creator had conducted similar research during past wars known as the Super Soldier Program, but it was eventually halted due to ethical and moral issues. Bear said, staring at the photo for a while, arriving at a relatively convincing conclusion. Body modification. Wang Yu looked at the photo of Chui Gu and felt that the possibility was quite high. This seems to be a world focused on science and theory. Our relying solely on exercise to become as muscular as Chui Gu is impossible, as the innate limits have already been set. Those time travel novels also introduced the concepts of spiritual energy or magic power. The idea of becoming capable of moving mountains and filling seas through fitness training is simply too far-fetched. No matter how much he trained, achieving a grip strength of over 100 kilograms was possible, especially if he had talent. It could even be much higher. However, no matter how much he trained, even with drugs and the 9 Dragons power, it was impossible to achieve a grip strength of 1 ton. Human physiology simply does not allow it. Strength must rely on equipment or undergo physical modification, or perhaps master psycho. He contemplated the direction of his future strength and did not give up on the idea of becoming a powerful warrior. What he had said on the Machine Star was not just empty words. Let's keep practicing. After all, the body is the foundation of everything. It's always wise to build a solid base. Wang Yu thought, practicing for nearly another hour in the afternoon before starting to seek combat techniques from Ball. They didn't bring many cold weapons, but the small knives, wrenches, screwdrivers, and even angle grinders in the toolbox could serve as weapons. Moreover, fists and feet are also weapons, though the damage is limited. Blocking and agile positioning could create opportunities for counterattacks, including shooting back. Thus, the two practiced for about half an hour, during which Wang Yu was subdued or tripped by Ball several times, but he did not sustain any injuries as the force was well controlled. However, their practice was forced to halt for another reason. Cat Kier had woken up and was begging for food. 3 weeks later, life aboard the deep space had stabilized, and everything was proceeding in an Wang Yu activated the disciplined life talent again, completing a day's training and beginning to assess today's game. Body 6, 42,200, Will 9, 357, 1600, Reflex 6, 15,200, Immunity 5, 31,100, Inspiration 7, 249400. The growth rate remains slow, but Reflex has indeed reached 6, though still far from 7. On the contrary, the experience in will and inspiration has increased significantly owing to frequent connections with deep space recently. Before he fully adapts to the connection, it is estimated that these two attributes will not encounter a bottleneck, and even the growth rate is quite considerable. However, other attributes are more challenging. Without any breakthrough points, he can only practice slowly. Wang Yu drank a glass of water to replenish fluids and looked at the tuber that had sprouted green shoots. In his spare time, Wang Yu enjoyed staring at it. Over the past few days, Ball had implemented light-blocking measures, essentially covering it with a layer of black film to provide a dark environment. The green shoots above could continuously receive light for photosynthesis. In this gravitational environment, the difficulty of hydroponics has also decreased significantly as plants naturally grow upwards without needing manual intervention. This type of excellent fast-growing tuber crop can be harvested in about 35 days, meaning that in another 2 weeks, or so, they will be able to enjoy fresh space potatoes. Mashed potatoes, potato cakes, fries. Just thinking about it makes one salivate. After all these days have been filled with flour products, dried meat, and protein mush, almost making him sick. Although Bao's cooking is excellent, and he can prepare various dishes due to limited conditions, the only seasonings available are salt and sugar, and eating too much can still be monotonous. He wished he had brought some canned meat. Wang Yu fantasized about how to eat these potatoes while watching them grow slowly. Unfortunately, due to limited conditions, he also wanted to raise chickens. Both chicken eggs and chicken meat are delicious, which would really enhance the space farming industry. Come play. A voice unlike Bao's, somewhat mispronounced, as if just learning to speak, rang out. Wang Yu looked over to see Cat Kier, who had learned a bit of broken Chinese with a pitiful vocabulary. Upon seeing her, Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. Indeed, Cat Kier is quite obedient, and her combat power is impressive, able to take on 3 of Wang Yu alone, both in game and in reality. She has talent in certain areas and is not lacking in intelligence. But when it comes to learning, it's simply a nightmare. Wang Yu and Ball have been unable to make any progress. She could write a few awkward Chinese characters and understand simple sentences, which is already her current limit. Teaching is truly a painful task, especially when the other party is not learning well. He and Ball take turns each night to give Cat Kier lessons, teaching her some knowledge. They can't let her live like a wild beast forever. No playing games too much can make you stupid. Wang Yu decisively refused. Liar, sister, Ball is not. Cat Kier protested, implying that Ball plays games very well, but she is not stupid, so Wang Yu is lying. She is quite logical, just lacking in expressive ability. Solve this mixed addition and subtraction problem, and he'll play with you. Wang Yu threw out a question, which was also Cat Kier's homework from last night, but she had been getting it wrong. Ugh. Cat Kier muttered in dissatisfaction, turning her head away to avoid looking at the problem. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, Wang Yu is super weak. Kier is super strong. This was probably mocking Wang Yu's poor gaming skills. She is quite clever, although she can't even do simple addition and subtraction. She is already adept at using provocation. Wang Yu's eyes twitched, and a cruel smile crept onto his lips. He had to take her down a peg, making her aware of the harsh realities of the world. Wang Yu took the controller, inputting a series of incomprehensible commands, selecting the question mark character, and began the showdown in Rabbit Dominator 15. This was actually a hidden cheat command that Wang Yu had secretly implanted with Bao's help over the past few days. Once inputted, it could directly summon the final boss of the story mode for play, and Wang Yu had practiced specifically. He was virtually invincible, easily defeating foes, and causing significant damage even from blocked attacks. Thus, Wang Yu finally achieved a comeback, completing a 5-game winning streak. Although it was somewhat despicable, Wang Yu is a liar. Cat Kier exclaimed angrily, her wrinkled nose visible through the helmet's glass. Yet her verbal attacks fell on Wang Yu's wall-like face, utterly ineffectual. What did I lie to you about? This is all my skill, all right. In the end, it's the victors who write history. If you lose, you have to admit it. You. Wang Yu. Stupid. Cat Kier couldn't comprehend complex sentences, but she grasped the general meaning from Wang Yu's expression and tone. She probably wanted to say that Wang Yu was being unscrupulous. Have to admit it. You. Wang Yu. Stupid. Cat Kier couldn't comprehend complex sentences, but she grasped the general meaning from. She was so exasperated by Wang Yu's indifferent expression and mocking attitude that she was on the verge of creating new vocabulary. Little brat, I can't handle you yet. Wang Yu was in a good mood. All the frustration from losing continuously before had dissipated, and he began to think about what to eat tonight. Another 3 weeks have passed. Wang Yu finally indulged in fries and hash browns, which tasted absolutely delightful, though unfortunately, he had forgotten the ketchup and chili sauce, a significant oversight. This cannot be blamed on Ball, as he considered which supplies to bring from a survival perspective, thus placing low priority on seasonings and spices, viewing them as luxury items that enhance living quality. However, when they reach the next planet, he must bring back some seasonings, or even snacks if the opportunity arises. Food is truly essential. While Ball, being a robot, might not feel this, Wang Yu realizes that consuming monotonous food may not lead to starvation, but could likely diminish his expectations and joy in life. During this time, Kier indeed has not called on Wang Yu for a game spar, often sporting a sulky face, though thankfully, she has not huffed at him. This prompted Wang Yu to reflect if he had been too harsh. After all, the other party's understanding and behavior were akin to that of a 6- or 7-year-old child, and there was truly no need to take things too seriously. I need to find an opportunity to ease the relationship. While Wang Yu was contemplating, he suddenly received a challenge. Come play. Kier handed him a controller while Wang Yu was still doing push-ups. Are you sure? I won't go easy on you. Wang Yu replied, and Kier nodded seriously. The battle resumed. Wang Yu once again summoned the final boss as his character and began fighting Meager only to realize something was amiss when he was defeated by her in the very first round. She was incredibly familiar with the boss moves, clearly having practiced extensively for this, perhaps with Ball as her training partner. It couldn't possibly be the Hammer brother, as there were only a few people here. These two had actually teamed up behind his back to take him down. 15 minutes later, without a doubt, Wang Yu faced a 3-game losing streak. To the victor belong the spoils. Wang Yu lacks skill and need more practice. Meager mockingly taunted, causing Wang Yu to stifle a laugh. It was obvious that Ball was the one who taught her, and he turned to glare at the mastermind, who was also spectating, and even "You can play with her, but if you have time, teach her some things outside of games as well," Wang Yu said with a smile, unbothered, and got up to head to the bridge. "They'll go with you," Ball said. "No need, you stay here and keep Meager company. I've already explored this level dozens of times, and she's already opened all the doors that couldn't be accessed. There's no danger here," Wang Yu stated as he left the captain's room, as it was also time to check and adjust the course of the deep space. He had confirmed with Ball over the past few days and had simulated using the optical brain. He had a clear understanding of the subsequent course in his mind, needing only to adjust it systematically. The deep space was approaching the planet closest to the star, where it would be captured by its gravity and subsequently orbit until reaching the most suitable position, at which point the subspace channel would be opened. Thus this week might be their last period in this star system. Wang Yu walked down the corridor, deliberately taking a longer route to the sunlit side of the lateral corridor. Here the light was bright, yet the temperature was not very high, around 20 degrees, indicating that the special glass material had strong heat insulation and radiation protection properties. This was almost standard for spaceships, yet the brightness was intense enough to potentially harm one's eyes, so Wang Yu wore protective goggles. From this angle, the planet closest to the star appeared to be scorched, with the sunlit side displaying faint glowing spots, and even some areas connected in lines, possibly flowing lava or something similar. The reverse side was pitch black, but due to the lack of atmosphere, temperatures might plunge below zero, creating a hellish scene of ice and fire. Such planets are unlikely to foster life. At least carbon-based organisms and organic life forms cannot survive, and Wang Yu has yet to encounter any other forms of life. He surveyed the planet, having come specifically to take a look because he had been contemplating a question. If a civilization is advanced enough with sufficient technological prowess, could they disregard the habitability of most planets and forcibly colonize just like the one before him? They could then modify the planet's atmospheric environment to enhance its habitability, or even establish a closed ecological urban circle. This is entirely feasible, and there exists a civilization behind the deep space that meets these criteria. Yet the system compels Wang Yu to search for habitable planets. But shouldn't the universe be filled with habitable planets modified by advanced civilizations? This creates a contradiction, forming a paradox, as advanced civilizations do indeed exist, yet habitable planets still need to be sought. Wang Yu has been pondering this issue over the past few days, discussing it with Ball, and even reaching out to Sophia for a debate. The discussions all pointed in one direction. Advanced civilizations have tacitly chosen not to do so, which is why life in the universe remains scarce and habitable planets are pitifully few. Additionally, there are a few interpretations, such as the universe being too vast and boundless, placing them in a remote corner without any advanced civilizations' colonies. Or perhaps the costs of doing so are too high with little benefit. Furthermore, it is possible that these advanced civilizations have all perished, or a vast majority have been wiped out, perhaps due to war or disaster, with malevolent gods like the evil star Hydra wreaking havoc, ultimately leading to the current state of the universe. Wang Yu personally leans towards the latter interpretation, but for now he still needs more clues and information to support. The door to the bridge opened. Wang Yu walked in, heading straight for the captain's seat. After connecting countless times now, Wang Yu had grown accustomed to it, smoothly executing a series of operations with the connection duration increasing akin to a desensitization process. He plopped down into the seat, being engulfed once more as the deep space navigating through the cosmos awakened, with control passing to Wang Yu. The entire ship began to turn, preparing to enter the orbit of the target planet. Afterward, he would adjust the speed and modify the orbital height to reach the dark side, entering a position where the star's gravity would overlap, allowing the deep space to open the subspace gate and officially depart. Everything was proceeding as planned. However, just as the deep space completed its scheduled orbital calibration and Wang Yu prepared to get up and leave, a sudden sense of crisis arose, as if an attack were imminent. This was not Wang Yu's premonition, but rather the deep space's instinct transmitted through the connection. The danger was coming from behind. From a great distance. All the ocular sensors on the surface of the deep space trembled, turning to look behind, only to be engulfed by an invisible wave emanating from the evil star Hydra. The deep space vessel experienced an earthquake, or more precisely, the entire ship was struck by an unknown energy. In the captain's cabin, Ball and Meager quickly noticed the anomaly. Lightweight objects like the plates on the table soon fell during the tremors, crashing to the ground, but remained undamaged, as they were made of metal. In contrast, a small piece of glass on the working hydroponic chamber inexplicably shattered, causing the misted nutrient solution inside to leak, and even a few newly sprouted tubers spilled out. Ball tried her best to rescue important items to avoid unnecessary losses from the impact, with the most critical and fragile being the light brain, which she quickly grasped in her hands. The impact lasted nearly 5 seconds before ceasing. When it ended, the captain's room was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a typhoon, but fortunately the damage was not significant. Malkier stood up immediately after the impact, hearing the sharp noise that resembled a mountain calling or a tsunami. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she quickly curled up and hid in a corner. This series of actions was executed smoothly, almost as if it had become a conditioned reflex. After it ended, Malkier began to vomit on the floor, unusually removing her helmet. The vomit mainly consisted of her lunch, with noticeable streaks of bright red indicating that her body had also been affected. However, Ball did not linger. She instructed Malkier to stay there, while she dashed out running toward the bridge, as they still did not know what was happening with Wang Yu. After about 10 seconds, the metal gate of the bridge opened and Ball rushed in, hearing faint muffled coughing sounds from within. Wang Yu had just gotten up from the captain's chair, having endured a wave of hunger and shock. Now he felt numb all over, slumped in front of the captain's chair, unable to rise for a long time. Wang Yu, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Ball jogged over to Wang Yu and helped him sit up steadily. Cough. I'm fine, much better than last time. Right now I'm just extremely hungry and craving the large pancakes you made, Wang Yu said with a bitter smile. He had not fainted from the impact, nor had he suffered from bleeding from his mouth or nose, indeed, showing much improvement compared to last time. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, the purple blotches in Wang Yu's vision were invading like living beings, causing him to see patches of purple interspersed with normal sight, even writhing, which made him feel nauseated. This was probably the very thing that Old Blund could not bear before his death. Wang Yu forced himself to ignore the discomfort, and his vision gradually returned to normal. Additionally, there were diseases brought on by the impact. Many of these ailments are nearly impossible to detect by the patients themselves, especially in the early to mid-stages, so once diagnosed, many diseases become terminal. Wang Yu, you need a comprehensive examination. The deep space vessel does not have the facilities for that, so we must return to the machine star. And Malkier, she needs it too, Ball said seriously, her expression earnest, but Wang Yu shook his head in refusal. No. You know very well that the frequency of shock waves released by Higra is becoming more frequent, so we cannot turn back. The next time might be worse, or we might not even be able to leave at all. This may be our last chance to escape this star domain. I do not want to be trapped here, Wang Yu said, maintaining his basic judgment even with the potential of illness. But we will think of a way once we reach the next star domain. I won't be in danger in the short term. By then we can seek help from other civilizations, or go to an interstellar trading station where conditions will only be better. I might not even be ill. Look at me now, well, I'm perfectly fine just feeling hungry, but that's a side effect of connecting to the deep space vessel. Wang Yu stood up, proving that he was still in decent condition. Ball fell silent because she knew Wang Yu was right. Her judgment had been clouded by emotional simulations. Upon reflection, she found it difficult to rebut Wang Yu's judgment. At certain times, the decisions made by organic life forms can be colder and more decisive than those made by computer algorithms, almost intuitive. How is Malkier doing? Wang Yu changed the subject, inquiring about Cat Brother's condition. She was also affected, but it's hard to say specifically. Her constitution is quite special, and some ordinary ailments may not affect her at all, but it still depends on the examination report. We do not have the facilities for that. Ball explained the situation in the captain's cabin, mentioning that Malkier had not fainted. Wang Yu suspected that the helmet had provided some protective effect. With Cat Brother's superhuman physical qualities, there was indeed little to worry about. Additionally, the hydroponic chamber had a breach that required repair, but the problem was minor. The freshwater circulation system was unharmed, and the light brain was intact, though they needed to check the external telescope and various sensors to see if they were affected. The two of them walked towards the captain's cabin. On the way, Wang Yu appeared to be quite unfazed, and in reality, he did not have any obvious discomfort. However, ultimately Wang Yu was aware of whether something had gone wrong with his body because he had a system. After the impact, his health limit had changed to 97. Although it was much better than before, this was enough to prove that something was wrong with his body, but he could not confirm what disease it was. Please don't let it be a rapidly deteriorating illness, Wang Yu silently prayed, placing his hopes on his luck, hoping it would help him through this crisis. After all, he had only lost 3 points in health, which should not be serious. Moreover, the number in his palm had changed to 2, indicating that his talent was indeed functioning, likely negating any rapidly lethal or dangerous diseases. The three of them entered the captain's cabin, which was still in a mess. However, as soon as they entered, they caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent of blood, seeing numerous brownish pus and filth on the ground, the source clearly pointing to Malkier, as it was her vomit. Mixed in were also the remnants of her undigested food. I'm back. I made a mess of the floor, Malkier said, speaking much more fluently than before, and unusually not wearing her helmet, probably because she had just vomited. You vomited blood. Wang Yu was taken aback, glancing at the ground, and then at the standing Malkier. He did not discern anything unusual from her expression or complexion, even feeling she looked healthier than himself. This might be detoxification, a capability to expel diseased tissues from the body through vomiting. Based on Malkier's earlier performance in a vacuum environment, her judgment was likely accurate. After all, she did not seem to be in distress or suffering from a serious illness. Instead, worried about being reprimanded by Wang Yu and Ball for dirtying the floor, she avoided their gazes, completely unwilling to make eye contact. This minor issue would certainly not lead to reprimands. It was merely something that needed cleaning, though it would waste quite a bit of water. Fortunately, the reserves were sufficient. The three of them worked together, spending about an hour to clean and organize the captain's cabin. During this time, Ball tested the external telescope, radar, and other sensors through the light brain, and everything was fine. Only the hydroponic chamber needed fixing, which could be resolved by patching it with a suitably sized steel plate. Additionally, they had contacted Sophia at the Machine Star, specifically receiving a message from there first, as they had also experienced an impact. The results were relatively good. Although the impact began to affect the machine's servants, their mechanical bodies had a unique advantage, preventing illness. Damaged parts could be directly replaced. Ball had also conducted a self-check and confirmed that her body was fine and everything was normal. A week later, the deep space vessel successfully entered the planet's orbit. After completing the final preparations, the orbit would need to be adjusted once more before entering the gravitational overlap area, at which point they would open the gateway to the subspace and escape this starry expanse. During this time, Wang Yu was secretly monitoring his physical condition, and even Ball was observing, but no issues were. Wang Yu maintained his exercise routine as before, not slacking off. However, only he knew what was wrong with his body. After every intense workout, he felt a faint heaviness in his chest, even wanting to cough. This was definitely a problem, not a psychological effect, as it happened every time. Is it a lung issue? Or a heart problem? Wang Yu found it hard to determine, but either would be fatal. He could only pray that once their journey through subspace ended, he would quickly find a place to treat his ailment. For now, he still had to prepare for the entry into subspace. They marked both sides of every door and door frame with a simple cat head symbol and a basic number done by Mao. If there were such markings on the door or the sides of the frame, it indicated that this was a normal door, preventing them from accidentally entering an abnormal space during their subspace journey and getting caught in chaotic subspace currents. Aside from controlling the ship, all crew members were required to remain in the captain's quarters, ignoring any events outside, while also shutting down all sensors to prevent any knowledge of the situation outside the ship. Then the three of them had to act together, as being alone was a major taboo. Lastly, Malkir, can I borrow your helmet during the subspace journey? Wang Yu said, pointing at his own head, and then at the helmet on hers. This was the navigator's equipment, which might be crucial during the subspace journey, so Wang Yu wanted to borrow it. Ugh. Malkir made a reluctant sound, pouting her lips, but after a few seconds she removed the helmet and handed it to Wang Yu, resembling a child reluctantly giving up their toy. Not right now, I might need it when we enter subspace, just giving you a heads up. Wang Yu explained. Clearly Malkir didn't fully understand. However, it wasn't difficult to borrow the helmet thanks to the goodwill built up during their previous interactions. Additionally, if you perform well during the subspace journey, I could reward you with a tasty cat food can. Wang Yu took out a can of cat food. Although it originally belonged to Malkir, he was shameless enough to claim it and slowly return it as a reward. He just didn't understand why Mao Ge hid these cans. Upon hearing there would be a can as a reward, Mao Ge visibly perked up, nodding eagerly. Children are just children, they are easily appeased. Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Ball, asking her to simulate the orbital calculations on the light brain once more, as it was the final critical moment, and there could be no mistakes. 5 days later, Wang Yu reconnected to the deep space vessel, completing the planned orbital change. After this completion, he did not leave the bridge again, and both Ball and Malkir were there. In 5 hours, the deep space vessel would reach the dark side of the planet along the elliptical orbit, entering the gravitational overlap area. At that time, it would be the perfect moment to enter subspace, so all the crew gathered ready to act together. They even brought plenty of provisions and water, including weaponry and spacesuits, having considered nearly all scenarios, just waiting for the action. Let's eat something first and take a break. Ball spread some clean cloth on the ground and laid out a few plates of food. Although it was mostly potato snacks, pastries, and jerky, it actually tasted decent. Malkir liked meat, so she devoured several pieces of jerky, chewing happily. Wang Yu preferred fries since the jerky was too tough, causing discomfort if eaten too much. Have you informed Sophia and the others that we are officially leaving? Wang Yu asked Ball, since the light brain was in her hands, monitoring the orbital status of the deep space vessel. Upon hearing this, Ball paused, nodding slowly. It seemed she had said her goodbyes. Sophia told us to stay safe and wished us a smooth journey. She will always remember us. Wang Yu almost wanted to scoff at the bad omen, but Ball continued, not stopping until she finished relaying Sophia's message. She also said that once they successfully eliminate Higra, they will vigorously advance the development of aerospace technology, creating large spaceships, and will come to find us then. Ball said at this point Wang Yu had lost the will to retort, falling silent for a few seconds before speaking. Please pass on a message to Sophia, just say. I wish them success in their plans. Wang Yu said, not cursing their return, but genuinely hoping for their ultimate. As time drew closer, the deep space vessel had completely plunged into darkness, entering the planet's dark side, with only about 10 minutes left to reach the designated area. If they missed it, they would need to spend a lot of time circling back. Here, hand me the helmet. Oh, let's all prepare for unexpected situations. Wang Yu requested, asking meager for the spiritual vision guardian helmet ready to connect with the deep space vessel. Moreover, this time, he directly donned his exoskeleton armor, even hanging a beam pistol on his chest, and another at his waist in case of any emergencies. Ball shut down all sensors, readied her submachine gun, and the light brain on the ground displayed only a green countdown as a reminder of the timing for their action. Alright, everyone is ready. Wang Yu emphasized once again as he walked towards the center seat of the bridge. Even meager stood up, her hair and fur bristled, entering a state of alert, her sharp claws replacing the fingers tucked inside her paws, nervously staring at the door of the bridge. When the countdown reached the last 30 seconds, Wang Yu donned the limited edition cat head spiritual vision guardian helmet, sat back in the captain's chair, and reconnected with the deep space vessel, preparing to open the gateway to subspace. Wang Yu's senses reconnected with the deep space vessel, bringing his vision directly into the depths of the universe. Before him was a colossal planet, nearly blocking all light emitted from the star, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. However, the sensors of the deep space vessel were not limited to visible light. After multiple connections, Wang Yu became increasingly familiar with the vessel's capabilities, and during a discussion with Bear, she proposed a possibility. That is, when Wang Yu connected with the deep space vessel, the reason he could see the subsequent flight path was that the vessel could perceive light across almost the entire spectrum. It even included electric fields, magnetic fields, and even gravitational fields, which is why it knew where it would move next and could see the upcoming navigation routes. This was remarkable. Even the most advanced sensors would find it difficult to achieve. However, overly strong and complex sensory inputs would increase Wang Yu's load during connection, so some sensors might not be active at all times, only receiving visible light normally, and fully activating during trajectory perception or in certain emergencies. Wang Yu needed to master the ability to adjust these senses, allowing him to extend the duration of the connection while also adapting to hunger, which posed challenges to his will and inspiration. This time, to open the subspace channel, he had to push this sensory ability to its limits, finding the weak points in the surrounding spatial distortions to break through and enter subspace. The stronger the gravity, the more likely such weak points would appear. This is it. Wang Yu successfully identified the weak point and charged straight into it. From a third-party perspective, one would see a ship resembling a rock entering the shadowed side of the planet. It was first engulfed by darkness, then its surface lit up with faint glimmers, activating the ship's exterior sensors. Then the ship veered off its original trajectory, flying to one side, and vanished, as if swallowed by the void. The mechanical servants on the machine star recorded this scene, feeling quite astonished. From Wang Yu's perspective, he felt as if he had broken through something and entered a turbulent tunnel, waking up to a bizarre world that left him in shock. How to describe it? It was like being shoved into a kaleidoscope filled with severe light pollution, with hundreds of large speakers strapped to his ears, blasting all sorts of noise, creating an unbearable cacophony. In just a fleeting moment, Wang Yu's consciousness was overwhelmed by dizziness. He couldn't even think of what to do next. His thoughts came to a halt. Fortunately, this feeling lasted only an instant. The scattered light sources seemed to be filtered through a sieve, and the entire world shifted from bright to dim. At the same time, the speakers by his ears were turned down to the lowest volume, leaving only a faint whisper. As long as he didn't examine it closely, there was no discomfort. Wang Yu's cognition also recovered at this moment, and he felt a sense of dread, as the images he had seen before still lingered in his vision. They were not illusions. In that brief moment, his brain had nearly been overwhelmed by the massive influx of information, but fortunately it lasted only an instant. This should be the effect of the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet, shielding him from a significant amount of meaningless information and noise, granting him the opportunity to glimpse into subspace. Otherwise, relying solely on Wang Yu's nerves and brain, in just a moment, he would have been swept away by the torrent of overwhelming information, left to mumble incoherently, possibly resulting in lifelong disability and a loss of sanity. Fortunately, I borrowed the helmet from Cat Brother. This should be essential equipment for a navigator, though I wonder where she got it from. Wang Yu thought to himself, relieved that he had prepared adequately. He seized the moment to survey his surroundings, for even in the filtered vision, if he continued to observe for too long, his mental state would be affected, as his rationality was plummeting at an unprecedented rate, likely only able to last for a few minutes. Before his eyes was a bizarre starry sky, its background not the pure black of a normal universe, but resembling an atmosphere lamp, continuously changing its base color in a completely erratic manner. Moreover, celestial bodies were indeed present, differing in size and color, although it was uncertain whether these were products filtered through the helmet or their actual images. These entities did not obey the movement laws of celestial bodies in the universe, flying about chaotically as if gravity did not exist here. In a normal universe, aside from wandering celestial bodies, most would revolve around a massive gravitational target, achieving balance. But here there were celestial bodies moving in straight lines, some that remained stationary and others that intertwined and spiraled upwards. Various types of motion existed, and Wang Yu even saw a celestial body drawing a pentagram. Furthermore, the distance between celestial bodies was very close, which was another reason for Wang Yu's skepticism about the existence of gravity here. For example, those spiraling celestial bodies were not just one or two, but formed a continuous line spiraling upwards one after another like two intertwining springs or the helical structure of stretched DNA. Upon reaching a certain height, these celestial bodies would vanish and inexplicably reappear from below, repeating the spiraling ascent process. Here it seemed that all physical laws no longer applied. This was an incomprehensible world. The deep space vessel was slowly crawling within this space, having been nearly at a standstill since entering its original kinetic energy and inertia compressed to nearly zero in subspace. The navigator's duty was likely to set sail anew in this space, avoiding these celestial bodies, finding a navigable route for the ship, and ultimately returning to the real universe. Wang Ye's intuition warned him that if he carelessly collided with, or even brushed against these celestial bodies, the outcome would not be much better than crashing into a planet. In fact, the chances of survival from the latter would be far greater than the former. As for how to reach the target point and leave subspace to return to the real universe, Wang Yu had roughly deduced the method. It should be through the gates scattered throughout subspace. There were several at the location he burst into, likely corresponding to massive celestial bodies in the real universe. The larger the mass, the larger the gate, making it easier to exit, following the same principle as entering. These gates were likely the products of the helmet's information collection, not actual gates, but weak spatial points merely presented in the form of gates for Wang Yu to discover and confirm these points. Behind Wang Yu, approximately 3.0 kilometers away, there existed an immense gate so large that even nearby celestial bodies appeared miniature, and upon approaching it, it would inexplicably vanish, resembling a forbidden zone. Behind Wang Yu, approximately 3.0 kilometers away, there existed an immense gate so large that even nearby celestial bodies appeared miniature, and upon approaching it, it would inexplicably vanish. That gigantic gate undoubtedly represented the demon star Hydra. Although it was invisible in the real universe, its mass was beyond calculation, naturally warping spacetime and forming a weak point. Is this distance of 10 kilometers comparable to a light year in real space? Wang Yu estimated for the demon star Hydra was likely only about 300 light years away from him. But if that were the case, the gates representing planets and stars around him should be tightly clustered together. However, that was not the case. There were still distances of several dozen to hundreds of meters between these gates. Therefore, this 10 kilometers might not represent a light year in the real universe. It could be an unstable figure, or even dynamic, but far larger than the 10 kilometers in the real universe, making movement efficient by billions of times, or even more. Only in this way could they possibly traverse distances on a cosmic scale in a short time, reaching another distance. The deep space vessel shook violently as it plunged into the subspace before accelerating again to resume a steady course, taking nearly 7 minutes in total. This was a tremendous test for Wang Yu, as his experience in subspace navigation was nearly non-existent, and even in normal space, he was merely an amateur captain. Yet within that brief span of 7 minutes, he grasped the principles of subspace navigation, and based on the movement patterns of surrounding celestial bodies, identified a relatively safe route, formulating a short-term navigation plan that was nothing short of miraculous. If another navigator were present to hear of Wang Yu's feats, their eyes would likely bulge in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." Yet Wang Yu did just that, demonstrating an exceptional capacity for learning and comprehension, perhaps forced out by the looming threat of death. His rationality had plummeted to zero several times, but fortunately, he managed to stabilize and bounce back. However, his lucky 7 talent was nearly exhausted, reduced to the number 2, highlighting the extreme danger of the situation. Wang Yu slid off the captain's chair, his body weak and unable to sit up, covered in a viscous pale yellow liquid. Ball rushed over, immediately taking out a towel to help Wang Yu remove the cat helmet from his head. Inside, Wang Yu appeared very frail, his face pale as paper, with considerable blood staining his nose and chin, some of which had dripped onto his clothing, clearly indicating that piloting had not been easy. Still, he signaled a gesture of success. "I did it. Though I nearly died, my luck held, and I found a safe route for passage. At least for the short term, it should remain safe." Wang Yu said, his smile radiant, but combined with his ashen face and bloodstains, it conveyed a sense of tragic intensity. In just a few minutes, he had continuously dodged the erratically moving unknown celestial bodies around him, essentially surviving in the narrow gaps. These bodies were as massive as planets, making the deep space vessel seem like inconspicuous dust among them. Any slight misstep could lead to death. After navigating around these chaotic celestial objects, Wang Yu found a route that was relatively safe, avoiding all celestial activity. Before finally disconnecting, it was indeed a close call, and he was fortunate. Ball furrowed his brow, not interrupting Wang Yu as he recounted his experiences in subspace, while also wiping away the blood and goo from his face, and bringing over a set of dry clothes for him to change into. Meanwhile, Meager kept a close eye on the entrance door of the bridge, her ears perked up in a state of high tension, though it was unclear what she was guarding against. "Is it Brother Hammer?" Wang Yu glanced at Meager, feeling odd while his body gradually recovered. After consuming some food and replenishing his water, Wang Yu's complexion improved significantly. He stood up and drew 2 pistols. "Let's head back to the captain's quarters. There's power and water there, and the conditions are much better." However, we must be cautious along the way since subspace creatures may have already infiltrated. Wang Yu said, clad in exoskeleton armor, feeling quite confident in his combat abilities, that dispatching a light lizard with a single kick was well within his capabilities. The three of them left the bridge together, ensuring that no one was left behind. However, once they entered the corridor, meager became even more tense, her body hunched forward with her limbs, ears, and the fur on her head standing on end, resembling a dandelion, radiating an unusual alertness. Wang Yu and Ball were relatively calm, maintaining their guard while advancing steadily. "This door is wrong, it doesn't have the mark we left," Ball remarked, aiming his gun at the door. If one disregarded the markings and only considered the environment, almost everyone would mistake this door for a room within the ship, as it looked identical to the others. There was no difference in the material surface stains or scratches. Everything was consistent with the wall. Only those with exceptional memory or observational skills might harbor suspicions. However, in reality, this door was an addition, so it was uncertain what lay beyond it, and it was best not to indulge curiosity by attempting to open it. The three maintained their guard as they proceeded down the side corridor, which indeed appeared to extend significantly. Along the way, they passed three additional doors, one of which was wooden, adorned with a sign that read "Open for Business" in both Han language and mechanized language. The noise inside was considerable, suggesting that many were gathered for a meal or drinks, punctuated by occasional loud, excited yells. Seeing this door, Wang Yu and Ball felt their underlying vigilance spike, as it was too unusual, especially within. Fortunately, nothing abnormal occurred as they moved away, and no strange creatures emerged from the door. "What on earth is that, a subspace tavern?" Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff, while Ball shook her head, as everything was beyond her comprehension. The three successfully returned to the captain's quarters, encountering not a single light lizard along the way. Otherwise they could have added some food supplies, which would have been fresh meat. This indicated that subspace creature invasions were not a frequent occurrence, otherwise these vessels would be overwhelmed. As long as one adhered to the rules and didn't recklessly wander, the dangers remained within a controllable range. Wang Yu, Ball, and meager remained in the captain's quarters as planned, not venturing out at all, completely mirroring their previous interstellar journey, even finding time to play some games. However, Wang Yu commissioned Ball to create a new game, coding it on the spot, since the game was quite simple. 3D flight dodging barrage. It would serve as practice, as it closely resembled subspace navigation, helping to develop the ability to focus on multiple celestial movements and find gaps for passage. 2 days later, the three once again made their way to the bridge to check on the navigation situation and adjust it as necessary. This frequency depended on the navigator, namely Wang Yu's grasp of the route, but generally, it was better to check more frequently. The wooden door was still there. Wang Yu and Ball passed by with heightened vigilance, but meager in contrast relaxed as they walked by. On the way, they encountered Brother Hammer, who had bits of flesh and dried blood on him, but it was from others. It was unclear what he had taken down, as the trio had not encountered a single subspace creature until they reached the bridge, likely having been dealt with by Pig Brother. Wang Yu donned the cat helmet once more, taking his seat as captain, and began to connect with the deep space vessel. Wang Yu connected with the deep space vessel, and his view shifted back outside the ship. The ship was still moving along the trajectory preset by Wang Yu, which was not a simple straight line, but a complex three-dimensional path designed to avoid celestial bodies along the way. Thus, it was a miracle that he could find this route and plan the navigation within just a few minutes. Many experienced navigators could not achieve this, and it often required prolonged observation. It could not simply be explained by luck, but rather demonstrated Wang Yu's remarkable talent in this area. Once a safe passage was identified, there was no time to hesitate. This was a tacit rule known to all navigators, and Wang Yu adhered to it well. Perhaps it was because as a self-taught navigator he had no idea what these celestial bodies actually were. Ignorance bred fearlessness. If he hesitated or lingered too long, not only could the movement patterns of the celestial bodies change, but they could also become aware of his presence, which could be fatal in hyperspace. This time Wang Yu spent nearly 3 minutes passing through a densely packed area of celestial bodies, then took several more minutes to identify a safe passage in a low-density zone. Once the navigation plan was set, he wouldn't have to worry about navigation for the next 3 days. After such a long journey, they had already covered millions of kilometers. The gate representing Higra had long since disappeared from view, yet Wang Yu still had not found another entrance, illustrating just how vast this cosmic void was. Escaping the void without hyperspace routes was nearly impossible. Done hyperspace navigation isn't that difficult. After adjusting the route for the second time, Wang Yu was clearly more experienced, retreating from the safety line with ease. The three returned along the original path, remaining highly vigilant and fully armed. This time they encountered 3 light lizards lurking around the corner of the corridor. However, these creatures posed no threat to the 3 of them now. Even the least combat-capable Wang Yu could easily deal with them. He shot down 2 with his pistol, shattering one lizard's head with a single shot, while the other had its leg broken, only succumbing after a follow-up shot. The last one was taken down by Ball with a burst from a submachine gun, having never launched an attack before being killed. This demonstrated the absolute dominance of modern firepower over large animals. The greatest threat posed by these three lizards was not their attacks, but the possibility of parasites within their bodies. Yet this posed no threat to the experienced Wang Yu. He had protected himself from head to toe, wrapping his face in several layers of cloth, even his eyes shielded by goggles. Ball, being a robot, was not afraid of parasites. As for Cat Kerr, her physique allowed her to be immune to most parasitic infections, but at Wang Yu's insistence, she wrapped her hands and feet in cloth for protection and donned a cat helmet. Let's take this back for processing. The meat of the light lizard is pretty tasty, Wang Yu suggested, ready to drag it away before Pig Brother made an appearance. Ball was the most suitable for carrying it. Cat Brother, don't eat it. It's raw and unclean. Seeing Cat Kerr showing interest, Wang Yu hurriedly intervened. The three returned to the captain's cabin with their spoils, encountering no further dangers along the way. The processing of the ingredients was entrusted to Ball, who prepared to coat them in flour to make fried fish chunks. The three light lizards would be enough to last for several days, as fresh ingredients wouldn't keep for long. Uncertain if there were microorganisms in the air of the deep space vessel, they decided to eat them quickly to avoid such concerns. While Ball cooked, Wang Yu used a homemade mop to clean the bloodstains on the floor, wondering how long those parasites could survive outside their host. Next time I need to figure out a way to bring back a disinfectant for more safety, he muttered, not slacking off, boiling some water to mop again. After all, the fluid of the light lizard could also be consumed once boiled, so in this back and forth, he didn't really lose anything. After finishing all this, the aroma of frying wafting from the master bedroom made Wang Yu suddenly feel quite fulfilled. Interstellar travel wasn't so boring after all. The three enjoyed a hearty meal, including Ball, who could generate power by consuming organic food, though it was more of a supplementary effect. The shared experience of eating together made the food taste even better. After the satisfying meal, Wang Yu took a hearty gulp of light lizard juice, a drink made from boiled light lizard fluid mixed with some sugar, which had a unique flavor, or rather a light lizard flavor, and was quite pleasant. After completing his training for the day, Wang Yu prepared to go to bed, glancing at his panel before sleep. His health limit had still not recovered. Hoping for self-healing was impossible. Fortunately, there were no signs of deterioration, and he could only take it one step at a time. In the deep night, Wang Yu, deep in slumber, was awakened by a low growling sound. Jolting up with a start, reaching for the beam pistol on his bedside. "Ball, are you there?" Wang Yu whispered, staring intently at the door as the noise came from that direction. Soon Ball appeared. Seeing her, Wang Yu sighed in relief, indicating that the situation was not so dire. "What happened?" he asked. I'm not sure. Cat Kerr was already asleep, but suddenly woke up and started growling at the door. "I don't quite understand," Ball replied, a hint of confusion on her face, but for safety's sake, she picked up her weapon, holding a large caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu realized the situation was amiss. He quickly donned the exoskeleton power armor that was standing beside him, preparing for any emergency. Outside, Cat Kerr had crouched low, almost pressed against the ground, her fur bristling, her claws extended, and her face likely contorted in a snarl behind the helmet, as if she would pounce at any moment. Her alertness was directed toward the corridor. Did Cat Brother sense something, or did she catch a whiff of something? Wang Yu mused, just pondering how to ask Cat Brother when there came a knock at the door, nearly startling him out of his wits. Upon hearing the knock, Cat Kerr, who had been growling, seemed to see a ghost, losing all her bravado, fleeing in a panic to hide behind Wang Yu, trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Wang Yu and Ball also took the situation seriously, becoming fully alert with their weapons aimed at the door. Wang Yu even reached for the grenade at his waist, knowing that if it was a troublesome creature, he might need to use it. The door was knocked 3 or 4 times before falling silent, but seconds later a heavier banging sound erupted, as if someone had thrown their entire body against it, accompanied by voices. It seemed like a language emitted from the chest, which Wang Yu couldn't understand at all, not even realizing it was a language. Detected, an unknown civilization's language. Would you like to translate it? Activating the translation function requires 1,000 credit points. Without much thought, Wang Yu chose to agree, paying 1,000 universal credit points, and then he could understand it, including the previous sentences. "Hello. Is anyone inside?" The visitor seemed to be a woman, speaking politely. But this was the subspace where the more polite the monster was, the more troublesome it might be. "Hello. I know someone is inside. My daughter has been missing for a while. Have you seen her? She's very cute, fluffy, and warm." Wang Yu heard this and looked down at the trembling Cat Kerr, who was squatting behind him, seemingly pensive. The strange creature outside continued. "Good girl, mommy has brought you delicious food. Look, what is this? Super tasty starfish, canned food, 50 purity. Aren't you coming out?" The voice was enticing, but the Cat Brother remained unmoved. "Mommy knows you're inside. Don't hide, or mommy will get angry. Come out." The creature's previously gentle voice suddenly turned hysterical, startling Wang Yu, as it sounded nothing like a normal biological voice. "Come out. Do you want to leave mommy all alone?" Roar. Along with the roar, there were violent collisions and scratching sounds with such force that even the metal gate was shaking, raising dust that almost made Wang Yu's eyes pop out. This was the metal door of the captain's cabin, only second in thickness to the bridge. If this creature outside was so fierce, Wang Yu would have thought it was Thorn knocking on the door. "Ball!" Wang Yu shouted, and the two exchanged a knowing glance, preparing to take the initiative. But just as they were heading towards the door, a more terrifying scene unfolded. Several dark sharp claws pierced through the metal door, penetrating several centimeters, each as thick as a wrist. If one of those claws stabbed him, it wouldn't just be a few transparent holes, his body would be shredded like a rag. We can't be trapped in this room. Wang Yu and Ball both came to this judgment. The metal gate slowly opened, but due to slight deformation, the opening speed slowed, making continuous creaking sounds. Just as the door opened, a fist-sized gap, a fragmentation grenade, and a stun grenade were thrown out, coming from Wang Yu and Ball respectively. This was followed by intense flashes and explosions along with the shockwave from the blast, causing the unknown creature outside to emit sharp screeches accompanied by retreating footsteps. At this moment, a lithe figure slipped through the barely wide enough door gap, crouched down, and aimed a shot at the unknown entity, executing the entire motion with textbook precision, hitting the creature. It was Ball who fired. Wang Yu didn't possess such skill, and his exoskeleton power armor wasn't sufficient to support such agile evasive movements. Therefore, he was the second to emerge, roaring like a brute, triggering adrenaline, aiming his shotgun down the corridor, and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 The shooting sparks intermittently illuminated the entire corridor, finally, allowing Wang Yu to see the creature clearly. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall with elongated limbs and torso bearing a pair of cone-like claws and covered in a layer of obsidian-like armor. Wang Yu's shots hit the creature, the bullets ricocheting off and crashing into the metal wall, with a few even bouncing off his exoskeleton power armor, but their power had diminished. The creature's terrifying defensive strength utterly shattered Wang Yu's worldview. Was this still a carbon-based life form? How could even bullets not pierce it? Fortunately, the impact of the shotgun still had a repelling effect, staggering the creature, while Ball completed reloading and aiming, landing a shot on the creature's ankle, bringing it to the ground. Fall back. Our weapons can't kill this monster, let's create some distance. Ball said with urgency, as 2 consecutive attacks with an anti-material sniper rifle should have been enough to penetrate 50 millimeters thick steel, yet they couldn't break through this thing's defense. Wang Yu also did not hesitate, reaching for the grenades hanging at his waist, ready to throw a few more at this thing. But then he suddenly remembered another person. Kier was still in the room. Cap brother, what are you doing? Get moving, or I might just leave you behind. Wang Yu shouted, feeling disappointed with Kier's. Though this was also related to the monster's identity, Wang Yu had always had high expectations for Kier's combat capability, so the psychological gap was particularly large at this moment. A few fragmentation grenades rolled under the creature, exploding just as it stood up once again, sending it crashing. At the same time, Wang Yu also used the magic named Body of Terror for the first time, hoping to scare the monster away. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from within Wang Yu, the first to sense it being Ball, who looked at Wang Yu with a strange, fearful expression, but said nothing. As for the creature, it merely tilted its head slightly, showing almost no reaction, and prepared to pounce again. Bang! Bang! Wang Yu kept shooting, and soon the shotgun's ammunition ran out. It doesn't even respond to magic, is its stat that high, eh? Wang Yu's face grew increasingly grim, feeling that this monster was beyond his current capabilities. However, under the stimulation of the terrifying aura, Kier, who had been huddling in the room, suddenly dashed out, showing no intention of stopping, not even daring to look back, using all 4 limbs to run away. Fall back! Wang Yu shouted, realizing that if Kier didn't move, he might truly leave her behind, as this was no joke. He threw his last fragmentation grenade. Ball seized the opportunity and fired again, hitting the creature squarely. It was a face that didn't even have facial features, resembling an obsidian mirror. After being hit, it merely tilted its head back, showing no scratches, and was then repelled by the impact of the fragmentation grenade. They began to shoot while retreating, creating distance. At that moment, Wang Yu tossed a stun grenade, without caring about waste. After all, life was the priority. After the explosion, the creature covered its head and held the effect much better than the previous fragmentation grenades and firearms, allowing them to create significant distance. This thing seemed more sensitive to bright light and sound waves. Realizing this, Wang Yu decisively abandoned the idea of reloading the shotgun, slinging it on his back, and switching to the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol hanging at his waist. I still have 1 stun grenade. Should we try the magnetic demolition grenade? It might have more power, but... Ball asked for Wang Yu's opinion, but held little hope, as even the anti-material sniper rifle couldn't harm the creature's shell, making it unlikely that the demolition grenade would be effective. Let's try the beam pistol. You time it well to throw the stun grenade, it'll do the shooting. Wang Yu demonstrated the beam pistol in his hand, formulating a battle plan instantly. In the back, the creature had already caught up, running on all 4s at high speed, and just as it was about to close the distance, a stun grenade exploded right in front of it. The explosion of the stun grenade echoed in the corridor, the bright light and shockwave reverberating. Even Wang Yu and Bear, who were farther away, were affected, especially Wang Yu, whose ears rang incessantly, his eardrums itching, and he felt a sensation of deafness, as if sounds were coming through a layer of fog. Yet at this moment, he could not let these factors disturb him. The special training he underwent on the machine star kicked in, and after taking a deep breath, Wang Yu stood firm, turned around, held his breath, and began to aim at the creature covering its head. After a slight hesitation, his gun barrel lowered, aiming at the seemingly vulnerable ankle of the creature, and he pulled the trigger. Click. The Fire Scorpion 05 lit up for an instant like a malfunctioning lighter, proving utterly ineffective. Damn, Wang Yu couldn't help but curse repeatedly, pulling the trigger. But at this moment it seemed he had exhausted his luck and was left with nothing but misfortune as he pulled the trigger again and again, resulting in a string of misfires. In fact, his speed of pulling the trigger was faster than the activation speed of the Fire Scorpion 05, making it even harder to fire. By the time he realized it, the creature had recovered from its stiff state. Wang Yu was extremely anxious, reaching for the last stun grenade at his waist. Fortunately, Bear provided timely support, hitting the creature's ankle again with his sniper rifle, forcing it to lose balance and half kneel on the ground. At the same time, Wang Yu threw the stun grenade, which rolled right in front of the creature, giving him another chance. However, this time the creature began to emit thick black smoke from its surface, and in the next second it seemed to melt away, sinking into the ground. Can this thing phase through walls? Then why didn't it do so earlier and simply break down the door? Wang Yu was astonished, and at the same time the stun grenade exploded, dazzling him, causing him to miss the chance to turn and close his eyes against the bright light, leaving him with a blank vision. Wang Yu. In a faint haze, he seemed to hear someone calling him, and then a powerful force yanked him, causing him to land on the ground. He felt a chill between his legs, as if a gust of wind had passed, followed by the sound of metal clashing, as if something had pierced the ground. In this critical moment, Wang Yu couldn't care less. Even though his vision had not yet recovered, his eyes filled with tears, his view obscured by blurry remnants and shadows, he decisively pulled the trigger. This time it successfully fired. Wang Yu didn't care whether he hit or missed, he just kept the trigger pressed down. Seconds passed, and his vision gradually gained contours, though still very blurry. There were images now. Bear was dragging him backward, and not far in front was that creature which had emerged somehow. Its claws were firmly embedded in the ground, exerting great force, nearly completely sinking in, unable to pull them out for a while. If Bear hadn't pulled him, Wang Yu would have likely been done for by now. That gust of wind, he felt, was probably the claws swat. It truly was a close call. Coincidentally, Wang Yu's blind shot managed to hit the creature, striking it right on. As Bear pulled him, the beam of light shot upward, and by the time Wang Yu's vision was nearly restored, it had turned the creature's right calf, and part of its thigh a dark red, as if it were cooked. Bear! Wang Yu yelled to alert Bear, who was dragging him, first to let her know that he was almost recovered, and secondly to signal that it was time to shoot at the discolored area of the creature's knee. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Bear had come back to her senses, glanced at Wang Yu, then at the creature, and understood what he meant. She raised her anti-material sniper rifle, preparing to shoot. The creature finally pulled its claws out from the floor, but as soon as it stood up, a whistling large caliber bullet struck its knee. This time it finally had an effect. The creature's right calf shattered like glass, and it fell to the ground once more. This thing fears light and can hide in shadows. Wang Yu regained his mobility. Despite the constant ringing in his ears, tears streaming down his face, and his vision clouded with afterimages, he still shouted out his judgment. This thing fears light and can hide in shadows. Wang Yu regained his mobility. Despite the constant ringing in his ears, tears but how could they kill this creature? The Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol had exhausted its energy, and ordinary bullets, including grenades, couldn't injure it. Only high-energy beams could weaken its defenses and inflict damage. We must shake off this thing, find an opportunity to recharge the gun, and then wait for a chance to kill it. Wang Yu pondered, glancing around, feeling that this dark corridor was completely the creature's territory. Even with the tactical flashlight mounted on the gun, it was of no use, as the creature could easily find gaps, seep into the shadows, or even circle around them and launch ambushes from above. It's coming, Bear warned. Unlike Wang Yu, Bear's vision was much stronger. Not only did she possess night vision in low light conditions, but she also had infrared vision. Although the infrared vision was useless against this creature, as it seemed to be cold-blooded and difficult to distinguish from the environment. However, she could still clearly see the shadow that had blended into the darkness, distinctly darkening the surrounding area, quickly approaching along the ceiling, avoiding the strong light from Bear's flashlight. What do we do? Wang Yu was extremely anxious, realizing that they couldn't escape any further. His luck had run out, and any slight misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. At this moment, he noticed Cat Kier ahead. Since bursting out of the captain's cabin, Cat Kier had been fleeing without any intention to fight or resist. Wang Yu had nearly forgotten her, as she had long vanished. But why was she waiting here for them? Come here, Cat Kier shouted, then dashed to the right, directly entering a door. Wang Yu's pupils constricted, for this was the very door he had noticed earlier, labeled open for business. Bear, get inside. Don't mind that thing, there's light in there. Wang Yu shouted, noticing the light that emitted from inside as Cat Kier entered the door. Even if it was an alternate space, as long as there was light, and with the creature having lost a leg, perhaps they could find a chance to shake it off. As long as they could escape back to the captain's cabin to recharge the pistol, they would have a chance to deal a fatal blow to this. With this thought, Bear acted decisively, no longer using the flashlight to drive away the moving shadow. She turned back, grabbed the slower Wang Yu, and together they charged toward the wooden door, rolling inside. Ball lunged at Wang Yu, taking 2 steps in one as he burst through the door, shattering the wooden barrier and sending the two rolled across the ground like tumbling gourds, drawing numerous gazes as the ruckus inside came to an abrupt halt. Wang Yu immediately sat up, only to realize that over 20 people were seated inside, a diverse mix of shapes and sizes, some hardly resembling humans at all staring at him, causing his scalp to tingle. A dark creature was hunting them outside, but in the room. There were over 20 monsters. How could he not feel overwhelmed? If you want to drink, then drink. If not, leave my tavern. An ancient voice, imbued with authority, echoed through the room, directing everyone's attention away from Wang Yu and Ball, allowing them to resume their drinking. At that moment, Wang Yu stood up, still clutching his out-of-power Fire Scorpion 05, remaining vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings, including the strange beings. Drop your gun or get out. You have 5 seconds to decide. The same voice rang out again, prompting Wang Yu to glance around until he finally spotted the speaker. Under the bar on the left side, a partially bald figure could be seen. No, it was an ancient creature with a wrinkled face, dark gray skin, and a head that jutted out like a comma. Daring to call me bald on our first meeting, you ancient creature. Humans truly lack manners. The voice resounded again, nearly shocking Wang Yu into a frenzy. This old creature. No, this old gentleman could actually read his thoughts, which was terrifying. Wang Yu ceased his contemplation and reached out to stop Ball, who was still on guard with her gun. Her gun was aimed not only at the door, but also subtly targeting the other drinking and chatting monsters. Meanwhile, Malkier had moved to a deeper part of the tavern, seated at an empty table, sitting neatly. Ball, that creature seems unable to enter. Wang Yu said to Ball, glancing at the tightly shut wooden door, urging her to lower her guard, and then taking the opportunity to observe the tavern located in the subspace. Since everyone was heeding the old man's words without conflict, this must be a place akin to a safe zone. Wang Yu was searching for any potential notices or flyers that might exist. Discovery of an unknown civilization's language, may I ask if? Discovery of an unknown civilization's language, may I ask if? The system's reminders kept coming, causing Wang Yu to frown slightly. After a brief contemplation, he agreed to all prompts, enabling him to understand what the strange beings were saying. That seems to be a human. How dare they enter so brazenly? What are you thinking? They appeared with the subhumans. They must be imposters. That's true these days. Who even sees real humans anymore? I almost scared myself. But if they were really human, capturing one would ensure my fortune for life, and I wouldn't need to deal with this subspace. Hey, don't mess around here. If you want to die, do it yourself. Old Walker has a terrible temper. These strange beings were predominantly discussing Wang Yu's identity, specifically his human identity, making him feel as though he were an alien. No, he seemed to be an alien. The patrons drinking inside were mostly seated by species in groups of 2 or 3, with the exception of 2 tables occupied by subhumans who had obvious animal traits, while the others hardly resembled humans. One green insectoid covered in spiky armor and ringed patterns had compound eyes and antennae on its head, occasionally shaking as it looked at Wang Yu, communicating with its companions using its 3 pairs of slender arms, saying how wonderful it would be if Wang Yu was human and how they could profit by selling him, while simultaneously sipping a dark red unknown liquid, which was utterly disgusting. Although it was Wang Yu's first encounter with an insectoid, he felt a wave of nausea and aversion stemming from a deep physiological repulsion. Conversely, the insectoid, seeing a wise being that lacked an exoskeleton, was soft and furry, probably found it equally disgusting. Additionally, there were several other peculiar beings, like the bizarre creature in the center, entirely composed of crystal-like. This entity bore no resemblance to any life form on Blue Star. Its body was a solid piece of light pink crystal, with light flowing within, surrounded by a ring of openings from which translucent soft tendrils emerged to support itself and grasp objects. It held a cup, and its voice was a high-frequency vibration that Wang Yu could not hear, relying entirely on the system to perceive and translate. There were also jellyfish-like beings appearing as transparent gel-like intelligent life, forms seemingly of low density, floating effortlessly, with long and agile tentacles that looked beautiful, shimmering like jewels. In the corner of the room sat a mass resembling soft mud, draped in a robe with yellow-brown tentacles adorned with suckers dotted like an upright starfish. The only common trait among these previously unseen extraterrestrial beings was their intelligence, mastery of language, ability to use tools, and flexible hands capable of manipulating complex objects. However, elsewhere, there were truly no similarities to be found. To them, humans seemed to be a rare and scarce species, and their conversations were laced with hostility towards humans. One particularly attractive jellyfish even claimed to have had the fortune of tasting human flesh, describing it as exquisitely delightful, though not as tasty as the delicious starfish. Its words, laced with malice as spots on the jellyfish's edge, occasionally converged towards Wang Yu, then shifted towards the corner where the starfish creature sat. Wang Yu frowned, concealing his understanding of their alien language, instructing Ball to sit with Malkier at their table while he approached the bar. He had looked around but found no lists or notices. After all, this was a tavern, and there should at least be a menu for drinks. The only possibility was at the bar, so he prepared to check there, as it was safe and a good place to seek refuge. Wang Yu walked straight to the bar, only to discover the bartender was an old man in a tuxedo, though he was rather short, barely reaching 1.30 meters. At the bar, only half of his face was visible, so his mixing actions were entirely hidden, resembling someone sneaking around. However, this old immortal mixed drinks without using his hands. His hands remained behind his back, while various bottles and jars of all sizes floated up, as if alive, pouring into the cocktail shaker and swirling about. Little one, even if you flatter me, it won't earn you any discounts. Don't think I'll give you a bargain. The same voice rang out again, and Wang Yu confirmed once more that this old immortal indeed possessed formidable, mind-reading abilities. No wonder he could run a bar here. He looked at the drink menu on the bar, where the first line read, "Each person is limited to 1 cup per visit, dining, only, no refills, leave immediately after drinking." Next were the prices of various beverages, and upon seeing the cheapest special recommendation, costing 1,000 interstellar universal credits, Wang Yu was utterly dumbfounded, especially since it was handwritten as the daily recommendation. It stated, "Old Walter's recommendation for today's subspace special, 1 sip to ascending spiral blasting colorful lizard juice." Wang Yu was left speechless upon seeing the name, glancing at the old man behind the bar. No, the old immortal. This drink, was it even legitimate? Could it really be consumed? Moreover, it had a purchase limit. On the other side in the corridor of the deep space. After Wang Yu and the others burst through the wooden door, the pursuing monster came to a halt, emerging from the darkness, seemingly unable to comprehend how its target had vanished, as if it couldn't see the wooden door at all. At the end of the corridor ahead, sounds began to resonate, the heavy scraping of metal against the floor growing louder and approaching swiftly. "This is my tavern. I sell as I please, and it's none of your business. If you don't want to drink, then leave. I have no intention of serving you." The aged and commanding voice rang out again, signaling that Wang Yu's inner thoughts had once more been probed, truly impossible to guard against. Wang Yu forcibly paused his mental activity, his expression turning suddenly wise. "Sir, do you have plain water for sale here?" he cautiously inquired, only to be met with a curt, "If you don't buy, then get lost." Those 4 words caused even the demi-human nearby sitting at the bar sipping a drink to choke and cough violently. Only then did Wang Yu notice another person present, almost startling him, as he had either not seen or had overlooked this individual before. This person bore clear primate features with hands and feet, but his face, neck, backs of hands, and even his body were dotted with faint cyan scales, lending him an inexplicable aura of solemnity. He also sported a mane of black hair cascading down the back of his head like a waterfall, yet it gave no impression of his arms, and the muscles bulging beneath his vest and black jacket beneath his neck proved he was not to be trifled with, not to mention his towering height exceeding 2 meters, and a large broad sword wrapped in cloth strapped to his back. Upon noticing Wang Yu's gaze, the man looked over. Remarkably a handsome youth by human aesthetic standards. With the cyan scales on his face and those aquamarine vertical pupils, he radiated an overwhelming presence. Wang Yu quickly averted his eyes after a brief glance, then focused intently on the drink menu at the bar, seemingly pondering his choice. Damn, a dragonborn too. Wang Yu was shocked, as the man had horns on both sides of his forehead, perfectly matching Wang Yu's impression of a dragonborn. "Boss, give me 3 of today's specials. A space signature cocktail, the 1 sip ascension spiral smackdown colored light lizard juice." Wang Yu placed the order, including drinks for bear and meager, as well, to avoid being kicked out. That strange creature outside might still be lurking. The sole reason for ordering the same drink was simple poverty. The daily special was the cheapest discounted item on the menu. Other beverages were priced above 3,000 credit points, practically daylight robbery. After ordering, another issue troubled Wang Yu. He didn't yet know how to pay, as his credit points remained in the system. As if reading Wang Yu's thoughts, the 6-fingered mechanical hand resting on the counter floated upward, pointing to a square device with a dark reflective surface, accompanied by the tavern owner's prompt. "Over there, direct transfer. 2,000 credit points up front." No credit. Wang Yu was startled, then filled with dread, fearing his system might have been exposed. But the owner didn't mention it. No more thinking. Wang Yu felt this ancient immortal was terrifying, and with so many strange aliens and a dragonborn here, it was simply overwhelming. Approaching the suspected POS device, the system finally responded, presenting a transfer option in his vision. The device displayed the number 0, presumably indicating the amount of credit points paid. But wait, why 2,000? Someone else already paid an amount, the balance remains unused. You only need to pay for yourself and that robot. Someone paid. Wang Yu's pupils contracted as he looked at Meager, sitting obediently in the chair. That ancient immortal even recognized Bear's robotic identity. Utterly absurd. No, his power was unfathomable. Wang Yu decisively transferred 2,000 credit points, then stood by the bar waiting for the owner to mix the drinks. At that moment, another figure appeared beside Wang Yu. The sharp presence was hard to ignore. It was the dragonborn youth who had just finished his drink and walked over with a smile. "You looks like you have an excellent bodyguard." The dragonborn youth spoke fluent Mandarin, causing Wang Yu to glance sideways. Moreover, he had understood Wang Yu's words moments ago, hence his reaction. The bodyguard he mentioned was naturally Bear, who had sensed something amiss and approached. The sniper rifle that had been set aside was lifted again by, or possibly with a fresh magazine loaded. This unusual behavior drew the attention of other patrons in the tavern. "Bear, it's fine." Wang Yu reassured her, utterly unconcerned about the dragonborn youth making a move. This tavern's owner was not to be trifled with, and fighting was forbidden here. "Right, ancient immortal." Wang Yu looked toward the owner, but was ignored. The dragonborn youth, however, made no rash moves. Instead, he bent low, sniffing Wang Yu intensely, as if deranged, nearly startling Wang Yu into retreat. Before Wang Yu could react, the dragonborn's gaze sharpened, and he whispered coldly in his ear, "If I were you, I wouldn't swagger around here so openly. Also, check your lungs when you get back." The scent is off. After speaking, the Dragonborn stood, his face clouded with displeasure. How long has it been since you last bathed? I searched everywhere, and it was your smell all along. Almost made me vomit, truly unlucky. The youth scolded Wang Yu, then glanced at Bear, sensing hostility as his hand moved toward the sword on his back. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Bear, Wang Yu called out, shaking his head. Bear then stepped aside, allowing the Dragonborn youth to leave. What are you staring at? You like what you see? The Dragonborn youth switched to another language, glaring angrily at the drink. The alien creatures all seemed to recognize him, bowing their heads and returning to their business, pretending not to understand, until several seconds after he pushed open the door and left before the atmosphere revived. Damn demohumans acting all high and mighty, huh? The insectoid alien complained to his companions. Hey, don't provoke that lunatic. We might have to hire him again someday, just forget it. His companion with a better temper advised, ignoring the Dragonborn youth. Wang Yu frowned slightly, realizing from the Dragonborn youth and the alien's initial reactions that being human was quite a unique status in this universe. He resolved to be more cautious in similar situations henceforth. Furthermore, this universe clearly hosted many alien civilizations. These individuals were likely crew members from subspace voyages arriving at this peculiar tavern through the suddenly appearing wooden door. All right, your 3 special drinks freshly prepared. Drink up quickly. The tavern owner's voice rang out again as 3 identical drinks, each with a straw and sealed lid, floated up and settled on the bar. One of the drinks even trembled slightly, as if the contents within were alive. Boss, do you have charging services here? Wang Yu boldly asked the tavern owner as the drinks were ready. After all, how would he know if he didn't ask? Even if there wasn't, it would only mean being reprimanded by the owner a few times. As a paying customer, he wouldn't be kicked out, especially since he hadn't even tasted his drink yet. Just place your device on the bar. The owner's reply brightened Wang Yu's eyes. He wasn't worried about the owner stealing his things, as with the owner's capabilities, a direct theft would be much quicker. He placed his pure white Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol on the table, and then saw the gun float up, indicating it was charging, and within seconds it was fully charged to 100. Void charging. Wow, this is incredible, truly worthy of being a living immortal. Wang Yu praised frantically. Ahem. The owner coughed and shot Wang Yu a glance that seemed to say stop with the flattery, waving his hand to urge Wang Yu to take his things and leave. But regardless, excessive flattery always has some effect. At least this time the owner didn't scold him. Wang Yu put away the fully charged gun and once again expressed his gratitude to the owner. He then picked up a special drink from the bar and simultaneously received information about it. Name: Ascending Sky Spiral Colorful Lizard Juice. Creator: Walker S. Morgus. Regulation: Level 2, Exquisite. Description: a drink concocted by someone out of interest using exclusive techniques and secret recipes with taste and effects unknown until consumed. However, this time Wang Yu didn't whisper to himself. Even after seeing the information, he didn't think much of it. He handed one drink to Ball, then carried the other 2 towards the table where Maukir was sitting. He looked at Maukir, feeling that she was quite familiar with this place, showing no signs of shyness. Even while sitting, her small legs were restlessly swinging, completely unafraid of the strange aliens around. This was likely because she had been here many times before. The tavern owner had mentioned that someone had bought her a long-term meal ticket, but he didn't know who that person was. Wang Yu also had his guesses. Drink up, this is yours. He placed one special drink in front of Maukir. When Wang Yu approached, she appeared to grow uneasy, not daring to meet his gaze, probably knowing she had brought trouble, as that monster was attracted by her. But in front of the drink, she couldn't hold back for long. Soon she grabbed the cup with both hands and began to slurp it down, not caring about appearances. As she did so, her whole being sparked with energy, and her eyes lit up as she continued to drink. Is this thing really that good? Wang Yu looked at the drink in his hand, and then at Maukir, who was enjoying it immensely. Feeling a bit unsure, he glanced at Ball. The latter also took a small sip, indicating that it was fine, just a sweet drink with a hint of alcohol. Really? Wang Yu, still doubtful, took a sip as well. It was sweet at first, but the moment it touched his tongue, something fell off. It was tingly, as if charged with electricity. No, it felt like a swarm of colorful lizards were violently hitting his tongue. Wang Yu shivered, swallowed, and after the drink slid down his throat, it transformed into a cool rush that surged to the top of his head, as if a refreshing breeze was brushing against his brain. He, like Maukir, had shining eyes. This was truly a novel experience. Only after finishing did he notice a hint of lizard flavor lingering in his mouth, confirming that he had indeed consumed lizard juice. It was simply too delicious. However, Ball did not share this feeling, as she found it to be just an ordinary sweet wine. Probably due to her being a robot, her sensations were completely different from those of organic life forms. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 1 point of spiritual energy. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 1 point of sanity. Drinking the mysterious beverage restores 2 points of stamina. 3 consecutive system prompts appeared, shocking Wang Yu again. He downed the drink in one go, and at that moment his spiritual energy was fully restored, his sanity returned to 12 points, and his stamina was completely replenished. No wonder the bar had a limit of 1 drink per person. This was truly a miraculous potion. If possible, he would definitely buy a few to take with him for emergencies. A special supply station for hyperspace travel. Wang Yu gave this bar a whole new definition. Those more expensive drinks must have even better effects. However, this drink was too delicious. He finished it without realizing it. Then he remembered the sign on the bar that stated no refills after finishing, which made him leave immediately. If I had known, I would have taken my time. This divine elixir brewed by the old immortal is truly exquisite, but flatter me all you want get you any discounts, and I certainly won't make an exception to give you a second cup. Don't even think about it, you little brat. Wang Ye's thoughts were seen through by old Walker, but it didn't matter. Flattering didn't cost him any credit points. Wang Yu became serious and discussed the follow-up battle plan with her. Because that monster might be lurking at the door, they should take a peek first. If it looks too dangerous, they would retreat. After all, the owner hadn't started kicking people out yet.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Fortunately, the monster had lost a leg, and its mobility was greatly reduced. As long as they didn't venture into the darkness, its speed of movement had become its weakness, significantly lowering the danger. Afterward, Wang Yu would focus on attacking the monster's torso with his beam pistol, while Ball would use an anti-material sniper rifle for precise shots. The reason for not targeting the head was that the head might not be the monster's weak point, and it was difficult to hit. However, if they could split the monster in half, its threat would be greatly reduced. Whether it had a weak point was really irrelevant. Moreover, the torso was also easier to hit, which gave Wang Yu more confidence. After finalizing the plan, the three of them headed toward the door, and Ball finished her drink. But there were no special effects, as her physiological structure was fundamentally different from that of organic life. However, next time she could check if there were any drinks useful for mechanical life. There likely were, as even rock-like beings were drinking. Ball walked in front, pushed the door open after exchanging a glance with Wang Yu, waited 2 seconds, and then dashed out, followed by Wang Yu, and lastly the somewhat anxious Malkier. However, after the three exited the wooden door, they were all stunned, as the outside had clearly transformed into a battlefield, the walls and ground covered with scratches and blood scattered with numerous black fragments, and even a severed black arm hanging from the wall with claws embedded in it. This monster had indeed left its mark on the walls. What is this? Wang Yu looked at the remnants of the battle, especially the deformed ground and walls from the heavy impact reminded him of Hammer Brother. Hammer Brother had been here and fought with that black monster. It seemed he had won, as the opponent's hand hadn't even been taken away. But that monster wouldn't bleed, and it was clear that Hammer Brother wasn't unscathed either. As for the result of this battle, it was undoubtedly a great victory for Hammer Brother. The question was whether the monster had been killed. There are too few fragments. The few black pieces and the severed arm on the ground cannot piece together a complete corpse. Wang Yu assessed, looking at the severed arm hanging on the wall. He took out a piece of cloth from his chest bag, wrapped it around his hand, and tried to touch it, gaining information about the item. Name: Shadow Demon. Description: a type of evil spirit, extremely treacherous and cunning, capable of speaking the language of its former life, and can acquire new languages after devouring its target. It often lurks in the shadows, using words to lure targets into lowering their guard before attacking with its claws. Some may be influenced by remnants of their past memories and obsessions, leading to unusual behaviors. It can swiftly traverse through shadows, possesses a strong vitality, and will choose to flee when the situation turns unfavorable. Shadow Demon. Influenced by remnants of past memories. Fleeing. Wang Yu muttered, suddenly glancing at the wooden door behind him, fearing that the old voyeur was peeking into his inner world again. But when he turned around, he found that the wooden door had vanished. It seemed that this door could only be entered once, or once exited it would dissipate. Wang Yu no longer considered the tavern issue, and focused his attention on Malkier. Because this Shadow Demon was likely truly her mother, and that cat helmet was also probably her mother's. Was she caught in a subspace turbulence? Wang Yu speculated, planning to discuss it with Malkier later for more details. Because this suspected Shadow Demon, who was likely Malkier's mother, probably had not died, but as described in the information, was defeated by Brother Hammer and severely injured before fleeing, which explained the absence of a complete corpse. Let's head back to the captain's room first. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and asked Ball to help collect the black fragments on the ground. As for Malkier, it would be too difficult to ask her to collect these. Damn, it's so tight. Wang Yu tried to pull out the severed arm, but ended up dangling in midair without being able to do anything. How strong was this Shadow Demon? And how high were Brother Hammer's stats to have made the Shadow Demon flee in such a sorry state? Wang Yu suddenly felt inadequate. The system's evaluation of him was indeed not wrong at all. He continued to pull with all his might, and just then Ball came over. The two of them, with 4 hands working together, spent several minutes barely managing to extract the claw from the wall, leaving behind 5 dark holes. And this claw remained shiny, as new, far more formidable than ordinary metal weapons, which was why Wang Yu wanted to collect these fragments. They might be quite rare. Otherwise, by the time Pig Brother arrives, they would probably be gone. They carefully tidied up the fragments, and the severed arm, especially Wang Yu, who had to be cautious of parasitic infections. After ensuring everything was in order, they hurried to the captain's room to check on the situation, while remaining vigilant, wary of the Shadow Demon, launching a surprise attack from the darkness. On the way, they found a severed lower leg of the Shadow Demon, and now a good portion of the Shadow Demon had been pieced together. However, as they approached the captain's room, Malkier, who had been following behind, suddenly reacted, rushing into the side laboratory without greeting. Wang Yu and Ball chased after her only to find Malkier rummaging through things as another cat head mark appeared on the laboratory wall. Guided by the smell and the mark, she dug out 2 cans of cat food with faded labels. This mark was not there before. 10 minutes later in the captain's room, Ball was inspecting the severely damaged door to see if it could be repaired. Wang Yu and Malkier sat inside with the table holding the cat helmet and the newly acquired 2 cans of cat food. Malkier did not eat, instead handing them over to the leader of the organization, Wang Yu. These cans were originally collected by Malkier's mother. Even after becoming a shadow demon, she did not forget to bring food for her daughter, which moved Wang Yu. And he even sneakily ate one. This item clearly held special significance for Malkier, as each time she recuperated, it was related to the cans. There are still 2 cans here, you should manage the rest yourself. You need to learn about resource management too, Wang Yu said, pulling out his 2 hidden delicious cat food cans and returning them to Malkier. The latter looked a bit confused, not understanding Wang Yu's intention. However, as Wang Yu asked the next question, her expression changed noticeably. That monster, the shadow demon, came looking for you, didn't it? Wang Yu inquired. Upon hearing this question, Malkier widened her eyes in surprise, then her head drooped with her ears drooping, as well, clearly indicating that Wang Yu had hit the nail on the head. She just didn't understand how he knew. She was unaware that Wang Yu had a way to understand the language of other civilizations and had comprehended the shadow demon's words. She used to be your mother, right? Wang Yu asked again, and this time Malkier instantly looked up, her face filled with disbelief, her eyes wide open. Seeing this expression, Wang Yu didn't need Malkier to answer. He was already certain he had guessed nearly correctly, pointing at the helmet and saying, this actually belongs to your mother, doesn't it? You were trapped in subspace turbulence until one day by chance you arrived at the deep space ship. But by then your mother had already turned into a monster because she had given you the helmet that could protect her. Wang Yu did not continue, for Malkier had already huddled in place, beginning to sob. It seemed they had been trapped in subspace for quite some time, perhaps. Her mother continued to care for or imprison Malkier even after turning into a shadow demon, only to have her escape later, perhaps because her mother felt she was about to become an evil spirit and urged her to flee. Then they arrived at the deep space ship, likely encountering Brother Hammer, who drove that shadow demon away. Brother Hammer captured Malkier and locked her in a cell or confinement room, as this was the action taken by the deep space ship or most ships based on the interstellar joint management regulations. So Malkier grew up in subspace. Perhaps even raised by the shadow demon, without any formal education, which was why she couldn't even speak. Her formidable physique, akin to a monster, might also be related to this experience. Alright, I have a rough understanding now. Wang Yu broached Malkier's painful past, but some matters had to be clarified as they were crucial for subsequent plans. But rest assured, Ball and I will not expel you or throw you into subspace turbulence. Wang Yu reassured, gently patting Malkier's head, confirming what her mother had said. She was indeed fluffy. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Malkier stopped crying and looked up, her expression quite surprised, indicating she was genuinely worried about being abandoned, as her mother posed a significant threat. However, next time, if your mother comes, I hope you can be a bit braver. She would certainly want to witness your growth, and you should prove to her that you have grown up, no longer a child, and no longer needing her care. Wang Yu conveyed his message quite complex, but Malkier seemed to understand, as evidenced by her slightly trembling dark golden eyes. Wang Yu nodded, feeling that he had said enough, turning to look at Ball, who was still inspecting the large door moving over, as it was clear he was encountering difficulties. What do you think? Is there a possibility to repair it or force the door to open? Wang Yu inquired of Ball. Ball shook his head. It's quite difficult, the damage is too severe. When we forced it open earlier, the door had already deformed, damaging the internal mechanical structure as well. If we want to repair it, we would need to dismantle it and create a similar door, and the internal mechanisms would also require maintenance. Given the tools and conditions we have, it would be quite challenging. Ball explained, indicating that the situation was dire. Previously, being able to open it 1/3 was already a miracle. In that case, the captain's room will be an open space. Wang Yu stroked his chin, looking at the supplies and facilities in the room, then turned to Ball. Let's move all the supplies to the bridge and temporarily stay there during the hyperspace journey. The door there is intact and more robust, plus we can access the hangar via the elevator, making our movements more flexible. As for the captain's room, let's block the door with some items to mainly prevent any intrusions from hyperspace creatures and conduct regular patrols to avoid severe losses. Here the losses mainly refer to the hydroponic chamber, the water storage tank, and the water and power supply lines in the room. Thus the three of them began to move things. It was unlikely they could finish in one go. They first needed to take the valuable items, especially the miniature tactical nuclear warheads and the roar of Higra. After securing the items, they used some miscellaneous objects, mainly panels and metal seats taken from the adjacent laboratory, to temporarily block the door before heading to the bridge. They also needed to take the previously processed light lizard corpses. Although they had turned into chunks of meat, the smell could easily attract other creatures, so they had to prioritize taking them. Ball also brought the electric stove, stating that it could be reverse-powered, allowing them to cook food there. Carrying bags of supplies, they walked down the corridor toward the bridge, encountering no other strange creatures along the way, likely due to the recent visit from Hammer, who had wiped out all the monsters. The three successfully entered the bridge, set down their items, and then made 3 trips to the captain's room before finishing moving the basic supplies and equipment. After completing all this, Wang Yu felt quite tired, having been pulled into the battle halfway through his sleep. Even though he had recovered his energy by drinking the tavern owner's special beverage, he now felt drowsy. Moreover, his talent-disciplined life was likely disrupted by this unexpected event, and he would have to maintain it and practice to get it back. Malkier, if you sense your mother's presence, notify us immediately. Understood. Wang Yu urged Malkier, as early warning was crucial. Familiarizing themselves with the characteristics of the shadow demon and countermeasures would ensure they wouldn't be caught off guard next time. After having a light supper and replenishing some water, Wang Yu lay down on the makeshift bedding and fell asleep. 4 days later, life on the bridge had settled into a routine. After all, aside from the power supply, it was not much inferior to the captain's room. The space was even larger, featuring a rather comical large ornament, a 3-legged fat koi. Malkier often found herself staring at it, puzzled. Wang Yu couldn't hold his gaze on it for more than a few seconds, but Malkier could stare at it for several minutes. Additionally, living on the bridge had the advantage of conveniently adjusting the course. They could do it right after getting up and check the navigation status at any time. During these days, they maintained a patrol frequency of twice a day, confirming the state of the captain's room. So far it was doing well, nothing had been damaged inside, and they had barely encountered any hyperspace creatures, only harvesting 5 complete light lizards. It felt much like hunting, just that the hunting ground had shifted inside the ship. With this relatively stable food source, they were not overly worried about supplies. The light lizard meat alone could sustain them for 2 to 3 weeks. The shadow demon had not troubled them again during this period, indicating that Hammer had dealt with it decisively. They likely wouldn't need to consider that issue for the time being. The most urgent matter now was to find the door to exit hyperspace. They should still be in the void after all. It was a cosmic void with a diameter of 100 million light-years, with an extremely low density of celestial bodies. Once they got out, they should see many doors. For months passed, and the shadow demon still had not shown itself. It was unclear whether it was recovering slowly or had lost the coordinates of the deep space ship. In any case, it had not appeared again. During this time, Wang Yu frequently adjusted the course, becoming increasingly adept at navigating in hyperspace, which reflected in his gaming skills. He could easily complete a bullet hell 3D flight game. He likely possessed a talent for spatial perception and piloting. Even Ball found it difficult to achieve scores like his. This was not merely about calculation or reaction, but an instinctive intuition that allowed him to discern the safer paths. Thus, Wang Yu finally established an absolute dominant position in a game. With Malkier's learning ability and reaction speed, she could only rank 3rd on the leaderboard. During this time, the deep space ship traveled over 600 million kilometers, which translated to over 400 million kilometers in straight-line distance. This speed may not be considered fast in interstellar travel, but when translated to real cosmic standards, where 10 kilometers equals 1 light-year, it becomes truly astonishing. They should be nearing the edge of the cosmic void, about to escape the hunting ground of the demon star Higra, provided they had not miscalculated their direction. Then the tavern that existed in the turbulent flow of hyperspace had not reappeared. It was unclear if there was a pattern, but they would surely encounter it again, though it might only appear once per journey. Hey! A light shout echoed in the bridge, followed by a crisp clattering sound. It didn't sound metallic, but rather like plastic chopsticks clashing, only much louder. Wang Yu was using the assistance of the exoskeleton armor to spar with Malkier, honing their combat skills. The weapon was modified from a claw of the shadow demon. Its hardness was astonishing. No angle grinder could handle it. Only by heating it with a beam pistol could they shape it. Malkier, of course, used her own claws. With controlled force and minimal vibration, the sharpness was limited, so there was no concern for accidental injury. Ball served as the referee. His advantage as a robot meant he didn't need to practice any techniques, being a close combat expert by default, thus responsible for instructing the two. I must say Malkier's talent in combat far surpassed Wang Yu's. She was almost a born warrior, her body agile and coordinated, swift like a cat. Though Wang Yu with the exoskeleton was not lacking in sheer strength, his reaction speed was vastly inferior, mostly remaining in a passive defensive state, often finding himself overwhelmed, usually being declared dead within a minute, and that was with Malkier going easy on him. Yage! Malkier once again tripped Wang Yu, who fell to the ground sitting atop the hard exoskeleton armor, gesturing victory at Ball, marking her 100th consecutive win. The subsequent photo would be uploaded to the Light Brain as a record of her honor. This mechanism was actually devised by Wang Yu to motivate himself, but who knew he hadn't won even once, and now he regretted it. Damn, this is impossible to win. Wang Yu grimaced, looking at Ball with a grim smile, as he still needed to take a photo for upload. The human species really is pitifully weak. He inwardly complained, as so far he had yet to encounter any aliens weaker than humans. Cough. Cough. After finishing his practice, Wang Yu coughed a few times, took the water handed to him by Bear, and frowned slightly as he examined his current state. Wang Yu. Race human. Origin Earth-like planet. Talent lucky 7, disciplined living. Ability none. Spell body of fear. Condition healthy, a large muscular human figure with a slightly yellowed chest cavity, height 173 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms. 1 kilogram. Health 9,595. Rationality 120. Disciplined living increases rationality limit by 20. Energy 71,100. Spiritual energy 99. Physical 7 14,400. Will 9 148 41600. Reflexes 6 183,200. Immunity 5 97,100. Inspiration 8 419,800. Overall evaluation an outstanding individual among ordinary humans, yet still fragile. The system never gives favorable evaluations, and Wang Yu was accustomed to it for his attributes truly are weak. Although his strength had increased a bit, his actual combat power remained largely unchanged. On the contrary, his will and inspiration grew rapidly honed during his travels in the subspace. If only these two attributes could directly translate into combat power like an offensive spell, that one called Body of Fear is simply pathetic. Against a creature like the Shadow Demon, it is practically useless. In these past few months, the three of them had also encountered other creatures from subspace. Besides the light lizard, they also dealt with a small squad of skeletal warriors, a malfunctioning cleaning robot, and the only time they faced a challenging lava salamander. The first few were taken down with guns, while the skeleton holding cold weapons with ghostly flames flickering inside its skull was even weaker than the ambushing light lizard. All fell in the charge. The cleaning robot was similar. Its metal shell was no more durable than the rotten armor on the skeleton, making it easy. Only the lava salamander posed a challenge. Bullets had little effect on it, as its body was entirely composed of lava, causing magma to erupt upon impact, nearly injuring himself. Fortunately, it moved slowly, and its only attack method was spewing magma. Eventually, it was doused with water, but over 20 liters were wasted, which was a significant loss since they currently had no means to recover the vaporized water, nor did they know where it ultimately went. The so-called subspace creatures felt like extremely rare beings that wouldn't even appear in the real universe, with varying degrees of danger. Subspace demons, on the other hand, are the products of sentient beings being eroded by subspace, generally carrying a high degree of danger. As for subspace deities, they are beyond comparison. Wang Yu glanced at his health limit, which had already dropped by 5 points, indicating that his lung condition was worsening, and this was reflected in the system, where this part had turned yellowish-green. The Dragon Man youth in the tavern was indeed impressive. He could tell, just by scent, that Wang Yu had lung issues. Wang Yu suspected it was likely lung cancer, probably in the early stages. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to exercise normally now. Bear, what are we having for lunch today? Wang Yu suddenly asked, causing Mooker's ears to twitch as she looked over. Now that they were familiar with each other, she hardly wore the somewhat stuffy helmet anymore, despite her mother previously ordering her to keep it on. Today it's fried bean curd and soy milk, with fried light lizard tails. Bear replied, indicating it would be another pleasant afternoon, though regrettably without chili. The newly planted bean pods had also yielded 2 harvests, and combined with the stone mill made from the lava salamander's cooled corpse, the menu became rich with options like soy milk, bean curd, and bean sprouts, though it lacked seasoning. Wang Yu enjoyed a fairly satisfying meal, then greeted Bear before heading towards the captain's seat, preparing to continue advancing as planned and to chart the next course. After connecting with the deep space several times, Wang Yu now operated the ship with great ease. It was almost a seamless integration of man and vessel. His longest connection record had already surpassed 40 minutes achieved, even while navigating through subspace. This time he quickly got into the groove, accelerating sharply as he left the relatively safe route, starting to navigate among various celestial bodies with erratic trajectories. About 5 minutes later, the speed of the deep space reached a range that Wang Yu found comfortable, but ahead appeared a dense celestial body cluster. This was a professional term he coined, referring to blocks composed of numerous irregularly moving celestial bodies often encountered during subspace travel. There were typically only 2 choices, either to navigate around or to break through. Wang Yu had mostly opted for the latter before, but this time, the deep space urgently slowed down to avoid the falling celestial bodies ahead. Wang Yu reevaluated this wall formed by numerous irregular celestial bodies. This is too vast, I can't see the end at all. This was Wang Yu's first encounter with such a situation. However, he was bold due to his high confidence in his spatial perception and piloting skills, so after pausing for a few seconds he accelerated again and charged in. The deep space began to weave through the various large and small celestial bodies, which was quite challenging because he not only had to avoid the bodies, but also ensure he didn't lose his sense of direction. He had to ensure that the ship was steadily advancing, or otherwise it could end up going in circles and ultimately perish. After flying forward for nearly 10 minutes, his heart sank. This was his first time encountering such a thick celestial body cluster, with the density increasing, revealing numerous small celestial bodies, some not much smaller than the deep space itself, akin to gravel in the universe. In such conditions, it was impossible to let the deep space navigate autonomously. It would collide with these bodies in mere seconds. What exactly is going on here? Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, but still chose to continue flying forward, though his speed had slowed by nearly 30% compared to the start. Another 10 minutes passed. At this point Wang Yu was starting to panic. If it were compared to driving, it was like discovering the brakes were broken while going downhill, and his palms began to sweat profusely. The celestial bodies here were so dense that he had to constantly pay attention to the deep space's navigation posture, sometimes needing to tilt the ship to squeeze through the gaps. Inside the ship, due to the gravity consistently pointing towards the ground, it was hard to feel the real danger, but Wang Yu was very clear about how extreme the situation was. What? Wang Yu stood up once more. This time his voice was much louder, and he felt a rush of heat surging into his brain, causing his breathing rhythm to falter, prompting Ball to quickly bring up. He regretted not choosing to retreat 10 minutes ago. Much louder, and he felt a rush of heat surging into his brain, causing his breathing rhythm to falter, prompting Ball to quickly. There's no turning back, only a desperate, all-out flight forward. In Wang Yu suppressed the urge to retreat and banished all distractions. Such impure thoughts would only hinder his movements. He had to focus entirely on the present, sharpening his concentration to razor precision. Shift to the subspace perspective. In the deep void accelerated, not slowed, as it wove through an endless swarm of irregularly orbiting celestial bodies of varying sizes, agile and precise as a mosquito evading obstacles. This carries no derogatory connotation. Should another subspace navigator witness this feat, they would likely drop their jaw in awe, marveling at the sheer audacity of the maneuver, yet stunned by its uncanny finesse. This man was no ordinary navigator. He was born for subspace, operating on a plane far beyond conventional skill. Wang Yu himself could not see how exquisitely refined his actions were. He only felt the crushing difficulty. Each near collision grazed the edge of disaster, yet somehow always fell just short. Thus he surged forward for 7 more minutes, covering far greater distance than the previous 10, but his remaining luck had dwindled to a single final chance. Damn it, could this be a dead end? Did I miss my last chance to withdraw? And Wang Yu began doubting his instincts. Yet precisely then, perhaps from prolonged navigation among these celestial bodies, several smaller ones abruptly altered their trajectories and gave chase. This had never happened before. And these celestial bodies, do they possess self-awareness? Wang Yu's eyes widened in fury, manifested aboard the deep void, as every ocular sensor bulged outward, warping the visual feed into fractured kaleidoscopic distortions that flickered chaotically between violent clashing hues. This was the telltale sign of the Spirit Vision Guardian helmet overloading. A vast swarm of small celestial bodies closed in like sentinels, escalating navigational peril. Now, he had to evade both colossal masses and relentless coordinated pursuit. On several occasions Wang Yu nearly got caught. And meanwhile on the bridge, Ball and Cat Kerr both sensed the anomaly, the vessel's course growing increasingly erratic, its hull shuddering violently. Wang Yu sat slumped in the captain's throne, gasping like a fish hauled onto dry land. 2 rivulets of blood streamed from his nostrils, staining the soft crimson-hued deck around the chair, and even the seat itself, where the fabric absorbed them instantly. Wang Yu, Ball's face tightened with concern, yet he dared not approach, fearing any interruption might trigger catastrophe. Damn it. Chased into frantic disorientation, Wang Yu nearly lost all sense of direction. His remaining luck stood at 1. His rationality dipped below double digits. Death seemed inevitable. No, I refuse to accept this. There must be another way. Wang Yu forced himself to calm, maintaining evasive maneuvers while scanning the ship's interface for anything usable. Alas, all modules marked with question marks, and those labeled starving, remained inaccessible. And there has to be a hidden capability. This vessel has drifted through subspace for eons. It must possess one. And he scoured the system frantically, then opened his own character panel, and froze. There in his spell roster, the ability named Corpse of Dread shimmered with active readiness. After all, his consciousness was currently merged with the deep void. If the spell could be cast, who, or what, would channel it? Himself? The ship? Or some terrifying fusion of both? Wang Yu had no time to ponder. He activated the spell, and the deep void convulsed violently, decelerating sharply. Every pursuing celestial body halted mid-chase. Inside the command chamber, Ball and Cat Kerr were seized by inexplicable dread, a primal terror welling up from deep within, centered upon Wang Yu slumped in the throne. From beneath him, the black substance carpeting the ship surged to life, rippling outward and transforming into vivid, pulsating crimson. Thump, thump, a heartbeat-like resonance rose from the depths below, vibrating through the deck, shaking loose fragments of debris. In subspace, the deep void did not merely slow, it split. At roughly 2/3 along its bow, a jagged fissure tore open vertically, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth crammed into a cavernous maw that roared with primordial fury. Roar! And the bellow resonated with such force that every object aboard the bridge, including the deck, shook violently. Ball and Cat Kerr staggered, overwhelmed by the physical dissonance, and dropped to their knees. The surrounding celestial bodies trembled too, then heedless of the dense subspace environment, fled en masse, scrambling away from the deep void, as if fleeing annihilation. The moment Wang Yu cast the spell, the deep void itself awakened and unleashed the magic, far more powerfully than he ever could alone. Even his shadow demon conjurations had failed to inspire such fear. Yet when channeled through the ship, the effect was cataclysmic, causing even the seemingly sentient celestial masses to scatter in panicked disarray, clearing the path ahead entirely. Wang Yu seized the opening and accelerated, like a driver slamming the throttle into the floorboard desperate to crush the fuel tank and ignite every drop of gasoline in one final explosive sprint. For this display of dominance was mere illusion, not true power, and would last only 15 seconds. Fortunately, once the celestial swarm dispersed, Wang Yu spotted the exit from this dense cluster, and burst through, emerging into a vast serene expanse almost entirely devoid of celestial bodies. Emerging victorious, Wang Yu's spirit trembled with raw euphoria, the visceral thrill of having cheated death. He glanced back. Instinctively behind him stretched a chaotic, teeming mass of celestial bodies with a ragged rent at its center, the very breach through which he'd escaped. What in the world is going on? Even in subspace, such density defies all logic. Could there be a black hole concealed within? And Wang Yu muttered quietly, but dared not linger. Distance was survival now. If whatever dwelled within regained awareness, realizing it had been deceived by illusion, and pursued him in furious retaliation, escape would become impossible. 5 minutes later, Wang Yu's rationality plummeted again, down to 5 points. Then he relinquished manual control, allowing the deep void to drift forward at reduced velocity across the open expanse ahead. The instant he severed the neural link and reverted to his own vision, he saw Ball's anxious face looming close, asking something. But the words dissolved into incomprehensible noise. Wang Yu managed only a faint, weary smile, signaling success, before collapsing into absolute uncertain of how long it had been. Wang Yu slowly awoke, feeling as if he had experienced a hangover. His mind was foggy, and it took him a while to prop himself up on the bed. Damn this after effect. Wang Yu felt the world spinning before his eyes, and forcing himself to concentrate only after struggling for a while with no improvement, he obediently lay back down, or it was more comfortable that way. Not far away, a cat named Kier, who had been staring intently at the three-legged fat koi, noticed Wang Yu and immediately ran over. However, halfway there, she seemed to remember something and diverted to grab a bottle of water, pouring it into a cup before bringing it over. Here's some water. Also, Sister Ball asked me to check if you feel unwell. I need to tell her. Kier said, recalling Bao's instructions. Months had passed, and she was now quite proficient in speaking Chinese, her pronunciation quite standard after all she practiced every day. But when it came to writing, she still couldn't meet such high standards. Wang Yu took the cup and drank it all down, feeling. Where's Ball? He asked, as he hadn't seen Ball on the bridge. Sister Ball went on patrol. She asked me to keep an eye on you. Kier replied truthfully. Then what were you just doing? Wang Yu inquired, having noticed for the first time that she was staring at that strange thing. Was it really that captivating? It sometimes moves a bit secretly, but as soon as you look over it stops. How strange. Kier replied, causing Wang Yu to be taken aback, and he turned to look. Secretly moving? Is that thing alive too? He didn't feel it move at all, standing perfectly still, upright and proud like a soldier at attention. However, many things on the deep space were alive, so it wasn't surprising if the relics were too, as long as they didn't harm anyone. He attempted to get up again, but the world before him started spinning once more, forcing him to lie down helplessly. Crossing through such a dense celestial area was still too much to handle. If it hadn't been for casting magic in the end, he would probably have perished inside. Next time he must not act so rashly. There was more than just him on the ship. By the way, Kier, how long have I been sleeping? Wang Yu suddenly asked. The latter looked over her face, showing a troubled expression, as if she were counting her meals on her finger. Forget it, I'll check myself. Wang Yu exhaled and summoned the system to check the time, and this time he was so shocked that he sat up straight. He had been unconscious for a full 41 hours. This also meant the deep space had been under control for a full 41 hours. They might be on a collision course with some celestial body at that very moment, and he needed to connect and check the course immediately. The sudden sense of crisis alleviated Wang Yu's discomfort as he climbed from the ground, staggering towards the captain's chair. Just as he took 2 steps, the door to the bridge swung open. The person entering was Ball, who had just returned after picking some pots. What are you doing? Ball exclaimed, rushing over and blocking Wang Yu. I need to confirm the course to ensure safe navigation. But you just woke up. Did you know your heart stopped for a full 5 seconds? If you had been careless, you would be a corpse right now. Ball said angrily. Wang Yu hadn't expected it to be that serious. However, ensuring the safety of the course was imperative. The sooner the better. There could be no delays. Last time I was reckless and overconfident. I will explain later. But right now this ship is navigating through completely unknown territory, and I must confirm the course and adjust it in time, or else. If we collide with something, it will all be too late. Wang Yu said, making a point that left Ball with no room to refute. In the end, she could only step aside. Wang Yu then sat back in the captain's chair to confirm the situation. However, this time, after Wang Yu re-established a connection with the deep space, he was met with a vast expanse of space he had never felt before. Although there were still clusters of celestial bodies in the distance compared to the areas he had previously traversed, it was far too open, like entering another universe. More importantly, Wang Yu finally saw the exit to leave the subspace. Scattered here and there, with just a slight adjustment to the course, they would have the opportunity to leave within half a day. They had finally left the void zone. Meanwhile, the deep space had been quite lucky, sailing silently for over 40 hours without incident. After all, it was an open area, and Wang Yu had also reduced the speed. This time Wang Yu quickly got up from the captain's chair, took off the cat helmet, and announced the good news to Ball and Kier. They were about to return to the real universe. Half an hour later, the three of them gathered around a makeshift table made of metal panels and pipes, enjoying a delicious lunch prepared by Ball. Wang Yu acted like someone who had starved to death, having not eaten for over 40 hours. It was hard not to mention it, and when he did, he really felt hungry. But Ball wouldn't allow him to eat too much, deliberately limiting the portion and only letting Wang Yu eat until he was half full. She also took some medication from the medical box based on his feedback to take with the meal, mainly to enhance nutrition and alleviate mental tension given the limited conditions. There was only so much of certain things. However, after eating, Wang Yu felt much better, no longer dizzy. He also recounted to Ball and Kier the episode where he nearly collapsed from long hours of piloting the deep space. I finally escaped by using magic. But now that I think back, it could have been the last barrier to breaking through the cosmic. Next time I encounter such a situation, it's best to look for another route. When it's time to turn back, one should turn back. Wang Yu said, still feeling a chill now as he recalled it. If he hadn't thought quickly in the end and used magic to repel the surrounding celestial bodies, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to reflect on it here. Can I pilot the deep space? Ball asked, prompting Wang Yu to ponder. Indeed, if there were a second pilot to take over, the difficulty of navigation would decrease exponentially. However, this ship had only ever been connected to Wang Yu. Of switching to Ball, especially since she was a mechanical being, raised uncertainties about what might happen. If she lacked permissions, it could be troublesome if the deep space swallowed her. This is indeed a good idea, but it's not feasible at the moment. The risk is a bit too high. Once the functions of this ship are gradually improved, and perhaps a power system can be installed, then it will be possible. Wang Yu contemplated various possibilities for the future, knowing that this broken ship couldn't continue in such a deteriorating state indefinitely. It would have to be repaired sooner or later, but there were no conditions for that at the moment. Moreover, it would be best to have more helmets for protecting sanity, which were essential for subspace travel. The recent danger was partly due to the helmet nearing overload and failing, increasing Wang Yu's burden. About 5 hours later, Wang Yu reconnected with the deep space, having arrived near the subspace exit he had selected, where several tightly arranged doors awaited, the central door being particularly large, indicating it was part of a star system rather than a wandering celestial body. There were still a few subspace celestial bodies drifting around, but they posed no threat to Wang Yu at this point. Traversing among them was akin to entering a deserted realm. The larger door likely represents a star. It's too dangerous. I'll choose a medium-sized one further away from the star for more safety. Wang Yu locked onto his target, charging straight towards the door he had set his sights on. In an unknown starry sky, a spaceship resembling a rock suddenly appeared, without any process, becoming a part of the planetary orbit. When it first emerged, the surface of the spaceship was crawling with all sorts of bizarre creatures, including a worm over 10 meters long, which preyed on other beings, while crawling along the ship's exterior with its barbed teeth.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
That portal was not a traditional door, but rather a weak point in subspace, appearing as a door under the influence of the. In reality, it resembled a dense net, and as Wang Yu broke free into the real space, it felt like he had crashed through a layer of mesh, dramatically slowing down and appearing in the current planetary orbit. The net that hung on the spaceship turned into monsters crawling on its surface, including a few formidable creatures, such as the plump giant worm and a being resembling a dragon with wings. However, after entering the real space, these creatures only remained active for a few seconds before succumbing to weakness, their skin scorched, as if by radiation, emitting smoke and crackling sounds as their bodies dried up and shattered, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. This was likely what was mentioned in the subspace navigation regulations. Most subspace creatures and demons rapidly weaken and die once they exit subspace. At that time, when Wang Yu first traversed into the real space, the noise outside the spaceship was probably caused by these. The entire process lasted about 30 seconds. Even though several light lizards had mingled on the ship's surface, these weak creatures were mostly devoured by other stronger subspace beings within that time, leaving no survivors, pitifully weak. Wang Yu had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the light lizards. Now thinking back, if he had truly become the lizard's excrement, and there were interstellar media, he would surely have made the news as a joke published in a corner to elicit a laugh. A great captain, after battling the light lizards for 300 rounds, met a tragic defeat and became the lizard's excrement. He had been observing the creatures on the ship's surface until they completely perished. Only then did he look towards the galaxy he was in, especially at the planet below. It was a lava planet, appearing as if no life could exist there. As for the stars in the galaxy, they appeared extremely dull, but the surrounding space-time distortions were particularly severe. That must be a white dwarf. Or a neutron star. Wang Yu frowned, struggling to differentiate due to a lack of knowledge. But Bear would certainly be able to determine that. After confirming that all the monsters on the spaceship's surface were dead, he disconnected and slid off his seat, looking at Bear and Cat Kier. Alright, we have exited subspace and entered another galaxy. But we cannot let our guard down, as there may still be subspace creatures lurking on the ship, so we must conduct a thorough sweep with no blind spots. Wang Yu said, though he had just awoken, it was far from the time to rest. After all, safety was always the top priority. He walked towards the exoskeleton power armor standing by the side and donned it. Bear and Cat here were also ready for Bear. The star in this galaxy might be a neutron star or a white dwarf, and it is highly likely that there are no habitable planets, so we will need to rely on astronomical observations to find our next target. It would be best to find one nearby, because the main engine of the deep space ship is losing power. I can feel it. Each transition into subspace consumes a great deal of energy from the ship, and it may only be able to enter and exit subspace 3 more times at most. No 2 times is the limit. More than that might result in losing power and forever getting lost in subspace, Wang Yu said, explaining the condition of the ship to Bear. There were no specific data to reference, it was entirely what Wang Yu felt while connected to the deep space ship. The vessel was weakening due to hunger, yet he was unsure how to satiate it, feeling somewhat at a loss. The fully armed trio began to scour the entire ship. They first visited the hangar where they had encountered the light lizards parasitized by worms last time. However, this time the hangar was quite clean, and they immediately returned the way they came, preparing to sweep through each room along the corridor. Since the vast majority of subspace creatures cannot survive after leaving subspace, it was normal not to be invaded. However, as they approached the corner of the corridor near the captain's room, Cat Kier suddenly became alert and called out to Wang Yu and Bear. There's something over there. They are coming, and there are many of them. Cat Kier had keen senses and detected the anomaly early on. As they all raised their weapons, they finally heard the sounds of something crawling. It was a small group of light lizards varying in size, but unlike ordinary light lizards, each had a cluster of tightly arranged white flowers blooming on their backs, resembling a white ball of flowers. Fire erupted in the corridor as Wang Yu and Bear each wielded a shotgun and a submachine gun, quickly exterminating the small group of light lizards, which numbered less than 10 and were not difficult to deal with, failing to even get close to them. However, after killing these creatures, they felt something was off. Each light lizard was connected to a dark green vine that penetrated its body from the tail, which seemed rather unusual. After these light lizards were killed, the vines that had pierced into their bodies would retract, indicating that there was a main body controlling this group of light lizards. It's a parasitic plant, be careful not to get infected. Wang Yu assessed, feeling disgusted by these subspace creatures, and began to retreat to maintain distance, worried that there might be spores or pollen from this plant in the air. Getting infected would be troublesome. But Bear was not concerned about such things. She quickly realized the possibility, rushing forward and confirming that the vines originated from the captain's room. This thing might be targeting the hydroponic chamber, Bear said, causing Wang Yu's heart to tighten, as that was their crucial. Stay back, you might get infected. Bear added, raising her gun and rushing forward, followed by Cat Kier, who was not particularly afraid of any infection or parasitism, leaving Wang Yu behind. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he decided to run back to change into a spacesuit before returning. Inside the captain's room, a mass of crowded dark green vines almost covered the floor and walls of the hall, while in the center stood a bizarre plant exhibiting human characteristics, with its lower body transformed into root-like vines, but possessing arms and a head resembling a female figure, albeit with only 2 pale pink eyes and a single slanted white flower blooming on top. Many of its roots had pierced into the hydroponic chamber, absorbing the nutrient solution within, basking under the grow lights and even blooming flowers on its surface. However, its enjoyment did not last long. The sound of gunfire echoed from the corridor, causing it to become alert, glancing towards the door as several vines lifted off the ground, but instead of an attacker, a grenade flew in. The stun grenade exploded in the captain's cabin, and the strong light and sound waves caused the plant to flail wildly, with vines thrashing around like a blinded, panicked human. But her movements quickly halted as a large caliber bullet shattered her head, spraying a copious amount of juice and scattering petals everywhere. Then a swift shadow rushed in, none other than the poised Cat Kier. Several obstructive vines were severed, directly attacking the strange plant at the center, ultimately cleaving the creature in 2 with razor-sharp claws, then gnawing and tearing at it with a savage ferocity akin to hunting. By the time Wang Yu arrived in his spacesuit, the captain's cabin was in disarray, with reddish-brown juice splattered everywhere, and even a small severed vine had landed at his feet, writhing like a broken snake. The unknown invader inside had nearly been exterminated by Ball and Kier, with severed or torn vines scattered. The main body was broken into several segments, missing its head and riddled with over a dozen bullet holes. Wang Yu suddenly realized he had underestimated his team's combat capabilities. If it weren't for a malevolent creature like the Shadow Demon, this ordinary subspace entity was truly no match for the 3 of them. Name: Flower Fairy. White description: a subspace plant that lures passers-by with its alluring form and voice, turning them into its fertilizer. Its mobility is relatively weak. To propagate, it also buries seeds inside some animals, controlling their behavior to spread the seeds to further locations. Flower Fairy. Wang Yu furrowed his brow, recalling the previously encountered skeletal warriors, feeling that this subspace was constantly spewing forth unrealistic fantasy creatures. He halted Kier, who was still fussing with the plant, and inquired about the damage from Ball. The hydroponic chamber has lost 12 sun lamps, but only 5 replacements were brought. Additionally, the chamber has suffered varying degrees of damage, which is relatively easy to repair, but the problem is This thing found the storage tank for the nutrient solution, so Ball frowned, indicating that the situation was not optimistic. The hydroponic chamber likely wouldn't be able to grow many crops anymore. Moreover, the water tank in the bedroom was also damaged, losing over 200 liters of fresh water as the roots had penetrated the metal tank. I checked everything during my patrol earlier, and everything was normal. This strange plant. That's how it is in subspace navigation. If it's not a relatively closed environment, these strange things can invade. Wang Yu continued. Unlike Ball, who was perplexed, he simply wondered how an accident had occurred at the last moment. Could it have invaded while they were exiting subspace? There was a high possibility. At that time, they should have rushed to the captain's cabin first, but what if the invading creature destroyed the landing pod in the ship's cabin? This was simply a matter of probability. Currently, supplies were damaged, but fortunately the food reserves were still considerable. Counting the uneaten light lizard meat, they should be fine for a few months. As for water, they could only try to recycle the plant's juice and refill the water circulation system to see how much they could. But can this thing be eaten? Wang Yu picked up a small segment of the vine and mused. Yes, it tastes a bit sweet, though it's quite tough to chew, Kira interjected, looking over, and even demonstrating by biting into a segment of the vine and chewing, her cheeks puffing up. Chew, chew, chew. Your ability to eat shouldn't be used as a reference. Wang Yu murmured softly, still unable to determine Kira's immunity level, but he was sure it was significantly higher than his. But on the other hand, since Kira said this thing could be eaten and even tasted good, then in that case you can eat this plant for the— No way. I want jerky and pancakes and fries. Kira protested. It's fine if you fry this and sprinkle some salt. It might surprisingly taste good, especially with pancakes. Otherwise it would go. Wang Yu made a decision for Kira, not wanting her to develop picky eating habits. This way they could last longer with their food, and there would be more choices later on. The three began to clean up the room. Now that the threat of subspace invasion was gone, they could return to the captain's cabin with electricity, making things much more convenient. They first patched up the hole in the water tank, and then used various containers to press and extract a large amount of juice totaling about 30 liters. This wretched thing absorbed so much water, yet the juice inside was far less than the amount absorbed. Could it all be used for growth? Regardless, they managed to salvage some of the losses. The remaining drained plants. No, the drained flower fairies were enough for Kira to eat for a while. Initially, she seemed quite dissatisfied, but after chewing on 2 vine snacks, she hardly mentioned it again, casually gnawing on one like a teething toy, looking as if it wasn't bad at all, and even relieving her stress. After tidying up the room, Ball brought over the light brain at Wang Yu's urging, preparing to check the situation in the surrounding star regions. The repair of the hydroponic chamber was postponed. It would be best to find a nearby planet with life and civilization, as not only were supplies running low here, but he also had hidden dangers in his body. His lungs were undergoing changes. It was currently unclear what the illness was, but his health limit was indeed declining. After waking from that several-hour-long coma, his health limit had reached 94. Although he didn't feel intense discomfort, yet symptoms were beginning to shift towards the severe. Hopefully this universe doesn't harbor any Fermi paradox. Civilizations are presumably widespread, or else it would be troublesome. Wang Yu muttered, quietly glancing at Ball, who was operating the light brain. Having seen so many aliens at the subspace tavern before, the situation shouldn't be too dire. It wouldn't be like the universe where Blue Star is located, almost devoid of any traces of other civilizations. One of the solar panels is malfunctioning and the communication antenna is offline as well. It might be a cable fault that needs repair, but the other sensors are functioning normally. Ball reported activating all the sensors deployed on the surface of the deep space. A protected lens emerged from the device on the ship's surface, which was the deep space telescope originally installed, and the lens inside remained intact. Ball began adjusting the lens angle to gather information about the surroundings. With the movable joints connected to the lens and the movement of the deep space, they could almost observe the surrounding universe without blind spots, but it would require time. Getting results in the short term was unrealistic. Moreover, the collected information had to be screened one by one. A Ball directly assigned the task, and whenever a discovery was made, the light brain would contact Ball via wireless communication. Additionally, the nearby star map was being drafted, which could serve as a reference for subspace navigation. After all, the gates represented by stars were quite significant and very obvious in subspace. Alright, let's let the light brain handle the data here. We need to hurry and repair the communication antenna. If we can pick up signals from other civilizations, it would greatly reduce our workload and be extremely helpful in our search for them. Baldao retracted the line connecting his wrist to the light brain, getting up to check the communication antenna. There was no rush to repair the hydroponic chamber. This batch of crops had basically been depleted by that flower sprite, which surprisingly fed on the nutrients of other plants far exceeding the characteristics of regular vegetation. The two left the captain's room, leaving Malkir alone in the room, as she was of no help with the repairs. Wang Yu, I must tell you some not so good news. Given our current supplies of food and fresh water, if we continue to consume them at the previous rate in subspace, we may run out within 6 months. However, 6 months is just a short time when measured against the scale of cosmic travel, so we need to prepare early. Baldao brought up the resupply issue as soon as he left the captain's room. Originally, the supplies were prepared for Wang Yu alone and were enough to last for several years. But now there was an extra mouth to feed. Although they had supplemented their supplies with light lizards in subspace, the losses caused by the flower sprite were significant, especially in fresh water, which was down to just over 200 liters, less than half of what they started with. I will reduce the intensity and frequency of my workouts, and together with Mao cut our 3 meals a day down to 2. This way we can meet our basic nutritional needs while extending our supply for a longer time. Wang Yu made a decision. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized it was necessary to act decisively, as Baldao was right. Waiting until food and fresh water were scarce to make changes might be too late. The two took the elevator to the ship's cabin, and as soon as they stepped out, a distinct tremor was felt beneath their feet. It was not because the deep space had collided with something, but rather something heavy had slammed into the wall and floor, just behind the adjacent wall, the force resonating through the ship's cabin. Wang Yu and Baldao both felt a tightening in their hearts, raising their guns and aiming at the source of the noise. Judging by the commotion, it seemed like two incredibly strong beasts were fighting inside the ship. Brother Hammer. Wang Yu guessed, feeling a significant likelihood. The noise resembled Brother Hammer smashing the ground with his massive hammer. It seemed that a foreign entity had infiltrated the deep space and was quite formidable, capable of engaging Brother Hammer. However, after 4 or 5 seconds the noise ceased, followed by a faint, almost imperceptible sound of heavy metal being dragged, indicating that the victor was Brother Hammer. Phew. Luckily we have Brother Hammer, otherwise it would be troublesome if that thing appeared before us. Wang Yu remarked, expressing admiration for Brother Hammer, while slightly frowning, realizing that having limited movement might not be a bad thing. Running around aimlessly and encountering such a monster could be fatal. Moreover, can Brother Hammer truly win every time? What if he loses one day and Pig Brother also falls? The ship would likely be doomed. Wang Yu frowned slightly, feeling an even greater desire to enhance his strength. After the commotion subsided, the two lowered their guns and resumed their previous repair work. During this inspection and repair, as only the communication antenna and solar panels needed fixing, and given their specialized nature, Wang Yu did not join in the fray. After the maintenance passage was opened, he waited inside, while wearing his spacesuit, which was quite boring. The star system they were in was unlikely to harbor any life, as evidenced by the dim star and the lava planet below. Even if there was a habitable planet with life here after experiencing a supernova explosion, it could very well become a dead planet, not to mention the lack of sunlight. This place was likely filled with ice balls or lava planets, or even planets or asteroids shattered by supernova explosions. He had previously noticed a large debris field or asteroid belt when connecting with deep space. However, that was no longer visible, nor did he see any other planets. It was eerily quiet, almost excessively so. Wang Yu sat at the passage entrance for about half an hour waiting for Baldao's good news. He said that the power line had been corroded and broken by something, then wrapped in rock layers, which took some time to reconnect. Both the solar panels and communication antenna were fine. It was simply a case of poor contact and power outage. The two returned to the captain's room and opened the door to find Meager doing nothing, lying on the tattered sofa with a pile of vines like a small mountain beside her. She seemed to have figured out how to chew and spit out the flower sprite remnants, mastering a more proper way of eating. This scene left both Wang Yu and Baldao, who had originally felt a sense of urgency, somewhat speechless, realizing that Meager was only tense when facing monsters. This wasn't because she had a good mindset, but purely because she didn't want to deal with things. Wang Yu pulled out his phone and casually assigned her 20 relatively complex math problems, telling her to finish them before dinner, otherwise she wouldn't be allowed to eat, considering she had already eaten so much flower sprite remnants and wouldn't go hungry at all. Gur, you're bullying me. These problems are too difficult. Why do I have to do them? It's not fair. Meager complained upon seeing the problems. Oh, does that mean you want me to do them too? Wang Yu took back the broken wooden board with the problems written on it, pointing to the most difficult calculation on it. This 18 times 76 times 233 equals what? Meager paused and immediately began reciting the multiplication table, starting from 1 times 8 equals 8. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had already calculated the result. The answer is 77. You can work it out yourself. If you get it wrong, then punish me by not letting me have dinner. If you had my level of understanding, you wouldn't need to learn these basic calculations. Wang Yu interjected as a college student who had gone through the college entrance examination. Even though his grades were average, this kind of simple calculation was not something that required paper and penny, otherwise his math teacher would have killed him long ago. Just do it honestly, there's no harm in it. Once you learn the basics of calculation, you won't lack a sense of urgency anymore. Wang Yu said, feeling that Meager simply couldn't calculate how many days their remaining supplies could last, thus lacking any sense of urgency. About 2 minutes later, Baldao finally figured out that math problem and got it right on the first try, but the answer was exactly the same as Wang Yu's. Skeptical, she calculated it again, confirming that Wang Yu was indeed correct, pouting in competitive spirit and beginning to tackle the other problems. After several hours, just in time for dinner, Meager finally managed to complete all 20 problems. Though she was somewhat lazy, her desire to win was quite strong, and having gotten them all right demonstrated that she wasn't truly foolish, just lacking in learning. Moreover, Wang Yu now had a clearer idea of how to encourage Meager to study, marking a good start. Dinner time. A large roll of fried flower fairy vine appeared in Meager's plate. Having been drained of moisture beforehand, it turned golden and resembled crispy, twisted dough. As for its taste, judging by Malkir's speed of devouring it protectively, it must be quite delicious. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva, suppressing the urge to take a bite, and continued eating his fries. However, just as he had eaten halfway, Ball, who had been repairing the hydroponic chamber, reacted. She returned to her seat and began checking the data on the light brain, indicating that the space telescope had made a discovery. Wang Yu came over with his plate, munching on his fries intermittently. There's a flaw. Malkir suddenly reached out and snatched the last 2 fries, stuffing them into her mouth with lightning speed, then assumed a defensive posture, curling up to guard against Wang Yu's attack. Yet after a while, Wang Yu showed no reaction as his attention was fully on Ball. This piqued Malkir's curiosity, and she leaned over, sneaking a glance. There's good news, Ball exclaimed. Turning back, she was taken aback to see 2 spectators holding plates. Do you want to finish eating before we talk, or should we talk first? She asked. Hearing this, Wang Yu swallowed the remaining small portion of protein paste, without hesitation, signaling that he preferred to talk first. Malkir followed suit, shoving all the food from her bowl into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up. A few minutes later, the first extraterrestrial civilization exploration meeting of the deep space was officially convened. The previous meeting on the machine star didn't count, as there were hardly any normal crew members on board at that time. One person holding a meeting does not constitute a meeting. The investigation results of our current galaxy are out. The star in this galaxy is a white dwarf that has undergone a supernova explosion. Additionally, there are 3 planets. The one we are on is the closest, while the other 2 are distant, very dim, and have extremely low surface temperatures. Ball began discussing the current galactic environment, which was consistent with what Wang Yu had observed when connecting to the surface conditions of these 3 planets are extremely harsh, and no traces of civilization have been found. However, the good news is that around this white dwarf, in the debris belt orbiting it, a non-natural celestial body has been discovered. After careful identification, it is very likely to be a broken spaceship. What? Wang Yu stood up, astonished by this unexpected discovery, a truly tremendous piece of good news, as there might be supplies inside, or even the remnants of a civilization. Ball held the light brain operating it, and a processed deep space photo appeared on the screen. This is the clearest photo. After magnification, it can be seen that this object is different from the surrounding floating debris. It is particularly smooth and reflects light, resembling high-purity metal or similar materials. Its reflective spectrum is being analyzed, and results are expected in about 10 minutes. But based solely on the optical images, the likelihood of it being an artificial product is very high, over 98. Its length is approximately 2,172 meters, and its width about 872 meters, which is massive, much larger than the deep space. Ball stated, although the spectral analysis results had not yet come out, she was already convinced that this was a broken alien space. Wang Yu gradually recovered from his surprise and began to calculate the potential risks. Ball, are you sure this is a broken spaceship and not one that is functioning normally? Could it notice us? Could it attack us? He furrowed his brow, beginning to think in the worst direction. This could be the possibility is very low. Based on the optical images, a large area around the spaceship is scattered with smooth debris, which is why I judge it to be a broken spaceship. Moreover, the damage is severe. Its original size may far exceed what we see now. Ball continued, believing it was a broken spaceship. For Wang Yu, although he felt a bit guilty for the civilization and aliens behind this spaceship, it was indeed good news, meaning Wang Yu and the others had a chance to pick up trash. But the risk is still not zero. Although the spaceship is broken inside the damaged spaceship, there could still be intact functioning parts, or even survivors. So the risk remains, and caution should be exercised during contact. Ball said, and after hearing this, Wang Yu nodded, contemplating for a few seconds before making a decision. Let's go take a look first. We can't let such an opportunity slip away. As for the risks, we'll address them once we see. Thus, the next target of the deep space is the asteroid belt within the galaxy, which isn't too far away. Malkir also attended the meeting, but she couldn't interject at all, and even struggled to understand, feeling excluded, unconsciously pouting. So you need to read more. Now you realize the importance of knowledge, right? Wang Yu immediately instilled the importance of knowledge to Malkir upon noticing her, but the effect was poor. It would take time. On the other side, the spectral analysis results also came out, and Ball roughly understood the material composition of that. Its main components are iron, followed by titanium, and lead, along with trace amounts of platinum and palladium. It can be determined to be some kind of alloy. Under natural conditions, such large, smooth, regular alloys cannot occur. So it must be an artificial product, the spaceship. Ball concluded, extinguishing the last bit of uncertainty. Alright, we'll set off shortly. Since it's a broken alien spaceship, there's no need for us to be overly cautious. We'll carefully assess its condition upon approaching, and then formulate a detailed exploration plan. Wang Yu said, not intending to waste time, especially since supplies were limited, and whether they could find any on that spaceship was still uncertain, and they might end up empty-handed. Thus, wasting time here is wasting their limited lives. Wait a moment. Bal's eyes suddenly widened, and she began operating the light brain again, this time connecting a wire extended from her wrist to the light brain, her expression growing increasingly serious, making Wang Yu feel uneasy, prompting him to ask, did that spaceship send a radio communication? Are there living aliens inside? He speculated, but the situation was not as he thought. It was completely unrelated to that spaceship. Ball turned her head and spoke in a very serious tone. In the nearest galaxy to us, a strange planet has been discovered approximately 6 light years away from us. From the optical images, it has a wide-open eyeball on its surface. It even moves. What? Wang Yu stood up once more. This time his voice was much louder, and he felt a rush of heat surging into his brain, causing his breathing rhythm to falter, prompting Ball to quickly bring up the image. Then he saw a rust-colored deformed planet surrounded by a plethora of debris. At the top of this planet, possibly at the north or south pole, a rust-colored continent had split open, creating a fissure large enough to span the entire planet, with cracks lining the edges from which a pale bloodshot eyeball protruded. The entire planet distorted due to this eye, transforming it from a sphere into an elongated oval with one end bulging out. Only at the other end, because of the polar glaciers, was there a hint of white, or perhaps pale pink. Could it be that the planet's unique topography is interacting with the climate, and from this distance it merely resembles an eyeball? Wang Yu attempted to justify asking a question he himself found hard to believe. This was immediately dismissed by Ball. It's highly unlikely. The star within that system is a young yellow dwarf emitting strong reflected light, making the chances of image distortion extremely low. Although there were indeed parts of digital restoration in the planet's image, even if this portion were removed, the image of the eyeball would still be clearly visible. Ball negated this possibility and manipulated the holographic interface. Subsequently, the planet in the image dimmed significantly, with the side facing away from the star merging almost completely into darkness. However, on the side facing the star, the bulging eyeball remained visible atop the rust-red continent. About every 5 minutes, the crimson pupil of the eyeball would glance towards this side of the image, pausing briefly before shifting to the other end, repeating this cycle continuously. Wang Yu shifted his gaze away from the holographic display and sat down, his heart sinking. Another demon star? How is this possible? If the universe is filled with such things, then have I fled for nothing? No, this thing is different from the demon star Higra. Wang Yu looked back at the photo while bringing up his own panel. My reasoning hasn't significantly declined, and I can observe directly. The system hasn't alerted me to the presence of an interdimensional evil god. This thing is far weaker than a demon star. I almost scared myself. Wang Yu let out a long breath. Ball, maintain observation of that planet, and if any anomalies occur. Oh. Wang Yu suddenly realized that the planet was several light years away. Even if there were anomalies, they would have. Moreover, this applies to both sides. The deep space vessel arrived via interdimensional travel. If the other side lacks superluminal or cross-dimensional observation capabilities, it would take at least over 6 years to see the deep space vessel. Those with poor vision might not notice it at all. The deep space vessel doesn't emit light. In the vastness of space, it is so small that it's less than a speck of dust, utterly inconspicuous. In any case, maintain observation of that planet for now. Then Ball quickly mapped the surrounding star systems to see if we can find any civilizations or habitable planets. Once we finish exploring that spaceship, we'll leave directly. Wang Yu said, already preparing for the next entry into interdimensional space. The meeting concluded, and Wang Yu stood up to head for the bridge, preparing to fly towards the debris field as planned. He had already reviewed the navigational route on Ball's holographic interface. Once connected to the deep space vessel, it would be a straightforward flight, saving a lot of trouble. Ahem. He coughed, feeling as if something foreign had lodged in his throat. He coughed it out to find it was a piece of black debris the size of a grain of rice covered in saliva. Did I just cough out along? Wang Yu exclaimed, glancing behind him, noticing that Ball hadn't followed. He examined it carefully. How it felt very brittle, crumbling into dust at a squeeze, resembling low-quality foam. What is this? He confirmed on the panel that his health was still at 96, with no significant discomfort. So he decided to ignore it for now. After all, it couldn't be treated immediately, and telling Ball would only cause worry. He would address it when they reached the next civilized planet. He arrived at the bridge, took the captain's seat, and accelerated away from the planet's orbit, going faster and faster towards the nearby asteroid belt, expecting to arrive in about 2 weeks. However, the asteroid belt has a complex environment and a vast area, so reaching the vicinity of the shattered spaceship would likely take an additional 3 to 4 days. 2 weeks later, Wang Yu reduced his exercise during this time, but his daily rhythm remained undisturbed, consistently maintaining his disciplined life, talent in an activated state. This upcoming operation is crucial, and the additional 20 points of reason from this talent are very important. He hoped to find supplies on the spaceship as well as intact equipment, and even cultural relics, which would significantly aid Wang Yu and his companions in their subsequent interstellar journey. As the deep space vessel drew closer to the wreckage, Ball reconstructed the original appearance of the spaceship using digital modeling, of course, for reference only. This was likely a massive cylindrical spaceship. If intact, it should exceed 10 kilometers in total length, possibly reaching 15 kilometers, almost the largest size that could be built with conventional materials and propulsion. Of course, the conventional propulsion mentioned here refers to controllable nuclear fusion or similar technologies that support long-distance interstellar travel rather than traditional fossil fuels. Conventional materials refer to high-strength alloys and composite materials. Yet even with that, constructing such a gigantic spaceship is quite challenging, requiring a mature space dock. Because a spaceship of this size is almost impossible to build and launch directly from a planetary surface. Even if it were possible, it would cause tremendous damage to the planet's ecological environment. The spaceships originally prepared by the Machine Star for deep space exploration were far from this scale. Well, of course it wasn't that they couldn't be built, but because they were just starting out, their aerospace sector suffered devastating blows, leading to abandonment and even becoming a taboo. This civilization level is probably just enough to initiate interstellar travel with a technological level far below that of the deep space vessel, because this ship seems to still be using centrifugal force to simulate a gravity environment. Ball analyzed the reconstructed image of the spaceship and the materials used in its construction to assess its possible civilization level. This point is crucial as it also represents the danger level within the spaceship to some extent. If it were built by a civilization similar to that of the Machine Star, or even lower, there would be far fewer incomprehensible dangers. Looking at it this way, the technological level of this spaceship is actually not higher than that of the Machine Star, and in many aspects it might even be inferior. Wang Yu said with his arms crossed, having just finished listening to Bao's explanation. The Machine Star only abandoned the exploration of deep space under the influence of the demon star Higra, but in reality, it had already crossed the threshold of interstellar navigation. In the fields of artificial intelligence and robotics, even including life sciences and medicine, the technological level is actually very high, far surpassing most civilizations that have just stepped into the starry sky, not to mention the terrifying productivity of the machine servants. But why did this spaceship crash here? Ball, have you found any clues? Wang Yu asked. Ball actually had no leads. It had been a long time since the accident occurred, and there were many possible reasons. One significant possibility is that this spaceship collided with a small asteroid in the debris field, leading to a series of catastrophic chain reactions like thermal runaway, explosion, and disintegration, leaving behind this small part of the frame that is still relatively intact. The explosion was the direct cause of the spaceship's disintegration, and its power was not small as the debris was scattered widely with pieces found hundreds of kilometers away. Ball made this judgment based on the distribution of the wreckage. However, this raised a new question: why did this massive spaceship take the risk of entering the asteroid belt? After all, it was a large ship with relatively primitive technology, and navigating through the debris field would certainly involve significant difficulties, far less agile than a smaller ship like the deep space, which is only 500 meters long. To determine the true reason for the crash here, it would likely require delving deeper to find any existing system logs or similar records.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Also, is there a mother star of this spaceship in the surrounding star systems, or has any rescue fleet come over or received any communication signals? Wang Yu asked again, as this was indeed a matter that needed consideration. Because this ship's technological level is low, even if it can conduct interstellar travel, it is unlikely to stray too far from its mother star. If it had sent a distress signal, the rescue fleet might even be on its way, and if they accidentally collide, it would be a big problem. However, Ball indicated that there were no findings related to any rescue fleet, nor had any communication signals been. The nearest star system is the special system with a giant eyeball, which Wang Yu named Hellstar. It is unlikely that the spaceship came from there, and no large facilities like a space dock have been found in that star system. In even farther star systems, the distance is dozens of light years, making it unlikely. Hiss. Then this ship is a bit peculiar. Could it have traveled a long way and accidentally crashed into the debris field? Wang Yu stroked his chin. However, regardless of the situation, the exploration action would not change. After fully considering the potential risks and benefits, the deep space under Wang Yu's command flew into the debris field. However, using driving to describe this is somewhat inappropriate. More accurately, after completing the connection, Wang Yu essentially became the deep space. Moreover, after refining in subspace, coupled with the assistance of the spiritual sight guardian helmet, the connection time between him and the real universe and the deep space has significantly increased. Even if the connection lasts for several hours, or even half a day, he does not need to worry about mental issues. As for avoiding asteroids and finding a safe navigation route, it was as simple for Wang Yu as eating and drinking. This time, he only spent a few minutes to determine the route, and then withdrew. What followed was a long wait and route adjustments. 2 days later, the deep space was getting closer to the shattered spaceship. Just then, Ball suddenly rushed to find Wang Yu, who had just disconnected, saying there was a new discovery. First, let the deep Ball said, holding a light brain and pulling up a picture recently taken by a space telescope. In the image, there was a streak of orange-yellow completely different from the surrounding rocky bodies. After magnifying and pixel recovering, the outline of the object became clearer, and Wang Yu's expression turned serious as he immediately took the light brain to check. It turned out to be a floating corpse in the debris field, seemingly wearing some kind of spacesuit, orange in color with thick armor plating for protection. Moreover, from its form, it looked very much like a human, but only the upper half was intact. Where is the corpse located? I need to know its relative position to the current deep space. Wang Yu said, naturally realizing the importance of this clue. Some small details that are difficult to notice often require being close enough and at the right angle to be seen. Ball then pulled up the current route of the deep space and the surrounding distribution of debris, highlighting the location. Wang Yu just took a glance and roughly remembered the direction, quickly ran to the bridge, re-established the connection with the deep space, and then executed an emergency stop and turn in one smooth motion heading towards the position of the corpse. The corpse was not far from the deep space, only about 5,000 kilometers away. Thanks to the space telescope and photon computer assisting in analyzing the image, otherwise he would have never noticed it just by looking. Even with the sensors of the deep space, Wang Yu would have missed that tiny anomaly in the corner as his brain directly over. Flying for about 20 minutes, the deep space stopped in front of a dense field of debris, and at this point the corpse was practically within sight, with a straight line distance of less than 3,000 meters visible even to the naked eye if one went outside. It was indeed a corpse, likely blown here by the explosion along with the debris and fragments of the ship, such a long distance. Then a problem presented itself to Wang Yu and the others ahead were various sizes of debris with insufficient space for the deep space to navigate. Moreover, they also did not have the means for short-distance movement in space, relying solely on jumping and safety ropes would not reach that far. Wang Yu paused briefly without disconnecting from the deep space, forcefully squeezing into the debris field like an icebreaker. As long as the speed was slow enough and did not collide with large debris, the sturdy hull of the deep space could still carve out a path, but it required caution and tested the skills of the driver. Wang Yu spent about 15 minutes reducing the distance of 3,000 meters to 30 meters, aligning the maintenance passage of the ship with the direction of the corpse, and then stopped the ship, preparing to retrieve the floating body. Minutes later, a hatch on the surface of the deep space ship opened, revealing 3 fully armed individuals, including Wang Yu, Ball, and Meager, all of whom were participating in this mission. Although they were facing only a corpse, considering the potential risks, all 3 decided to take action together to ensure mutual support in case of unexpected events. However, only one person actually went to retrieve the body with a safety rope tied around Meager's waist. Secure the corpse with the lock on the rope, and then return. Do you understand? Wang Yu reiterated this in sign language. Although he had already explained the mission process earlier, he still redundantly understood. Meager made an okay gesture as they could only use sign language in the vacuum. Wang Yu and Ball exchanged glances, both becoming serious. Ball had already set up his sniper rifle lying on the ship without the gravity field turned off, responsible for providing long-range fire support, mainly concerned about the corpse reanimating. Wang Yu was in charge of monitoring the rope. Although one end was already secured, it was necessary to pull the safety rope quickly to bring Meager back if needed. Once everything was ready, Meager jumped out directly, landing steadily on a piece of medium-sized rubble, then bent her knees to leap toward another piece. This was also the reason Meager was chosen, her lightweight frame weighing only 58 kilograms, along with her agility and strength exceeding that of Wang Yu, made her the most suitable candidate. This was also Meager's first official mission, and she was very enthusiastic. After leveraging between the rubble 4 or 5 times, Meager leaped toward the corpse floating in midair, causing the stones beneath her to drift away and collide with other rubble. Seizing the opportunity as she approached the corpse, Meager grabbed the arm of the body while her other hand secured the lock. Well done. Wang Yu had been observing that side, and seeing everything go smoothly with no signs of the corpse reanimating, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His caution was warranted, as this was a mysterious and bizarre universe, making it essential to take precautions. Meager and the corpse were pulled back by the safety rope, and the mission concluded successfully as the deep space ship closed the hatch. As the air refilled the room, Wang Yu did not rush to take off his space suit. Instead, he began inspecting the corpse. Name: Raider Combat Suit. Damaged. Manufacturer: House of Parasites. The House of Parasites is an organization established by the parasitic civilization, the Soren Annelid, which operates the largest population and organ trading market in the current universe, often attacking other civilizations' ships to supplement their supplies. Regulation: Level Class I. Civilian. Description: A space suit distributed by the House of Parasites to low-level combat personnel. Compared to traditional space suits, it emphasizes combat and protection capabilities, thus also known as a combat suit. It is weaker in life support and endurance, but includes a simple assistive structure that can slightly enhance a combatant's strength and can enhance jumping ability through a jetpack requiring skillful usage. Strength 10, Defense 8. Parasite. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he looked at the helmet of the corpse. Inside was a shriveled head, fossil-like, with distinct human features, recognizable facial features. However, its ears were spiny fish fins, and due to dehydration, the facial features looked grotesque, with sharp teeth bared. Wang Yu instructed Meager to use her claws to cut away the obstructive space suit, revealing a corpse that was as desiccated as a mummy, with structures resembling gill slits on its chest and fish fins at the elbows. However, this was not the most striking feature. The most remarkable aspect was an unusual protrusion on the corpse's back, just below the nape, different from the large fish fin on its waist. After Ball skillfully made an incision, the blade distinctly felt a layer of hard shell-like material. Once the skin was peeled back, this strange entity finally revealed its true form, a worm embedded in the skin, parasitizing the spine and connecting to the nerves. Seeing this for the first time, an intense wave of nausea surged within Wang Yu, of visceral aversion and discomfort. This creature resembled a curled-up giant watermelon bug with a hard shell on its back, and completely degenerated bug legs in the front appearing as part of the nervous system merging into the spine. Ball directly used his knife to excise this dead, essentially hollowed-out worm, leaving a massive deep pit at the nape of the corpse. Such a parasite exists, completely replacing the host, taking over the host's body through the central nervous system. Ball frowned, as in her understanding there had never been such a dangerous parasite that used higher intelligent life as a host. Even if such a thing existed, it would surely be exterminated by higher intelligent beings unless these intelligent beings lost. This parasite also possesses intelligence comparable to that of higher intelligent life. Is also intelligent life. So disgusting. Malkier waved her hands repeatedly, also showing discomfort, checking her fur, regretting having touched this filthy thing with her claws. Wang Yu, undeterred, directly reached out and took the worm's carcass from Bao's hands. It was very light, and he could distinctly feel it was hollow inside. Name: Soren Annelid. Black. Description: a rare parasitic race with high intelligence in the universe, hierarchically structured, with different individuals having different roles. The black individuals belong to the worker worm category, with hard shells on their backs capable of resisting light firepower, and they virtually lack the concept of self, completely obeying higher individuals. Once matured, they lose the ability to move entirely, replacing their host and controlling the host's body, making them perfect soldiers, workers, and slaves. They can parasitize almost all vertebrates, and through genetic modifications, special individuals have been developed that can also parasitize invertebrates, but they cannot parasitize intelligent life forms that are completely different, such as silicon-based or mechanical life. This is an accident. Life spreader. Soren Annelid. House of Parasites. Life spreader. Wang Yu murmured the information obtained from the system, squinting his eyes. He instructed Ball to continue dissecting and studying this strange parasite, feeling they might encounter it again in the future, because this seemed to be a superpower with footprints all over the universe. The three returned to the bridge, bringing the corpse along. Wang Yu reconnected the deep space ship, turned around, and continued flying towards the shattered spaceship. After more than 10 minutes, the three held a brief meeting in the captain's quarters. Considering the situation of the corpse and the information it carried, the reason for the spaceship's crash now included another possibility. It might have been due to combat, and this ship could have suffered an attack from Soren Annelids. As a newly emerging civilization just stepping into the universe, they had almost no resistance against such old powers. Their likely fate was destruction of the ship and loss of life, even having a large population plundered. Moreover, this discovery also served as a reminder to Wang Yu that this universe is not only filled with evil gods and disasters, but also that the malice of other civilizations must be guarded against, as the consequences could be far more terrifying than direct death. Wang Yu could hardly imagine the feeling of gradually having his body taken over by a parasite. It was simply too terrifying, and he would rather choose death. The deep space vessel resumed its course, steering back toward the shattered spacecraft. They would reach the wreckage in no more than 8 hours. Wang Yu, Ball, and Miao Kuer gathered in the bridge for a brief meeting. This time Wang Yu disclosed to them the existence of the parasite haven, the Sauron protozoans, and the life spreaders. There was no longer any need for concealment. They were now a single unified entity. Wang Yu revealed that he possessed an extraordinary ability. Upon touching objects, wreckage, or corpses, he could glean their embedded information. Ball proceeded to perform detailed anatomical examinations on both the Sauron protozoan and the corpse of the dolphin-like humanoid subspecies, yielding further insights. Remarkably, this humanoid lacked a brain, or rather its brain had atrophied entirely, replaced instead by newly formed clusters of neurons whose precise function remained unknown, though they most likely served to relay neural signals back to the parasitic organism. The brainstem and cerebellum, however, remained largely intact, though both had established direct neural connections with the parasite. Thus, the parasite had effectively become the new central nervous system of this host body, its interior teeming with hyperactive neurons, a prerequisite for assuming functions akin to those of a biological brain. Yet, this adaptation came at a cost. The parasite forfeited all autonomous capabilities, including feeding and locomotion, and became utterly dependent upon its host, incapable of transferring between bodies at will. Ball concluded, under current conditions, this was all the analysis permitted. In sum, this was a supremely aggressive, intelligent parasitic species, innately adversarial to all other sentient organic life by virtue of its parasitic nature. And a civilization built upon such parasites would inevitably be expansionist and predatory, born not of ideology, but of biological imperative. Wang Yu concurred, suddenly grasping why the machine god cult held such extreme convictions. To have endured such revolting infestation and survived by sheer fortune would inevitably drive one toward radical extremity. Ball maximized the radar's detection range. Remain vigilant. Hidden vessels piloted by these insect humans may lie in ambush nearby. Insect human vessels. I will maintain full synchronization with the deep space vessel throughout. Should danger arise, we shall instantly retreat into subspace. The proximity of a white dwarf star makes gravitational slingshot entry exceptionally efficient. Upon reaching the shattered vessel, our operation must be swift and decisive. Exploration completed in minimal time before withdrawing from the Sauron protozoans' active domain. No, rather their hunting ground. Wang Yu spoke with solemn certainty, having already classified the grotesque parasites as hostile forces. He then took his seat at the captain's console and re-established the neural link with the deep space vessel. Guiding the vessel manually, he subtly increased its velocity. Approximately 7 hours later, the deep space vessel arrived near the wreckage, surrounded by countless fragments of varying size, testament to the cataclysmic violence of the original detonation. Yet as they drew closer, Wang Yu detected another anomaly. Not an ambush of insecthumans, but something far stranger about the vessel itself. Why did it smell so delicious? It no longer resembled ship debris, but a colossal golden-brown roasted chicken, its crisp skin glistening with succulent juices. Wang Yu even experienced a momentary hallucination, inhaling the aroma of roasting meat. This was no ordinary fowl, but a titanic specimen 2 kilometers in diameter. Unprecedented in sight, unimagined in taste, overwhelmingly seductive. What is happening? Is this a psychic assault from the parasites? How utterly despicable. Wang Yu swallowed hard, overcome by an unprecedented craving for what was objectively a pile of scorched metal. Wait, could it possibly be? A new hypothesis struck him. Perhaps this was no mental attack at all, but the deep space vessel itself. Hungry to consume the wreck, to devour ships, to regard vessels as prey. No, I haven't explored inside yet. You will restrain yourself. Wang Yu fought the urge with grim resolve, yet his rational faculties were eroding faster than expected. Fortunately, distance was now negligible and his tolerance for hunger had vastly improved. He endured. Steering the deep space vessel with unwavering precision, he brought it to a halt beside the fragrant braised pork knuckle, heedlessly shoving aside surrounding side dishes. Once positioning stabilized, Wang Yu severed the neural link. The deep space vessel immediately entered standby mode. Yet the phantom scent lingered in his nostrils and a faint trace of blood stained his fingertips. Capillaries in his nasal passages had ruptured, saliva flooded his mouth, spilling unchecked. What's wrong? Ball stood nearby, clearly noting Wang Yu's bizarre condition. Oh well. The vessel suddenly transformed into a roasted chicken, then into a braised pork knuckle. Absolutely irresistible. Luckily I held back. Gulp. Wang Yu gestured emphatically while swallowing again. Huh. Ball frowned skeptical, convinced Wang Yu's cognition. Food. Miao Kuer perked up, ears pricked high, having caught the unmistakable word delicious midair. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, gathering his thoughts to clarify. The deep space vessel wants to consume the wreck. It's intensely drawn to that mass of debris, but I stopped it. A ship that eats ships. Ball furrowed his brow. Set that aside for now. The deep space vessel is docked beside the wreckage. We'll inventory gear and depart immediately. Exploration must be executed swiftly and efficiently, Wang Yu affirmed. All three began preparations. Previous engagements within subspace, particularly the battle against the shadow demons, had depleted much of their grenade stock. They retained 7 fragmentation grenades, 5 flashbang grenades, and a relatively ample supply of EMP and magnetic adhesive demolition charges. Ammunition remained sufficient. Several crates were aboard, but magazine capacity was limited, constraining into loose rounds, and essential tools were consolidated into a dedicated toolkit, ensuring critical supplies wouldn't require returning to the vessel mid-mission, especially ammunition, which might prove impossible to retrieve once deployed. Wang Yu also consulted Ball regarding the miniature tactical nuclear warhead. Detonating it within the enclosed confines of the wreck would likely obliterate them all. The weapon was engineered for terrestrial warfare, making its use in confined spaces lethally reckless, tantamount to suicide. The roar of Higra posed similar risks. Consequently, they carried only conventional armaments, equipping Miao Kuer with several grenades for self-defense and instructing her thoroughly in their safe deployment, requiring explicit coordination with Wang Yu and Ball prior to use. Firearms were withheld, fearing accidental discharge, and deferred for future training opportunities. Fully armed, the trio approached the emergency airlock. As the hatch opened, the colossal wreck, over 2 kilometers in diameter, loomed before them less than 10 meters away. Its fractured cross-section aligned perfectly with the airlock aperture, a testament to extraordinary piloting skill, though any lesser navigator would have collided outright. The spacecraft wreckage ravaged by the explosion lies in utter disarray within. Obstacles may need to be cleared repeatedly to advance. Moreover, high-voltage electricity and volatile flammable containers may still be present. Caution is paramount. Baltar must first conduct a full risk assessment before any action proceeds. Wang Yu relayed these operational precautions via his suit's radio. To ensure Miao Kuer could hear clearly, he affixed a walkie-talkie to her ear with adhesive tape. An uncomfortable measure, yet the only viable solution for reliable communication under current conditions. Miao Kuer, can you hear me? Wang Yu confirmed. She responded with a clear hand gesture indicating yes. Because her hearing relied on bone conduction, her voice sounded strangely muffled, like speech heard through fog, yet unnervingly close. At that moment, Baltar brought over a safety tether, not yet secured to himself, but anchored one end firmly at the emergency access hatch. Their intention was to link the deep space vessel with the wrecked spacecraft. Though linking is something of a misnomer, the slender tether alone could never bind 2 colossal structures together. It served merely as an additional safeguard should the deep space vessel drift away from the wreckage. So long as the separation remained within the tether's length, they could return effortlessly. Yet should the line snap, such an event would be dire, and thus they resolved to minimize that risk at every stage. Once prepared, Baltar led the way, gripping the tether, sprinting forward, then launching herself across the void toward the wrecked hull. She landed hard on its metallic floor, rolling several times before coming to rest against the lower wall. She immediately raised her assault rifle, scanning the surroundings for threats. Satisfied all was clear, she signaled Wang Yu and the others to follow. Next came Miao Kuer, her agility surpassing even Baltar's. Without so much as a running start, she leapt across with effortless grace. Finally, Wang Yu moved forward. Gravity remained active inside the chamber, deliberately left on as it aided propulsion and prevented misjudged leaps. He backed away several paces, broke into a full sprint, and launched himself skyward, hurtling like a cannonball toward the wrecked vessel, far more forceful than either Baltar or Miao Kuer. To an outsider unaware of the circumstances, he might have appeared a seasoned interstellar commando poised to ram headlong into the debris. In truth, he had simply overextended, underestimating the power amplification of his exosuit. The moment his feet left the ground, panic seized him, flailing limbs proved useless against the unstoppable momentum, nearly resulting in a concussion. Fortunately, Baltar and Miao Kuer were ready to catch him, averting catastrophe. Apologies, I'm still unaccustomed to this microgravity environment. Wang Yu rose, awkwardly, embarrassment coloring his face. His prior experience crawling across the deep space vessel's exterior had offered no advantage here. Baltar nodded understandingly and advised him to modulate his exertion. She also suggested activating the magnetic adhesion function built into his suit, allowing him to stand securely upon the ship's metallic surfaces. As for Miao Kuer, upon witnessing Wang Yu stumble, a mischievous grin spread unreservedly across her face. Being a child, she was spared reproach, as such matters would wait until the mission concluded, and they returned home. This way, this is the vessel's true deck. What we're standing on now is actually a wall. Miao Kuer, take point. Your agility is unmatched, and your claws can assist in clearing obstructions. But remain vigilant. Hostile entities may lurk unseen. Before breaching or entering confined spaces, always confirm with me first. Baltar issued the command, now unmistakably the team's de facto leader. Entrusting strategic oversight to her, a robot was perfectly suited to the situation. The other two were complete novices. Together they reoriented their sense of direction, redefining up, down, left, and right. Such spatial recalibration is commonplace in deep space, demanding constant refinement of spatial cognition. After securing the safety tether to a circular steel reinforcement ring, bent into shape by Baltar, they formed a single-file column and entered the passage. Both Baltar and Wang Yu carried pry bars and steel pipes, tools intended for forced entry and obstacle removal. They advanced into the ruins, threading their way through fractured, warped corridors. Miao Kuer's razor-sharp claws proved indispensable. Many barriers yielded only to her precise, powerful strikes, carving narrow paths forward. Mind those exposed walls and rebar. The edges are dangerously sharp. Especially you, Wang Yu. Don't puncture your suit. Baltar cautioned, glancing back. The exosuit offered no protective plating at its joint articulations. They progressed dozens of meters and conditions gradually improved. Regions where walls had melted and buckled under extreme heat and impact grew increasingly rare. Their movements reverberated loudly throughout the structure. Even in vacuum, sound traveled efficiently along the hull. Vibrations transmitted through the deck up through their suits and directly into Wang Yu's ears. Any survivors or anomalies nearby would surely have been alerted. Yet no response followed. It seemed highly unlikely that anyone remained alive within. Moreover, not a single corpse crossed their path, a circumstance suggesting two possibilities: either the crew had been abducted by the insectoid raiders, or their bodies had been vaporized under intense heat and pressure, or blasted into the void. For similar reasons, they found no usable equipment or supplies. Not even the meager salvage often recovered from collapsed terrestrial buildings. Their prospects looked bleak, though hope lingered that conditions might improve ahead. Approximately 15 minutes later, they emerged from the rubble into a comparatively spacious chamber. They stood upon a suspended platform multi-tiered in design, though the upper level had collapsed entirely, leaving behind a gaping breach in the ceiling over 3 meters in diameter. Directly ahead, facing the platform, loomed an enormous circular metal door, uniquely engineered. Unlike conventional sliding or hinged mechanisms, it consisted of concentric spiraling arc-shaped plates that rotated clockwise or counterclockwise to open or seal. Wang Yu had never seen such a door before, yet it felt utterly authentic to the vessel's setting. Its surface bore scratches, but no dents or warping, remarkably intact compared to the surrounding devastation, and fully functional. Baltar stepped forward, weapon cradled, and approached the platform's edge. After scanning above and below, she lowered her rifle. No immediate threat detected. This atrium-like compartment was riddled with perforations, its interior adrift with countless fragments, evidence that the blast wave had failed to breach the door itself, instead venting sideways with tremendous force. Faint starlight from the nearby white dwarf filtered through fissures in the hull, illuminating the chamber. Dust motes caught in scattered beams transformed them into ethereal columns, silent, desolate, and profoundly still. This door likely remained sealed during the detonation, its structural integrity held firm against the shockwave and overpressure. That resistance may have propelled this entire section far into space. Subsequent damage likely resulted from collisions with micrometeoroids or debris. That's promising. It suggests interior systems may remain largely intact. Vital resources, perhaps even data or life support systems, could still lie beyond. Having finished her inspection of the light-leaking hull, Baltar turned toward Wang Yu, her gaze silently asking whether to proceed. The chamber beyond the door, after all, might conceal grave peril. Yet hesitation was unwarranted. They had come too far to retreat empty-handed. Miao Courier up. See if you can open that door ahead. Wang Yu spoke, the transmission relayed through the walkie-talkie taped to her ear. She acknowledged with a crisp, affirmative gesture, then drifted forward several meters. Retracting her fingers into padded sheaths, she unsheathed her claws, pushed off from a jagged wall fragment, rebounded off a floating slab of torn hull plating, and lunged toward the massive door, striking with a single decisive slash. The strike hit the door squarely. There was no gritty sound of metal grinding, for this was a vacuum environment. However, some sounds traveled through vibrations along the damaged hull to the platform, reaching Wang Yu, so he still heard it. A sharp, piercing sound. Malkier was repelled by the recoil. Her full force strike left only a few millimeter-deep scratches on the peculiar door, and her right hand was left sore and numb, bringing her to tears. So hard. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. Although he had anticipated this before letting Malkier try, he was still somewhat surprised to see how solid the door was. That was Malkier's claw, which could only leave scratches. This door was far too sturdy, much harder than the hull of the deep space vessel. If there had been a door made of such material back, then even the Shadow Demon could not have entered. The technological level was far inferior to that of the deep space vessel, yet it had materials that far surpassed the hull of the deep space vessel. Was the technology of the civilization behind this ship so specialized? Wang Yu furrowed his brows, feeling that this was indeed the case. Perhaps the distinctions between civilizations were not as clear-cut as imagined, each excelling in their own specialized fields. For instance, the Longier tribe of the Machine Star civilization was particularly adept at artificial intelligence. However, Wang Yu quickly overturned his view, because the deep space vessel was a product of that company. Four-legged fish. This company followed a cost-effective route, so cutting corners was to be expected. More likely, they did not lack stronger materials, but rather found no necessity to use them on this vessel. Otherwise, the price of the spaceship would have skyrocketed. Good steel must be employed on the blade. After all, it was a scientific exploration vessel, where flight and exploration capabilities were prioritized, and combat was left to other ships. Thus, the material of the deep space vessel could not compare to the door before them, rather than Four-Legged Fish Corporation lacking in materials technology, which was inferior to that of a civilization just stepping into space. So the deep space vessel is also a cheap product. Wang Yu remarked. Almost nobody understood what he was complaining about, but Ball managed to realize that Wang Yu was criticizing the hull of the deep space vessel for not being sturdy. Malkier, stop trying. Let's change angles. We should look for a breakthrough on the surface of this ship. It can't possibly be made entirely of such super materials. If it were, this ship would be completely intact. Wang Yu suggested, stopping the headstrong Malkier, who still wanted to try, proposing to find another entrance, which coincided with Bal's thoughts. So the three gathered, planning to choose a suitable breach to access the surface of the spaceship, and the hole on the top, with a diameter of several meters, was quite appropriate. They initially thought that entering from the broken section would allow them to delve deeper into the ship, but soon discovered they seemed to have taken a long detour. Yet without going deeper, how would they know of the existence of this door and the area ahead? Thus, this was a gradual exploratory process. The three of them crawled out from the top hole, careful not to jump around, as flying out would lead to trouble. Upon reaching the surface of the spaceship, the function of Wang Yu's spacesuit became evident. The magnetic soles allowed him to securely step on the surface of the ship. Thus Wang Yu took the lead, pulling Ball and Malkier along, ensuring they did not stray from the hull. The three walked on the battered exterior of the spaceship, where grooves and pits were even etched out, likely the work of, yet it was not broken, indicating that this part of the hull was exceptionally tough. They advanced a bit further and selected a deep pit, allowing Malkier to test the material of the hull to see if it could be breached. It's possible. Though Malkier did not speak, she made an okay gesture, her other claw already piercing into the material. Thus the three settled in place. Malkier was in charge of digging, while Wang Yu and Ball kept watch and transported away the shavings of metal. However, after digging for a few minutes, Ball suddenly realized something and warned Malkier there might be air inside. Be careful while digging. It's best to probe first with your claws. Don't break open a large hole all at once. If you recklessly create a large hole, and it turns out to be a high-pressure environment inside, the strong airflow could sweep us all into space. After reminding her, Ball also began to act, taking out a toolbox to prepare some strong vacuum adhesive to create grips for them to hold on to just in case. As for the strength of the adhesive, it was nearly comparable to ordinary metal, as verified on the deep space vessel. About an hour and a half later, The pit created by the debris was already deep enough for a person to enter with wall thickness exceeding an astonishing meter, far thicker than other parts of the ship, quite extravagant. Malkier had also grown tired by this point, her efficiency significantly reduced, and her initial enthusiasm had waned after digging for so long. Just as Wang Yu was changing the oxygen tank, contemplating whether to return to the deep space vessel for a short rest, Malkier suddenly twitched her ears twice, looking over with good news, seemingly close to breaking through. Her right claw had fully penetrated the wall, and thanks to Bao's earlier reminder to test the situation before each digging attempt appeared, she had pierced through. Great, now be careful. Don't rush into digging, thin out the surrounding metal first. Wang Yu, come help clear out the metal debris in the pit, and be ready to assist Malkier. Bao instructed, as if the area inside was not a vacuum, and had air pressure. These metal shavings could easily form a metal storm when blown away, and getting caught in it would not be a pleasant experience. The two quickly cleared the pit, and at this moment Malkier also thinned the wall, her right claw still embedded, inquiring Bao about the next steps. Alright Malkier, stretch your foot over here so Wang Yu and I can hold on to you. I will count 3, 2, 1. You will then stick a magnetic demolition grenade on the surface, and immediately withdraw. Wang Yu and I will catch you. Bao added, preparing with Wang Yu, who had attached several grips made from metal blocks to the outer wall to ensure they wouldn't be blown away. If there were high-pressure gas inside, then this explosion would create a wind tunnel. They would just need to wait for the pressure to dissipate before entering to explore. Okay, listen for my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Malkier followed the instructions and attached a magnetic demolition grenade on top, then withdrew her right claw. Instantly, a hissing sound of air flowed through the gap, and the wall began to deform, bulging outward. Clearly there was air inside, and the pressure was quite substantial. She pulled the pin from the grenade and stepped back, firmly held by Wang Yu and Bear. She arched her body and returned to the surface of the spacecraft, not blown away, and everything went as planned. Immediately, a violent explosion erupted from the pit, followed by a gust of wind that carried out a large amount of debris, shooting it into space like cannonballs. The three of them pressed close to the spacecraft's outer shell, taking no other actions. Once the wind calmed down and the internal air was mostly expelled, they would be able to enter and explore. By the way, there shouldn't be any survivors inside, right? If there are, we might have just forced them into a dead end. Wang Yu suddenly thought, given that there was air inside. The possibility is almost zero. This ship had been lost for at least 100 years, and it was unlikely that this small sealed chamber could support survivors for such a long time. Moreover, even if someone had survived until now, they should have noticed and taken action when we attempted to break the door. None of that happened, so I believe it is highly unlikely that there are any living survivors inside, but the possibility of corpses is quite high. Based on the current situation, Bear concluded. Wang Yu agreed after hearing this, and looked at the things blown out, mainly checking for any bodies or essential supplies that could still be salvaged. However, aside from the initial debris, soon only wind was blowing out, and there was no one to patch the leaks. After leaking for almost half an hour, the airflow significantly diminished, turning into a gentle breeze that posed almost no threat before the three resumed their actions. Safe. Bear quickly peeked and indicating it was clear, and then entered the pit with his gun, followed by the other two. About a minute later, a glowing stick floated in through the breach, causing no disturbance. Then a suspicious cat-like head appeared, glanced around, and quickly retreated. Following that, the wall emitted a cutting sound again, and a large piece of the breached metal wall was kicked in. Three figures then emerged, one after another, guarding different directions against ambush. But there was nothing inside, just pitch darkness with only faint sounds of airflow. The three shifted to check the internal environment, tossing out many glow sticks, which was the advantage of carrying a toolbox. However, due to the vast space and dim glow sticks, it was still challenging to discern all details inside. Even Bear and Malkier could barely make out outlines far inferior to a well-lit environment. This seems to be a large workshop or factory specifically for producing large mechanical creations, Bear was the first to say, shining his flashlight around the room. It should be a vertically laid out factory. Our current position is just at the side, close to the top layer. Bear added, directing his flashlight to both ends. One side easily revealed the top, while the other side seemed like a deep pit, so he tossed two more glow sticks down. At this moment, the spiral corridor and mechanical platforms gradually revealed themselves, along with a prominent giant mechanical arm and hoists plus unfinished mechanical creations, confirming that this was indeed a workshop. There were even two conveyor belts on the spiral corridor. Although they had stopped, they still held metal parts, plates, and even stone. If activated, these parts could be transported to various platforms for processing and assembly. A vertical factory. This was the first time Wang Yu had heard of such a thing. To him, it looked more like a hollow tunnel resembling a missile launch pit if he ignored the surrounding mechanical platforms for processing. In response, Bear further explained that this was a design scheme for a space factory. Compared to horizontal factories on land, it would make better use of space and be more convenient for processing large creations. I see this place is quite advanced. I feel it's much better than the deep space ship, Wang Yu remarked, only to receive a disapproving glance from Bear, who pointed out his misunderstanding. If such a vertical factory appeared on a research vessel like the deep space ship, it would indeed be a peculiar sight. With the technological prowess of the civilization behind the deep space ship, they certainly had better options like using precision printers to manufacture mechanical creations, then complete the assembly, or even directly print finished products or employ nanobots to replicate precisely according to blueprints, making processing factories unnecessary. That sounds way too sci-fi. Wang Yu felt Bear was exaggerating, but in reality, it was due to his lack of understanding of creations at the level of gravity generators. Compared to the civilization behind the deep space ship, these aliens were hardly better than primitive humans who had just learned to make fire and use stone tools. What is that? Wang Yu directed his flashlight towards the bottom, but because it was too far, even the strong flashlight only revealed a moving dim spot. However, where he had just swept past seemed to conceal something. Wang Yu immediately moved the flashlight back and discovered it was a large robot with a bizarre and fierce design that startled him at first glance. It stood about 10 meters tall with 4 limbs and 4 arms, its body solid like a block of solid metal. Its surface was rough as if many impurities were mixed into the metal, including the arms and legs. The 4 arms were equipped with an impact drill, a large electric drill, a hefty hammer, and a giant axe, each size exaggerated and filled with aggression. As if that wasn't enough, this robot was also covered in sharp small drill bits resembling a hedgehog, making it look particularly fierce and unapproachable. Moreover, this robot appeared to be adorned with numerous corpse fragments like trophies. Upon closer inspection, the orange combat suit clearly belonged to a bug-like raider, and the extracted Soren larvae were like gems pierced by rivets and hung around like ornaments. An unsettling creation, your sanity decreased by 8. This thing won't suddenly spring to life, will it? He raised his guard, looking at the shotgun in his hands, feeling the firepower was somewhat mismatched. A weapon with this caliber probably wouldn't even pierce the robot's skin. Bear and Meager also noticed this robot, both displaying looks of displeasure, even disgust. After all, it's hard to find a mentally sound being who would take a liking to such a spiky design, let alone the corpses. This must have been done by the survivors of this spacecraft. It seems some people survived and held on for quite some time, but let's search for clues and try not to touch anything we don't understand. Bear said. Upon seeing such an aggressively designed mechanical creation, she also heightened her vigilance, feeling the electromagnetic pulse grenade at her waist, which was particularly effective against machines. The workshop space was vast, and to avoid any mishaps, the three decided to act together. After getting a rough idea of the layout inside, they descended into the spiral corridor, preparing to explore bit by bit.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
So we only have 3 hours of activity time left on this trip, Wang Yu stated, reporting his oxygen supply. Or find a source to replenish oxygen here, such as oxygen tanks left by the insectoid raiders, or possibly the oxygen supply channels of this spaceship, if they also relied on oxygen for respiration.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The three quickened their pace, deciding to head upwards to check the end of the spiral corridor. According to convention, this location was highly likely to be a special functional area that should not be missed. Wang Yu kept an eye out for any written records along the way, hoping to trigger a system prompt to grasp the language of the civil. Although he had already spent quite a few credit points on language learning before, if they couldn't even read the written words, many of their actions would be impossible. They reached the end of the corridor where there was indeed a room. However, unlike traditional human architecture, this building was actually oval-shaped without any windows, only a few circular holes, and a round door that stood open at a height of just 1.5 meters. Such architecture was more aptly described as a cave rather than a house, as it gave Wang Yu that very feeling. Wait, it seems like something is written here. Let me take a look. Wang Yu finally discovered what appeared to be written records, which were on a sign similar to a notice at the door. After paying 1,000 credit points to the system, he understood the writing. You have paid 1,000 universal credit points and learned the writing of an unknown civilization. Power distribution. Wang Yu deciphered the seemingly incoherent text. This should be a place similar to a distribution room. Oh, let's go in and check it out. Perhaps we can restore the power supply here. Ball remarked, first listening at the door. Seeing no movement, he slithered in like a nimble snake. Then Wang Yu and Meager followed, sensing a bit of oppression inside. The ceiling was just over 2 meters high, and one could easily reach up and touch it. It seemed that the average height of these aliens was not very tall, and their habits might not even align with humans. They might not be subhumans. However, the area was quite large, over 200 square meters. This does indeed look like a distribution room. These movable stones on the wall should be switches used to regulate the power supply. It's highly likely that they also use electricity, Ball observed, directing his light towards the rock switches on the wall. On the other side, Wang Yu was looking for relevant instructions, because in a distribution room, there would typically be warnings or operational guidelines on how to act in emergencies. This was no exception. It was written next to the entrance on a metal plate fixed to the wall, detailing the operational procedures in emergencies. Wang Yu translated the contents to Ball, with the most valuable information being the emergency operational steps in case of a power outage. Because this workshop was equipped with an emergency power supply and an independent life support system, if the power from the spaceship was cut off, it would automatically switch to the emergency power supply. If the emergency power supply fails to operate normally, please try replacing the hydrogen brick and oxygen brick and pull the switch for the backup power supply again to attempt to restart. What are these hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks? Are they powered by hydrogen? Wang Yu frowned and asked Ball, also wanting to know if such things existed on the machine star. They might be hydrogen-oxygen fuel cells. The indicators above suggest they are nearby. Let me take a look. Ball, being taller, felt even more cramped in this low space and found the control panel slightly smaller, having to bend down and search bit by bit. This should be it. It's quite heavy. Ball grasped a somewhat small handle with 3 fingers, pulling it hard. A vertical drawer slid out from the wall, quite long, and divided into 3 layers containing flat items suspected to be hydrogen bricks or oxygen bricks. On the other side, likely at the symmetrical position of the room, Malkier also found a similar drawer and pulled it out. Wang Yu then tried to confirm it. Name hydrogen brick. No. 1. Storage. 0. Manufacturer. Heart of the Stone. Heart of the Stone, the core enterprise of the Diggers civilization, responsible for 90 of this civilization's industrial production and technological research and development, also key in advancing the Diggers civilization into space, especially noted for its achievements in material science. Regulatory level I. Civilian description, a special material designed for adsorbing and storing hydrogen gas. When the temperature falls below 4.2 degrees Celsius, this material spontaneously adsorbs hydrogen from the environment, storing it in a lattice structure. When the temperature is between 7.1 and 92.3 degrees Celsius, the hydrogen brick gradually releases the internal hydrogen gas with the release rate depending on the ambient temperature. It must not be placed in environments above 103 degrees Celsius, as this will permanently damage the chemical structure of the hydrogen brick, potentially causing an explosion due to hydrogen overrelease. When fully charged, its hydrogen content is about 69.4 of the weight of solid hydrogen and 507 of the volume of solid hydrogen. The No. 1 designation indicates the largest size specification, weighing approximately 20 kilograms. Name oxygen brick. No. 1. Storage. 0. Manufacturer. Heart of the Stone. Regulatory level I. Civilian description, a special material designed for adsorbing and storing oxygen. When the temperature falls below 2.2 degrees Celsius, this material spontaneously adsorbs oxygen from the environment, storing it in a lattice structure. When the temperature is between 14.1 and 125 degrees Celsius, the oxygen brick gradually releases the internal oxygen gas with the release rate depending on the ambient temperature. It must not be placed in environments above 170 degrees Celsius, as this will permanently damage the chemical structure of the oxygen brick, potentially causing an explosion due to oxygen overrelease. When fully charged, its oxygen content is about 37.3 of the weight of solid oxygen and 180 of the volume of solid oxygen. The No. 1 designation indicates the largest size specification, weighing approximately 200 kilograms. Is this a super material that can store hydrogen and oxygen? After listening to Wang Yu's explanation, Ball widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the special square brick in his hand, which had a side length of about 45 centimeters and a thickness of about 20 centimeters. This material did not exist on the machine star. It could be said to have completely overcome the storage difficulties of hydrogen and oxygen in application, requiring neither strict low temperatures nor high-pressure tanks, and could be used just like coal. This was extremely convenient with a very high energy density. No wonder it could be used on spaceships. This can be taken back. It's highly valuable. Bar exclaimed excitedly, fully aware of what this material represented. Take Wang Yu's oxygen bottle as an example. If it were replaced with this material, it would not only eliminate the need for a high-pressure environment, but also significantly increase the total amount of oxygen that can be carried. All that is needed is a temperature control device to regulate the release speed of the oxygen, and it can be reused. Similarly, hydrogen bricks possess similar properties. Even used as fuel, they are far superior to firewood. However, there is a prerequisite for using these materials. They must have a stable source of hydrogen. There are many options available, with water electrolysis being the easiest to implement, though it requires a massive power supply. Additionally, gaseous giant planets, and even the atmospheres of some celestial bodies contain hydrogen, but collecting it is quite challenging. This is indeed a good thing. Wang Yu nodded, realizing the value of this material through Bar's explanation. Because it can even serve as a power source for spacecraft, it far surpasses ordinary fossil fuels, and the byproduct of combustion is water, which can even be consumed after burning. There were a total of 48 hydrogen and oxygen bricks stuffed in the drawer, with 24 of each type, which they could take with them when they left. Moreover, if they could find fully charged hydrogen and oxygen bricks, they could even restart the backup power here, which would greatly facilitate exploration and intelligence gathering. Because the computer might also be usable, it not only allows access to past logs, but may also contain a complete inventory of the supplies in the entire workshop, which would be far more efficient than searching bit by bit. Bar added harboring plans to restart the workshop. Wang Yu was assessing the risks and thought about the terrifying robots located on the lower levels. That robot might be the guard here. Restarting the power might activate it. Let's not rush, or we should confirm the situation. Moreover, there probably aren't any fully charged hydrogen and oxygen bricks left here, as if there were they would have been used for power generation long ago. Wang Yu glanced at the depleted hydrogen and oxygen bricks in the drawer and concluded, The three did not linger in the power room. Having figured things out, they explored down the spiral corridor. Along the way, they saw a large number of parts left on the conveyor belt, including or secured with straps. Perhaps these aliens brought the rubble here from mining to obtain supplies. These parts, including the machinery furnaces, and even the lighting fixtures and wires on the corridor and platform, are all valuable items that can be used on the deep space vessel. One, you wish to take everything and empty it out. However, some items once removed from their corresponding production lines and operational environments would essentially be useless scrap iron. Thus, they needed to select carefully, leaving the subsequent headache to Bar. They descended to the third level about 3 circles away from the bottom, where they discovered a comprehensive warehouse. The space wasn't particularly large, but it was filled to the brim with collected ores, refined metal blocks, large barrels of machine oil, a significant amount of depleted hydrogen and oxygen bricks, and various unidentified parts and tools. Using the system, Wang Yu checked each item one by one, skipping those he couldn't understand. Soon he made a discovery. Name: oxygen box, 100. Manufacturer: heart of the rock, regulatory level I. Civilian description: requires power supply for use in oxygen box for supplying oxygen to spacesuits, includes oxygen bricks. No. 5. Allowing for direct replacement of oxygen bricks or the entire oxygen box, with the latter being more convenient. Name: carbon dioxide filter box, a 100. Manufacturer: heart of the rock, regulatory level I. Civilian description: requires power supply for use of filter box for absorbing carbon dioxide, contains special materials for adsorbing carbon dioxide, allowing for direct replacement of the filter core or the entire filter box, with the latter being more convenient. Wang Yu found the oxygen bottle used by the aliens on this spaceship. Or should it be called an oxygen box? But this item completely doesn't fit with his spacesuit and is utterly unusable. He was still overthinking it. The specifications of creations between different civilizations vary greatly. How could it possibly be used directly? It seems he could only take it back to have a look. Wang Yu searched around the shelves and found a spacesuit here, but this thing, even if it was in children's size, how could it have? Wait, 4 of them seemed to be pant legs. He couldn't figure out how this thing was worn, but these aliens were definitely not humanoids. Their physiological structure was completely different. This seemingly new spacesuit was unlikely to be of any use, almost equivalent to trash. The three continued to search for a while, and it was still Meager with her sharp eyes who discovered a stash of supplies piled in the corner, including 3 large boxes of canned goods and over 40 barrels of fresh water in white plastic containers totaling nearly 2 tons. Name: fluorescent moss, canned food. Manufacturer: heart of the rock, regulatory level I. Civilian description: canned food made from a special organic plant, blue fluorescent moss, that grows in humid hot caves. This is a chemoautotrophic organism with strict growth conditions, only thriving in humid environments of 35 to 38 degrees Celsius. It is nutritionally comprehensive, rich in starch, amino acids, and mineral elements, serving as the primary food source for the rock dwellers. It is non-toxic and edible, though it has a foul odor that makes it difficult to swallow. This is edible, and the label and packaging look quite new, so it's very likely not spoiled, Wang Yu assessed after reviewing the system information. Because its preservation state is far better than that of gourmet cat food. As for the foul smell and difficulty swallowing, these are manageable. When one is starving, they can eat anything. This trip was indeed worthwhile as it resolved their urgent needs. The three made a rough circle in the warehouse, not lingering long or taking anything, as it wasn't the right time. They could return later to assist. For now, they needed to inspect the entire workshop first. However, as they exited the warehouse and walked down the corridor, Wang Yu picked up a hammer that was in good condition. Name: demolition power hammer. Manufacturer: heart of the rock, regulatory level I. Civilian description: a hammer enhanced by explosives for increased power, used to crush rocks and facilitate the extraction of metals. It requires inserting No. 13 hydrogen and oxygen bricks into the hammer's handle, and otherwise it functions merely as an ordinary hammer, and it is prohibited to use it in confined spaces. The rock dwellers found that this hammer was very impractical in a weightless environment after bringing it into space. Not only was it difficult to manage the flying debris and dust, but it could also easily cause injury. Thus production was halted, and only remnants might still be found in factories or storage areas. Rock dwellers, a type of organic intelligent life that resides in caves resembling arthropods, but actually being a form of advanced reptilian life. They are extremely sensitive to climate, especially temperature, and hibernate to survive the harsh winters. Adult individuals typically measure around 1 meter in length with very robust bodies and 4 agile multi-joint arms at the shoulders, allowing them to skillfully operate various tools. Their 4-legged lower body satisfies their need to crawl through caves. Although they operate in the darkness of caves year-round, they surprisingly possess strong night vision, relying on the glow emitted by subterranean mushrooms and moss to see normally, and are not well suited to bright environments. This species, having originated underground, excels in mining ores from caves and refining them into high-quality metals, possessing advanced knowledge in material science. After thousands of years of evolution and technological revolution, they finally mastered enough technology to venture into deep space and departed from their home planet. A hammer. Rock dwellers. Wang Yu held the hammer, which was less than half a meter long with a head no larger than a fist, feeling that it bore no resemblance to the word hammer. Perhaps this was a big hammer in the perception of the so-called rock dwellers. After all, standing at 1 meter tall, this was indeed a big hammer in comparison. Moreover, this hammer was functional. It activated smoothly, and upon pressing the button, a faint yellow light strip illuminated the hammer, indicating that the hydrogen and oxygen bricks inside were charged. Unfortunately, it was too small to be brought back for power generation. Not bad, it can be used as a weapon. Wang Yu turned off the power, swung it a couple of times, and fell in love with it, inserting. They made their way down to the lower levels. Due to the zero-gravity environment and the urgency of their task, their descent was quite rapid, taking only about half an hour aside from a brief delay of over 10 minutes in the warehouse. At the end of the spiral corridor stood the super alloy door that had previously blocked their path. Viewed from the inside this time, it was still breathtaking. Facing the door was a terrifying four-legged robot resembling the guardian of this place. Upon seeing this entity, the three of them became extremely alert, their guns aimed at it. Meager even pulled out a grenade, fearing it might come to life. That seems to be the main control console, but so far we haven't seen a single corpse. Bao's gun pointed in that direction, where a large control console was situated beneath the spiral corridor. Moreover, what she mentioned was exactly what Wang Yu was puzzled about. Why had they not discovered any corpses of the Rock Clan until now? The three of them approached the fearsome robot. As they got closer and looked up at the robot, the discomfort it caused intensified. It felt less like a robot and more like a product of some sinister ritual. Wang Yu lowered his gun and attempted to touch it, accessing the item information. Name: Death Digger. Remaining energy 97. Manufacturer: Heart of the Rock. Supervision level I. Civilian description: a heavy combat robot crafted by an engineer in his final moments to eliminate invaders. Its prototype was a third-generation space mining robot designed by the Rock Clan, utilizing hydrogen and oxygen bricks as power sources, efficiently collecting and transporting ores. However, due to the invasion by extraterrestrial beings, the development of this robot was forcibly halted, and by the time it was completed, it had completely deviated from its original concept. Its surface was covered with hard drill bits, severely interfering with movement, wasting the flexibility of its joints, and increasing unnecessary power consumption. The metal shell incorporated a large number of deceased Rock Clan remains, as the creator sought to harness the strength of his kin fighting side by side to enhance the robot's power. Yet its actions only made the metal coarse and mixed with impurities, greatly reducing its strength without yielding any substantive effect. The corpses of the invaders adorning the robot, aside from instilling terror in others, had no tangible effect whatsoever. Kill them. Exterminate the invaders. Kill, 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 kill. They do not deserve to exist in this world. A mad engineer can be handed over as a legacy of civilization to the legacy collectors for 200 universal credits and 3 corresponding civilization gacha draws. Power 29, defense 18, armament: death drill, death impact drill, death great axe, death hammer. Wang Yu furrowed his brows deeply after reading the item information, looking once more at the mad robot before him. Unsure if it was a psychological effect, he felt a chilling malice emanating from the robot, sending a shiver down it. Then the robot seemed to come alive in his eyes, its rough metallic surface extending small limbs, as if something was trying to burrow out from within. A thunderous roar shook the ground as the robot moved, all its drill bits starting to spin, lunging towards Wang Yu. What's wrong with you? Ball slapped Wang Yu, pulling him out of the recent hallucination and back to reality. Wang Yu snapped back, almost losing his balance, but fortunately the power armor steadied him, otherwise he might have ended up sitting on the ground. Did you all not see it just now? After coming to, Wang Yu glanced at the motionless Death Digger, and then at Ball and Meager, only to receive their strange, puzzled looks. Especially Ball, who shone her tactical flashlight around before looking at Wang Yu, as if asking, "What did you see?" Wang Yu took a deep breath, feeling that the previous illusion was too real, possibly due to his heightened sensitivity. It's nothing but. I might know why we haven't seen any alien corpses along the way. Wang Yu shared the robot's description with the two, especially with Meager, who bristled after hearing it, as it resembled a scary short story. This engineer actually made a robot using the remains of his kin. However, there was good news as well. The robot still had energy, and it used hydrogen and oxygen bricks, which could likely be utilized in the power room to restore power here. For safety's sake, it would be wise to quickly disconnect its battery while the robot was still inactive. Otherwise, if this problematic robot activated, even if it were as useless as described, destroying it wouldn't be any. The three of them quickly sprang into action, searching around the robot. In the end, it was Meager who spotted a handle similar to that of the power room, likely containing drawers for the hydrogen and oxygen bricks. Well done. Wang Yu praised, patting Meager on the head. However, this position was a bit high, over 4 meters. As Wang Yu pondered, Ball had already taken action, scaling the robot like a pro in speed climbing. However, she couldn't open it on her first try, and didn't use brute force, as the previous incident with the circular valve was still fresh in her mind. Meager, come up here and help what seems to be locked. Try to dig a hole to dismantle the lock. Ball called for Meager to assist, and the latter, being quite agile herself, quickly climbed up and used her claws to shred the lock and surrounding metal plate to pieces. Indeed, as the system indicated, the outer shell was not very sturdy. It was weaker than the walls of the workshop. Inside, they found hydrogen and oxygen bricks stored in 2 layers with 8 of each, which they tossed down one after another. Wang Yu assessed their energy storage through the system. Given the ambient temperature was also low, there was no need to worry about gas leakage. All usable with storage levels above 95. Wang Yu, standing on the ground, shared the good news. Utilizing this energy might restore power here. But this engine had energy but chose to put it into a combat robot instead of generating power. How much did he hate those invaders? Wang Yu was baffled, feeling both unable to understand, yet somehow comprehending, a bit conflicted. Before proceeding, he confirmed the robot's status. The remaining energy indeed dropped to 0, and there were no extra reserve energies. He then sighed in relief, urging Ball and Malkier to move the hydrogen and oxygen bricks to the power room for energy generation. Time was of the essence. His oxygen supply was running low, and if it took too long, he might have to return and replenish it. By this point, Wang Yu was no longer overly concerned about the insectoid raiders. If they were lurking nearby, they would have likely already made their move. These population raiders had no reason to ignore them. As for the safety of the deep space, there were Hammer and Pig inside. If the insectoid raiders could successfully seize the ship, he would have nothing to say. The 3 of them retraced their steps, without pausing, heading straight to the power room at the end of the spiral corridor, beginning to exchange the hydrogen and oxygen bricks retrieved from the terrifying robot. Although not every brick contained energy, such systems should operate on a parallel logic. A portion of hydrogen and oxygen bricks without fuel would not impact the overall operation, otherwise the system would easily malfunction. And indeed, that was the case. When they pushed the drawer back in and pulled down the stone that represented the emergency power source, the room, along with the entire workshop, lit up, accompanied by the rumbling of machines starting up. However, the color of these lights was somewhat autofluorescent green, reminiscent of emergency escape indicators, but brighter, allowing visibility, though color differentiation was challenging. Wang Yu was already contemplating how to take the Death Digger back, considering it might be the greatest harvest of this trip that must be transported back. It's large and heavy, although there's no gravity, it's still not easy to move. After completing all this, the 3 returned to the bottom level, feeling much more relaxed, as there was no danger. It was merely a decommissioned workshop.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Moreover, the emergency exit isn't that high, it won't fit. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on. Do I have to dismantle it into parts to bring it back? I will check the central control console. Ball said goodbye and walked straight to the console, intending to infiltrate the system here to gather more intelligence. Wang Yu remained still, glancing at the remaining oxygen, frowning as he looked at the Death Digger, contemplating the next course of action. No matter how he thought about it, he had to dismantle this robot. But dismantling it would be cumbersome to carry. It's so large that it definitely can't be taken in one trip. Moreover, the main entrance needs to be opened, otherwise moving it would exhaust anyone. Speaking of which, after dismantling it, would the salvage operators recognize this thing if part of it was taken back? Hiss. Troublesome. Wang Yu felt overwhelmed. At that moment, he felt someone tugging at his spacesuit, and turned to find it was Malkier. She directly handed him something resembling a yellow toy gun with a distinctly plastic feel, making it seem even more like a toy when held. Name: Pulse Pistol. Manufacturer: Home of the Parasite. Regulatory level: Class I, Civilian. Description: a non-lethal dual-purpose weapon distributed by Home of the Parasite for low-ranking combat personnel. It can emit low-frequency pulses to incapacitate targets, effective against most organic life forms, and can also switch to live ammunition mode using electromagnetic propulsion to inflict damage. Each full charge allows for 150 shots. However, if switched to high-energy lethal mode, it can only fire 15 times. It also supports battery replacement, with each battery containing 15 rounds of live ammunition. This is a weapon of the bug raiders. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. What was even more surprising was that this weapon was still functional. Kier, where did you find this? He asked, and Malkier pointed to a corner where a pile of miscellaneous items was stacked, yellow and blue, resembling a garbage heap. This gun was dug out from the garbage heap. Wang Yu and Ball were so focused on the robot and the control console that they overlooked this suspicious pile of trash. Kier, you did well. Wang Yu praised, and then he and Malkier began rummaging through the garbage pile, turning over everything. Inside were empty cans, discarded metal parts, and broken weapons. Of course, there were also intact weapons. Name: Sweet Wind Explosive. Manufacturer: Home of the Parasite. Regulatory level: Class I, Civilian. Description: Sweet Wind was originally a special secretion used by the Soren insect race to anesthetize the host's nerves, depriving them of resistance and consciousness, effective against most organic life forms' central nervous systems. After further refinement, this substance can also be used to anesthetize living targets and has been made into special. When tightly squeezed to deform and thrown, it will explode into a sweet, fragrant mist that causes unconsciousness, classifying it as a non-lethal weapon. It is ineffective against the Soren insect race, but inhaling a large amount could lead to nerve paralysis and even respiratory failure, resulting in death. Moreover, this substance is addictive, Even small amounts can give users feelings of happiness and satisfaction, dulling their reactions and numbing their nerves, which is why it is also included in certain drinks and even cigarettes, making it a major pillar of the Soren insect race's economy. These bugs, Wang Ye's face revealed undisguised disgust after reading the information. Their weapons are basically all non-lethal. The purpose is self-evident. After all, these populations are the valuable resources they need to plunder. Destroying them would not align with their interests. Among the pulse pistols, including the previous one, they found a total of 3. Additionally, there are more than a dozen replaceable batteries, with only 4 containing live ammunition. The replacement method is similar to that of changing magazines, and they can even be recharged. The charging port is consistent with the Fire Scorpion 05, indicating it might be a common specification. They only dug out 5 Sweet Wind explosives while there were over 20 used ones, indicating that the bug raiders used a considerable number of grenades to secure this place. But where are the weapons of the Rock Clan? Anyway, they didn't find any in this pile of garbage. It makes sense this is a workshop, not a weapons cache. Even if there were weapons, the quantity likely wouldn't be significant, and they certainly wouldn't be placed in easily accessible locations. He looked towards the terrifying robot, called out to Meager, and planned to check the corpses of the bug raiders on it. Finding weapons seemed unlikely, and the combat suits were all damaged, even raising suspicions of malicious corpse desecration. However, the thing strapped to their backs, resembling 2 gas tanks, was likely the jetpack mentioned in the system information. He intended to verify if it was intact. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yu and Meager removed all 8 corpses with jetpacks using Kier's claws. Even though the chains had penetrated the insides of these corpses, they could still be removed easily. And indeed, there were 2 usable jetpacks inside, one with 57 gas remaining and the other with 41. Name: Combat Jetpack. Manufacturer: Home of the Parasite. Regulatory: Level Class I Civilian. Description: a jetpack issued by Home of the Parasite for low-ranking combat personnel, with a simple structure that can be used independently. It can control the direction of the nozzles via 2 hip rods, and pulling them sharply will redirect the nozzle upwards, allowing users to adjust the amount and intensity of the jet by pressing buttons, enabling short-distance movement in a vacuum or weightless environment. However, the gas supply in the high-pressure cylinders is limited and cannot serve as the primary means of mobility. This is also a good item. I'll see if I can use it. Wang Yu was eager to try out the new equipment he had found. It was almost a habit now. Basically nothing escaped his grasp except grenades. And it wasn't that he didn't want to test the grenades, it was just that the cost of using them was too high, as they were one-time use. He strapped the jetpack onto his back, and it fit quite well, though he was uncertain whether the shoulder straps were sturdy enough. The material felt quite elastic. Wow! With a startled exclamation, Wang Yu shot off like a firecracker, crashing diagonally into the spiral. However, just as he was about to collide, he made a sharp turn and continued to ascend, slowly decelerating and floating in midair. Not bad. The quality of this bug's equipment is still acceptable, Wang Yu praised. Though the bug's actions were repugnant, it had nothing to do with the craftsmanship of their creations. However, the gas in the cylinder was depleting quite rapidly. After such a short flight, it had dropped by 5, leaving only 52. He thought about trying to refill it. This way they would have another means of movement in space. Meager, stop playing with that. They'll teach you how to use it when we get back. You could get hurt otherwise, Wang Yu said, hastening to stop Meager as she slung another jetpack over her shoulders. She obediently pouted and set the jetpack down, though Wang Yu knew she would pester him to try it again once they returned. The 3 converged at the central console. The system had already been infiltrated by Bear. Compared to the Shinkong, how its defenses were far weaker, and it did not take long for them to obtain the highest administrative privileges. Bear downloaded a vast trove of information about the civilization and the vessel from the console, language dictionaries among other resources, then organized the files, which included extensive text, images, and video. In programming and computational design, the mechanized stellar civilization was far ahead, a true dimensional advantage. The entire process took remarkably little time. She opened the files in the order she had arranged and narrated their contents, which made Wang Yu frown. The reality differed from his expectations. The ship had in fact originated from a nearby star system called Zirsikisi, less than 2 light-years away. None of them had encountered that system before. The nearest system everyone knew bore the notorious Dioxing. They would soon understand why the maps disagreed. The star of Zirsikisi, a robust blue giant in its prime, had begun to fail. Its brightness was plummeting. It was later confirmed that an advanced civilization was responsible, for they were engaged in constructing some vast artifact that sought to envelop the blue giant. A Dyson sphere? Wang Yu asked, the thought arising naturally. No, you'll see, Bear replied, and continued. At first it resembled a Dyson sphere. The stars emitted heat, dropped precipitously, endangering the Yankazu people's survival. They attempted communication and even launched nuclear warheads, but nothing worked. The construct paid them no heed. The thing appeared to be an autonomous mechanism, utterly uncommunicative. It simply executed the program it had been given. Once the Yankazu confirmed this, they prepared on 2 fronts. First, they readied themselves for the cold and extreme frost. As a subterranean people, they had an advantage in such matters. The other preparation was to accelerate their space industry and build massive colony ships. Their population exceeded 50 billion, and with unified values they possessed formidable industrial capacity and mobilization power. After roughly a century of preparation, the shipyards were completed, and the first colony ship had just been built. Then their system's star simply vanished. What? It vanished. Wang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Yes, it vanished. It now appears the star may have been transferred into subspace, perhaps relocated to be used as an energy source, or perhaps removed simply to destroy the system. In any case, the construct had excavated the star away, by removing the mass that accounted for more than 90% of the system's mass. The gravitational balance collapsed in an instant. For the worlds within, the consequences were dire. It was an almost insoluble catastrophe, Bear said, frowning. Even she could hardly conceive of a device so terrifying. The Yankuzu calculated that their homeworld was on a collision course with another planet, and had only a little more than a decade. Deprived of stellar light, their population had fallen from a peak of 50 billion to 10 billion. In the frantic final years, they hastily constructed 5 large colony ships, and 12 smaller ones, abandoning nearly half their people, and departing their homeworld for their intended new refuge, Dioxing. They set out for Dioxing. What? Dioxing? Are you sure they intended to colonize that eyeball planet? That's suicide. Wang Yu blurted out. Bear then offered an explanation. At first I doubted it too, but after comparing the star charts I became certain their destination was indeed Dioxing. As for the reason, she said, look at the older photographs of that world. Bear pulled up the images. To their surprise, the planet had once been a cerulean orb very similar to the blue star. Vast oceans, dense vegetation on the continents, all wrapped in thin sheet-like clouds. That planet had not always been as it appeared now, it had been rich with life. It had even harbored civilization. Because the central console had been without power for a long time, Bear could not confirm precisely how old the photographs were, but they did not seem very ancient. Many facilities had not decayed beyond use, and still appeared serviceable. Bear added this. So it used to be like that. The eye on that planet must have appeared later. Wang Yu smacked his lips and reached to rub his chin, touching only the helmet of his suit. If that is so. He recalled Dioxing's current state. Though most of the world had been painted red, near the polar regions at the far end of the Great Eye there remained small patches of cold white land. Perhaps the civilization on Dioxing had not been wholly extinguished. That would require further observation by the Shinkong Hao. For now they returned to the matter of this ship and the fleet behind it. By plan, the fleet would mine in the asteroid belt of their current system to replenish supplies before heading to Dioxing, but before they reached their destination, they received a distress signal on a peculiar frequency. An alien vessel, its engine systems disabled, had become stranded in the system's asteroid field. No need to ask whose ship it was. It was a vessel of the Soloan Chongzhu. That civilization made contact with the stranded ship and even offered assistance. In the surveillance footage, Bear showed several semi-humanoid figures in protective suits, and a group of 4-legged, four-armed rock-skin creatures were clasping hands. An apparently pleasant exchange. The Yankuzu did not know that those people were nothing more than insects wearing human guises. What followed mashed Wang Yu's suspicions. About 3 weeks after the encounter, the Soloan Chongzhu launched a raid on the populous colonial fleet. The footage showed scores of ships, each tens of meters long, tearing through space and launching boarding operations against the Yankuzu colonist vessels. They latched onto the colony ships, including the very first colonizer on which Wang Yu now found himself. What came next was a one-sided slaughter. No, capture would be a more accurate word. The Soloan Chongzhu had appeared suddenly. The Yankuzu had no time to prepare and were rendered unconscious by an anesthetic gas, the so-called Tian foam, released by the small craft. Control of the vessels changed hands swiftly. The only exception was Wang Yu's ship. Their position had been relatively favorable. Fewer invaders boarded them, and the Yankuzu recovered enough to mount a fierce interior battle. Yet they were overwhelmingly disadvantaged, passive, disorganized, lacking in coordination, utterly unprepared for war. In the workshop, an engineer who happened to be testing a newly developed mining robot had been spared the gas and used the robot to counter the intruders. The insectoid combatants carried no heavy weapons and suffered grievous losses upon contact. They resorted to casting numerous Tian foam bombs, but these could not reach the robot operator, whose cockpit was sealed with an independent life support system. After the engineer secured a local victory and prepared to press the advantage, the ship's commander delivered his final address in the recorded footage. Victory was impossible. These damned invaders are not some lost semi-humans, but repulsive parasites, he cried. They would rather die and return to dust than have their flesh enslaved by these bugs, a fate worse than death. As the last standing supreme leader, the commander resolved upon mutual annihilation with the invaders. This universe is wicked. You elder civilizations, because you were born first and possess superior technology, dare to wreck our homes and steal our people and expect us to live like beasts. This is madness. I, Jidkure, the 41st emperor of the great empire, uphold the indomitable will born of the planet's core. I refuse any terms of negotiation and hereby declare the death of you plunderers. The emperor issued the highest command: detonate the nuclear charges aboard all the colony ships to eradicate the invaders utterly. He enacted a final desperate measure, a sovereign's order that would consume both the conquerors and the remnants of his people in a cataclysmic end. This is the reconstructed sequence of events broadly deduced from the console logs. Barr then projected a surveillance footage captured from deep space. Swarms of dark brown parasite-like vessels clung to the hulls of these colony ships. Moments before the explosion, all those dark brown vessels ignited with blinding light, then without trace vanished. Not only this ship, but the other 5 massive colony vessels as well. Did they retreat into subspace? Wang Yu instantly grasped the implication the Solon insectoid race had somehow dragged the seized colony ships into subspace alongside them. Such technology was tailor-made for conquest and plunder. Thus the Emperor's self-destruct command only annihilated his own flagship and 2 adjacent smaller colony vessels. All remaining vessels, including their combined population of several billion souls, were spirited away into subspace by the raiders. This workshop, the pinnacle of that civilization's technological achievement, featured a door constructed from cutting-edge experimental material. It survived the blast intact, hurled far from the epicenter by the shockwave, and remarkably some crew members remained alive inside. Subsequent records grew somber. The sole survivor was Barwick, a senior engineer whose console logs identified him as lead developer of the latest generation of mining robots. At the moment of detonation, he happened to be seated inside a robot's cockpit secured by safety restraints, thus surviving the cataclysmic force though losing one arm. His colleagues were not so fortunate. Overwhelmed by high-concentration sweet wind anesthetic and the blast's concussive fury, none endured. Though steeped in despair, engineer Barwick wrestled through inner turmoil and ultimately rose, determined to gather the remains of his kin. Per the traditions of the Yenku people, the deceased must be reverently interred within square metallic caskets. Yet after completing this solemn duty and reviewing system logs, Barwick recoiled in horror. The raiders had not perished in the blast. Instead, they had slipped into the void with their stolen colony ships, just as silently and utterly as they had first emerged. Later surveillance footage grew increasingly inscrutable. The engineer first descended into frenzied destruction, lasting hours, then fell abruptly, still quietly beginning to restore order. Soon after, he retrieved the metallic caskets, each containing a fallen comrade, and sat before them speaking softly. The distant camera captured only silent images, and no audio survived. Having finished his address, he armed each of the 127 deceased with weapons. Where arms ran short, he substituted the kinetic hammers Wang Yu later discovered. One by one, he fed them into the smelting furnace, melting their remains into raw ingots to reconstruct and upgrade the prototype mining robot. The process consumed immense energy. To sustain it, Barwick rewrote portions of the console's firmware, overriding built-in safety constraints. Soon the workshop's reserve power, including hydrogen-oxygen bricks stored in the warehouse, was entirely depleted. Even the final reserves, hydrogen and oxygen bricks, were diverted not to life support systems, but directly into the grotesque, radically transformed robot. Thereafter, Barwick entered its cockpit, and never emerged again until the feed dissolved into absolute blackness as the workshop's last what faded. This workshop actually held sufficient food reserves, and with power conserved, and only one survivor, Barwick could have endured for decades. Yet he expended every jewel on modifying that robot, a decision devoid of pragmatic logic. Sending a distress signal would have prolonged survival far longer. From a purely rational standpoint, yes. But Barr did not step into engineer Barwick's shoes, nor view the tragedy through the lens of his people's ethos. Had she done so, she would have understood, profoundly, that even a distress call would have been futile. His entire species had already been extinguished. And even if someone answered, their arrival might herald no salvation, but rather more predators, perhaps the very insectoid raiders themselves. Paralyzed by terror, Barwick dared emit no signal at all, trapped within a cosmic dark forest where he was prey, and all others hunters. As their emperor once declared, this universe may indeed be profoundly malevolent. Even if he sought to forge a formidable combat machine, fusing his kin's remains into its metal frame defied his very purpose. Impurities would only weaken the alloy, rendering it unstable and flawed. Barr could not comprehend the engineer's act. Wang Yu had not yet disclosed the robot's full specifications. He simply wished to fight alongside his comrades. Perhaps that gave him solace, nothing more. Wang Yu frowned in reply, striving to fathom Barwick's motives. Yet the engineer's final behavior had clearly deviated from sanity. Delving too deeply into his intentions was unwise. Wang Yu checked the remaining oxygen supply, replacing the final tank, estimating roughly 2 hours left. It was time to depart. If salvage proved impractical or incomplete, they could regroup and return. Given the circumstances, hidden insectoid raiders were highly unlikely to linger nearby. The insectoid raiders had targeted this colony fleet deliberately, first luring them with false distress signals, inducing sweet wind anesthesia to immobilize them, then assessing their technological sophistication before deploying overwhelming force. The entire operation consumed nearly 3 weeks, time equivalent to subspace transit. Hence their home base lay extraordinarily distant. Moreover, this confirmed their possession of faster-than-light communication, likely subspace-based. The deep space vessel possessed similar capability, but remained inoperative due to critical power depletion. Barr, can this door be opened? Wang Yu pointed toward the workshop's massive entrance, a seamless spiral assembly of interlocking blades. Affirmative. She activated the controls. Instantly the door rotated clockwise, its blades retracting fluidly into the frame, an elegant futuristic gesture. A pity truly. One more matter, the captain's quarters door is damaged. Do we possess either repair facilities or raw materials to fabricate a replacement? Wang Yu added, recalling the compromised state of the bridge chamber. Urgent repairs were needed, preferably before the next subspace jump. Given the workshop's existing production lines and stockpiled materials, the question was reasonable. Well, we must first measure the door's dimensions aboard the vessel, then assess whether our remaining reserve power suffices to manufacture a new one. Understood. We'll revisit this later. Wang Yu nodded, turning once more toward the monstrous robot. That unit may still be operational. If piloted, perhaps it can be flown back. He resolved to attempt it. Balmauk, here, you two go move the items and bring them to the door. We will pack everything together later, especially those boxes of canned food and water. I will check that robot again. If it can be powered on, I can just install the battery back and drive it directly to the deep space ship, which will be much more convenient. Wang Yu thought about how to take this Death Digger with him. After all, it was a relic of civilization that could not be missed. He had spent credit points learning unknown languages and was counting on making it back here. With the tasks assigned, the three began to act separately for the first time. Since power had been restored, the workshop was no longer so dark, and with the absence of the insectoid raiders as an unstable factor, they could all work more freely. Wang Yu approached the terrifying robot, identifying the cockpit's location based on the information he had seen, and he flew up using his jetpack. Although he had only tried it briefly before, he quickly mastered its usage. While it would take some time to become proficient, it was no problem for ordinary transportation. It should be here. Wang Yu hovered on the right side of the terrifying robot, roughly below the forearms on the top. As shown in the video, there was a cockpit positioned within this drill-covered cylindrical body, but it didn't even have a window, making it resemble an unmanned robot. Moreover, where is the gap? Is this the so-called freelance job? Wang Yu frowned, even illuminating his shoulder-mounted flashlight to search for a gap, but found none. This was too exaggerated. There were no hands either. How was he supposed to operate it? He thought of Malkir. Her claws always played an irreplaceable role when breaking through walls, but calling her over. Wang Yu looked at Malkir, who was climbing up, pondered for a moment, and took out an item. Upon reflection, he realized he could also accomplish something similar. He had the Shadow Demon short stab in hand, as well as a hammer. He positioned himself based on the footage he had seen before thrusting forcefully. The Shadow Demon short stab pierced directly into the metal exterior, proving to be quite sharp. However, it was still not enough to create a hole for breaking through the cockpit door. So Wang Yu took out a small hammer called the Big Hammer, activated its power, took a deep breath, and swung it directly. Bang! The immense sound even caught the attention of Ball and Malkir on the spiral corridor. The two turned to see Wang Yu flying backward, quite disheveled, nearly crashing into the wall. The terrifying robot also toppled to the ground after such a commotion, demonstrating the sheer power of this hammer. Of course, this was also related to the weightlessness of the environment. Ball frowned, feeling that Wang Yu often stirred up dangerous commotions in corners. Fortunately, nothing went wrong, and he stabilized his form with the jetpack. Below, Wang Yu felt a bit frightened because the hammer was too powerful. Was this really meant for human use? If one accidentally swung it without protective gear, he would be half killed by the recoil. It seemed that the body structure of these rock clan creatures had its unique characteristics. Their rock-like skin was likely not just as tough as it appeared. He quickly flew back to inspect his handiwork. Sure enough, this one swing plus the short stab had created a large hole in the not so sturdy robot's exterior, and the short stab was nowhere to be found. Approaching closer, he used the strong flashlight on his shoulder to check, and was nearly scared to death because the short stab had precisely penetrated the head of the engineer inside. That shriveled ball-like object situated between the forearms. It should be the head, as it had what appeared to be mouth and eye-like organs on top capable of rotating 360 degrees, as seen in the video. After being startled, Wang Yu quickly calmed down. After all, it was merely a long-dead corpse, almost mummified. I really didn't do this on purpose, he said apologetically. After observing for several seconds, and confirming that the corpse would not move, he began to use the flashlight to search, and even reached in to feel around, finally, touching something resembling a lever. With a pull, the mechanically assisted cockpit door finally slid open. There had been no way to open it from the outside. For control levers. How do I operate this thing? I will check if Ball can find the manual later. Wang Yu assessed, glancing at the hole in the cockpit door. He felt that if he wanted to use it, he must patch the hole first, otherwise what if it leaks air? I truly apologize, but you have to return the short stab to me. I will give you a proper burial later. Wang Yu reached out to pull the short stab lodged in the engineer's head. It was quite tight, as if stuck in a rock. Each tug also moved the safety belt securing the driver. Let's get you out first, Wang Yu said, preparing to unbuckle the safety belt and retrieve the engineer's corpse. However, this cockpit was a bit small for Wang Yu. There was still a corpse inside, so he had to be careful while handling it, trying not to pull the head off. Just as Wang Yu was unbuckling the safety belt and preparing to take out the corpse, he unexpectedly found that he couldn't pull. Upon closer inspection, Wang Yu gasped in shock. He discovered that the lower half of the corpse, those four legs, had actually rooted themselves into the robot, and they were still writhing and spreading downward. This is it. Before Wang Yu could react, two withered hands with only 4 fingers grasped his outstretched right arm, while another hand reached for his head, or rather the helmet, but due to the length it only grabbed the collar of his exoskeleton suit. Intruder, I have finally waited for you. Despite being in a vacuum environment, Wang Yu inexplicably heard a voice coming from the corpse. No, this guy is not dead, he cannot be considered a corpse. Damn, Wang Yu cursed, trying to break free, but found that the creature had surprisingly strong strength. Even in his powered armor, he could not easily escape. Fortunately, he was no longer a novice, his actions were very decisive. His left hand reached to his chest, drawing out the Fire Scorpion 05 beam pistol, and fired without hesitation, burning a hole through the monster's head before picking up the floating Shadow Demon short stab and forcefully kicking off, retreating, though his collar was still caught on the monster's severed arm. Wang Yu, what happened to you? Bao's voice came through the built-in headset of the spacesuit, having heard some unusual We have a big problem. That engineer is still alive, and something is off about him. Wang Yu replied, stabilizing his posture with the jetpack as he heard a violent explosion in front of him. As Wang Yu made his escape, he did not forget to throw a fragmentation grenade. However, the grenade's effect was mediocre. The previously downed, terrifying robot reacted as if resurrected, its body convulsing and slowly standing up in an abnormal posture, as if something inside was pushing it to move. In the next second, all the drills on its body began to operate, emitting a rumbling sound as it stood in front of Wang. What a... Ball burst out of the warehouse, just in time to witness the terrifying robot powering up below, her face frozen in utter disbelief. After all, its power source, the hydrogen and oxygen bricks, had been removed only recently by her and Catkale herself. Yet this machine, why is it still moving? Ball could not fathom what she saw, yet it was undeniably real. Her systems registered no interference whatsoever, the phenomenon defied all logic. As it rose, every drill embedded across its body whirred to life, and with brutal precision it lunged toward Wang Yu, delivering a crushing fist that made Bale's heart lurch. Fortunately, Wang Yu possessed superhuman aptitude in piloting and spatial awareness, narrowly evading the blow. Only a glancing strike from a small drill left a shallow gash across his powered armor, tearing a seam in his spacesuit. Air rushed out in a violent hiss, but Wang Yu seized the moment to retreat from the Death Digger and hastily sprayed emergency sealant over the breach. Such sealant was standard issue for deep space suits. Without it, even a pinprick rupture would spell instant doom. Though the patched integrity remained precarious and large breaches were beyond repair, the Death Digger did not relent. It surged forward again, and astonishingly now spoke. Its voice resonated directly within Wang Yu's mind. Crush Wang Yu, evil intruder. As the Death Digger pursued, Wang Yu dodged once more and raised his beam pistol. Yet after the barest hesitation, he lowered it, replacing it with a far more potent magnetic adhesive demolition grenade. Then, a heavy caliber round struck the Death Digger's leg mid-stride. The colossal impact staggered it, halting its momentum for half a heartbeat. Wang Yu glanced upward. There stood Ball, descending in swift support. She had somehow commandeered Catkale's jetpack, cradling the girl as she flew down, rifle held steady in one hand. The recoil of her anti-material sniper rifle hurled her backward, but she compensated, instantly stabilizing. Following her command, Catkale bit down on the pins of 2 electromagnetic pulse EMP grenades and hurled them straight at the Death Digger. A flawless coordination. Wang Yu stared stunned. He hadn't imagined Ball and Catkale could move so swiftly, so precisely. The grenades landed squarely before the Death Digger. Though her first ever throw, Catkale's aim proved uncannily true. The detonation erupted upon impact, unleashing a dazzling storm of electric arcs and a devastating EMP wave that surged across the machine's entire frame. EMP weapons inflicted damage by releasing an intense transient electromagnetic field, overloading circuits, frying microchips, and melting conductive pathways. They were especially lethal against delicate electronics, and robots above all. Struck heat in, the Death Digger took 2 stiff steps, then froze. Sparks erupted violently from within its chassis, currents arced wildly, and several smaller drills blasted free, scattering charred fragments into the air. Had anyone possessed olfactory senses in vacuum, they might have detected the acrid stench of burnt flesh. Catkale, hovering above, clutched her nose, her expression twisted in disgust. The 3 allies converged at last, and with the Death Digger immobilized by EMP, victory seemed assured for Wang. Yet Wang Yu, who understood precisely how the machine had reactivated, showed no relief. Instead, his grip tightened around 2 magnetic adhesive demolition grenades, dual-wielding them now. Wang Yu. Ball sensed something amiss and turned. Don't you feel it? That creeping dread, he said, his voice gray. Dread, oi. Ball scanned the inert robot, feeling nothing.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The Death Digger, motionless moments before, began to shudder anew. Without hesitation, Wang Yu hurled both grenades. Designed for breaching reinforced doors, these grenades packed greater explosive force than fragmentation variants, and adhered magnetically to metallic surfaces. Both locked onto the robot's torso and one arm, then detonated with cataclysmic force. Shrapnel tore outward. Though no shockwave formed in vacuum, the concussive resonance reverberated through the entire workshop, making the whole structure seem to tremble. Yet when the smoke cleared, the Death Digger charged forth unscathed from the wreckage. Wang Yu's eyes widened in shock. Damn it, it's grown flesh. Fall back now. He roared the order. His most powerful weapon had failed utterly. Prolonging the fight was futile. Flight was the only rational choice. All three bolted toward the entrance. Jetpack propulsion accelerating their escape exponentially. Within seconds they reached the threshold. Having opened the door earlier had proven brilliantly prescient. Escape was now seamless. Behind them the Death Digger gave relentless chase, its speed undiminished. Where explosives had torn away its armored plating, thick dark red flesh oozed forth, sealing the gaps like living graft. Its severed mechanical arm extended raw pulsating tissue, fused with exposed wiring and metal joints, before snatching up its own detached limb and reattaching it, now grotesquely elongated. This was no longer a robot. It had become a writhing abomination, twisted, organic, and utterly profane. 2 more EMP grenades detonated beneath it, hurled by Cat Kale, who'd taken them from Ball, but the effect was negligible. The pulses washed over the biomechanical horror without effect. EMP was useless now. Conventional explosives would have been more practical. Wang Yu emptied every remaining magnetic adhesive demolition grenade he carried. Without glancing back, he flew onward, mind racing for a way forward. His gaze fell upon the rubble field ahead, the very path they'd taken to enter. If they plunged in the jagged terrain, might impede the monster's pursuit. But this was a mining bot now grown flesh, and any disturbance risked triggering further collapse, potentially. There was no time to clear debris methodically. Trapped inside, they'd be doomed. Through the ceiling breach. Wang Yu didn't pause. He cranked the jetpack to maximum thrust and rocketed upward straight toward the jagged opening in the workshop's roof. They'd infiltrated here earlier. The aperture, several meters wide, was just large enough to pass through. Wait! Ball started to speak, but Wang Yu was already gone, vanishing at blinding speed. With no choice, she followed hard on his heels. They shot through the breach in rapid succession, leaving the monstrous machine far below, and angled toward the deep void their ship moored nearby. Yet at that instant, gripping the jetpack's central strut, Wang Yu's blood ran cold. Thrust flickered erratically. Just as he initiated deceleration, preparing to descend toward the derelict vessel's wreckage, the engine died completely. No, not now, out of fuel. His eyes widened in pure terror, his mind blanked. Helpless, he plummeted into the infinite, lightless void. Just as Wang Yu was at a loss, a figure streaked past him at an even faster speed. It was Bear. Now is the time, do as I say, Cat Kier, Bear said, and then saw Cat Kier adopt a posture to jump, stepping on Bear and pushing off, forcefully grabbing Wang Yu, who was floating upwards and plummeting downwards. Cat Kier's reverse push was immensely powerful, and the two landed steadily on the wreckage of the spaceship, without bouncing off as Cat Kier's claws dug into the hull, securing their position. However, despite Bear having used the jetpack to decelerate at the first moment, due to the same issue, the gas in the jetpack ran out, quickly losing power and drifting out into space. By the time Wang Yu realized what had happened, the situation was already as it was. His luck had saved him once again, irrespective of his personal will. Damn it, Wang Yu cursed. It was likely that Bear had noticed the pressure gauge on the jetpack had hit bottom earlier. As Wang Yu was about to say something, a terrifying noise came from beneath him, making him unsteady. It sounded like some heavy object had crashed into the wreckage from within. It was that monster. Several tentacles with drill tips had already extended out from the breach, thrashing about wildly and attacking the surroundings. Wang Yu hurried to the ship. Bear's voice interrupted Wang Yu's thoughts as she lifted her sniper rifle, aiming at the breach, discovering the approaching Death Digger. At this moment, even if she fired a shot, it would be difficult to return to the wreckage using the recoil, and it would waste precious time. What they lacked the most now was time. Wang Yu took only an instant to recognize the situation, understanding that staying here would only worsen it. He had to do what You wait for me, absolutely do not get into trouble, Wang Yu said, urging Cat Kier to hurry. Utilizing the magnetic attraction feature of the spacesuit, he ran on the surface of the wreckage swiftly, but without recklessly charging ahead. No need to rush, stay calm. We must not leave the surface of the wreckage at this time, or it will only waste time. Wang Yu gritted his teeth, running desperately, quickly moving away with Cat Kier. Meanwhile, Bear noticed that the hole below had already been opened. In front of the mining robot equipped with so many demolition tools, this little obstacle was hardly more than a layer of paper. In just a few seconds, it would be dug into a large hole. But just as it popped its head up, 2 magnetic grenades floated over, landing perfectly on its head and detonating violently, knocking it back into the pit. Bear, floating above, remained calm, using her weapons to blast the robot back into the pit twice. But the grenades were already used up. She could only retrieve the anti-material sniper rifle, looking down through the scope at the monster that had emerged from the breach. At this moment, the robot's appearance had changed again. Even Bear could feel a chill from its hideous form, her skin tingling, slightly resembling the twisted disaster forms that had long suffered under Higra's persecution on the machine planet. The small drill tips on its surface no longer posed an obstacle. They had become thrashing drill-tip tentacles like a furious sea anemone. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was its metallic shell, along with the flesh oozing out, had extended numerous arms of the cavern dwellers, not long, but in great numbers, making the robot look as if it were covered in centipede legs, enough to make an ordinary person's scalp tingle and skin break out. I will kill you all. Evil invaders, die. Don't even think about escaping. Bear's eyes widened, even her hand holding the gun loosened, for she had actually heard voices in a vacuum environment. It was not some kind of electromagnetic signal, nor sound waves. Her system log had no record of this audio, yet she clearly heard it. This inexplicable phenomenon left Bear, a robot, momentarily confused, but she ultimately tightened her grip on the gun and fired a shot at the increasingly bizarre robot, followed by a second shot. However, this caliber of gun had no substantial effect other than infuriating the distorted robot. After all, it was a creature that even magnetic grenades could not deal with. A mere sniper rifle was simply inadequate to repel it. The repetitive action of holding the gun, aiming, and firing allowed Bear to avoid overthinking, keeping her composure. She should have been unafraid of death, but for some reason her hands trembled slightly and her vision began to blur, producing double images. Bear repeatedly fired the gun, mechanically shooting bullets that struck the Death Digger. But in her eyes the monster was becoming larger, closer, and clearer. The small limbs extending from its surface had somehow drawn out weapons, seemingly those prepared for its comrades by the initial engineer, even including power hammers firing chaotically and thrashing about, hoping to unite the strength of my comrades and fight side by side. Bear suddenly understood the actions of that engineer. His vision seemed to be realized, although it was achieved in a completely twisted manner. Their weapons had considerable power, like cannonballs, as striking the floating debris around them would even cause explosions, but unfortunately, they didn't allow the invaders to savor it properly. The latest hit even sent Bear tumbling several times, crashing into a small piece of debris, as if it were a shockwave. Fortunately, these creatures had no eyes and wouldn't aim. But that was the end of it. Crack! Crack! The sniper rifle in her hand gave a sensation of dry firing. Her field of vision was filled with numerous drill tips connected to tentacles. Bear barely managed to tilt her head to evade the first one, but her cheek was torn open and bright red blood turned into a neat sphere in the zero-gravity environment. Then dozens, even hundreds of drill tips came rushing at her, and Bear had lost the ability to act or even think due to fear and despair. But at that moment, "Get the hell away from me!" a familiar yet strange roar echoed, also without audio records. A massive shadow flew past Bear, creating almost no sensation of wind or turbulence in the vacuum. That enormous figure was the deep space ship, or rather Wang Yu. At this moment the two were one. "Damn it, what kind of tiny thing are you? He'll crush you," Wang Yu roared, controlling the deep space ship as he flew toward the monster, moving further away. Time rewound by several minutes. Wang Yu sprinted back to the deep space ship at a speed he had never experienced in his life, bursting onto the bridge and sitting in the captain's chair, establishing a connection with the ship. At this moment, all feelings of hunger and desire for the wreckage of the spaceship were cast aside. The first thing he did after establishing the connection was to locate Ball, just in time to witness a dangerously precarious scene. Thus he unleashed all his firepower, disregarding the debris. He himself was the largest and hardest stone there, charging forward and sending the Death Digger flying, racing through the debris field. In front of the massive deep space ship, the robot, slightly over 10 meters tall, felt no different from a small pebble by the roadside. It was as if hitting it would yield no reaction, even less than a speed bump. The deep space ship barreled forward, colliding and shattering countless pieces of debris, and in the blink of an eye, it had traveled several dozen kilometers. At this point, the deep space ship had begun to decelerate, as it had already reached its target. It would still be quite challenging to genuinely crush or scatter this robot, as the distance for acceleration was insufficient, and it would significantly harm the deep space ship. By now the surface of the deep space ship was marred by several visible gouges, all caused by collisions with debris. However, the situation for the Death Digger was not much better. With Wang Yu intentionally ramming it against the rocks, it had become stuck on a relatively hard piece of debris while continuing to fly forward. 3 of its 4 arms had been severed, and the small limbs and drill heads of the rock cavern race had undoubtedly broken off in this process, now resembling a mass of mangled flesh mixed with metal. Yet it was still alive, even beginning to collect nearby rocks and stuffing them into its body to rapidly recover. This terrifying vitality was beyond the limits of common understanding. Wang Yu, aided by the deep space ship's view, noticed this scene and then controlled the ship to slowly pursue it. A few minutes later, after stabilizing the ship, Wang Yu disconnected, finding Cat here waiting for him, holding 2 significant items: a micro-nuclear warhead for individual use brought from the mining belt and a silver briefcase. Heger's roar. With such a distance, and using this weapon in space, it was impossible for him to be affected. Wang Yu took the weapons and headed towards the emergency passage. Though only a few brief minutes had passed, the Death Digger had already begun to restore its form by mining rocks, despite many areas being constructed from visibly inferior metals and even stones. Its appearance was much improved. This might be due to its origins as a mining robot combined with the resentment of its engineers. In any case, the environment here was very conducive to repairing its body and recovering its combat power. But suddenly an extremely terrifying feeling erupted, as if being targeted by a ferocious beast. It came from the spaceship parked not far ahead. No, it was from the left side of the ship. The Death Digger halted its actions, remaining on alert until the terror subsided after several seconds before continuing towards the source of the dread, sensing it must be an evil intruder. As for Wang Yu, he had been waiting here, and upon seeing the Death Digger, he suddenly realized that this magic fear incarnate was quite effective for luring enemies. He crouched in the emergency passage carrying the micro-fusion nuclear warhead on his shoulder, beginning to lock onto the approaching Death Digger. Simultaneously, he prepared in two ways. Aside from the left hand aiming with the launcher, his right hand held a special handgun 3 times longer than a regular one, already loaded and ready to fire. At this moment, Wang Yu was truly fearless. After ensuring he had sufficient firepower, this monster was no longer frightening, his hand steady. As the aiming reticle in the scope shrank, emitting a beeping lock-on sound, Wang Yu pressed the launch button for the micro-nuclear warhead. A low-yield nuclear warhead shot towards the Death Digger, arcing through the air to catch up with the rapidly charging machine, exploding into a blinding small sun amidst the debris field. The intense radiation nearly blinded Wang Yu. Fortunately, he was wearing a spacesuit with built-in radiation protection, but the overwhelming radiation caused safety alerts to flash incessantly in his helmet, forcing him to retreat to the corner of the emergency passage until the bright light ceased. When Wang Yu and Cat Kier peered out again, the Death Digger was nowhere to be found, at least not within Wang Yu's visible range. Wang Yu suddenly realized something. It seemed that the creature was a relic of the rock cavern race. Initially, he had intended to feed it to that fat koi, but now that it had been blown away, what should he do? No one had informed him that the power of a micro-nuclear warhead was this terrifying. It was his first time using one. Cat Kier, did you see that robot? It was quite large. Quickly look for it. Wang Yu urged, hoping Cat Kier could assist. Fortunately, he had indeed asked the right person. Cat Kier had much better eyesight than Wang Yu. She pointed in a certain direction, and there among the debris a half-melted drill bit was embedded, glowing with a dim red light, easily overlooked. 10 minutes later, the deep space ship returned, retrieving Ball, who was floating in space. Upon returning to the cabin, the first thing Wang Yu did was apologize to Ball for not considering thoroughly beforehand. If it hadn't been for Bal's intervention, it would have likely been him floating in space. I'm sorry, I was too reckless and almost messed things up. Are you hurt? Will there be a scar on your cheek? Wang Yu even wanted to check up close, but felt it was inappropriate. However, there were no obvious injuries visible except for a gash on the cheek, which had already scabbed over, the healing process resembling that of a real biological entity, a testament to bionic technology. There won't be a scar. Actually, your judgment wasn't wrong. If you had traversed the ruins, you might have been trapped inside. Ball recalled the changes displayed by the Death Digger afterwards, its terrifying destructive power. The ruins were no obstacle, and the outcome could have been catastrophic. I saw you use that nuclear warhead. What was the result? Did that thing die? Ball continued, as the psychological shadow that creature cast upon her was substantial, especially that inexplicable sound, which was simply too bizarre, not to mention Wang Yu's voice. I searched with Cat Kier for a while, and this is all that's left. Wang Yu pointed to the corner where the half-melted drill bit lay, measuring half a meter in length, almost a solid mass of dense metal. Its item information finally became visible, and it could even be used for gacha with a value even higher than before. Name: remains of the terrifying digger, Hell Beast. Manufacturer: Bywike. Supervision: Level 4 forbidden. Description: a heavy combat robot crafted by a mad engineer of the Cavern clan in the last moments of his life, designed to eliminate invaders, sacrificing even the last of his energy to ensure its perfection. He remained inside in standby mode, waiting for the invaders to arrive, completely forgetting that he had already died. After encountering the invaders, his long-held wish was finally fulfilled, merging with the robot to be reactivated, transforming into the Hell Beast. Severely missing parts: it can be delivered as an incomplete cultural heritage to the Heritage Collector for a total of 600 universal credit points, and 5 corresponding civilization gacha chances, with rewards for incomplete heritage reduced by 50% compared to complete heritage. Power 37. Due to the special nature of the Hell Beast, its defense and power fluctuate dynamically, thus only the highest attributes before total destruction are displayed, not representing the limit. Defense 25. Arms and abilities: Hell Evolution, Hell Regeneration, Terrifying Drill, Terrifying Impact, Drill, Terrifying Great Axe, Terrifying Hammer, Vengeful Flying Drill, Hatred Counterattack. The Hell Beast refers to machinery that has been mutated by the influence of sub-energy and submatter. The causes and manifestations of its formation are diverse, usually acquiring biological characteristics on the basis of original machinery, capable of self-repair, often highly aggressive, and will assimilate and devour the user, transforming them into its components. This is all the information. Although it shattered and became an incomplete heritage, the actual rewards are significantly higher than initially expected. Wang Yu shared the information with Ball, who was digesting the new terms. Hell Beast. She recalled the changes that occurred with this robot, which could no longer be considered an ordinary mechanical. If this thing is not eliminated soon and allowed to grow, it could transform into an extremely difficult mechanical behemoth to deal with. At that point, a mere micronuclear bomb would not suffice. A bomb of much greater yield, or even stronger weapons, might be necessary. Then there are the gains from this time. Currently, the rewards from the heritage seem to correlate with the quality of the heritage and the technology it represents. Other possible influencing factors include rarity and representativeness, meaning whether it can represent a certain. The three returned to the bridge, and after shutting down the gravity field, they were able to move the incomplete drill to the Heritage Collector to claim their rewards. The 600 credit points and 5 gacha chances alleviated Wang Yes' immediate financial worries, as he had previously spent recklessly on learning languages and drinks, leaving him with only 900 credits insufficient to purchase even a Fian-1 landing module. He needed to gather more credit points before finding a trading station, otherwise, even if he found one, he wouldn't be able to afford the goods inside. Submitting the Cavern Clan's cultural heritage, he obtained 600 universal credit points and 5 corresponding civilization gacha chances. The three-legged fat koi, just like before, grabbed the broken drill and stuffed it into its mouth, showing a good appetite, then regurgitated 5 colorful balls that hovered above the ground. This time luck was on their side, with 3 red, 1 green, and 1 yellow ball indicating 3 weapons, 1 piece of armor, and 1 consumable. Just as Wang Yes' side had consumed a lot of ammunition, he was left with only a few grenades and just 1 magazine of heavy sniper rifle bullets, desperately needing replenishment. You choose first, one for each of you. It doesn't matter if the draw isn't good. I still have mine. Wang Yu said, confident in his luck. Last time he had drawn the exceptional weapon, Hegra's Roar, after someone else had made the first choice, so this time he planned to replicate that luck by letting others go first. Alright. Ball also quite enjoyed this lottery activity and unceremoniously picked up the red ball. The item in her hands morphed and took shape into a dark heavy assault rifle, somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it on the terrifying Digger. Name: Heavy Impact Rifle. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Supervision level: I civilian. Description: a standard rifle prepared by the Cavern Clan for space warfare, relatively heavy, but it might never see combat performance. Developed using hydrogen and oxygen bricks as the basis, this weapon uses special ammunition that releases a certain amount of hydrogen and oxygen upon hitting a target, creating secondary explosions that can cause high heat and shock damage, even in a vacuum. In an atmospheric environment, due to air friction, the range significantly decreases, with a safe shooting range of 70 meters, and exceeding that carries the risk of explosion, thus avoiding use in extreme environments. The lethality radius is far greater than that of conventional kinetic firearms, particularly effective against unarmored and lightly armored targets. In addition to the rifle, it also included an additional 40 bullets and 2 fully loaded magazines, each containing 20 rounds, totaling 80 rounds. What a great item! Wang Yu tried it out and marveled, finding it somewhat likable, but too heavy for him to use, weighing over 30 pounds, barely manageable in zero-gravity environments. However, for Ball, this weight was trivial, and with her more precise shooting skills, she preferred that over conventional firearm. Maukir, it's your turn to choose one at random. If you draw something good, it's yours. Wang Yes' subtext was for Maukir to draw the green ball, representing a consumable, as he had a good idea of what might come up. But unfortunately, Maukir couldn't understand Wang Yes' subtext. Before he could finish, she had already picked up the red ball, causing Wang Yu to stop mid-sentence. The item in Maukir's hands gradually took shape, revealing a strap with several pull tabs and a metal box. Name: Impact Grenade. Manufacturer: Heart of Stone. Supervision level: I civilian. Description: a standard grenade prepared by the Cavern Clan for space warfare, containing propellant, allowing it to be thrown faster and further. Using hydrogen and oxygen bricks as the core units for explosion and impact, combined with traditional chemical explosives and oxidizers for detonation, it can cause wide-ranging pressure shockwaves and boasts considerable lethality, more suitable for use in vacuum environments, especially in confined spaces. This one isn't bad either. Seeing the good draw, Wang Yu was not bothered and reflected on Maukir's performance this time. You can use this strap as you did well this time, keep it up. Wang Yu encouraged, handing the strap to the elite grenadier Maukir, while quietly confiscating the metal box, as it also contained grenades. From the drawn weapons, it indicated that the Cavern Clan was indeed prepared for war, possibly gearing up for the upcoming colonial wars against the indigenous civilization of Hellstar, though they ultimately did not reach that point. Wang Yu looked at the remaining 3 balls, preparing to check them one by one. Wang Yu first picked up the green orb, which he had the least expectation for. As expected, this item transformed into a large box, too heavy to lift, so he placed it directly on the ground. Inside was a whole box of hydrogen bricks, now one filled completely with hydrogen, totaling 24 pieces. Considering the twisted technological path of the Rock Cave Clan, Wang Yu knew this would happen. He pulled and discovered it was indeed so. Next was the red orb. He hoped for another gun, or better yet, a cannon. In any case, the more powerful and larger caliber the weapon, the better. After all, the sleigh that held Beast, he had already used his only nuclear bomb. If he didn't earn it back, that would be quite. The red orb elongated and deformed in Wang Yes' hand, and finally, it became a hammer. It really turned into a hammer, the explosive power hammer. Previously he thought it was too small. Now that he has a pair, it won't feel small anymore. Damn. He was worried about getting this item, so he wanted Ball or Cat Kier to draw instead, but in the end he still drew it himself and couldn't escape. However, he didn't throw the hammer on the ground. He learned from the last mission and corrected this bad habit. The protein powder he tossed last time. Cat Kier didn't leave him any. Wang Yu took a deep breath and looked at the last yellow orb, feeling an inexplicable pressure. After all, he had boasted earlier that he would back them up, or if he failed now, it would be quite embarrassing. Come on, my good luck, why aren't you working when I need you? Wang Yu glanced at his palm, noticing the number had inexplicably changed to 5, likely because he had used it twice while dodging attacks. He took a deep breath and picked up the last yellow orb. As the light faded, the yellow orb transformed into a transparent capsule inside of which was a small robot figurine. Wang Ye's face lit up with wild joy as he saw the item information. Name: 3rd generation digger prototype, remaining energy 100, manufacturer by Weka, supervision level 2, fine work description, a new generation mining robot created by Rock Cave Clan engineers using new materials. It is sturdy and durable with advantages such as high temperature resistance and corrosion resistance, suitable for long-term mining tasks in harsh environments. Its powerful demolition tools can even easily shatter hard diamonds. Its built-in next-generation hydrogen power engine combines the high-energy conversion of fuel cells and internal combustion engines capable of switching between the two and can move short distances in space, fully capable of handling mining and transportation tasks independently. The 4 mechanical arms are also very flexible, capable of switching between tools and mechanical claws with the ability to grasp and place collected ores in the backpack behind it, securing them. Mining is temporarily enjoyable. Keep mining, keep enjoying. By Weka. Strength 33, defense 78, armament tools, rock drills, powerful impact drills, thermal blade saws, large buckets, fixed anchors. Currently contained in capsule form. Please twist and select a suitable position for release. Once released, it cannot revert back to capsule form, so choose the opening location carefully to avoid unnecessary losses. Wang Yu and the others had already experienced the power of this mecha on the terrifying digger. Even without transforming into a twisted monster, it still possesses considerable combat power. Moreover, this one is the 3rd generation digger, made with new materials, significantly enhancing its defense attributes even to a somewhat exaggerated degree. Compared to the terrifying digger, its only weakness might be the lack of flesh, resulting in a lack of growth potential, but this is also an advantage. If it were to grow flesh, Wang Yu wouldn't dare to sit. If it could be equipped with a few cannons, it would be perfect. Wang Yu introduced to Ball and the others, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After all, it is a mining robot, and long-range combat is its biggest weakness. It seems the yellow orb can also produce vehicles and mechas. This value is much higher. What good luck. Wang Yu was enamored with this new toy, staring at it intently in his hand, ignoring Cat Kier's eager gaze. This is a high-level item, you can't play with it yet. However, Ball then poured cold water on him, saying this robot was designed based on the Rock Cave Clan's physique and driving habits. Switching to human operation would likely be very difficult with a high learning cost. Wang Yu, momentarily excited, truly forgot about this issue. So he inquired, can it be modified to expand the cockpit and operating methods? Without the original blueprint, it would likely be quite difficult, but I can optimize the control system to be more user-friendly. I'll need to work on that later. It will take some time. Ball said, as the most pressing matter right now is to quickly move the supplies from the workshop back to the deep space ship. Alright, let's prepare to move the items. As for this robot, Wang Yu was curious to try it, but considering its size, if it were to be used, it likely wouldn't even fit in the emergency passage. He must find an opportunity to open up the temporary transfer warehouse. Only then can this mecha truly be utilized, which will have to wait. Additionally, having gained so many points, his permissions could also be upgraded. This harvest truly exceeded Wang Ye's expectations. He thought he would need to explore several places to gather enough points, but it turned out one time was sufficient. Wang Yu decisively chose to upgrade his permissions with nothing to hesitate about. Then the system popped up a prompt showing a countdown of 20 hours and 43 minutes, indicating that the system would also be upgraded at the same time. He would check it after the upgrade. He sat in the captain's chair, suppressing his appetite, parking the ship next to the roasted whole lamb, almost unable to resist taking a bite. The three set off again, preparing to turn the workshop upside down, ensuring not to waste this treasure trove. Everything that could be moved and used was to be transported to the deep space ship, starting with freshwater and food. After completing all this, Wang Yu would control the deep space ship to consume this piece of spaceship wreckage. At that point, the deep space ship would likely undergo new changes, and the urgent energy or the ship's fullness would also be enhanced. Everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. Wang Yu, your reckless charge through the asteroid belt in the deep space vessel caused significant damage to the ship's hull, particularly to the external facilities. 2 solar panels were destroyed, the communication antenna is broken, and the radar is completely gone. These are all unnecessary losses. While the 3 were moving, cargo Ball was lecturing, explaining that this equipment is difficult to repair under normal circumstances. If it weren't for their good fortune of having a complete workshop this time, it would have been troublesome. Wang Yu repeatedly agreed, promising to be more careful next time. However, that charge you made was indeed quite impressive. There was no need to rush for dozens of kilometers, which would have minimized the losses considerably. Ball added, and Wang Yu thought he had misheard. When he looked over, Ball was already carrying several large boxes of fresh water towards the exit. If you want to compliment me, just do it directly, without beating around the bush, Wang Yu thought to himself. As for why they encountered danger, don't ask about that. Wang Yu clenched his fist, feeling he needed to become stronger quickly. If he could just punch that hell beast down, then there would be no danger at all. The 3 of them passed through the large door, using the giant opening in the ceiling of the ruins to quickly transport the goods from the warehouse. With jetpacks and the oxygen generator filling high-pressure gas, their efficiency increased significantly. After more than 5 hours and over 10 trips, they had only emptied out a little more than half of the warehouse. If they counted the items that needed to be disassembled and the things to be manufactured in the workshop, the workload would be much larger, such as fixing the door of the captain's cabin. At this point, Wang Yu felt a bit tired, unlike Ball and Meager, who were still full of energy. He greeted them, saying he was going back to rest and sleep, then handed the jetpack to Meager before returning to the deep space vessel, first venting the air from the cabin so that the emergency passage could remain open. When he awoke again, it was already 12 hours later. He had slept soundly and didn't even notice Ball and Meager dismantling the door of the captain's cabin. He found the intercom and tried it, but the signal was poor. So he changed into his spacesuit and made his way to the cabin to make contact with Ball and the others. By this time, she and Meager had completed most of the preparations during Wang Yu's sleep and brought several good news. First was about the sensors. Although the radar and antenna were lost, there were ready-made ones in the workshop, possibly intended for mining robots, which could be temporarily used. They even had a few extra. Next came another exciting piece of news. They could rewire the circuits and restore power to the deep space vessel. The workshop had ready-made cables, light bulbs, and cameras combined with engines prepared for the mining robots, and as long as they installed hydrogen bricks and oxygen bricks, power could be restored. The ship would no longer be shrouded in darkness, greatly enhancing safety. Finally, regarding that door, after evaluating the workshop's conditions, Ball planned to use the craftsmanship of the Cavern clan and their new materials to reconstruct it. However, it might turn into a traditional door requiring a key, as Ball couldn't comprehend how the original door recognized crew members to open and close. This would consume quite a bit of energy, but they had won a lot of hydrogen bricks in the lottery, and with the deep space vessel able to provide oxygen, everything became possible. I have also considered the replenishment of hydrogen bricks, and am preparing to construct a closed ionization device to produce hydrogen and oxygen through the ionization of water. As for where the electricity will come from, I am still contemplating. It could be solar power, but the output is too low. Alternatively, we could tap into the captain's cabin, but that would necessitate careful consideration of the output size. If it was too high and burned the circuit, it would be counterproductive. Moreover, you absolutely cannot recklessly crash the ship again. This time we were lucky that the telescope wasn't damaged, or otherwise it would have been a big problem. Ball criticized Wang Yu again, as the workshop lacked the conditions to manufacture precision optical instruments and could only use ready-made ones. Yes, I will be careful next time. Wang Yu had already grown accustomed to Bao's criticisms. They were completely painless. When it came to real danger, he wouldn't care so much. He wasn't a precise robot. Ball criticized Wang Yu again, as the workshop lacked the conditions to manufacture precision optical instruments and could only use ready-made. When they returned, they could use materials from the Cavern clan to create an oxygen bottle or modify the spacesuit interface to use oxygen boxes. This should significantly extend your activity time in space. Ball said, refusing his offer and then calling Meager to get to work. Wang Yu felt excluded, possibly because there were only 2 jetpacks, making it inconvenient for an extra person. In any case, he would still have the opportunity to perform when they rewired the internal circuits. After hanging up the communication, Wang Yu looked at a large pile of boxes in the cabin. He took out a can of moss and decided to give it a try, pondering another matter at the same time. The permission upgrade was nearly complete, with just a few dozen minutes left. Once finished, he could explore other areas and the secrets of this mysterious spaceship would be revealed. Wang Yu returned to the bridge, took off his spacesuit, and used the Shadow Demon short dagger to puncture the can. What on earth is inside this? He sniffed, almost gagging on the bile in his stomach. Is this stuff even edible? Is it herring in a can? How could moss plants have such a foul smell akin to rotting meat? Wang Yu grimaced, thinking for a few seconds, and adhering to the principle that once opened it shouldn't be wasted, he swallowed it down. The taste was slightly sweet. It wasn't inedible, but once it hit his throat it became unbearable, as if someone was roasting excrement in his stomach, and the stench surged up. After finishing, Wang Yu's face turned green, and he gulped down half a bottle of water, but the taste in his mouth still wouldn't go away. No way, I need to ask Ball for a solution. If I have to eat this every day, I would be ruined. He pinned his hopes on the all-capable Ball, and prepared to carve out some time to practice, as he hadn't exercised in a long while, and then check the changes brought by the permission upgrade. The upgrade of permissions has been completed and your activity area on the deep space vessel has been expanded. At the same time, the system has added some new functions to help you better control this ship. Please check the interface for details. The next level. Level 3 permissions will be unlocked after you gain control of the main engine, at which point you will have the opportunity to fully command the ship and become the true captain of the deep space vessel. There is still level 3 permissions. It seems to be the final level. But what does it mean to have the chance to gain control? Is there a possibility of failure? Wang Yu complained, preparing to call up the system to check what new functions have been added. Cough. Cough. Wang Yu suddenly started coughing violently, finally recovering after expelling a small chunk of bloody black debris. The issue with his lungs had not improved and was continuously worsening, but for now he chose to ignore it and continued to look at the system interface. There's an additional crew interface. Wang Yu immediately clicked on it, only to be stunned by the long list of names. Where did so many people come from on his ship? However, upon seeing a string of death statuses in the following status bar, his expression gradually turned cold. He began to confirm the number of deceased crew members, moving each one into the newly created deceased personnel list. The number of deceased exceeded 40, but there were still 9 survivors. This meant that apart from Zhu Gu and Xue Gu, there were 7 others on the ship that Wang Yu had not yet encountered. Ball and Meager did not count as crew members, they were registered on the passenger reserve crew list. Wang Yu confirmed the names and positions of these surviving personnel one by one. Gao Jie. Security team leader, this must be Xue Gu. Shin Nuofu. Head chef, this should be Zhu Gu. Hawkins. Finder, what kind of position is this? As Wang Yu continued to scroll down, he discovered that there were 5 individuals with the position of binder and 2 others whose names and positions were both question marks. Hiss. How many secrets does the ship hide? Wang Yu felt the issue was somewhat serious and attempted to click on these crew members' names to view detailed information, but all his attempts were in vain. There was no response. Can I view Ball and Meager? Wang Yu muttered to himself, officially moving Ball and Meager into the crew list, assigning them the positions of vice captain and security team member respectively. The vice captain holds almost all the powers equivalent to the captain, and their authority is only limited when in conflict with the captain's opinions. After completing this, he clicked on Bale's name, and Bale's personal panel appeared in his view. Aside from the absence of health, stamina, and spiritual energy, it was almost identical to his own attribute panel. Ball. Race artificial intelligence life. Artificial intelligence life refers to the collective of digital beings that have awakened self-awareness and intelligence. Typically, they do not have a fixed form, and due to different origins they manifest in various ways, even existing entirely in the form of digital programs. There is no process of physical development and maturation, only mental growth. Origin symbiotic mechanism. Servant symbiotic mechanism. Servant refers to production service-type mechanical puppets or other forms of puppets developed together with the creator's race to build civilization. Talent. Digital consciousness. Mechanical body. Digital consciousness. Due to the different forms of consciousness, even if rationality drops to 0, it will not be eroded by the subspace, only resulting in a crash and restart due to consciousness obstruction. Can quickly become an expert in various fields by importing data. Mechanical body. As long as the components that carry memories and emotions are not damaged, it will not die. The capabilities of the body entirely depend on the performance of the mechanical body. There is no potential for growth, but it can expand and be modified. Ability. Emotional resonance. Emotional resonance. Equipped with an advanced emotional simulator 1, will 1 inspiration with a growth rate of will and inspiration increased by 1,000, far exceeding ordinary artificial intelligence life. Physical 19 will 33172 764 0000. Reflex 26. Immunity 23. Inspiration 3 2215 264 0000. Overall evaluation. A robot with decent performance capable of killing you with a single punch. Such high attributes. Wang Yu exclaimed, knowing Bale's values were high, but he had not expected them to be this high. However, the shortcomings in will and inspiration were also significant. With such a long experience bar, improvement seemed nearly impossible, because this was not 64,000 but 640,000. Fortunately, the emotional simulator increased this growth rate by 1,000, providing a glimmer of hope for improvement. But the benefits were also clear. There was no concern about being eroded by subspace, nor would it turn into an evil spirit. The influence of subspace on organic life forms and mechanical bodies differs. The former affects rationality, eroding and transforming it into evil spirits, while the latter is purely energy influence, turning them into hell beasts. It is unclear whether artificial intelligence life will turn into hell beasts, but the possibility exists. I need to inform Ball about this. Wang Yu muttered, clicking on Meager's panel only to be dumbfounded. What is all this? Meager's panel was even more exaggerated. Meager. Race, subhuman species, cat, origin, Earth-like planet, talent 9 lives, subspace, affinity 9 lives. The racial talent of cat people, bestowing them with exceptionally strong vitality, greatly enhancing immunity. Indicates an outstanding member of the race, signifies a prodigy that is difficult to find even among the entire race. Immunity 10, immunity growth rate 100, immune to most toxins and parasites, significantly enhanced self-healing ability. Subspace affinity, growing up in subspace, easily overlooked by subspace creatures, and evil spirits adaptable to subspace. Ability gourmet cells, cat claws, gourmet cells, injected with gourmet cells, 2 strength and reflex. When consuming delicious food, potential can be triggered, spending spiritual energy to activate all cells in the body, enhancing all attributes except will and inspiration, increasing energy recovery speed, and promoting wound healing. The degree of enhancement depends on the taste of the food and the spiritual energy consumed, and it can even regenerate severed limbs and organs, but excessive use carries a certain probability of causing the body to collapse. Cat claws, a racial ability of cat people, naturally possessing a pair of claws capable of tearing metal. The exact strength depends on individual attributes. Physical 11 72,200, will 7 21778 reflex 12 72,200, immunity 30 92,200, inspiration 5 1004-4000. Overall evaluation, this is a genius. Wang Yu stared at Mao Qir's exaggerated talents and abilities speechless for a long time. Her immunity was even higher than Ball's, who was a robot, which was just absurd. Moreover, this experience bar, how does it only show 200 experience? Wang Yu was certain he had not misread. The difficulty of improvement varies between different species. Wang Yu deduced, although he had sensed it before confirmation, still left him feeling unsatisfied. The physical potential and limits of humans are too low. When nearing the limit, they can't advance further unless a way to break through the limit is found. Currently, the pathways he understood included physical modification, gourmet cells, and spiritual energy. He needed to master at least one of these to potentially break the shackles and gain superpowers. Ball and Mao Qir's panels made Wang Yu realize the direction to strengthen himself. The urgent task is to find. He exited the crew interface and checked other interfaces one by one, discovering a new one called anchor point coordinates, which recorded a coordinate, the coordinate of the previous machine star. How do I use this coordinate? He attempted to click it, but there was no reaction, so he tried connecting with the deep space vessel. I see now. Wang Yu understood that this coordinate needs to be sensed through the sensory connection with the deep space vessel to ascertain the direction and approximate distance of the machine star. It could likely be used in the subspace as well. Additionally, he could now spend 5,000 credit points to record his current coordinates at any time, essentially providing a navigation function. Lastly, regarding the ship interface, the defense module that was displayed as a question mark was now revealed. Defense module: active regeneration armor hunger. Active regeneration armor hunger, a layer of active armor on the ship's surface that quickly regenerates after damage and can control local thickness, enhancing protective strength. This should be the skin or shell of the deep space vessel, Wang Yu speculated. Moreover, the hunger state is no longer merely hunger. There is now a special option called satiety next to the ship. Deep space vessel satiety 3. Satiety. As satiety increases, the output of the main engine will also rise, and some modules in the hunger state will exit the hunger state, restoring normal function. When satiety reaches 50 and 100, the performance of these active modules will further enhance. This is akin to a fuel gauge or power meter for a vehicle. When it hits 0, it will stall and cease functioning. Wang Yu assessed. After confirming these details, he made another trip to the onboard cabin and contacted Ball and Mao Qir, stating that he had important matters to discuss and asked them to return. Approximately 3 hours later, inside the bridge, Ball and Mao Qir pushed a cart out of the elevator, which held a brand new metal door and lock along with the necessary tools and parts for installation. During this time, they had been utilizing the workshop's resources to create this metal door. Wang Yu asked them to set it aside for now and informed them about the changes to the deep space vessel after the permission upgrade, including the news that they had become official crew members and no longer needed to worry about being attacked by Hammer Brother and Pig Brother. Finally, it was about their positions and panels. Yay, I'm a genius! Mao Qir exclaimed, jumping up and although she couldn't recognize half of the 10 characters and had to rely on Ball to read them out, it didn't diminish the fact that she was a genius. Yes, you are a genius, so you must study and train hard in the future. You can't waste your talent. Wang Yu ruffled Mao Qir's hair, feeling that her excitement was a good thing. It was essential to maintain that enthusiasm. He planned to prepare a training schedule for Mao Qir that befits a genius, focusing on both physical fitness and learning to help her become accomplished sooner. Ball gazed at her panel, a hint of dissatisfaction on her face as she pouted. Wang Yu comforted her regarding this. Don't take it too seriously. This is actually a shortcoming common to all intelligent mechanical beings. But you are a genius among intelligent mechanical beings with a 1,000 increase in the growth rate of will and inspiration, something ordinary intelligent mechanical beings lack. Their will and inspiration might only be around 1. When it's at 0, it might not even qualify as an intelligent mechanical being. Guh. Ball shot Wang Yu a glare as he was not comforting at all. Moreover, what she cared about was not this, but the evaluation that said one punch could kill. Oh, what was this? She had never. Once the two calmed down, Wang Yu brought up the more pressing matter at hand. The crew list shows that aside from the 3 of us, there are still 9 living crew members on this ship. Excluding Hammer Brother and Pig Brother, there are still 7. 5 of them have very special positions called binders, and the other 2 don't even have names. Wang Yu listed these names on the holographic display, including the deceased, and asked Ball to compare these names with the personnel list previously found from the Deep Space Vessel's control console. Because that list was incomplete, many names were heavily redacted. However, with this specific list, much information could be cross-referenced. Ball performed the task very quickly and accurately, completing the comparison in less than a second. However, after the comparison, she frowned and looked at Wang Yu. What's wrong? Are you sure the list is accurate? Yes. Then why is there 1 extra person? One of the individuals was not originally a crew member of this ship. Huh. An unexpected situation occurred. Ball provided detailed clarification, stating that the name that didn't match from the list belonged to a female crew member named Lei Neva, while all others matched, including Captain Hawkins. Then who could this extra person be? A lost soul involved with this ship? Wang Yu speculated, feeling that this possibility was quite likely. For now, they could only assume so. There's one more thing. After the permission upgrade, our activity area has expanded, and we can now explore other floors, but the map is still blacked out, We might need to traverse it once to illuminate it. Wang Yu informed the two to prepare with action scheduled to commence in 2 hours. Ball and Malkier had just finished their tasks. The former only needed to change the battery while the latter needed to have a hearty meal. In just 30 minutes a table full of dishes was served. The last bit of beans was stir-fried with rehydrated jerky along with some protein mush, and finally the staple food. Fried foul-smelling moss cakes. Wang Yu looked at the dark cakes on the plate and hesitated, turning to the latter sniffed, her eyes brightening as she grabbed the cake and started munching on it. Did it become fragrant? Wang Yu thought, a bit hesitant as he had experienced the potency of this thing just a few hours earlier. However, trusting Ball, Wang Yu held his breath and took a bite. The crust was crispy and the inside surprisingly burst with juice, carrying a unique salty freshness, as if he was eating a meat pie. This? Wang Yu couldn't quite believe it. After being deep-fried at high temperatures, the foul smell dissipated, and since its ingredients are very similar to meat and rich in juices, it tastes even better than meat pies. I've tried it before. Ball explained, as if she anticipated Wang Yu's reaction after discovering the empty moss can. Truly worth, Wang Yu murmured, quietly devouring it eagerly, and soon finished the cake. Once the three were full and had a brief rest, they equipped themselves with their newly acquired weapons, the impact rifle and impact grenades, and prepared to explore the interior of the deep space vessel. Due to the special nature of this ship, the three dared not let their guard down. Although Hammer Brother and Pig Brother were also below, there were more, who were far more than just these two. They had to be fully prepared. The three of them gathered in front of the door they had never entered before. Wang Yu walked in front, exchanged glances with Bear and Malkier, and then approached. This time the door opened, directly releasing a faint foul odor that made Wang Yu furrow his brows slightly. It was the scent of decomposing protein and fat, but how could there be any on the ship? Are there a large number of unprocessed, even relatively fresh corpses? Wang Yu muttered. Just the smell alone put him on high alert, and he gripped his shotgun tightly as he stepped inside. Inside was a corridor that wasn't very long. Around the corner it should lead to other floors, and there was also an elevator on the side, or rather what used to be an elevator. The door was sealed with a thick steel plate slightly bulging outwards, as if something inside had attempted to break through. Moreover, this thing was quite powerful, as the material of the metal plate was different from that of the ship's hull. Even after all this time, there was no sign of oxidation, indicating it was of a higher quality. The three of them entered the passage one after another. Although there were no immediate dangers, they sensed something unusual in the air and turned their gazes towards the corner ahead. According to the analysis of the spaceship structure, there should be stairs leading to other floors ahead, as this was the only passage with the elevator located here. However, starting from the entrance, it was as if the scene transitioned. The further they went, the more severe the damage to the floor and walls became, as if they were stepping into a brutal battlefield filled with pockmarks and shell holes caused by powerful penetrating and destructive weapons, leading to deformations and ruptures in the corridor. Such weapons theoretically should not be used inside a ship, but the premises. This ship is a normal one. From the ruptured openings and pits flowed a black substance, trickling down the walls, dripping onto the ground, and even forming columns that solidified into a lava-like material. This was similar to the material of the stone shell on the surface of the deep space vessel, like the coagulated scabs left by the blood of the deep space ship. The three maintained a heightened vigilance, their expressions more serious than when they were exploring the wreckage outside, and continued forward. Upon reaching the corner, they saw 4 metal doors that had burst open outward. To be precise, it was 4 layers of metal plates that had broken open, blocking the passage, but failing to seal it off. There were numerous signs of hasty repairs on the scene, such as rivets, iron bars, and extensive welding marks, all very crude, clearly completed in a rush. The people on this ship may have held out on this layer for a considerable time, but ultimately failed. A battle that took place on the ship, the floor we are on, may be the last line of defense, so the overall situation is still relatively intact, Wang Yu said. But the information from the bridge control panel seemed to have completely omitted this battle. Bear frowned. Considering all the clues at hand, a likely reason is, at the moment of the disaster, the original crew of this ship lost control of the deep space vessel. They were trapped in the subspace because the ship suddenly came to life. This is a fairly reasonable inference. The three continued forward, crossing these nearly destroyed and threshold-like protective doors. By the way, Malkier, you were caught by Hammer Brother before, right? Do you have any impressions of the other floors? Wang Yu asked, as he had seen Malkier on the lowest level, hence his question. However, she shook her head, saying that when she and her mother arrived here, they were on the first floor. Then her mother was chased away, and she was knocked out by Hammer Brother with one punch, waking up in a cell. If Wang Yu had arrived a little later, she might have starved to death. Malkier remarked, indicating that Wang Yu's discovery was quite timely. Hammer Brother also uses his fists. Wang Yu exclaimed, realizing that Hammer Brother only acted in certain situations and didn't just knock everyone out. Suddenly Wang Yu, who was walking in front, stopped, frowning as he pulled out the map to check. According to reason, there should be stairs leading down here, but all he saw was a broken corridor and light shining up from below. Central collapse zone. What is this place? Wang Yu read the map label, looked at Bear, and then slowly moved forward, as if standing on the edge of a cliff or diving board peeking down. Below was a massive deep pit or cavity that nearly spanned the entire ship. Floating in the giant pit were numerous fragments which may have originally been parts of walls or floors now suspended there motionless, as if there were no gravity, extremely strange. And at the center that thing spinning continuously. Wang Yu grew increasingly familiar with it. Wasn't that the supergravity fusion engine he had seen in videos? Wang Yu would not mistake it, the rings embedded outside rotating in different directions, but never colliding could not be wrong. That was the supergravity fusion engine, the auxiliary engine of this ship. However, now this engine was floating in midair, seemingly the culprit behind the giant pit, with several broken cables hanging from its base. And at the center of the engine, right in the middle of the ring, Wang Yu saw a distorted mass of light. This thing was strange, like an invisible lens capable of stretching the images behind and around it, changing with shifts in perspective. Wang Yu couldn't understand what this thing was. But Bear understood immediately, his pupils constricting as he quickly pulled Wang Yu and Meager back, his face filled with disbelief. What happened? Wang Yu asked. He knew the engine was dangerous, but was unclear about the nature of the danger. It wasn't until Bear explained what that mass of light was that beads of sweat began to form on Wang Yu's forehead. That looks like a black hole, but seems to be restrained by a gravitational field, so it hasn't sucked everything off. Wang Yu could only respond with surprise. Even if it's not, it's a type of strong gravitational material very close to a black hole, which has distorted the light around it, making it impossible to see what is at the center. Bear explained again. At this point, Wang Yu had fallen silent, suddenly understanding why the system had locked this door earlier. Not knowing would have been better, at least he could sleep more soundly at night. Now that he knew a black hole was right beneath him, he felt completely uneasy, as if he were suspended in midair. If that thing went out of control, the consequences were unimaginable. Can this thing be discarded? Wang Yu recalled the repair cost of this engine. No wonder it was exorbitantly high. Even if it was valuable, he didn't want it, and nobody would like to have an unstable bomb on their own ship. I estimate. It can't. The gravitational field below seems to have been calibrated to maintain a delicate. This is probably why the engine can continue to operate. If its position is shifted even slightly, it may go out of control instantly, Bear stated, effectively extinguishing Wang Yu's hopes. These people must be insane to create a black hole on their own ship, Wang Yu commented, referring to them as reckless. From the scenes observed along the way, it was highly likely that this black hole engine was created by someone aboard this ship, causing immense destruction within the ship, as well as eliminating a large number of enemies. Indeed, they were ruthless individuals. Although Wang Yu criticized them, he couldn't help but admire their resolve. Perhaps to deal with some formidable enemy, they had calculated the gravitational field environment, then induced the engine to go out of control, creating a black hole, and after eliminating the strong enemy, used the gravitational field to fix the black hole in place. Two insane, truly ruthless people, Wang Yu had to admire them. However, after a brief adjustment, he gradually accepted the reality that this black hole had not consumed the surrounding matter, indicating that the situation was still relatively stable. Moreover, they had no other place to escape to. This ship was the only reliance Wang Yu and the others had in the universe. Even knowing the danger, they had to go down and find out. The three returned to the bridge, and when they reappeared, they had donned jetpacks. It was unclear how Chue Gu and Zhu Gu had managed to come up, since the central area of the spaceship was a large weightless cavity. Perhaps they could fly. Be careful, especially you, Meager, hold on tight, Wang Yu said, as there were only 2 jetpacks necessitating some shared use. This time Meager directly sat on Wang Yu's back, or rather on the jetpack like riding a rocket, and she was secured with a safety rope to prevent falling off. However, considering the risks, Meager had to hold onto the backpack herself. Then the two jumped into the central collapse zone, their movements very skillful, having practiced in a zero-gravity environment many times. One hand controlled the backpack, while the other held a firearm in readiness, illuminating the surroundings with a powerful flashlight. Wang Yu had a slight advantage here, as his powered armor shoulder had an additional spotlight fixed to it which was brighter. However, there was still some light in the pit. Some lights were on, although overall it was dim, and complete darkness might only occur in certain lower floors. Let's go layer by layer, starting with the second layer, Wang Yu said. After a rough glance, he flew towards the side below, landing steadily on the ground, realizing that the gravity between the floors was normal. Soon Bear arrived, as well, sweeping his gun towards the darkness ahead. Wang Yu, don't you think the structure of this ship is a bit complicated? I counted there are a total of 7 floors. The 3rd and 6th floors are still high-rise, over 20 meters in height. With only over 50 crew members on such a ship, isn't that a bit too few? Wang Yu thought carefully. It seemed to make sense. However, the personnel list they found indeed only had about 50 people with photos to prove it. This was an undeniable fact. Perhaps these individuals were extraordinary. One could match 10, no 100. Could it be that this ship originally wasn't this large? Bear suddenly interrupted Wang Yu. Well, Wang Yu paused, turning back to look at the collapsed area. Considering the fact that this ship was a living vessel, this possibility existed. This ship might be capable of growing and expanding. Just then, in the 5th layer of the pit, the metal material of the ground was completely different from the surrounding floors. It was a different kind of white metal, and the lighting was also very good, extremely bright. That layer could even possibly come from another ship that was swallowed by the deep space. Let's explore the area first. If that's the case, we will definitely discover more clues, Wang Yu said, and the 3 began to explore the 2nd layer. This place was also in disarray with craters and signs of destruction everywhere, but it was much better than the corridor leading to the central collapse zone. Wang Yu summoned the map, and the darkness on it was gradually illuminated by their exploration, just enough to record the areas they had explored without missing any corners. Dormitory area. Wang Yu looked at the markers on the map, and then turned to see many small rooms on both sides, most of which didn't even have doors. Split up to search. If any danger is discovered, call out, but don't leave this corridor, he said, taking out a walkie-talkie and signaling for the three to maintain contact at all times before starting to check each room. The living conditions inside were not bad, although quite dilapidated. They had the essentials, and even its separate bathrooms, which was quite a luxurious setup in the universe, although the size could not compare to the captain's quarters. Wang Yu searched under the bed, the cabinets, and even the drawers, finding only some tattered cloth-like clothing and suspected cosmetic bottles, followed by a photo on the desk. Although framed in metal, the colors had faded to mere outlines, almost akin to a black and white photo. Nonetheless, one could still make out that the photo depicted a relatively beautiful human female, with a male figure behind her, who might be her husband perhaps. He placed the photo back in its position and continued to search other rooms. After checking several, most were quite similar, filled with various household items that had become useless due to the passage of time. Although there were medical kits and medicines due to their age and the system not displaying any information, Wang Yu decided. After searching several small rooms, Wang Yu discovered a larger room between the dormitories marked as an activity room on the map. Although the door was closed, the wall had been broken through, allowing direct entry. A tremendous force had smashed through that wall, and there was a pit on the floor, revealing how terrifying this power was. For this reason, the activity room was also a complete mess, with a few broken pool tables and shattered billiard balls scattered on the floor. However, with some repairs, one might still manage to play a few games here, but Wang Yu currently had no interest in that, and headed. There was no danger inside. The battle had been a long time ago without affecting this small bar. It had likely been a drinking spot, but all the liquor cabinets had been rummaged through and the alcohol had vanished. There were only a few glass shards on the floor, but not in large quantities. Someone took the liquor from here. Who could it be? Wang Yu frowned, and suddenly a voice calling from the walkie-talkie caught his attention. Wang Yu, sister Bear, over here. Here. Without a second thought, he dashed out just in time to see Bear, and the two ran toward the area where Meager was searching, spotting her waving at the door. There's something strange. She pointed inside the room, and Wang Yu and Bear exchanged glances, immediately raising their guns and rushing over. Upon entering the dormitory, they saw a dark red suspicious object resembling a giant tumor on the bed protruding from a crack in the ceiling. What is this thing? Bear asked, bewildered. Faced with this scientifically inexplicable object, she couldn't make a chill. Wang Yu made a shushing gesture, frowning as he looked at the object that seemed ready to burst like an egg. Cautiously, he picked up a piece of metal from the ground, urging Bear and Meager to stand back, and he stepped back himself before throwing the metal at it. His principle was, no matter what the opponent was, maintain a distance first, test its depth, lest it suddenly explode upon approach, catching him off guard. The fragment of metal struck the tumor, bouncing off, as Wang Yu hadn't thrown it with much force. However, in the next moment, the tumor became active, as if something inside was shaking. Then it burst open, and a mass of pink flesh slid onto the bed, rapidly inflating like an air-filled balloon. It was a dummy, or a flesh model, dressed and having facial features, but appeared to be molded from pink clay, with its entire body in a single color, including the two short blades it held. In just 2 seconds, this thing recognized its environment and rushed toward Bear and the others, with its knives moving with swift and professional steps, attempting to crouch low to dodge bullets. But, boom. A projectile-like object exploded at the monster's feet just as it was about to exit, causing it to be blown away, leaving only its upper half falling to the ground. Then came the second shot, which nearly turned the ambiguous entity into a mass of flesh, the residual shockwave even ruffling Wang Yu's hair. So fierce. Wang Yu had just readied his shotgun when Bear had already taken down the unknown creature with her. Clearly, the opponent had never fought against such a weapon before, or didn't recognize it, falling victim to the inexperienced mistake, as this gun fired not bullets, but small grenades. Wang Yu switched to a small pistol and fired 2 shots at the creature, ensuring it was thoroughly dead before approaching, touching the dismembered corpse with his cloth-wrapped hand. Name: Bud Beast. Description: the secretion used by the Hell Leviathan to eliminate foreign objects within the body is not fundamentally a living being and cannot exist independently. Its activity level and quantity depend on the state of the Hell Leviathan, hatching through spores. Its form is not fixed, related to the individuals the Hell Leviathan has eliminated and devoured. It mimics the appearance and actions of these individuals, even their abilities, launching attacks on foreign objects within the Leviathan. Hell Leviathan. Deep space. Wang Yu murmured, looking at Bear and Meager, feeling that he might have an inkling of what these crew members had been fighting against in the past. This ship is not merely a living vessel, but a colossal hell beast known as the Hell Leviathan, Wang Yu remarked. Fortunately, he had come inside the ship beforehand to confirm. Otherwise, if they had fed this Hell Leviathan sufficiently, they would likely have been slaughtered by the rapidly increasing number of Bud Beasts. To the Hell Leviathan, they are entirely foreign entities akin to parasites that seek to control their hosts. Even if it swallows other ships later, it must carefully manage the quantity Only by increasing its strength to suppress this hell leviathan can it abandon its concerns and devour freely. No wonder the system previously mentioned that it might be possible to control this ship. The risks are so significant. Wang Yu shared the intelligence with Bear and Meager, praising Meager for her performance, saying she did well by not directly confronting this monstrous entity. Bear, do you remember the family photo of the crew from the deep space? Is there anyone in it that resembles this woman? Or the bud beast we just encountered? Wang Yu inquired as the uniform of the bud beast felt familiar, resembling that of the deep space crew. Bear promptly conducted a data comparison, and due to the obscured facial features and lacking information on hair color and skin tone, he could only draw a rough conclusion. The similarity between this bud beast and a female crew member of the deep space is over 60%, with matching height, hairstyle, and facial contours. That seems to confirm it. This female crew member died within the Hell Leviathan, which is why the bud beast mimicked her appearance and movements, aligning with the information. Combining this with the tragic scene from the Corridor Battlefield, one can deduce that the crew member from the deep space who created that black hole engine intended to severely wound this Hell Leviathan, otherwise they would have been exhausted by the endless bud beasts. Let's go. This dormitory area seems to have little of value, and I have a feeling someone has been here. Neither a bud beast nor hammer bro or pig bro. Just be cautious going forward. The three continued to explore other areas of the second floor, but found little of value. They arrived at the cafeteria. Wang Yu had initially thought he might find pig bro there, but upon entering, he discovered it was completely empty with no food left at all, and the freezer was entirely vacant. The silence, almost unnerving. However, Bear found a set of kitchen utensils in a relatively intact cupboard which were undamaged and well preserved. Additionally, some pots and pans could be taken and they could return for more later. They were preparing to head to the third floor, but as they just returned to the central collapse zone, they heard the sounds of a fight. It was Hammer Bro surrounded by 7 or 8 bud beasts near the broken wall of the fourth floor. Among them, one particularly fierce bud beast wielding a long knife moved erratically and dealt significant damage, leaving long gashes as it swept past Hammer Bro, causing blood to pool on the ground. As for Hammer Bro, his prideful giant hammer had slipped from his grasp, lying several meters away, and he was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the bud beasts, 2 of which were even using rifles, demonstrating remarkable combat skill as they drew blood from him. This is bad. We need to support Hammer Bro. Wang Yu decided at a glance, reaching for the heavy sniper rifle on his back that was down to a few bullets. Don't go, he's just playing. Meager stopped Wang Yu, shaking her head, indicating they should ignore Hammer Bro. She had been beaten by Hammer Bro and knew how terrifying he was. Sure enough, her judgment was validated the next. Hammer Bro noticed Wang Yu, glanced over, and then was stabbed in the chest by the long knife-wielding bud beast. Yet he acted as if nothing had happened, clamping the knife tightly with his muscles, and with a swift motion of his hands he smashed the bud beast into a pulp to sheer force, causing the surrounding bud beasts to stagger. What followed was a massacre. The bud beasts fell one after another, crushed in the most primal, brutal manner, such as being swatted aside, or trampled, with one even smashed against the wall, stuck so firmly it couldn't be pried off. After the fight, Hammer Bro let out a furious roar. This was the first time Wang Yu had heard him make a sound. Then he saw Hammer Brother's wounds visibly healing at an astonishing speed, the long knife embedded in his chest seemingly merging into his body, as if absorbed as he walked toward the large hammer not far away. It turned out that his hammer hadn't been knocked away by someone, he simply deemed it beneath him to use it. Gulp. Wang Yu swallowed hard, his understanding of Hammer Bro elevated yet again, realizing he was even more formidable than he had imagined, akin to a monster. Bear fell silent, sensing that this power was beyond mere physical augmentation. It was a more mysterious and terrifying force, one she had only felt in a few high-threat anomaly entities from the past history of the mechanized star. Hammer Bro. Wang Yu called out enthusiastically, but the recently proud Hammer Bro only gave him his back, appearing indifferent, though he had clearly noticed Wang Yu. Let's go take a look, Wang Yu said, beckoning Bear and Meager to follow, using the jetpack to cross the central collapse zone, flying toward the floor where Hammer Bro was located. The three landed, and Cat Brother had inadvertently retreated to the back of the group. Wang Yu, however, remained enthusiastic, greeting Hammer Brother and even preparing a small gift. Hammer Brother, I brought you some delicious snacks, freshly made fried moss cakes. They smell wonderful, you must try them. Wang Yu took out a stack of cakes wrapped in a clean white cloth from his bag. They were still warm, totaling 8 pieces. Seeing Hammer Brother's reaction, he extended his hand and handed the stack to him. The latter was not polite, immediately demonstrating how melt in your mouth. They were even eating the cloth. Not bad, right? This was made by the first mate Ball. She really knows how to cook. Wang Yu seized the moment, not forgetting to mention his new crew member. Yet Hammer Brother remained aloof, saying nothing, only glancing at Ball, his gaze lingering slightly on Cat Kier, before continuing to walk forward. But Wang Yu did not stop talking. Hammer Brother, where did all these sprout beasts come from? Are there particularly many on the 4th level? I saw one on my way here. Hammer Brother, do you know where the main engine room is? Hammer Brother, do you know where Hawkins is, and Pig Brother as well? Wang Yu listed several names, all of whom were former crew members still alive aboard the deep space ship. This time Hammer Brother seemed to hear a keyword, and finally reacted, turning to look at Wang Yu. That fierce and ugly face gave Wang Yu an overwhelming sense of pressure, making him wonder if he had said something wrong. Thus Hammer Brother stared at Wang Yu for a while with his crimson single eye hidden behind the iron mask before finally making a move and pointing towards the opposite side of the collapsed area. Wang Yu suppressed his heartbeat, looking in the direction Hammer Brother pointed, cross-referencing the map and taking note. Then he looked at Hammer Brother ahead, thought for a moment, and continued to follow.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
At least he needed to figure out where Hammer Brother usually stayed, so he wouldn't have to search for someone next time. Behind him, Ball and Cat here followed along. Just now, when Hammer Brother was staring at Wang Yu, Ball nearly pulled her gun. Only Wang Yu had the guts to approach and start a conversation. The three trailed behind Hammer Brother, passing by a room labeled Shield Control Room without exploring it, but continued to follow Hammer Brother until they arrived at a room called Security Defense Center, entering through the main door behind him. Inside it was quite empty, possibly tidied up by Hammer Brother with only a stool, actually a metal block, moved from somewhere which Hammer Brother used as a seat. Then there was no clutter left except for those various weapons and armor hanging on the walls. Most of them were stained as if just excavated, and very few were intact. Either they were dull-edged or had broken handles, while the armor was almost equivalent to rusty scraps, nearly filling the entire room. The only complete and undamaged weapon inside was the large hammer that Hammer Brother placed at his feet. Moreover, judging by the size of the damaged armors, they were likely used by Hammer Brother in the past, but were no longer needed. So this was actually Hammer Brother's arsenal, not just a place where he only used a hammer. The reason he wielded the giant hammer in the end was simply because all the other weapons were worn out. Wang Yu gazed at the weapon rack resembling a wall of honor, deeply shocked. Ball and Cat here felt similarly, sensing a murderous aura that filled the whole room. After roughly touring the place and confirming that this was Hammer Brother's residence, the three prepared to leave. Hammer Brother, we won't disturb you any longer. Please rest well after your workout, and we'll come back next time. Wang Yu bid farewell to Hammer Brother, but the latter remained unresponsive, resembling a stone statue, possibly having fallen asleep. The three left the Security Defense Center, and it wasn't until they had walked a distance that Kat Kier became active again, clearly still somewhat afraid of Hammer Brother. However, after spending more time together and becoming familiar, it should gradually improve. At least this time, she didn't crouch and hide. They arrived at the shield control room they had previously passed, but didn't enter. The door was electrified, allowing direct. The inside was not large, but the overall situation was better than expected, with the facilities mostly intact, and the control panel could be successfully activated. However, the display showed that the particle generators used to create shields had malfunctioned, with a total of 8 units, 7 of which were offline and completely unusable. The credit points required to repair this module were 300,000. Wang Yu couldn't afford this amount, at least not at the moment, and moreover, if it could be repaired, wouldn't that save him money? He asked Ball if she had confidence in making the repairs, but she only shook her head, indicating that the machine planet lacked the relevant technology and that the Cavern Clan civilization had none, either leaving them without a way to proceed. Let's see about it later. After all, we won't need it for now, Wang Yu said, leaving the room. After getting a rough understanding of the 4th level, he returned to the place where he first saw Hammer Brother. At that moment, the bodies of the sprout beasts left on the ground had disappeared, including the one stuck to the wall that couldn't be pried off. Adding to the bloodstains on the ground, which extended to the fault of the collapsed area, it could be concluded that Pig Brother had been here and had left through the collapsed area, as if he could fly, but it might also have been a jump. He looked towards the 3rd level. Previously, he had asked about the locations of Pig Brother and Hawkins, but Hammer Brother only answered one. It was unclear who would be on the 3rd level. They would know once they got there. The three flew towards the 3rd level, specifically flying close to the broken wall, as the black hole engine hovered between the 4th and 5th levels. It was best to keep a distance from it, better to fly around than risk being sucked in. They successfully descended and landed on the floor of the 3rd level across the way. As soon as they entered, they clearly sensed something was off. Firstly, this level was particularly dirty, with traces of dragged objects very apparent. The stains had not been cleaned for a long time, making the floor uneven. Additionally, a foul smell could be detected upon entering this area, and it was certain that it came from this level. The odor of Pig Brother is most likely on this level, Wang Yu speculated. The three advanced cautiously, sweeping even the corridor corners, chiefly wary of any Yasho lurking in it. Such creatures were uncommon. The reason Chue Gu had been fighting several at once was likely because he had lured them together. In any case, up to now they had found no second Yabao. Wang Yu consulted the map. Chue Gu meant toward the bow. To the left is the temporary transfer hold, opposite is the carrier bay with the central collapse zone between them. He outlined the deck's layout to Bear and Mao Kier, intending later to breach between the carrier bay and the transfer hold, so that entering the Shinkong Hao and hauling supplies would be far more convenient. Otherwise, they'd have to clamber over the Shinkong Hao's exterior every time. Danger perhaps manageable, but unbearably inefficient. They pressed on and came upon a corridor absurdly broad, as if designed for freight or the movement of massive cargo. Here the stench grew thicker and farther, and they heard an unsettling sound, the steady rhythm of cleavers striking. It might be Zhuge. Don't move rashly. Watch my lead, Wang Yu whispered. Bear and Mao Kier had never met Zhuge, who by appearance seemed even more fierce than Chue Gu. Cradling his shotgun, he moved forward. As they closed, the chopping became clearer, its relentless cadence suggesting an inexhaustible supply of flesh. The steady clack of blade on meat continued, a monotonous percussion that chilled the blood. They reached a crossroads. The sound came from the right. For safety, Wang Yu volunteered to peer ahead. Pressing to the wall with his shotgun held tight, he dared a glance into a scene washed in sanguine light. At the corridor's end, within that dark crimson glow, stood a hulking figure nearly 3 meters tall. Though not as tall as Chui Gu, his girth exceeded him. From behind, rolls of flesh spilled outward like grotesque. Clad in an apron of indeterminate hue and a tall cap, he could be none other than Zhu Gu. A nauseating miasma of blood and rot drifted from the corridors into the place was abhorrent. Chains and hooks crowded the walls, suspending countless. He could be none other than Zhu Gu. A nauseating Zhu Gu hacked at something atop what passed for a chopping block. A vast expanse of black matter congealed like lava, layered, as if built up over years, its height serving perfectly as a work surface. When he had chopped the meat into uniform chunks, he swept them into a stew pot, whose surface bore a patina so thick the original metal could not be seen. His movements were deft and economical, honed by repetition. Wang Yu stood frozen, unable to tell whether this was a kitchen or an execution ground, only that it was brutally sanguine. The source of the red Wang Yu stood frozen, unable to tell whether this was a kitchen or an execution ground, only that it was brutally sanguine. The source of the red glow was a gigantic heart embedded in the far wall. It pulsed like molten rock, radiating a red incandescence, perhaps the heart of the Xinyuan Lai Whiten, so immense that only a corner protruded from the wall, while the bulk remained buried within the structure. For that reason, the wall at the corridor's end was veined with dense vessels. Besides the chained yasho, many were as thick as pillars. Whether any blood flowed within was uncertain. Each appeared black and petrified. Seeing Wang Yu motionless, Bear and Mao Qir exchanged glances and peered in. They froze their composure, crumbling silent for fear of drawing attention, and of being seized like the hanging yasho and hacked into pieces. Someone poked him, Bear. Wang Yu whispered. It's Zhu Gu, and the map marks this the heart sector, but he seems busy. Wait a moment. Wang Yu observed Zhu Gu's absorbed concentration and did not wish to disturb him. He even contemplated slipping away, feeling Zhu Gu was far more dangerous than Chui Gu. But the prodding grew firmer. 2 hands now, as if Mao Qir had joined, so he could not endure it any longer. Don't mess around, he never finished. Stupefied, he saw a familiar figure behind him, accompanied by a rank eye-stinging. The massive frame, the cleaver at the waist, the filthy piggish face. Zhu Gu. Wang Yu felt his scalp tighten, his mind go numb and oddly itchy. He looked first to the Zhu Gu at the end of the passage, then to the one before him hauling chains and a sack, and could not find words. How could there be 2 Zhu Gus? He was not seeing double. Bear and Mao Qir saw it too, and kept poking themselves. Zhu Gu had noticed the 3 of them skulking and paused. He chastised himself for having watched so intently that Zhu Gu moved without a sound. Wang Yu pinched his thigh to force himself into motion, then called out. Zhu Gu, long time no see. He forced a smile that felt stiff. Fortunately, Zhu Gu did not linger on them. He nodded once and trudged toward the corridors, and dragging his sack and the shredded yasho remnants still clinging to the chains. Among them was even the one Wang Yu's group had slain, blasted as it had been. Pieces that were not hanging by chain doubtless lay crammed in the sack. It was plain Zhu Gu was not wasteful. The 2 Zhu Gus soon joined without a word. The latter unhooked the ingredients and rehung them tidily, then emptied the sack's shredded meat into the pot, an act that nearly made Wang Yu retch. Then the latter of the pair drew a cleaver and gouged a deep incision into a black vessel before him, using the pot to collect a torrent of dark red magma-like fluid, presumably blood from the Xinyuan Lai Whiten and from close to the heart. The wound scabbed quickly, so he had to reopen it several times before the pot filled. Zhu Gu then seized a giant ladle and stirred as though preparing a meal. Meanwhile, the other Zhu Gu continued to add meat. The pair worked in grim coordination. Any spillage of broth puddled on the floor and quickly congealed, as did the blood leaking from the vessels. Wang Yu guessed the chopping block had formed from congealed blood. He swallowed. No appetite, only a reflex to stay. This was likely the source of the central collapse zone's foul stench. The pot in particular, as the fire roared beneath it, the odor grew unbearable. It stung their eyes. Let's go. Knowing Zhu Gu is here is enough, Wang Yu said. Though he could not fathom why there seemed to be 2 Zhu Gus, nor whom this grisly stew was meant for, the scale of the cooking implied it would take time. Rather than linger and be suffocated by the fader, they decided to explore other parts of the 3rd level. The 3 continued walking forward. On the way, Wang Yu called out the crew list, pondering why Zhu Gu had 2. Could it be that one was the question mark crew member? But these 2 looked far too similar, or perhaps Zhu Gu could split or use a doppelganger technique. Wang Yu leaned more towards the latter, thinking it might be a certain ability of Zhu Gu, for the family portrait of the previous crew did not feature any twins. The 3 continued to explore the dim hallway, sensing that this level might be the most severely affected by the hellish Leviathan, with almost no lighting and an abundance of sprouting beasts. The previous stretch of road was likely clear because Zhu Gu often passed through, as they hadn't seen many sprouts. After passing the intersection, they had already spotted 4 sprouts. However, before they could hatch, they were blasted apart by Bal's shotgun, with the injured sprouting beasts collapsing without even rising under Wang Ye's barrage. Thus their pace wasn't fast. They spent almost a quarter of an hour covering just 200 meters, thoroughly checking. Then at the end of the road they discovered a small transport vehicle or multifunctional forklift, indicating that this place was indeed a cargo passage. Name Hercules 01 Damaged Manufacturer, Four-Legged Fish Life Co. Ltd. Regulatory Level Class I Civilian. Description: a multifunctional cargo vehicle designed for gravity and low-gravity environments, balancing agility and compactness with high load capacity and enduring power, capable of raising its body height to a maximum of 20 meters for retrieving high-placed goods with a maximum load of 20 tons, including the vehicle under standard gravity. Is it possible to repair this vehicle, Wang Yu asked as Ball was inspecting it. However, it was uncertain how long this vehicle had been stationary. Although all 8 wheels were intact, they had aged considerably, covered in rust. With a slight tug, even the door was pulled off by Wang Yu. This was not due to the high stats of the power armor, but because the vehicle was too old and broken. After tearing off the door, a pile of debris fell. Although the parts were present, it was likely that the entire vehicle needed replacement, akin to building a new one. If the internal chips were well protected, they might still function, but the battery and motor were certainly beyond repair, holding little value for restoration. Ball said, albeit somewhat tactfully, that the implication was it couldn't be repaired, almost equivalent to scrap metal. However, the appearance of this small transport vehicle also indicated that the deep space ship had a large warehouse, likely on the 6th level. Because right behind the small transport vehicle was a large cargo elevator with only 2 buttons. The inscriptions were no longer legible, but it was assumed to correspond to the 3rd and 6th floors, since those were the only 2 major levels. While Ball inspected the small transport vehicle, Wang Yu went to check the cargo lift. It was not powered, and given its condition it seemed unlikely to start, because large amounts of black substance had seeped from the walls, causing the elevator to fuse with it. Even if there was power, it wouldn't move unless completely renovated. Since the end was a dead end, the 3 could only return the way they came. Upon reaching the intersection, they happened to see Zhu Gu carrying a pot that was glowing red from the heat, heading towards the opposite side. The pot contained a thick liquid that bubbled vigorously, resembling viscous pus. Just as Wang Yu and the others were also preparing to check that passage, seeing Zhu Gu pass by, they stealthily followed him. Along the way, a considerable amount of the contents in the pot spilled out. Zhu Gu paid no mind, striding confidently forward, his footsteps nearly silent, which explained why they hadn't noticed him before. Wang Yu glanced at the spilled dark green liquid, hesitated slightly, then wrapped a cloth around his index finger several times to dip it for inspection. Name: Foul Stink Soup. Creator: Chenov. Regulatory Level Class 4 Forbidden. Description: a potion crafted based on a technology that does not exist in this world, also known as a demon potion, effective only on humans. This thick soup, made from inferior rotten meat and tainted blood, should not have any effects, but possibly due to the fear and pain of the ingredients infused during its creation, consuming it can restore a large amount of spiritual energy and vitality. After multiple uses, the lingering fear and pain within it may also affect the user, potentially leading to frequent nightmares and a state of mental disturbance. Moreover, due to its terrible taste, the taste buds of the consumer will gradually be destroyed and distorted, with those having low immunity even experiencing diarrhea, poisoning, and other adverse symptoms. A technology that does not exist in this world. A demon potion. Wang Yu was taken aback, reading the information again to confirm it was correct. This was entirely a product beyond science, unexpectedly appearing on a spaceship, and it was made by Zhu Gu. Ball was about to ask something, but Wang Yu deflected, saying they should catch up first and discuss the details later, wanting to see where Zhu Gu was heading and who this thick soup was prepared for. The 3 followed behind, and after walking about 30 meters they encountered a corner where Zhu Gu had already passed. Following, they found the ground ahead had transformed from hard metal to uneven black rocks. Further ahead, these rocks even morphed into flesh that glowed red, reminiscent of the scene when Wang Yu used magic to awaken the hellish Leviathan. Zhu Gu was stepping on this flesh, pot in hand, continuing forward, surrounded by sprouting beasts that filled the entire passage like a chaotic rock pile, all in the process of hatching. Thus the 3 came to a halt, as entering would mean being surrounded by the sprouting beasts. Zhu Gu might be unconcerned, but for them, entering such an environment could lead to injury or even death. While they hesitated, Zhu Gu had already moved deeper, disappearing around the next corner with the pot. What should we do? Ball asked at that moment. Wang Yu looked at his 2 teammates, and then at the front, contemplating for a few seconds before making a decision. Proceed cautiously, avoid provoking these sprouts, and follow the path Zhu Gu took. If anything feels off, we will retreat immediately. The grenades should buy us some time, and then we can run towards Chuegu. Wang Yu said, feeling that if there were too many sprouting beasts, it would be necessary to call for Chuegu and Zhu Gu to intervene. They didn't need to waste precious ammunition on these creatures, as it wouldn't be enough to eliminate them all. Thus the 3 formed a column with Wang Yu as the captain, cautiously advancing along the path Zhu Gu had taken. After passing through this passage, they reached the end corner, where they saw a massive blood-red wall of flesh filling the entire passage. Zhu Gu had arrived at the wall, setting the pot down on the ground, and was using a large spoon to feed someone in front of him with the foul-smelling thick soup. Those were individuals embedded within the wall with only their heads and chests visible, while the rest of their bodies were almost entirely trapped in the wall akin to prisoners confined within. In total, there were 8 people trapped in the wall arranged in a circular formation, though 3 of them had already turned to bones, and some had even fallen apart, with only a segment of a ribcage remaining on the wall and skulls lying directly on the ground. Wall binder. Wang Yu immediately called up the crew panel to confirm, and it turned out to be 5 individuals, which they didn't know how long they had been trapped here, but it certainly wasn't short, as some had hair and beards that reached the ground, their color dull, covering their entire faces. Among them was a golden-haired individual positioned at the very top, coincidentally resembling the former Captain Hawking. Wang Yu Bear whispered, roughly asking what they should do next. Wang Yu summoned the map to confirm their location and saw the words main engine chamber displayed. The main engine chamber is ahead, he murmured, meaning the activated subspace phase engine lay within. But what should they do next? Wang Yu glanced at the surrounding spores, then at Zhu Gu ahead, and the skeletal remains of the wall-bound Fubish on the ground, considering pressing onward and letting the system gather intelligence. The corpses would certainly be recognized by the system and yield information. Acting on impulse, Wang Yu acknowledged Bear and Mao Kier behind him and continued along the path. Zhu Gu had taken his attention fixed on the wall of flesh ahead as he reviewed the intelligence gathered so far. Just then a hushed, urgent voice called from behind, "Watch your step." Wang Yu heard it, but reacted a beat too late. His foot landed on a piece of stewed meat, probably fallen from Zhu Gu's cauldron, and he pitched backward, flailing uncontrollably. Bear and Mao Kier steadied him, so he did not fall, but his flailing hand brushed against a laterally grown spore, which trembled, ruptured, and disgorged a segment of a human torso. Damn! Wang Yu felt something was very wrong. Zhu Gu had left a trap here. He had been about to fire, but gunfire would surely rouse the surrounding spore beasts, which would be far worse. They had to retreat. Back up! Get out of here now! Wang Yu warned. The passage was too narrow. Even if they fought, it was better to withdraw first. At that moment, a spore beast rose, a man about 1.6 meters tall, with blurred features. It fixed on Wang Yu, blinked into view before him, crouched low, and delivered a straight punch. Wang Yu was no novice. He had sparred with Bear and Mao Kier many times. His offense might be lacking, but his defenses were quick. He parried with his left hand, and immediately felt a searing pain as a strange force pierced his power armor and scorched his forearm. Suppressing the pain, Wang Yu leaned back and drew the Ingma short dagger from his chest, stabbing forward. The spore beast, skilled in unarmed combat, decisively leapt backward to evade the blade and paused, suspended in midair, as if employing some fabled qigong. Wait, this was wrong. Wang Yu sensed something amiss. The beast's suspension in the air was not of its own doing, but the result of another force holding it. Then came the sound of bone being crushed. The spore beast floated up and hung less than 2 meters before Wang Yu, an unknown force twisting it into a mangled corkscrew. Its bones shattered entirely and expelled ichor that splattered onto Wang Yu, even his face. Wang Yu. I'm fine, don't come over. Wang Yu warned the 2 behind him. He unwound the cloth from his right hand and found the luck indicator had changed to 5. It was a warning. His luck was alerting him. The path ahead was dangerous, which explained why he had nearly slipped. The 5 Fubish before them reacted to the intruders. They all raised their heads, and their eye sockets glowed a spectral blue. With some force, they killed the spore beast, twisting it into a ruined mass and tearing it into pieces before stopping. These 5 Fubish attack any living thing that approaches this wall, Wang Yu said, warning the 2 as he looked toward the unhatched spores. It seemed that as long as the spores did not hatch, the Fubish would ignore them. Wang Yu dared not gamble on any special immunity. Luck had already warned him. There was no need to test it. The 3 retraced their steps until they emerged from the spore-choked flesh tunnel and returned to the crossroads, where they finally allowed themselves to breathe. In the opposite corridor, the heart zone, another Zhu Gu continued processing ingredients. The others no longer displayed the terror they had at first. Perhaps they had grown accustomed. One Zhu Gu was responsible for retrieving corpses to help complete the foul-smelling stew that fed the Fubish. Another stood guard in the heart zone, endlessly processing food and likely watching the passage to the main engine chamber. Those 5 Fubish, no originally 8, had not been trapped on the wall. They had willingly formed a wall, imprisoning something within. That thing might well be the source of the Shenkon's mutation. Wang Yu shared his conjecture with Bear and the others. The ship contained more secrets than he had imagined. What he had assumed to be an ordinary wreck now seemed far from ordinary. Shui Gu and Zhu Gu were evidently engaged in resisting and suppressing the power of this hellish Leviathan, and that effort included those 5 Fubish. Perhaps they had accomplished something. Using the out-of-control auxiliary engines to strike the Hell Leviathan, then sealing whatever it was, and achieving a balance that held until Wang Yu boarded the vessel. That was Wang Yu's deduction from the intelligence at hand. Bear wasn't the Shinкong supposed to install cameras. We should put one here to monitor the heart zone, the main engine chamber, and Zhu Gu at all times. Wang Yu said, sensing that Zhu Gu maintained the balance here, while Shui Gu acted as a guardian, eliminating threats within the ship. Wang Yu exhaled and examined the wound on his left forearm. His fingers still moved, so it was not too severe. Looking at the time, he realized more than 4 hours had slipped by. Wang Yu's energy had fallen below 40 points. Although Bear and Malkir could still operate, allowing them to explore on their own would be dangerously reckless. If not for his luck earlier, the three of them might have been lost. Let's stop here for today and continue tomorrow. Well, clear the transit bay first, then the shipborne hold, and if time allows, inspect the other decks. Wang Yu proposed returning, so the exploration halted on the 3rd level. There were another 5 to 7 levels remaining. Nearly half the ship was still uncharted. They jumped into the central collapse area, and aided by jetpacks smoothly returned to the 1st deck. During this, they finally saw how Chui Gu traversed levels simply by jumping. At their level of ability, such distances required no jetpacks, 2 legs would have sufficed. The three returned to the captain's cabin, and taking in the familiar surroundings finally relaxed. Malkir flopped onto the tattered sofa. Wang Yu began to strip off his power armor, and inspected the wound on his left arm. A sharp hiss escaped him. Wang Yu inhaled coldly. When he stripped off the suit, his left arm felt as if it were glued to the power armor. Only with force did he wrench it free, tearing the hardened scab. Are you hurt? Only then did Bear and Malkir realize Wang Yu had been injured, for he had behaved as if nothing were amiss the whole way. Bear immediately fetched the med kit, while Wang Yu examined the wound on his forearm. A dark crimson imprint of a fist scorched his skin. The sleeve had been singed through, and dozens of blisters ringed the burn. Flame fist, penetration force. Do these Yasho still retain the skills they had in life? Wang Yu frowned and looked at the power armor. There was no visible damage. Coupled with the presence of elixirs, he sensed that the vessel's former crew had not been ordinary. Does it hurt? Malkir asked, her amber eyes clouded with concern. A superficial wound, it should not have damaged tendons or bone, Wang Yu replied. He admitted that the burn stung fiercely, but his fingers still moved, and the sleeve had absorbed much of the force. He produced the healing spray he had kept, and was about to apply it, when Bear carrying the med kit intercepted him. You haven't debrided it yet, she scolded. Her reproach carried a tinge of complaint that he had only told them. Now her gaze made Wang Yu avert his eyes. Bear began to clean the wound with tweezers and cotton, removing the charred, blackened fibers. It did not hurt much. Wang Yu felt awkward and had nowhere for his eyes to rest until they settled on a pair of white rabbit ears that twitched from time to time. Bear pressed on his arm, and he howled, teeth bared against the pain. The bone is intact. It's a skin burn with tissue contusion. Be careful of infection and do not let it get wet until it heals, she warned after her examination. She then sprayed the healing solution, which formed a pale green protective film over the wound. The spray was not from the med kit, but a product of the Sigeo company. It surpassed ordinary hemostatic sprays. It soothed the pain on contact, disinfected, and shielded the wound, and even rendered bandages unnecessary. Wang Yu took 2 anti-inflammatories and ate a dinner to replenish his strength. Then Bear and Malkir moved the heavy metal door and its fittings over to install it. He had wanted to help, but because of his injury, Bear dismissed him, ordering him to lie still. Helpless, he watched as the two worked. In roughly an hour and a half, the door was fitted. Unlike the original, the new door opened by a conventional lock. Unable to decipher the Shenkong Hao's identification system, they had resorted to this comparatively primitive solution. Its advantage was simple. Even in a power outage, they would not be trapped in the captain's chamber. It was also far sturdier. Even a Ingmao would find it hard to breach. By then, Wang Yu's left arm was feeling much better and showed no swelling, and sleepiness came upon him. He urged Bear and Malkir to rest early. Bear perhaps needed less sleep, but Malkir certainly did. Wang Yu returned to his cabin, lay down, and fell asleep. He woke with a fit of coughing and sat up, hacking up a small clump of sputum flecked with black fragments, and frowning, he went to wash his hands, but discovered to his alarm that the wound on his left arm had turned black. Not the dark red of a scab, but a pitch black identical to the fragments in his sputum. What is this? He probed the surface. It was not painful and almost devoid of sensation, as if it were not. With a little force, the shell-like layer split open. Its texture was foamy. Of fresh blood welled from the fissure. Damn, Wang Yu whispered, startled by how fragile the skin proved to be. He noticed another gaze bear standing in the doorway. She had dropped a cup of soy and rushed over, her pupils dilating and contracting, as if she were adjusting some magnification to inspect the wound. How could this be? When did this start? Bear asked, her voice trembling with agitation. He had considered bluffing, but faced with Bear's anxiety and the pleading in her eyes, he chose to tell the truth. Actually, ever since the last impact, I've had a cough. Later, the sputum began to contain black fragments, and gradually, there were streaks of blood. Bear fell into thought. She had noticed his cough. Oh, after spending so much time together, it would have been strange not to. She began to suspect the lungs were the first affected. It might be a hidden sequela from the earlier shock. His cough had started then. But since Wang Yu had not mentioned it, Bear had not pressed the matter. They lacked not only treatment, but even the means to properly diagnose the cause. Yet this set of symptoms existed in Bear's database. Jixing, long plagued by Hegila's influence, had catalogued myriad strange maladies. This was one of them, and one that Jixing's technology could not cure. This is stone skin syndrome, also called carbonization disease, a chronic and stubborn malady, she said. In afflicted patients, bodily tissues metamorphose during metabolism into carbon-like diseased matter. It does not proliferate like cancer, but it becomes extraordinarily brittle, and its occurrence is more likely after extensive trauma. Over time, the body becomes riddled with this fragile tissue, organ function collapses, infections erupt repeatedly, and death follows. There is no definitive cure. Treatment can only remove the brittle tissue and induce regenerative healing to prevent further carbonization. Through repeated debulking of carbonized tissue, one may prolong life, but ultimately the disease proves fatal. Bear inhaled deeply and mentioned that Sophia had also suffered from the disease. Not the mechanical servant Sophia, but the other Sophia he had seen underground, Lau Buelen's granddaughter. Her condition had been worse, complicated by more than one ailment, yet carbonization had been the principal cause of her loss of mobility and consciousness. So, does that mean I'm dying? Wang Yu felt the sky fall into the memory of that underground Sophia's ruined state. The Shinkong House mysteries had only just begun to lift, and matters seemed to be turning in their favor. How could he be struck down halfway through? How much time do I have left? After stabilizing his emotions for several seconds, Wang Yu took a deep breath and asked, "Damn, you almost scared me to death." Wang Yu sat up straight, found the healing spray, and sprayed it on his wound a couple of times to stop the bleeding, quickly forming a protective layer on top, but the spray was now used up. "You make it sound so serious, I thought I was about to kick the bucket. Turns out I still have a few years." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off quickly and try to figure out the situation inside the deep space vessel today. The more planets we explore, the better chance we have of finding a civilization skilled in curing such difficult ailments." Wang Yu immediately became enthusiastic, but Bao's expression remained tense, because she was referring to an ideal situation. If things went poorly and affected his cardiovascular system, Wang Yu might not even last a week. It was a matter of probability. "What's wrong?" At that moment, another voice came from the bedroom door. It was the recently awakened Meager, holding a patched pillow. After realizing no one was in the living room, she rushed over and happened to see Wang Yu and Ball huddled together. "It's fine, it's good that you're awake. I was just about to call you. We'll have breakfast soon, and then prepare to set off. Today's mission won't be easy," Wang Yu said, quickly brushing the matter aside. Telling Meager would be of no use, and Wang Yu did not want to be the one needing care during the subsequent actions. Upon hearing about breakfast, Meager instantly forgot everything and hurried to brush her teeth and wash up, eagerly waiting for the meal. "You need to reduce your exercise, at least avoid high-intensity workouts. This will also slow the progression of the carbonization disease. Additionally, you must avoid injuries," Ball advised Wang Yu in his ear, while carefully wrapping the black fist mark with a bandage. However, it was hard to say how much Wang Yu absorbed. The three of them had a simple meal, and at that time Ball also replaced, because while Wang Yu and Meager were sleeping, she was not idle, continuously laying cables to prepare for the installation of lights and cameras. After changing their equipment, they set off again, with Ball leading the way this time. Since it was their second time, the three were familiar with the route, and made no stops, directly heading to the third level. Their first goal was to open the door to the temporary transfer cabin, and then the door to the hangar, turning the deep space vessel back into an interconnected whole. They quickly arrived at the transfer cabin's door, encountering only a spore along the way, which they shot without wasting. However, opening the door was a hassle because it was broken. It wasn't just a matter of permission, the door itself was deformed, making it nearly impossible to open normally, let alone the black substance covering it. Thus, the three brought the necessary tools with them. Wang Yu took out a spherical capsule from his backpack, which contained a Spaceship mining robot. He twisted the capsule, and a 10-second countdown appeared. Then he placed the capsule on the ground, stepped back, and waited for the countdown to finish. The capsule burst open and a toy-like robot expanded with the air, quickly transforming into a large robot, over 7 meters tall, with 4 flexible mechanical arms carrying a big basket. It was shorter than the Death Digger, but it was compact and efficient. The design concepts of the two were fundamentally similar, since they were created by the same engineer. Strictly speaking, the Death Digger was a predecessor to this excavator. Thus, the operation methods should be quite similar. Wang Yu had the operating manual for the Digger robot on his phone, which he had asked Ball to send to him. He had looked it over before, but was handling it practically for the first time.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
The space inside was indeed a bit cramped, resembling a child's toy. Wang Yu had to exert some effort to squeeze, and looking at the array of buttons and 4 control sticks on the console, feeling overwhelmed. The control console was circular with pedals below divided into 4 directions, resembling a dance machine. Plus, this small stool felt like a form of torture. Meager, come over here, and see if you can use your claws to dismantle. Wang Yu hurriedly called Meager. It was time to utilize her dismantling skills. The latter jumped up, but was stopped by Wang Yu before entering the cockpit, since it was so cramped that adding another person would be problematic. After Wang Yu exited, Meager followed his instructions to forcibly dismantle the small stool, which did not affect driving, because it could be swapped out. However, Wang Yu wanted the base removed as well. Once the cockpit was cleared, it became much more spacious. Wang Yu sat back down, instructing Meager to stay on guard below, watching out for spores trying to ambush from behind, since the noise from dismantling the door would be loud. On the other side, Ball also finished her task, drawing a frame on the door for Wang Yu to follow when dismantling. The fine-tuning could be left to Meager and Ball. "Wait, let me review things first. You all stay away from this big guy, especially you, Meager. It would be bad if you stepped on it. I'm still not proficient," Wang Yu said, checking the operating manual on his phone. This was a panoramic cockpit visible in 360 degrees, likely made of some reinforced glass that was light yellow, probably also having radiation-proof effects. The height inside was just enough for Wang Yu to sit cross-legged, but having only 2 hands and 2 feet how to operate the 4 control sticks and 4 pedals posed a challenge that needed addressing. The start button is this one. Wang Yu pressed the orange button on the control panel long followed by another yellow button. Ventilation mode activated. Damn, I still have to step on the pedal at the back. Wang Yu changed to a kneeling position, stepped back, and soon the mech's interior erupted with a roar, officially starting up, taking 2 steps forward to the door. Then the mechanical arm with the thermal saw blade moved to the front in sync with the robot's body, preparing to cut the door. The harsh noise erupted and sparks flew. Although it was Wang Yu's first time operating an alien robot, he was not stumped by this inhumane operating method, displaying strong adaptability, or perhaps a talent for driving. However, his posture did not look good. The operation of this robot tested Wang Yu's body flexibility, causing him to often adopt awkward and strange positions while browsing his phone, amusing Mao here below. Fortunately, he had been exercising during this period, which included flexibility training, since enhancing reflexes required such practices. Soon the door was cut through by the saw blade. Wang Yu began cutting according to the door frame drawn by Ball, preparing for the installation of the door later. If it was too large, the making and moving of the door would be difficult, and even opening it would pose challenges, so it had to be made according to the preset size. At this moment, he only felt that he had endless tasks to complete, so after being busy for so long he did not feel. Wang Yu activated the thermal saw blades and completed the cut through the door, consuming 2 blades in the process. The tool had performed admirably. He had opened a gateway roughly 10 meters high, large enough for the Judas to pass through with ease. Bear was fine for now. Mao Kierboard was idly prodding the floor. Even after making such a commotion, no Yasho had appeared. Perhaps they had been fortunate. But the final opening would make enormous noise, the whole ship might hear it. They really had to be careful. Seeing Bear and Mao Kier fall back a safe distance, Wang Yu issued a last warning, then drove the Judas's 2 front legs and kicked the upright door over. It crashed to the deck with a terrifying boom, dust billowing up and choking the air. Before Wang Yu could even report the result, he noticed a red dot inside the transfer cabin. He swung the Judas's searchlight onto it, and his pupils constricted. Not good, get behind me. That unit inside. Wang Yu had not finished shouting when his hands had already moved urgently, bringing the swarmed manipulator to shield the cockpit. A heavy shell came hurtling straight at them. Boom. There was no blaze, only the sound of impact. A white bony spike, its tip smeared with flesh, embedded itself in the manipulator. The force was so great the Judas shuddered. The unit inside, named Edouin Finswiz, had inexplicably come to life. Its left hand bore a triple heavy cannon aimed at the Judas sights fixed on the cockpit. When one shot failed to finish them, the tri-barrel rotated with a grinding, chambering sound. Then another blast followed. Had that struck any of the 3 of them, there would have been no intact corpse left. They would have been blown into fragments. Wang Yu had already deployed 2 manipulator arms to shield the cockpit and checked on Bear and Mao Kier, who were right behind him. Only when he saw they were unharmed did he allow himself a breath of relief. That machine has grown flesh. It has become a Yasho. It must have fused with the hatchlings, Wang Yu warned, regretting he had not eliminated the threat earlier. When the ship launched, the transfer cabin had sealed itself and no one had entered again. They had no idea when the transformation had taken place. But now was not the time to ponder such questions. Facing a powerful machine, especially one bristling with heavy weaponry, exposing your back, would be mortal. The Judas's mobility under gravity was poor. It might not outrun its foe. A single slip would end in devastation. There was only one choice. Confronted by the gun-bearing Edouin Finswiz, Wang Yu advanced rather than retreated, alternating hands and feet across the 4 pedals to drive the Judas forward. By now the Judas's hull had been riddled with a dozen or so bone spikes. If not for its astonishing defenses, had it been the old Death Judas, it would likely have fallen apart. A pity for this brand new mech, brought out only to become battle damaged so soon. Rapid gunfire erupted, rattling like a furious drum. The Edouin Finswiz produced another weapon, a hand formed entirely of pink flesh and exposed bone, its palm hosting a barrel that spat a hail of bone bolts. Though far less powerful than the heavy cannon, its fire rate and ammunition were terrifying. It scored scratch after scratch across the Judas, the recoil even making the manipulator arms guarding the cockpit tremble. One projectile found the cockpit, webbing the pale yellow reinforced glass with fine cracks. Wang Yu realized the cockpit's strength had been sacrificed for visibility. Bear Mao here. Its back should be the weak point. Concentrate your attacks on the flesh. Wang Yu warned. Knowing retreat was impossible, he pushed forward under fire, defending with 3 manipulator arms. Speed grew as necessity forced out latent potential, and he slammed into the Edouin Finswiz, staggering it. At that distance, the Judas held the advantage. Wang Yu's target was singular, the menacing tri-barrel cannon. He readied a manipulator, swapped its tool for a mechanical claw, and forced the barrels downward toward the deck. The Edouin Finswiz recovered, retracting the palm gun and drawing a circular saw from its back. When it powered up, it howled. The white, bony blade glowed a dangerous red and lashed the Judas, aiming again for the cockpit. It shattered the manipulator arms shielding the cockpit and carved a horrific tear across Wang Yu's cockpit, nearly cleaving the hull. Fortunately Wang Yu had prepared. He hunched down into the seat well and avoided the worst of the blow. Blood had already flooded his right eye, glazing it in red. A flung shard of glass had apparently scratched his eyelid. But Wang Yu could spare no time for such concerns now. He roared and drove another manipulator into the fray, pinning the Finsuiz's Saak's hand and locking them in a brute. The Judas's strength lay in close combat. With many arms, it could suppress its foe's movements and then deliver overwhelming strikes. That was Wang Yu's aim, and he was not alone. His teammates were in the fight with him. At that moment a lithe figure sprang from beneath the Judas, sliding between the Finsuiz's legs while hammering the trigger, spitting high explosive rounds. It was bare-shouldering a heavy assault rifle. Rounds struck the Finsuiz's back, geysers of ichor erupting. This Finsuiz was not a true machine, but a Yasho, its body far less solid than a genuine model. It was a weakened variant, and its back was the weak spot. Another figure sprang, using the Judas as a launch pad, stepping off the Finsuiz's skull as a platform and completing a mid-air twist. Any gymnastics judge would surely have raised a perfect 10 card. It was impossibly nimble and graceful. A thunderous explosion roared. Meager was blasted clear, and Bear caught her solidly below. The Finsuiz's pained howls rose in the wake of the blast.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Seizing the moment while the Yasho lay grievously wounded and its strength ebbing, Wang Yu drove the Judas like a bulldozer and pinned the Finsuiz to the deck, producing a crash as immense as the fallen door. He had endured so long. Even one manipulator had been sheared off, and now rage boiled within him. He roared and drove the drill-armed manipulator down into the enemy with brutal force. A piercing noise erupted, scattering bone fragments. Wang Yu piloted the digger, pinning the crusher, a sprout beast, to the ground, forcefully pressing the largest drill bit against its chest, attempting to drill the creature to death with his weight. So tough, Wang Yu was somewhat surprised. Although he had achieved full control over the crusher with the help of Ball and Meager, it was still struggling, occasionally firing a few shots that hit the walls and doors behind Wang Yu. If it recovered, that would be troublesome. Who knows if it could regenerate? This won't do. Do we have any more powerful weapons? Wang Yu examined all the armaments and tools of the digger. The control claw had already deformed, and the thermal saw blade was not much better than the drill bit. So Wang Yu focused on the last inconspicuous weapon, replacing the drill bit with a mechanical claw, pressing down on the crusher's left arm and moving the impact drill to the front. Thanks to the excellent joint design and pivot structure, the digger's 4 mechanical arms were extraordinarily agile, with virtually no blind spots. This was the robot's greatest advantage. Wang Yu controlled the digger, completing the operation in just a few seconds. When it came to real combat, he found he no longer needed to look at the operation manual on his phone, as he had studied it before, but lacked confidence. A peculiar cylindrical structure was pressed against the crusher's chest, aimed at its cockpit. A few centimeters deep pit had already been made by the previous drill bit. But if this sprout beast was truly restored according to the crusher's design, the thickness of its pale bone-like armor was likely half a meter. This few centimeters deep pit barely scratched the surface. The drill bit at the front of the cylindrical structure pressed against the center of the pit. Wang Yu once again applied the weight of the digger while leaning forward, as if to increase the pressure. Then he pressed the firing button of the impact drill. Bang! Accompanied by smoke and mist, a shiny silver drill bit shot out from the cylindrical structure, crashing hard into the crusher's chest with such force that it pushed both the digger and Wang Yu backward. Then clear cracks appeared on the crusher's chest, and a pit over 30 centimeters in diameter emerged at its center. This is truly powerful. Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly, immediately applying his weight again, retracting the drill core, and after a few seconds he pressed the firing button once more. This was essentially a pile driver. The structure and principle were quite simple, even considered ancient, but the power was guaranteed, especially effective for breaking through hard rock. Bang! 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 Accompanied by the sensation of penetration, the subdued crusher convulsed, and then slumped down, its limbs no longer resisting, while dark red blood seeped from its back. This strike seemed to have pierced it entirely. When this sprout beast manifested the crusher, it seemed to have also manifested the pilot inside, making the cockpit a critical weak point. Once penetrated, it faced certain death. Wang Yu lifted and retracted the mechanical arm, which still had some bits of flesh hanging from it, but the drill bit remained. Only then did Wang Yu start to breathe heavily, as the pressure from this creature had been immense. As it ended, the fatigue hit him immediately, and his clothes were almost soaked in sweat. Finally done. Wang Yu looked at the relatively intact observation window on the side, then checked the reflection to assess the injury to his right eye. Although there was quite a bit of blood, it was not very serious. A cut on his forehead to the eyelid had only been made, and a few stitches would suffice, but carbonization disease might complicate the wound treatment. Wang Yu. Ball was calling him, having climbed up the ladder on the digger with Meager. The cockpit door had deformed from the attack, and could no longer open. I'm fine. Wang Yu replied, trying to wipe the blood from his forehead, which had mostly stopped flowing, though the flesh around the wound was still quite evident. Here, make this window opening bigger. Ball instructed, calling Meager to use her claws to enlarge the break in the window, so that Wang Yu could crawl out. However, with this commotion, unless the mech was repaired, it would be nearly impossible to enter space again unless piloted in a spacesuit, which would be quite torturous, as the inside was already cramped. Wang Yu crawled out through the break, pulled by Ball, who immediately took out prepared cotton swabs to help clean his wound. Why not escape? Aren't there still Hammer and the others? Ball complained, urging Wang Yu to hurry down as the wound needed disinfection and stitching, and it could even leave a scar due to carbonization disease. At this moment, Wang Yu also noticed Hammer in the corridor behind, though just his silhouette. Clearly, upon seeing Wang Yu take down the Crusher, he had turned back, perhaps having arrived a while ago, and only left after the Crusher's death. Wang Yu was too focused to notice. I can't rely entirely on them, and if I turn and flee, the variables are too great. This thing's weapons, even the weakest machine gun, would likely leave me in pieces if I took a hit. Wang Yu said, looking at the digger, which was covered in bullet holes, and had a dozen bone spikes embedded in it, feeling that this battle had truly pushed him to his limits. He glanced at the palm of his right hand, noticing one less stroke of luck likely from the time the window shattered. If he hadn't been fortunate, he might have become the one-eyed bandit. However, after this battle, combined with the changes in his luck during the previous fight, he suddenly understood better how unlike conventional battles, perhaps he should take risks, and then use a high-risk, high-reward strategy to maximize his. But he couldn't involve those around him, so he needed to remain clear-headed and learn to calculate during combat. These could be explored and practiced gradually in future battles. Ouch! That hurts. Be gentler. Wang Yu complained, feeling that Ball was doing it on purpose, as it hadn't hurt much when the first stitch was applied. You know pain, then avoid getting hurt. Here, hold his head steady, don't let him move. Ball commanded, clearly doing it on purpose, while Meager pressed down firmly on Wang Yu's cheek with her soft padded paw. A total of 4 stitches were completed. Wang Yu ensured he wouldn't fidget, as this time it was completely out of his control, which allowed Ball to let it slide. He had to find a way to deal with the carbonization disease. Wang Yu didn't think he would die from it, but it was already affecting his combat and training. After the operation, Wang Yu stood up to survey the Crusher's corpse, feeling that it shouldn't be left behind. If it stood up again, it would be troublesome. He suggested directly sending this thing into space using the large cutting machine in the workshop to disassemble, and that triple-barreled cannon must be recovered. Wang Yu was counting on using it one day, for example, mounted on top of a digger, giving him a means of long-range attack. After defeating the Shatterer, Wang Yu and the others turned off the gravity in the transfer cabin and moved the Shatterer mech to the cabin door, ensuring that when the door opened briefly, it would be ejected into space like garbage.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
This might be related to the Hell Leviathan, perhaps its internal environment is just like that. Similar to the human Bodis internal environment, where the salinity of body fluids fluctuates within a stable range, there won't be significant changes unless the individual is abnormal or dead. We'll go back for it later. Something this heavy won't drift far. Wang Yu explained that since the Shatterer was heavy, without turning off the gravity field, the 3 of them couldn't even budge it a bit. Thus, even if it was blown out in standard atmospheric pressure, it would move slowly, and remembering the direction, it would not be difficult to recover it with the performance of the deep space. The 3 set off again towards the adjacent onboard cabin, where another door needed to be opened, so Wang Yu continued. Fortunately, during the battle with the Shatterer, it was the mechanical arm using the shovel that broke. If it had been the thermal saw blade, that would have been troublesome. Even with Meager's claws, it would probably take several hours to open such a door. The 3 returned to the central collapse zone, where the digger switched to zero-gravity mode, utilizing the thrust from burning hydrogen and oxygen, propelling gas forward, while Ball and Meager sat in a basket. About half an hour later, a similar door was cut open by Wang Yu using the saw blade, this time even faster, mainly due to improved skill. They parked the digger in the onboard cabin, as this was where it was supposed to be. As for the bone spikes sticking out above and the damaged mechanical arm and cockpit, they could wait until later to repair. Wang Yu switched back to the powered armor. Despite having bandages on his left hand and forehead, he did not rest, but led the team to set off again, as time was equally important. However, he positioned himself at the end of the line, protected by Ball and Meager. The 3 arrived at the 5th level, which was the level they had previously discussed, inconsistent with the style and condition of the entire ship. The first reason was the brightness. Upon descending, it was evident that the power supply on this level was significantly better, with at least 80% of the lights functioning normally. Additionally, the building materials used on this level were different from those in other parts of the deep space, made of a white metal with no obvious signs of oxidation. However, there was a thick layer of dust on the ground, clearly indicating it had not been maintained for a long time. There aren't many battle marks, and it feels newer. This level might indeed have been added later, Ball remarked, walking ahead with Meager vigilantly observing their surroundings. Wang Yu at the back was even obstructed from view by them. Their protection was a bit excessive, as he was not severely injured, having only lost some blood, and his health was still above 80%. He exhaled and checked the map, which quickly displayed various room names, such as charging room, standby cabin, and purification room. All 3 entered to take a look. The charging room was one filled with numerous hanging cables, unclear what they were charging, having specially made a room with over Ball checked the power supply situation and felt this room was very suitable for connecting electricity, as the power was sufficient and the distribution box was within the room, not fearing any circuit damage or tripping, and they could try to draw power from here to install lighting and cameras in other areas. Additionally, an electrolysis device could be placed here, allowing for hydrogen bricks to be replenished at any time. Next was the standby cabin, a fairly large room, but the utilization of space inside was also very high, with 8 layers of sleep pods arranged like a capsule hotel, the largest, even 5 meters long, feeling like Thor could lie in without a hammer. However, only less than a quarter of the sleep pods were intact and operational. Most were damaged, bearing signs of battle, while some might have faults indicated by red lights. Low temperature sleep. Is it prepared for long-distance travel? But why is it called a standby cabin? Wang Yu pondered, while looking at the notice posted at the door of the room, which was written in Chinese characters. I don't quite understand, but it can be used as a refrigerator. We can take a few to the first level later. Wang Yu said. Then he, Ball, and Mao Kier checked the purification room, which should have been a room for disinfection and cleaning, equipped with spray nozzles and high-pressure water guns, but there was not a drop of liquid, so they did not linger and left until they arrived at the largest room on this level. Echo Sanctuary. Wang Yu checked the map, and then looked at the room, feeling that a room related to religious faith should not appear on a spaceship. Wasn't this a waste of space? And they even made it so large with such a magnificent door. Ball, upon hearing it was such a room, shared similar confusion, while only Mao Kier did not feel this way. She just thought the door looked beautiful, shining golden. The door on the originally white metallic base was adorned with numerous gilded patterns and golden reliefs, giving it a sacred appearance. However, the content of these patterns and reliefs upon closer inspection revealed gears, nuts, and bearings interconnected. At first glance, one might think it was lace or decorative patterns, but if those lines were viewed as wires or circuits connected together, it imparted an inexplicable sense of precision and machinery. The machine god cult. Does this level have anything to do with the machine god cult? Wang Yu speculated. Coincidentally, they had just fought the heretical shatterer of the machine god cult not long ago. Although it had been an imitation created by a sprout beast, they had indeed crossed paths. That mech likely came in together. The deep space may have previously devoured the machine god cult ship. Let's go in and take a look, but be careful, there might be something inside. Wang Yu remarked as the identities of 2 crew members with question marks still had not been confirmed. Ball walked at the front, and after pausing for a dozen seconds at the door, she tried to push it inward, successfully opening a crack, then paused for a moment before forcefully kicking the door open and rushing inside. Wang Yu and Mao Kier were positioned on either side of the door to provide support. However, there was no crisis. It was simply a very large and very empty room with a clean floor, inexplicably giving a sense of holiness, as a large number of lights and shining golden decorations and patterns were used as embellishments. In the center of the room, the only object present, right in front of the podium, was a strange circular mirror paint. The painting depicted a human figure with limbs outstretched, but it was not a simple human painting. It was so detailed that even the branches of blood vessels and capillaries were depicted, resembling a human anatomy diagram, far more realistic than those in medical textbooks, as if a perfectly proportioned and standard human body had been dissected and painted, and it was in color. However, this painting was not so simple. As Wang Yu and the others entered and moved forward, the content of the painting began to change. It seemed to utilize a raster-like technology, but far more realistic than that, with no afterimages, as if the painting was truly moving. The body of the figure in the painting was visibly transforming, with several organs being added. Then the distribution of blood vessels in the body changed, becoming more organized and systematic, or rather more scientific. Next, the bones thickened and became robust, the ribs transformed into armor plates, and the muscles began to grow wildly, becoming immensely strong. Then came the implantation of other organs, and the entire process resembled a recreation and reconstruction of the human body. Ultimately, this person transformed into a blue-gray skin warrior, unimaginably strong, albeit bald, with interfaces resembling electrodes implanted on the head, chest, back, and limbs. Human enhancement surgery, Wang Yu remarked, feeling that the painting demonstrated this very process. His voice echoed in the room, resonating 6 or 7 times before fading. This room seemed to have a design akin to an echo chamber, which might be the reason it was called the Echo Sanctuary. What a baffling place. Someone is mimicking your speech inside the wall. Someone is mimicking your speech. The cat girl, Mao Kier, said seriously, even becoming vigilant, causing the nearby bear to cover his forehead. Since she was teaching physics, it seemed she recalled an unpleasant memory. Even the omnipotent bear had things he could not handle, one of which was teaching Mao Kier. I understand. Wang Yu, having also taught before, empathized as he watched Mao Kier run to inspect the wall, even knocking on it. After warning her not to poke with her claws, he left it be, as there was a risk of electric shock, planning to teach her about echo. Wang Yu and Bear walked towards the podium, as it was the only spot in the room worth investigating. The mirrored painting on the ground merely exhibited a certain type of human modification surgery, having little actual value, as it was impossible to learn the technique from the painting alone, at most proving its existence. There were several switches on the podium, one of which had a pattern representing sound waves. Wang Yu tried to turn it off, and indeed the echo in the room ceased. However, Malkier was still studying the wall, thinking that the people inside simply weren't speaking since the sound had stopped. I turned off the echo, Wang Yu said. Malkier looked over but clearly did not understand knocking on the wall and even pressing her ear against it. Seeing her having fun, Wang Yu did not stop her, while Bear once again held his head. In addition to the echo control switch, there was also a light switch, and besides that there was something that was hard to comprehend. It resembled a book made of silver-white metal embedded in the surface of the podium, exquisitely crafted like a decorative artifact resting on a certain page with the text on the book still visible, which Wang Yu could read. The content was somewhat perplexing. I have pondered a question more than once, that is, why do humans need to eat? Our day only lasts 26 hours, 38 minutes and 44 seconds. Yet we waste precious minutes even longer on eating, which is extremely unwise and highly inefficient, reducing the operational efficiency of our civilization by at least 10%, as we always think, while working. What to eat later? Conversely, if we did not eat, abandoning this inefficient method of energy replenishment and instead charged or absorbed light energy, wouldn't that greatly enhance the operational efficiency of our civilization? Similarly, if we did not need to sleep, entertain ourselves, or even excrete, then our efficiency could be astonishingly high, making us worthy of admiration by other races powerful as deities. Thus, I have been contemplating how to optimize humanity. We cannot rely on natural evolution as it is too slow. We need a practical and reliable miracle that can be replicated, granting us bodies not inferior to subhumans, extended lifespans, and powerful brains. Otherwise, relying solely on will is not enough to achieve revival. I used myself as a sample, conducting repeated experiments through cloning, and finally completed this technology, pushing it to its pinnacle. Now I share this technology with all surviving humans, including you. I call it the Titan surgery, along with the powerful and compatible divine mechanism warriors. Initially, Wang Yu did not think much of it, considering the writer of this material to be insane. However, after reading a couple of paragraphs, he inexplicably felt a strong sense of identification with this person, believing that the viewpoints and content in the book were exceedingly correct. It was simply too right. Human lifespans are so short. Like the long-eared people, they can live over 800 years even without biological medical support, while humans struggle to reach 100. Indeed, we should place greater emphasis on time and efficiency than these long-lived species. As for the body and memory, there is no need to mention them. There is no need to bring out mechanical servants, as even the lighter Malkier has significantly more strength than him. Wang Yu became interested in the mysterious Titan surgery, immediately flipping to the next page, which detailed the procedure and technical points of the Titan surgery, very comprehensive, starting from the preparation of basic equipment to the knowledge and theories that needed to be understood, followed by the cultivation of the implantation body. Wang Yu. Bear slapped Wang Yu, sensing something was off, as he looked like he had seen something shocking, his eyes wide, and muttering something while continuously touching the metal ornament that resembled a book on the podium, as if flipping pages, yet there was clearly nothing on it. After being slapped by Bear, Wang Yu abruptly raised his head, instantly waking up feeling a splitting headache, as if his brain were filled with lead. What happened? Is there something on it? Bear asked, looking at the book on the podium. Wang Yu shook his head, feeling as if he had seen something just on that book on the podium. But now looking back, there was nothing on it, just a smooth mirror surface reflecting his own image, which left Wang Yu puzzled. Thus he called out the system, preparing to further confirm his status, and found some unusual records in the activity bar. You are attempting to read and comprehend the mechanics proverb rationality, decreased by 32. You are attempting to read and comprehend the mechanics proverb rationality, decreased by 27. You are attempting to read and comprehend the mechanics proverb rationality, decreased by 29. You are attempting to read and comprehend the mechanics proverb rationality, decreased by 19. Due to environmental interference, reading was forcibly interrupted, and you have forgotten some content. He immediately looked at the palm of his right hand, where the number had changed to 1. If Bear hadn't slapped him in time, he would have likely reached 0 rationality and transformed into a demon. Realizing he had walked through the gates of doom, beads of sweat emerged on Wang Yu's forehead, and he no longer looked at the decorative item resembling a book above, which had no item information and was entirely just a chunk of metal. How could he have seen words on it? Wasn't that seeing ghosts? What is going on? Bear noticed Wang Yu's strange expression and immediately pressed for answers, but Wang Yu stopped him, saying they would talk once they left. This place was not right. Do not stare at that thing. Wang Yu pointed to the book on the table, then turned off the lights in the room, calling Malkier, who was still studying the wall, to leave the echoing sanctuary together. I saw words in that book, the fake one, and the pages could even turn with content inside. After coming out, Wang Yu began recounting his bizarre experience, as the book was merely a decorative item. He couldn't recall the content clearly, only feeling it was absurd, like humans should abandon the inefficient way of replenishing energy through eating and instead switch to charging and basking in the sun. In short, it was utterly ridiculous. The person who wrote this was completely insane. Moreover, it recorded how to turn these absurd ideas into reality, but even though Wang Yu tried hard to recall, he couldn't elucidate any of the content, feeling his mind go blank. This part should have been very important. Was it the mental suggestion brought by the environment or some technology we don't understand? Ball recalled the environment in the Hall of Echoes, feeling that light and sound had impacted people, coupled with that strange mirror painting on the floor, leading Wang Yu to experience a delusional hallucination. Is that so? Wang Yu couldn't deny this possibility, especially if he didn't have the system. For the system had recorded this information and his rationality was plummeting. This was certainly not a mere delusion. Wang Yu shared the information about the Machina scriptures with Ball, as it contained quite a bit mentioning another human faction. Machina scriptures, a sacred text circulated within the Machina sect. Nearly all followers claimed such a book exists. Yet even after the Machina sect's base was destroyed, Titan warriors slain and priests detained for soul-level searches, no record or medium containing the Machina scriptures was found. Ultimately, the Machina scriptures was deemed a fabrication by the Machina sect to consolidate faith, much like fictional gods in some religions, existing solely to maintain belief. Strangely, the Machina sect always resurfaces after the human population reaches a certain number, rising once more. I don't care who you are, just run. The Machina sect is all crazy. Gourmet faction. The Gourmet faction considers themselves moderate conservatives among humans, often condemning the violent acts of the Machina sect, believing they're all lunatics. Renowned for their high biological genetics, they master the unique technology tree of gourmet cells with products that no one can refuse. Yet no matter which alien race discovers them, they will spare no effort to eliminate them, even if their products are excellent. Let's not discuss the Gourmet faction for now, but the Machina scriptures truly exist. Wang Yu asserted, typing this information into his phone so Ball could see it too. After reading it, Ball cast a skeptical glance at Wang Yu, questioning whether he had been affected by some unknown force and turned into a follower of the Machina sect. I am not. I haven't. Stop guessing. Wang Yu immediately denied it thrice, asserting he was not a follower of the Machina sect. Yet he emphasized that this book absolutely existed. He wasn't hallucinating, merely unable to prove it. Should we carefully check that podium and the painting on the ground, take it apart? Ball suggested, believing that to understand the reason one should take a straightforward approach, analyzing it directly. I'd rather not. Let's discuss it later. Wang Yu said, feeling that even if they took everything apart, they probably wouldn't find any information about the Machina scriptures. It would be better to wait until his condition improved, his luck restored, and then explore again. The three continued to inspect other areas on the 5th floor, and the previously checked rooms appeared different in his eyes. That energy replenishment room might be the cafeteria of this Machina sect spaceship, while the standby room served as dormitories, while other rooms were similar. From the perspective of ordinary people, the Machina sect members were indeed quite robotic, even more extreme than robots, with everything aimed at maximizing efficiency, including how to efficiently eliminate enemies. They crossed the central collapse zone and arrived at another side of the 5th floor, which was smaller in area, displaying a mix of white and dark gray metallic floors. Clearly the Machina sect ship fused with the deep space ship here. However, as soon as the three finished checking the first room, they made an unexpected discovery: a long trail of footprints on the ground. Because the floor was dusty, this layer was relatively new, not covered by that black substance, making the footprints very distinct. These footprints didn't belong to any of the three, being oversized about 1.5 times the size of Wang Yu's foot, yet much smaller than those of Hammer and Pig. There's another person on this floor, Wang Yu said, and all three heightened their vigilance following the footprints. Meanwhile, Wang Yu summoned the system, glancing at the crew interface, feeling it should be one of the two crew members. Eventually, they arrived in front of a relatively intact room, where the footprints ended, indicating the person had entered. Moreover, aside from the footprints they had followed, there were other footprints on the ground, suggesting this person had circled around here many times, even visiting other floors. Wang Yu. Ball gestured, actually not speaking, but Wang Yu seemed to hear her nodding to indicate not to alert the snake, his expression growing more serious. Because the map showed, this room was called the Titan operating room. Wang Yu didn't rashly knock or burst in, but slowly approached the wall, pressing his ear against it to listen. The three made similar actions. After all, it was a metallic wall, and soundproofing was hard to guarantee. They might hear movements inside, confirming whether anyone was present. Wang Yu's eyes widened as he indeed heard something. Not a hallucination for Ball, and the cat who was mimicking her also heard it. It sounded like a male youth complaining. No, the flavor is too bland, missing something. The materials are still insufficient. Our relying solely on this isn't enough. He spoke in words that were hard to understand, followed by bubbling sounds like burning and boiling liquid, then an explosion. Damn, I messed up again. The person inside complained the explosion was not loud, akin to a bottle bursting. Wang Yu made a gesture to Ball, as the person seemed to be a crew member of the deep space ship, and a speaking former crew member, making it better for him as the captain to deal with. However, Wang Yu still prepared for two scenarios, holding a beam pistol. If the person showed hostility, the gun would definitely fire. If not, it wouldn't easily cause collateral damage. He stood in front of the door with the gun knocked, and then a flurry of commotion came from inside, along with something crashing like, is anyone in there? Wang Yu attempted to act as if he had just arrived, but the response from inside was, no, nobody. This answer choked all the lines Wang Yu had prepared in his throat, none of them fitting. 10 seconds passed, and Wang Yu still couldn't figure out how to respond. There was clearly someone inside, yet they replied that no one was there, leaving him at a loss for words. Even if one insisted on pretending that there was no one, why even reply? What did no one even mean? After a complicated mental struggle, Wang Yu suddenly tightened his grip, realizing a possibility. Could it be that the thing inside wasn't human? He heightened his vigilance, gripping his gun tightly, preparing to knock on the door again, but the person inside spoke first. I didn't mean to deceive you. I just wanted to tell you that there really is no one in the room. Huh? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? No. Then why say it? Wang Yu was almost laughing in anger. In that case, you can come in and see for yourself, you'll understand. The young man inside replied, followed by the sound of a lock being opened, which greatly surprised Wang Yu. The door opened just a crack and an indescribable odor wafted out, as if something was fermenting inside strong enough to nearly make Wang Yu gag. He quickly held his breath, fearing the gas might be toxic. The other party opened the door completely, leaving Wang Yu utterly perplexed while Ball outside was taken aback. But after the door opened, there was no more movement, and the inside fell silent. Wang Yu exchanged glances with Ball, indicating for him to be ready while he prepared to knock on the door again. Alright, I'm coming in now. Please do not attack, or I cannot guarantee your safety, Wang Yu warned, not mentioning the number of people on his side as an additional precaution. After waiting for a few seconds without a reply, Wang Yu pressed against the metal door slowly, pushing it open, peeking inside, while readying his weapon. But until the door was fully opened, revealing the operation room, or rather a chaotic chemistry lab, Wang Yu did not make any further moves, because inside the room, apart from a control panel that had been corroded by various reagents, a large operating table cluttered with containers and devices that were incomprehensible, there was nowhere for anyone to hide.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Ball checked everywhere. There wasn't even a shadow of a person, let alone a ghost. Wang Yu waited outside until the smell inside dissipated somewhat before entering. By this time, Ball and the cat girl had already conducted 2 rounds of checks, stating that there was no one, especially the cat girl, who said she didn't even catch a whiff of human scent. This room is sealed, and there is no second exit, yet there were clearly people here earlier. The shattered glass hasn't been cleaned up, and even the cups are still warm. Moreover, Ball explained, believing there must be a hidden chamber or secret passage in the room, otherwise it was inexplicable how a person could have vanished. As long as one circles around the perimeter of the room and compares it with the internal space, perhaps clues could be discovered. Could it be that he really disappeared, like using an invisibility technique or a similar ability? Wang Yu recalled what the person had said and reacted, and the more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Ball was not entirely in agreement with this leap of thought, but having witnessed too many inexplicable phenomena along the way, she did not dismiss it this time. Let's not worry about him for now. Let's see what is in here and what this guy has been up to, Wang Yu said, surveying the operation. The space was quite large, over 200 square meters, but it was as filthy as a kitchen that hadn't been cleaned in decades. The floor felt sticky to the touch. What should have been a tidy operation room was now filled with bizarre instruments and tools resembling trash containers of unknown reagents, corpses of sprouting beasts, and organs, many of which showed signs of handmade craftsmanship. Moreover, most of these containers were modified from liquor bottles and metal containers, reminding Wang Yu of the empty liquor cabinet in the activity room on the 2nd floor. Even cans had been repurposed as beakers. Additionally, there were strange devices made from metal barrels. Wang Yu grabbed the lever, which had obvious welding marks, and turned it a few times. It was smooth and quite exquisitely crafted. Is this a hand-cranked centrifuge? Wang Yu couldn't help but exclaim. If it weren't for the fact that these instruments were too old and dirty, with such a thick layer of grime, that they hadn't been cleaned, Wang Yu would have praised the maker for their ingenuity in machining, as almost everything was handmade, including a pulverizer, grinder, and mixer. There were also iron boxes for drying and baking, a crooked yet exceptionally precise balance, and even a filtration and distillation device. Wang Yu fell silent, unsure whether to commend this person as a genius or a fool, because none of the items were powered. This operation room clearly had outlets, but the wires were used by this person as ties to suspend chunks of sprouting beast corpses and organs that had been dried like jerky. This person must be insane. Wang Yu couldn't help but curse. Under this person's chaotic operations, the operation room had been utterly transformed. Many instruments had been violently dismantled into parts assembled into these trash-like tools at angles one could hardly imagine. What kind of lunatic would rip the precise mechanical arm off an operating table to use as a clamp? Though it worked well, this operation room had been thoroughly ruined by him. Wang Yu felt a surge of anger as he seemed to recognize these instruments, even knowing what they were used for. At this moment, Ball had returned from her inspection, outside her face even more shocked. Unless this room had secret passages leading to the upper and lower levels, it was impossible for a person to hide here, as the difference in area inside and out was practically just a wall. Ball, cat girl, come help me get rid of the trash on this operating table. Never mind, let's move it down, or I think I know how to use this thing. Let's see if we can start it, Wang Yu said, asking the other two to assist. After wiping off some grime and removing the layer of cloth that was almost stuck to it, Wang Yu finally saw the screen of the control panel and the corroded buttons. Immediately pressing the power button, and the screen lit up directly. It still works. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, immediately beginning to operate it, astonishing Ball. Because how Wang Yu understood how to operate this thing was baffling. The keys were so corroded that the characters were unreadable, and there weren't even keycaps, yet he was able to operate it smoothly, even knowing where some keys were directly pressing them. Wang Yu brought up an overview of the operating room, and as he gazed at the screen filled with overflowing red and various error messages, the last shred of hope in his heart was utterly shattered. This operating room has basically been ravaged by this insane guy. Wang Yu, do you know what these things are for? At this moment Ball couldn't help but ask, to which Wang Yu nodded. I feel very familiar with this. That might be related to the Machina Oracle, but this operating room has been nearly destroyed. He replied, pressing a button on the control panel. Then the massive operating table, large enough for an elephant to lie on, responded. Several rows of drawers extended from the sides of the base, releasing cold air. The first few rows of drawers were all empty, but the last row still had something sealed in a plastic bag. Wang Yu immediately walked over, picked it up for inspection, and then his eyes brightened. Name: Superman Gland, manufacturer Machina Sect, regulatory level 4, forbidden description, developed by the Machina Sect for the third Titan Surgery's back implant. This implant secretes a special energy substance that bypasses respiration, supplying energy to all body cells through bodily fluid circulation and can be replenished via charging. This substance has a high energy efficiency capable of meeting the energy demands of the implant recipient during intense combat, significantly enhancing anaerobic capabilities, allowing sustained activity in low oxygen environments, and even replenishing through batteries. This implant is a living implant, unlike ordinary prosthetic modifications, and does not affect the user's attribute. Wang Yu looked at the silver-white implant in his hand, resembling a stamped spider, feeling it twitch slightly, and immediately hung it back on the shelf, pushing the drawer back. Wang Yu, what are you doing? What was that thing just now? Ball couldn't help but ask at this moment. Since he activated the control panel, Wang Yu seemed like a completely different person, making her feel unfamiliar. That was the implant for the Titan surgery. This is the Machina Sect's Titan operating room, a place for human modification. Wang Yu replied, looking around, contemplating the possibility of repairs and what would be needed. You want to modify your body? That's not acceptable. Ball immediately tried to stop him, but Wang Yu had his considerations. I know. Due to carbonization disease, I should avoid getting injured, so I want forcefully modify my body before recovering. That would be tantamount to suicide. However, the third surgery is quite special. It's... No way. Wang Yu was interrupted by Ball before he could finish, and he had to cease his explanation. Anyway, given the current conditions, it's impossible to proceed. He could only wait for later. The conversation returned to the mysterious figure in this room. Regarding his identity, there are currently two possibilities. Because there was only one person on the list of the crew of the Deep Space, and that was a woman. This person could only be a lost soul who accidentally wandered in here, or someone from this Machina Sect ship. Wang Yu leaned towards the former, as the followers of the Machina Sect would not resort to a bunch of hand-cranked or foot-pedaled human-powered devices. That would be too inefficient, especially in this operating room. It might be a lost soul, or even an evil spirit, because evil spirits can also speak. Wang Yu deduced, then continued to inspect the control panel to see if any valuable information was left inside. The system's logs had been manually cleared, but the surgical records remained, including the files of the subjects and the operators, with records of tens of thousands of surgeries, which are significant reference materials. The main operator was a Machina Sect priest named perilous, who was also a Titan warrior that had undergone 7 surgical modifications. Although the 7th surgery was not very successful, he was still quite strong. Wang Yu was now very clear about the combat power of a human who had undergone 7 Titan surgeries. More uniquely, he was also a priest, which in the Machina Sect refers to those who have gained significant insights from the Machina Oracle and possess knowledge and technology. He could even perform the 10th surgery right here in this operating room, although successful cases were rare. Out of 10 surgeries, only 2 were successful. The later surgeries often had lower success rates, and the cost of failure was often death, or even worse than death. The Titan surgery consists of a total of 13 stages, and individuals who successfully complete all modifications are referred to as perfect Titans. Even within the Machina Sect, they are likely to be extremely rare, with life forms vastly different from ordinary humans. Taking advantage of the opportunity to inspect the control panel, Wang Yu also explained the process of Titan surgery to Ball in preparation for the future. Although he couldn't elaborate on the specific principles, he could document the steps, and there were even video records in the control panel for reference. The first 3 surgeries are basic modification surgeries aimed at breaking the limitations of the human body, namely the bone reinforcement gland implant surgery, muscle reinforcement gland implant surgery, and the Superman gland implant surgery. When conditions are adequate and the implants are mature and stable, the success rates of the first 3 surgeries exceed 90, with only slight differences due to the operator. However, this operating room has average conditions, and the skill level of the operator is relatively low, with the recorded success rate barely reaching 80. Wang Yu commented, even opening some videos to demonstrate. These 3 surgeries do not have a strict order, but performing them in the order from first to third yields the highest success rate. However, doing the 3rd surgery first is also not impossible. What you mean is you want me to help you implant that Superman gland? Ball instantly realized Wang Yu's intention. After all, he couldn't perform the surgery on himself, all this talk was just to get her to do it. Wang Yu was taken aback and could only give a thumbs up praising. As expected of Ball, you figured it out so quickly. But what if it fails? There are examples in the files like this failure case of the bone reinforcement gland implant, which caused abnormal bone hyperplasia, piercing the skin and muscles, compressing organs, resulting in the loss of mobility and surviving less than 3 weeks post-operation. Ball said, still opposing such a high-risk surgery, but Wang Yu was unafraid. Ball, this involves my greatest secret and trump card, which I can also tell you. Just like you and Cat Kier possess certain talents, I also have a special talent, which is luck, allowing low-probability events favorable to me to inevitably occur as long as the probability is above 10A, though there are limits. Wang Yu thought briefly, feeling that only by telling Ball could he possibly persuade her, and he showed her the numbers on his palm. What lucky number? Can't you see it? At that moment, Wang Yu realized that this number was only visible to him. No wonder Ball had never asked. It turned out to be like this, and it even surfaced on the glove's surface despite him wearing gloves. In any case, I'm not making this up. Recall what has happened to me, many of those were caused by my talent. So the success rate of this surgery on me is almost 100. Wang Yu stated confidently, feeling that the Titan's surgery was a means of empowerment tailor-made for him. After that, Ball fell silent, seemingly convinced by Wang Yu's words. But even so, it's not acceptable, your body. Ball was still worried about the effects of carbonization disease. At this moment, Cat Kier suddenly intervened, not knowing where she had gotten a rack which held various glass containers of different shapes resembling poorly crafted test tubes, filled with a similarly colored light red liquid. This smells good, Cat Kier exclaimed, holding up the test tube rack like a treasure hunter who had found a treasure, bringing it to show Wang Yu and Ball. Wang Yu looked over and picked up one of the bottles, his eyes widening in surprise. Name: blood-burning demon potion. Manufacturer: Pulleys, Shio Air Pusi. Regulatory level: 4 forbidden. Description: a secret potion made using a technology that does not exist in this world, also known as a demon potion, effective only on humans. Using matured beast flesh and organs as primary materials, it is crafted through a complex brewing process. Upon consumption, it can stimulate the body's immune and detoxifying abilities, raise body temperature, and significantly increase wound healing speed, temporarily boosting immunity by 10 for 5 minutes. The effect wanes as body temperature returns to normal, after which the user will fall into a state of weakness with immunity dropping by 5, and if it falls below 5, it will drop to 1 with energy consumption increasing by 50. Overconsumption carries a risk of sudden death. This is a potion with such powerful effects. Where did you find this? Wang Yu quickly pressed for more information while Mao Kier pointed to the clutter on the operating table. Such a precious item was surprisingly mixed in with a pile of trash. No, it was mixed in with a collection of exquisite crafts. No wonder it went unnoticed. You did well. Wang Yu praised, ruffling Mao Kier's hair in excitement, causing it to become a bit messy. He then found over 100 similar potions among the clutter, with containers of all shapes, some even metallic, and many covered in thick dust and grime, uncertain how long they had been there. Wang Yu thoroughly checked the operating room, but found no other demon potions. However, he did discover a plethora of disordered chemical reagents and powders, including salt, sugar, MSG, white vinegar, soy sauce, and even chili oil, all of which had likely expired long ago. The salt might be okay, but the others were definitely spoiled. This fellow seemed to have searched the deep space vessel, especially the cafeteria and kitchen on the 2nd floor, and then used these expired and deteriorated items along with various junk-like objects to manually craft the necessary tools for chemical experiments, ultimately using beast corpses to successfully produce the demon potion. The shock of this discovery was akin to a primitive person randomly scribbling on the ground with a stone, intending to share with you their technology for controllable nuclear fusion. And Wang Yu's ship was in dire need of talent. But the name of the manufacturer? Wang Yu seemed to recall something, returning to the control console to pull up the surgical records, furrowing his brows slightly. And Wang Yu's ship was in dire need of talent. But the name of the manufacturer? Wang Yu seemed to recall something, returning to the control console to pull up the surgical records, furrowing his brows slightly. For this person's name was identical to that of the main administrator of this operating room. If this is a coincidence, then it is an extraordinary one. Oh, it could only mean they are the same person. But a cleric of the Machine God Church suddenly abandoned efficiency, opting to use primitive hand tools for the research and development of demon potions. Isn't that a bit strange? Wang Yu shared his findings with Bear and Mao Kier, explaining that the mysterious individual in this room was indeed a cleric of the Machine God Church, and he was originally the head of this operating room. Upon hearing this, Bear wore an expression similar to Wang, yes, clearly puzzled. But this Pulleys has disappeared. Kier has searched everywhere and found nothing.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Mao Kier remarked, indicating that during her efforts to find Pulleys, she stumbled upon the demon potion, detecting its scent, seemingly possessing a special sense of smell that allows her to find beneficial or edible items. Tap tap. Hello, may I have a moment to talk? Cleric Pulleys of the Machine God Church. Wang Yu asked from behind the door, waiting a few seconds without a response. He initially thought he had guessed wrong and was about to push the door open when the person inside unexpectedly replied. How do you know my name? Can you tell fortunes? Pulleys responded, causing Bear and Meager outside to display expressions of surprise, especially Meager, whose mouth dropped open in an O shape, hurriedly covering her mouth. No, Wang Yu quickly explained the situation to Pulleys. The control console tightened surgery. What is that? Huh? Wang Yu was shocked. Aren't you a cleric of the Machine God Church? Machine God? Cleric? Can you stop giving me strange nicknames? Wang Yu fell silent, unable to find common ground, and his thoughts became a bit chaotic. Bear nudged Wang Yu, signaling him not to get caught up in this issue with Pulleys, and to quickly ask the key question. Why did you mess with my stuff? What if you break something? Are you thieves that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Pulleys was starting to become somewhat displeased, likely realizing that his experimental table and instruments had been disturbed by Wang Yu and the others. Fortunately, he hadn't thrown them out as trash, otherwise he would probably be furious now. Wang Yu reorganized his thoughts, feeling that something might have happened to Pulleys, such as amnesia, which ultimately led to the current situation. It was better to cooperate with him for now. I apologize, but I am the captain of this ship, conducting a routine inspection. You may call me Captain Wang. What? You say this is your ship? Impossible, I've been here for quite a while, and have never heard of a Captain Wang. That's unfortunate. I just found out that a thief has mixed into my ship, not only stealing a pile of my supplies, but also damaging my valuable instruments. Now I have to demand compensation from you, and you must bear the corresponding consequences. Wang Yu replied, after which Pulleys inside the room fell silent, until Wang Yu knocked on the door again. What do you still want to pretend you're not here? But I really am not here. Didn't you already come in to confirm that? That's correct. However, as captain, I must ensure the safety of everyone on board. If necessary, I might have to dismantle this room, or even throw it into space. I believe. You don't want to become space debris, do you? The operating room fell silent for a few seconds. What exactly do you want? Pulleys asked irritably, while Wang Yu wore a satisfied expression, ready to present his condition. I've seen your work, and it's quite impressive. Just so happens that I need an apothecary on my ship, so, if you're willing to— I refuse. I can easily hide in a corner where you can't find me. You'll never discover me. Seeing the strong reaction from the other side, Wang Yu remained calm, and continued in a flat tone. That's unfortunate. I had prepared a much better laboratory for you with complete equipment, and a large supply of subspace creatures and demonic corpses as materials for your potion preparation. It seems that was all in vain. Bear Meager, let's take action. Let's dismantle this room. Wait. Pulleys suddenly became agitated, shouting to interrupt Captain Wang outside. Wait, please, shouted, calling a halt to Wang Yu. Do you really have the corpse of a wicked spirit on your side? Of course. Wang Yu answered affirmatively, his confidence stemming from the remnants left by the shadow demon. I need to make sure you're not fooling me. Of course. Wang Yu displayed great patience, as he had plenty of ways to handle the situation with the other person on his ship. Then I'll bring it in for you to see. Wang Yu replied, gently pushing the door open, which was unlocked. The room had returned to the previously empty operating room, with only a few items having changed positions, and everything else remained the same. Wang Yu frowned slightly. Although it was the second time he had seen this, the other party's strange ability still left him feeling somewhat unsettled, resembling a ghost, and it seemed like an uncontrollable passive ability. He took out the short blade of the shadow demon and placed it on the control panel. Wang Yu would always keep valuable corpses or materials like this, even the remains of skeleton monsters and magma salamanders, as they might come in handy one day, plus they took up little space. After placing it down, Wang Yu exited the room and slowly closed the door. Just at the moment the door closed, please react. This dagger is— He had clearly noticed the additional item on the control panel. It's a dagger made from the claws. Shadow demon. Are you saying this is the claw of a wicked spirit? Please surprisingly did not recognize the shadow demon, which caught Wang Yu off guard. But considering this guy's mental state, it was normal not to recognize it. He might have lost most of his memories. Incredible hardness, like crystal, yet completely opaque. This is indeed a unique material, smooth and hard. It seems I need to create a tougher grinding mortar. Please said as he conducted tests. Sounds of pounding and cracking came from inside, as if the mortar body had cracked. This thing needs to be heated with a beam and then cut with an angle grinder. I can prepare a set for you. Wang Yu reminded him at this time, but was refused by Please. Captain Wang, the things made that way will lack a soul. Only by personally crafting the tools, personally training, and putting in maximum effort can one achieve the desired results. This is the common sense of alchemy. To give a very simple example, when heating and mixing two substances, you must not use a thermometer to measure. That would be inaccurate. You must rely on your own feelings, using your eyes to see, your skin and fingers to sense. Only then can you obtain the most suitable temperature. Please explained, appearing quite professional, but Wang Yu could not agree, envisioning a scene of a man testing oil temperature with his fingers, which felt quite strange. Perhaps this is what makes a genius. Their thought processes are different from ordinary people who do not attempt to understand them and do not argue with them, as you cannot win. So have you made up your mind? Do you want to work under me? Wang Yu directly asked for the result, at which point Please, also, Captain Wang, I actually have a question too, but I can't verify it myself, so please tell me the truth. What question? That is, are you really human? Please asked. Wang Yu thought it would be something serious, but it was such a simple question. His response was naturally 100 pure human, no fakes, which is why I valued your ability to create potions. Those things only work on humans, right? I see. Please replied, seemingly nodding his head. Then his tone changed, and he became serious, speaking solemnly. I please Sherpas, a learning alchemy apprentice, formally pledge my loyalty to the captain of this ship, Captain Wang. Loyalty? Wang Yu was momentarily speechless by Pliss' sudden high-spirited emotion, but fortunately, he had a thick skin and quickly recovered. He didn't care about the substance of this loyalty, as long as the other party could clear some space, not ruin the operating room, and regularly deliver the produced potions. The two reached an agreement, and Wang Yu finally gained a new crew member. By the way, Captain Wang, what rare materials have you prepared for me? To be honest, I'm quite eager. You know my physique is special and I cannot be detected by any living being, so collecting materials has been quite tough. Please said it seemed he had snatched up all these materials before Pig Brother, which was indeed not easy. Getting them was already considered good luck. But actually, we are currently exploring the universe, so we will encounter more wicked spirits and even other unknown creatures later. All these will be sent to your exclusive laboratory as materials to support your research. At this time, Ball spoke up, practically articulating the lines or excuse Wang Yu had pondered for a long time. So that's it. Please then realized that Captain Wang seemed to have been crafting in the void earlier, but that didn't matter, as this was indeed a win-win collaboration. At least the materials from wicked spirits were real, just not in large quantities. Subsequently, Wang Yu discussed the location and arrangement of the laboratory with Please, deciding to choose the largest laboratory on the first floor. There were already many experimental instruments inside, some were still intact, and at least the test tubes and beakers were sufficient. Those that weren't could be taken from the surrounding laboratories. As for other items, it depended on whether Please wanted them, as he preferred to craft everything himself, trusting only the instruments he made himself. He even insisted on manually shaking the centrifuge, claiming that mechanical centrifuges could not yield the results he desired, so he didn't need equipment, just help to move his precious tools over. Finally, he wanted a small machine tool, of course the most primitive kind, basically equivalent to a primitive smelting workshop, convenient for him to craft tools. Wang Yu could naturally meet this request, as he just needed to move some tools from the workshop over. It was not difficult. If he wanted a precision high-speed centrifuge or a high-level balance accurate to many decimal places or a spectrometer for analyzing material composition, that would give Wang Yu a headache. Fortunately, he was a craftsman, which might relate to his past as a priest of the machine god cult. His skills were remarkable, though his methods were a bit off. One more thing, I can only go out and move around when you all are gone and no longer observing this area. I also went to the first floor, but I couldn't get into the door and the passage was closed. Please said, indicating that he had apparently wandered around the deep space ship, and not having taken the test tubes and beakers from the first floor laboratory was because he couldn't enter. However, this problem had been resolved, as Wang Yu was the captain of the deep space ship. After Please pledged allegiance to him, one of the two question mark crew members became Please, and his position and authority could be customized. Wang Yu directly granted him the position of shipboard alchemist and the right to move freely on the first floor except for the bridge and captain's quarters. After the system update, all of these could be set, making things much more convenient. Once prepared, Please would be able to go to the new laboratory by himself. After emphasizing once again that Pris should not waste this operating room, the three set off again, preparing to explore the 6th and 7th floors as quickly as possible. They had already delayed too long on this floor. If they continued to procrastinate, they might not complete their tasks today. On the way, Ball asked a peculiar question. They had understood Pris' strange constitution, which was similar to that of a wraith who once observed by a living. This did not merely refer to being seen with the eyes, but rather a holistic perception. Unless he was in a relatively enclosed space, he would remain in a state of disappearance, as if he did not exist. But he did exist. He could only exist alone, and could touch and interact with tangible objects, which was similar to a normal person. But there's a question. How does he know he has this kind of constitution? Ball asked, puzzled, looking at Wang Yu, who then realized that this was indeed a point of concern. Here there were only Hammer and Pig, and these two would never converse with Pris, nor would they pay him any mind. So how did Pris know he would disappear? Perhaps it was because his consciousness would occasionally fragment. Are you suggesting that when Pris entered the deep space vessel, even before he transformed into that ghostly form, he had contact with others? Were there other living people on the ship at that time? Wang Yu's eyes widened, quickly sharing a thought with Ball. Indeed, this would explain things they would need to ask Pris later. They would wait until he moved to the first floor to subtly probe. It was a pity they couldn't see Pris' panel, otherwise they would know why he had become like this. The panel might hold the answer. The three arrived at the 6th floor, but this time, they did not explore, stopping entirely. This floor had collapsed severely aside from the section of ground beneath their feet, and the other side of the central collapse area. Everything else had completely crumbled, merging the 6th and 7th floors into one with a height nearing 30 meters. Storage area? Wang Yu showed a look of realization. After all, he had guessed that there would be a large warehouse on the 6th floor, just not that it had collapsed. Moreover, it was not just a simple collapse from the areas illuminated by the floodlight and glow sticks. The ground and walls had transformed into a black rock-like structure, a result of the Hell Leviathan's regeneration and repair, that is the regeneration armor. This indicated that a significant crisis had occurred here, possibly the source of the disaster within the deep space vessel that caused damage to the hull. If this had happened in subspace, Wang Yu could hardly imagine what horrific events might have transpired. For this reason, the storage area was now a vast pit. Looking over, there was nothing there except for a few scattered spores clinging to the walls or ground. For this reason, the storage area was now a vast pit. Looking over, there was nothing there except for a few scattered spores. These things could not be exterminated as long as they did not interfere with their exploration and did not pose a threat. They did not need to worry about them. Their ammunition was quite precious. Thus, the three changed direction and moved to the other side of the collapsed area, where they discovered two rooms on this sixth floor: the gravity control room and the detector production workshop. The entrance to the gravity room was a special circular door, which was quite rare throughout the entire deep space vessel, and it was large, nearly as tall as the sixth floor. Although the lights above were glowing and power was running, the door could not be opened, likely due to insufficient permission. Considering that this matter was related to the black hole engine imprisoned in the central collapse area, it would be wise not to enter recklessly until they were adequately prepared. After all, the gravitational field of the ship was still functioning normally overall. As for the detector production workshop, it should be the site of the living detector production factory. The door could be opened normally, revealing a long black unidentified object lying on the ground, rigid and coiled several times. It was likely from that factory, but it resembled a dead object. It would probably only react once the condition of the deep space vessel was restored, so they could check it later. In the final seventh floor, the three confirmed the prison where meager had been held, and they had basically grasped the internal situation of the deep space vessel. On Wang Yu's map, only the main engine room and the interior of the gravity room remained completely black, and they could not enter for now. All other areas were lit up, and if the last crew member with a question mark existed, they could only be in one of those rooms. The three returned to the first floor, had a light meal, and during this process held a brief meeting, mainly discussing subsequent actions and plans. There were roughly three tasks. First, the placement of the new crew member Pris, which required some cleaning, mainly clearing out the clutter in the laboratory, then moving Pris' precious equipment in and marking it at the door so that Pris would not have trouble finding it. The second task involved utilizing the workshop of the Rock Caves tribe to renovate the deep space vessel, which would take considerable time. The priority was to complete the ionization device for hydrogen extraction, followed by the power generation device on the first floor, the doors of the transfer bay, and the onboard cabin, and finally the small forge needed for Pris to process metal and glass. Other tasks like laying internal circuits and installing cameras and lights could actually be completed during the voyage, as long as all the supplies were moved onto the deep space vessel. Ball, could you roughly estimate whether the hydrogen bricks we obtained from the gacha are enough to complete all these tasks, and whether we can get everything done within a month? Wang Yu said, hoping to finish as soon as possible, as what he lacked most right now was time. Ball conducted a brief calculation and stated that if they also used the hydrogen bricks from the third-generation digger, the energy would definitely be sufficient, as it was not a major project. As for the time, 2 weeks would be enough. Then let's aim to complete it within 3 weeks. 2 weeks is too rushed. I also have some small items that need to be made using the workshop's conditions, and I'll list them for you later. Wang Yu said, as he also had his own plans to gradually improve and repair the Titan operating room. Once everything was completed and ready, the last task would be for Wang Yu to take control of the deep space vessel, devour this workshop, and then set off for Hellstar. As of now, they had not discovered any other planets or star systems that seemed to harbor civilizations. Before other more valuable targets appeared, Hellstar had become their only destination. However, they needed to ensure safety, so there were still many preparations to be made. After roughly arranging the follow-up plans, Wang Yu glanced at his condition, took out a vial of blood fire potion, and intended to drink 1 bottle to test its effects. If it could suppress carbonization disease, his subsequent actions would be much easier. In the captain's quarters, Wang Yu took out the bottle of blood ignition potion, and without hesitation uncapped it and drank it down. The pale red warm liquid slid down his throat, slightly sweet, without any strange taste, akin to a high-proof sweet wine. However, not even 5 seconds had passed after drinking it when the effects kicked in. Wang Yu's body temperature rapidly rose, surpassing 40 degrees, pushing towards 50 degrees. Simultaneously, his skin turned as red as a boiled lobster shell. In the near-zero environment of the deep space ship, one could even see the steam rising from his body, a result of excessive sweating, which evaporated and condensed due to the cold. Simultaneously, his skin turned as red as a boiled lobster shell. In the near-zero environment of the deep space ship, one could even see the steam rising from his body, a result. An excessively high body temperature could irreversibly damage the human body, particularly the brain, and Wang Yu had clearly crossed that line. His hands were scorching, yet he showed no signs of discomfort, nor did he faint. I'm fine, just feeling a bit hot, somewhat like a fever. My head feels a bit heavy, but still within an acceptable range. Wang Yu replied, looking at his flushed hands. Honestly, he was a bit scared, but to test the potion's effects he had to give it a try, hoping the system wouldn't let him down. Fortunately, there were no other violent reactions, his health panel was even rising, and his immunity attribute increased by 10 points. However, the wound on his forehead was a bit itchy, and he couldn't resist the urge to scratch. To further confirm the condition of the wound, Wang Yu suggested removing the bandage, including the previous injury on his left arm, for comparison. So is there any change? I feel really itchy on my head and want to scratch it, Wang Yu asked, but Bao's gaze remained fixed on his forehead. She didn't respond to his question, only grasped his hand as he attempted to scratch. Don't scratch, but it's better if you don't know for now, Ball said, making Wang Yu even more curious. The wound was extremely itchy, yet the dark bruise on his left arm showed no significant change. After 5 minutes, Wang Yu's body temperature swiftly dropped. Given the excessive sweating, it was easy to catch a cold in such a low-temperature environment. Following Bao's suggestion, he took a hot shower, which essentially meant using a bucket of hot water to wipe himself down, as that was the only option available, and then changed into dry clothes. During the washing process, Wang Yu confirmed the condition of his forehead wound in the cracked mirror in the bathroom. It had completely healed, though the stitches were still embedded in the flesh, reflecting the state of healing. Wang Yu touched the affected area. The texture was uneven, unlike normal skin, resembling the irregular scars left by burns or scalds, and it was pink, reminding him of the sprout beasts. Moreover, within the scar there were several tiny black spots, likely the lesions of carbonization disease, but they were much better than the large black patches on his left arm. While it was indeed ugly, the potion had a suppressive effect on carbonization disease, and that was enough. Ball, this potion is effective against carbonization disease. We can proceed with the surgery. Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly, casually wiping himself down and rushing out wearing only a pair of shorts. His face. Ball held a holographic computer with a data cable connected to her wrist, looking at something. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, she merely nodded, which piqued Wang Yu's curiosity. He leaned in closer and saw some disturbing footage. It was footage of him taking the blood ignition potion, recorded by Ball. In the video, Wang Yu was still talking, inquiring about Bao's wound, mentioning that it felt very itchy, and in the footage the wound. That portion of flesh seemed to come alive, sprouting many delicate pink granulations, wriggling like worms to fill the gaps in the flesh, and within just a few seconds the healing was completed, albeit the wound looked a bit ugly, resembling a patched-up section. Is that how it heals? Wang Yu exclaimed, realizing why Ball had said it was better for him not to know. If he had known, it would have indeed been terrifying. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. The healing effect of this potion is quite miraculous. It transcends the realm of traditional medicine, resembling a temporary alteration of the user's constitution. Ball nodded, looking at Wang Yu while gently reminding him. Wang Yu, although you've indeed become quite robust, I think you still need to wear clothes. They'll do it right away. Wang Yu immediately grabbed the dry clothes prepared by Ball and put them on, feeling that he had struck gold this time. The potential value of this new crew member Pris was greater than he had anticipated, making it worth a significant investment. Afterward, Ball helped Wang Yu remove the stitches, and the two discussed the Titan surgery. Due to the limitations of their conditions, it was unlikely to fully restore the Titan surgical room. However, the Titan surgery was quite special, and there were rudimentary methods to perform it even under simple conditions. Using traditional surgical tools could indeed complete the surgery, especially the initial procedures, though the success rate would be significantly lower, around 30. But just as Wang Yu had said, as long as he had his talent, whether it was a 30 or 90 probability for him, it was 100. So Ball only needed to follow the procedures step by step without worrying about unexpected complications during the adaptation of the implants. The small items Wang Yu previously mentioned were actually the tools needed for the surgery. Thanks to Ball being a robot, her precision and vision far exceeded that of ordinary humans, thus completing such a complex surgery alone posed no difficulty. The required items included a full set of surgical knives and suturing needles of different specifications, surgical scissors, tweezers, bone saws, hemostatic forceps, nerve dissectors, bone hammers, and bone files, among others. Other supplies like disinfectant alcohol, hemostatic gauze, and cotton could be sourced from the medical kit. It was essentially a relatively traditional surgery, without the assistance of precision machinery, lacking lasers or electric scalpels, representing the minimum configuration for a Titan surgery. The most challenging aspect was actually the cultivation and selection of the implants, but they had that ready. I will also write down the surgical process and precautions for you. Strictly follow the procedures, even if they seem unreasonable or dangerous, do not alter them. I can't explain this process and its underlying principles well, but I can guarantee that it is correct and the only condition we can currently achieve. Wang Yu added, planning to complete this surgery during their voyage to Hellstar. For that they would need to clean the Titan surgical room, ensuring the operating table was clean. Some of the equipment could still be used primarily for monitoring certain physiological indicators. A week has passed. The reconstruction of the deep space was proceeding in an orderly manner. Wang Yu's days were filled with activity, perhaps even overly so. However, due to his weakened and listless state, most of the work was being handled by Meager and Bear, while Wang Yu primarily focused on inventorying and organizing the supplies that had arrived. After sealing the hatches of the hangar and transfer bay, they could now directly transport items onto the ship, significantly increasing efficiency. The throughput of both areas was no longer comparable. Items that were initially not planned to be moved could now be brought on board, including a large quantity of metal materials, and even disassembled CNC machines and control consoles, though they were not yet fully installed and needed debugging. With the subsequent use of the machines along with materials and gunpowder from the workshop, there was a possibility of producing bullets and even grenades, which was good news. In addition, Perilous laboratory had also been tidied up and he himself had moved in. Upon seeing the stacked experimental equipment, he praised the lab profusely, declaring it simply outstanding with excellent conditions. Though many of the experimental instruments were broken, it was of little consequence. Perilous would repair them himself, or even convert them into hand-operated versions. Additionally, he had set up a forge which consisted of a simple furnace, iron ingots, and tools like hammers and steel pliers. This was sufficient. With an unlimited supply of metal materials, he was confident he could produce everything he needed. The corpses of the skeletal monsters and lava salamanders were also given to Perilous along with fragments of shadow demons and various reagents and solvents found in the workshop, including engine oil. He even provided a box of canned moss despite Perilous claiming he did not need to eat. Yet Wang Yu still gave him everything he could, even installing lights powered by the newly installed hydrogen-oxygen generator. His only condition was for Perilous to quickly produce potions that could enhance attributes, ones that would provide permanent boosts. No problem. I Perilous Zyrpis swear by this perfect laboratory that I will definitely produce results that satisfy Captain Wang. Perilous exclaimed, leaving Wang Yu outside feeling somewhat uncomfortable as it seemed bizarre. He glanced at the sign hanging on the door where it was clumsily inscribed with the words Perilous Potion Laboratory. Strictly speaking, this laboratory originally belongs to Wang Yu. Perilous swearing on it is of no use. Fortunately, Wang Yu did not care about these matters as long as Perilous could produce results. Then Wang Yu also inquired about the reason for Perilous' current physique. According to Perilous, he developed this condition due to consuming the wrong potions, as he always tastes the potions he concocts, claiming that only by doing so can he identify what's lacking in them. Furthermore, he stated that alchemists who are afraid to consume their own potions will forever remain third-rate. Wang Yu could not agree with this, and only urged him to be cautious and not poison himself. He initially planned to leave him a walkie-talkie for emergencies, but suddenly realized that he might not be able to contact Perilous, so he had to let him manage on his own. Finally, regarding how Perilous discovered his ghostly physique, he merely said he sensed it, speaking vaguely. Wang Yu felt it might be due to memory loss, and after asking a few times he gave up, realizing that Perilous had no memories prior to coming here. Another week passed. As Bear had calculated from the beginning, the reconstruction of the deep space was basically complete, and it was even finished half a day ahead of schedule. The first floor was already electrified, but the lights and cameras had yet to be installed. Additionally, the hydrogen-oxygen ionization device had been completed, installed in the energy replenishment room on the 5th floor, and a lock was added to the main door to prevent damage from sprout beasts. The preparatory work was basically finished, and the transfer bay was piled high with goods, leaving only the internal renovations of the ship. During this time, Wang Yu frequently visited the Titan surgical room, mainly for cleaning and preparing for the upcoming surgeries, intending to perform a major overhaul to restore the surgical room to its original state, which was not feasible with their current resources. After confirming that everything was ready, including all the necessary surgical equipment, Wang Yu, Bear, and Mao Kier gathered on the bridge, joined by Perilous via walkie-talkie, totaling 4 people, for a brief meeting. The main purpose was to report and summarize the achievements of this period and to set the plans for the future. During this time, they had not ceased their observations of the surrounding universe, and indeed, they made additional discoveries, identifying a special star system approximately 4,000 light-years away. This was not a simple stellar system, but rather a special area composed of several stellar systems. The results of spectral analysis indicated that the components of these star systems were highly similar, almost identical. From the results, all were silvery white planets, composed of similar metals, with all planets, excluding stars, being the same, numbering in the hundreds. This might be a special disaster that spreads and affects areas measured in light years, making it far more dangerous. What could be the cause of this? Any findings? Wang Yu asked Bear, who only shook his head as there were no reference cases, and the distance was too great. It was certain that the range of this silver star domain was much larger than what they had observed, as the images they saw were actually from thousands of years ago. Moreover, Bear did not believe this was a harmless natural phenomenon and advised against recklessly entering. I will be careful to avoid that area when the time comes. Wang Yu nodded. Since they had still not found any planets with existing civilizations, and the Silver Star system was too dangerous, they decided to proceed with their previous plan and head to the Hell Star. Bear, has the camera at the top of the central collapse zone been installed? Can it be activated now? Wang Yu inquired, receiving an affirmative response from Bear. He then turned around and operated the console, switching the display from the Silver Star domain to the central collapse zone. To accommodate the use of the camera, Bear also brought over the central control console and screen from the workshop. Although it could only display images and function similarly to a regular computer, it greatly improved the environment on the bridge, eliminating the need to hold that light brain during meetings. On the screen, the overall situation of the central collapse zone was visible as the camera was installed at the breach leading down from the 1st floor. Among the view, one could see Hammer Brothers standing on the 4th floor holding a large iron hammer, while a sprout beast with a long knife was poking at him incessantly, but he ignored it. This was the same long knife fellow who had been killed by Hammer Brother before, and it seemed to have hatched from somewhere again. Wang Yu also greeted Hammer Brother as the deep space needed to feed, and all preparatory work had to be completed. Seeing that everything was arranged, Wang Yu turned and walked towards the captain's seat, intending to connect with the deep space and attempt to consume that workshop before setting off for the Hell Star. Wang Yu settled into the captain's chair, and just after establishing the connection was tempted by the alluring aroma emanating from the nearby wreckage of the spaceship. In his line of sight, the wreckage had transformed into a large platter of sliced braised beef, which then morphed into fried chicken pieces and roasted duck, constantly changing forms to entice him. However, Wang Yu remained unmoved, having anticipated this, ignoring the excessive saliva pooling in his mouth as he exhaled to confirm the status of the deep space vessel. Satiation level 3, he planned to control his eating speed based on the changes in satiation level while observing the alterations within the deep space vessel. This was why he had Ball prepare the cameras, allowing him to switch back to his own view and see everything. Now that everything was ready, Wang Yu glanced at the golden crispy pork belly beside him and, unable to resist any longer, opened his mouth and took a bite, his face revealing a look of shock and surprise, for he truly felt he was eating crispy pork belly topped with a sauce that cut through the grease. The rich, savory juices combined with the dry, fragrant meat and crispy skin crunched in Wang Yu's mouth, making it so delicious that he couldn't stop. Switching to a cosmic perspective, the deep space vessel had changed position, its bow aimed at the larger wreckage, opening. About 2/3 of the way along the bow, a seam opened, releasing purplish red mist that slowly spread, revealing tightly packed, interlocking sharp teeth, which then bit into the spaceship wreckage. The terrifying biting force tore off a small chunk from the wreckage, which it chewed and swallowed. The purplish red mist seemed to have corrosive properties. Influenced by it, the hard metals quickly softened, making it easy to consume thanks to the grinding teeth. In a moment of distraction, when Wang Yu snapped out of his food-induced illusion, he realized he had already devoured half of the spaceship wreckage. Inside the deep space vessel, it felt like an insatiable bottomless pit. Even after consuming wreckage that exceeded its volume, it still hadn't burst. At this moment, Wang Yu resisted the temptation and declined the fragrant stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat before forcibly stopping himself, exhaling to confirm the status of the deep space vessel. Satiation level 7, only increased this much. Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise, then switched his gaze back to the bridge. At that moment, the camera feed showed that Hammer was already hard at work as several sprout beasts appeared at once. The screen displayed only 7 or 8, but given Hammer and Pig Brothers' constant jumping between floors, there were likely dozens. However, this remained within a controllable range, and the satiation level of the deep space vessel was rising very slowly. Wang Yu felt he had underestimated this ship, or rather the appetite of the Hell Leviathan. After asking Ball and Cat Kerr to help monitor the cameras and guard against the sprout beasts invading the first layer, Wang Yu took a deep breath and looked at the remaining wreckage that had transformed into chopped pepper fish head, taking another bite and indulging in the flavors. This time he no longer suppressed his appetite, as he estimated that finishing would raise his satiation to just over 10, and from the changes inside the ship, it should be fine. After savoring a piece of tender marinated pig ear, Wang Yu felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Having eaten potatoes, moss cakes, and jerky that almost made him vomit, this meal was truly delightful, even though it was an illusion brought on by the connection to the deep space vessel. After confirming the disappearance of the large wreckage, Wang Yu consumed some surrounding small fragments, or rather small desserts. He then exhaled to bring up the panel of the deep space vessel and reconfirm its status. Deep Space Vessel Satiation Level 13, a large scientific research ship that encountered a catastrophic event during a hyperspace transit, resulting in nearly all crew members perishing. The hull sustained severe damage and has been drifting in the void between space and hyperspace for years until a new captain arrived. Durability: maximum normal speed 0.005 C. Core component: active hyperspace phase change engine, enabling the deep space vessel to traverse between space and hyperspace. Main engine: active hyperspace phase change engine. Hungry secondary engine: super heavy field fusion engine. Damaged weapon module: Abyssal Maw. The Abyssal Maw allows the deep space vessel to open its massive mouth to tear apart and consume its target. If it is a ship, the target will be digested and absorbed, increasing satiation level. Consuming certain ships may bring new changes to the deep space vessel. Maintain hunger. Hawkins Baikal. Defense module: small electromagnetic particle shield generator. Damaged active regenerative metal armor. Small. The active regenerative metal armor small incorporates high-strength metal fragments into the original regenerative armor, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Small, used to measure the activity of the active modules belonging to the lowest level. Its performance will further improve as the satiation level increases, even unlocking stronger abilities. Basic module: gravity field generator. Active detector production factory. Small active hyperspace communication generator. Small Swift 1 type. Disposable round-trip landing pod 2. 3rd generation digger prototype. 1. The satiation level rose to 13, which was within Wang Yu's expectations. The last piece of pig ear he consumed probably accounted for a large increase in satiation. Then several modules in a hungry state were activated, and the regenerative armor now had the term metal in its description, likely due to consuming more metal. Moreover, the maximum normal speed of the ship was also revealed, reaching 0.005 C. Although the number seems small, C represents the speed of light, and considering the size of the deep space vessel, this is already an incredibly exaggerated speed. However, it would take some time to accelerate to that speed. Lastly, there was an evaluation from the former Captain Hawkins, which also served as his warning: maintain hunger. However, Wang Yu had long noticed and understood how dangerous this hell leviathan was, he would not easily satiate it until he had complete control. After confirming the panel of the deep space vessel and checking its changes from the cosmic perspective, Wang Yu severed the connection, exiting from the captain's chair, and his senses returned to the bridge. As soon as he switched his view back, before he could inquire about the internal situation from Ball, he noticed an additional object in the bridge positioned opposite the three-legged fat whale carp. It resembled a pool of bright red shell with swirling patterns, its surface smooth and translucent, and inside appeared to be some kind of liquid with blue light spots wandering within. What is this thing? Wang Yu inquired of Ball. It suddenly grew from the ground, but it has no aggressive tendencies. We are uncertain what it is. Ball replied, maintaining a certain distance from the object along with Cat Kerr, as it was an unknown entity, and they did not dare to attack or approach it until they clarified its nature. Wang Yu observed for a while and discerned a way forward. He first confirmed the internal situation of the deep space vessel with Ball. After ensuring that no unusual events had occurred, and seeing that Hammer was still busy outside, he turned his attention back to the object, drew his weapon, and walked over. This device is a subspace communicator. At that moment, the area he had just touched lit up, specifically the light points inside the communicator gathered to form a small digital keypad complete with 32 empty spaces resembling an input interface. A communicator? Ball then approached, examining this bizarre structure that bore no resemblance to a communicator. If one had to describe it, it looked very much like the cochlea within the human ear, with its base connected to many extending pipes that led into the ship's body, while the surrounding flesh had turned red and regained vitality. Meager curiously poked at it with her finger, and at the spot she touched another keyboard, an input field emerged. After a few more pokes, even more keyboards and input fields appeared, but if left unattended for too long, the light points that formed the display would dissipate.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Name Activated Subspace Communication Generator. Small introduction. A subspace communication device on the deep space ship. Affected by the ship's activation, it can no longer be associated with its original form, functioning similarly to the ears of the deep space ship. It can be operated during navigation, or it can be accessed for use, capable of receiving, transmitting, and recording subspace communication signals at specified frequency bands, though there is a possibility of delay and signal loss. Generally, the greater the distance, the larger the delay, and the easier it is to lose the signal. The rate of communication and range are related to the state of the deep space ship. Current communication speed 50 c, that is 50 times the speed of light. Effective communication range 100 light years. Effective communication range refers to the distance at which the communicator sends information, not the receiving distance. Beyond this range, the information will be obscured by background noise, making it difficult to capture. Moreover, influenced by subspace activity, the communication range may fluctuate at times and is not a fixed value. A device that can communicate at 50 times the speed of light. Ball exclaimed in surprise, quickly realizing the value of this device. It is exceedingly rare and capable of breaking the light speed barrier for communication, an essential technology for establishing interstellar civilizations. The numbers on the keypad are likely the channels, totaling 32 bits. Wang Yu remarked, casually inputting 32 zeros, as if a special channel existed. This would surely be one of them. After inputting, the keyboard and input fields changed. The gathered light points transformed into a chat box with the channel number or frequency displayed in the corner, and the resolution was quite high, making it easy to see. However, there was no information in the chat box. Wang Yu waited for several seconds before ignoring it, and turned his attention back to the surveillance screen beside the bridge door. Inside, Chue Guest's busy figure was visible, but he seemed to be handling it well, while Zhu Gu was recovering bodies layer by layer, the two of them jumping between floors continuously. Wang Yu decided to check inside the ship, as some situations needed to be assessed on site. As for the communicator, it could be left for now. This device seemed to operate on a chat room logic, and there was no way. As for the communicator, it could be left for now. This device seemed to operate on a chat room logic, and there was no way to view the history prior to opening the channel. Thus, Wang Yu opened all 10 chat boxes with the same digits from 0 to 9, planning to check later for any received messages. After all, in the vast and boundless universe, it was normal not to receive information for several days, or even longer. However, once a message was received, they could obtain intelligence about this universe, aiding their future actions. The three of them, having checked their weapons, officially set off. With the CNC machine now brought in, although it was not yet calibrated, the possibility of manually crafting bullets, and even basic firearms and grenades had emerged, so they no longer needed to rely on borrowing. However, due to the lack of capability to produce gunpowder and hydrogen-oxygen bricks, they still could not afford to waste resources and needed to use them strategically. They arrived at the door leading to the central collapse area, which opened directly. Inside was a wandering bud beast with a long gun as its weapon, but before it could charge, it was shredded by 3 intersecting streams of fire. This time, Meager finally used a gun. During the ship's maintenance and reconstruction 2 weeks ago, she often accompanied Wang Yu inside the deep space ship, as it was deemed unsafe for one person to enter, and Ball had disagreed, especially when Wang Yu was in a negative state the previous week. Thus, Meager became Wang Yu's bodyguard, and learned to use a gun in the process, with the training weapon being a pulse pistol scavenged from the insect people. This weapon, although it has a live ammo mode, can have its magazine recharged repeatedly, making it a very good choice for beginners. During this process, Meager learned to shoot with the pistol using buds and bud beasts as targets, and her practice results were quite good. Now she was equipped with 2 standard pistols and 1 pulse pistol with live ammunition. Wang Yu, on the other hand, still carried his beloved shotgun, with a barrel thick enough that 1 shot was enough to determine the outcome, just checking whether the opponent would be shattered as it blasted the bud beast, providing immense relief. The 3 of them fought their way to the 2nd floor, not proceeding further down, because the 3rd floor was where the most bud beasts were located. Shui Gu was engaged in a brawl with dozens of bud beasts. Of course, he was the one attacking the entire group. If the other floors were similar to the 2nd floor, there were probably 7 or 8 bud beasts on each, while the 6th and 7th floors might have more. Wang Yu remembered finding several buds in the pit over there, while the 5th floor was likely the least populated. Speaking of which, would the number of bud beasts decrease? If there are always this many in the future, it would be quite trouble. Wang Yu frowned his attention on Shui Gu on the lower floor. In less than 10 seconds, almost half of the bud beasts there had already been killed with 1 punch, able to take down several. If these bud beasts were not jumping around, and some were particularly agile, like the long knife guy, Wang Yu felt that Shui Gu could take down a dozen with a single hammer. Clang! A bone-crushing shot hit Wang Yu's power armor and bounced off, and then the bud beast that had attacked was shot in the head by Ball, using a submachine gun. Some bud beasts were even armed with guns, but fortunately the firearms had very low power and could not penetrate the power armor or the protective vest on Ball, otherwise it would have been troublesome. As for Meager, whether she could hit anything was another matter. Her movement speed was very quick as she cleared potential buds that could hatch on this layer. Let's try to clear out the buds and bud beasts on all floors except the 3rd, leaving the 3rd floor to Shui Gu and his team, and then well assess the situation. If the number of bud beasts does not decrease, then this is all we can do. Wang Yu and the others descended, thoroughly inspecting the 4th level, including the shield control room and the defense center where Hammer was located. They destroyed over a dozen spores, and the total number of slain spore beasts exceeded 40. Some spore beasts fell under Wang Yu's hammer, and at that moment, he realized how effective this hammer was. Its destructive power after activation even surpassed that of a shotgun, comparable to that of a battle rifle capable of shattering a spore beast with a single strike, triggering an explosion. The drawback was its tendency to swing empty, as these spore beasts were alive, capable of dodging and counterattacking. However, it performed much better in conjunction with firearms, for instance using a pulse pistol to immobilize the target first, then delivering a powerful hammer strike, which conserved ammunition and ensured kills with remarkable effectiveness. If the spores were within reach, he could also use the hammer for an instant kill requiring no follow-up strike. Having killed such a number of spore beasts, they gained a certain understanding of the types of these creatures, which could basically be classified into 2 categories: fighters and ordinary crew members. The fighters were likely members of the original security team. They were more skilled in combat, agile, often appearing with handheld melee weapons such as the dual-bladed woman, the long-blade young man, the spear-wielding man, and the middle-aged boxer. The other ordinary crew members mainly used firearms, typically handguns and rifles, and were rather clumsy. Their shooting skills were average, and they lacked evasion abilities, let alone dodging bullets. They mostly stood still and fired. Many of these ordinary crew members perished under Wang Yu's hammer, first being incapacitated by the pulse pistol, and then receiving a hammer strike, sometimes even being killed by a single blow. As for ordinary members without weapons, there were some, but their numbers were low and they possessed almost no combat capability, seemingly unfortunate technicians or logistics personnel on board the deep space. Additionally, there were special individuals among the spore beasts like the previous heretical destroyer, but the conditions for hatching were rather harsh. With the mech remains already dismantled into parts, it was nearly impossible for them to reappear, at least not in the foreseeable future. Wang Yu planned to list these spore beast individuals, recording their characteristics and abilities, making it easier to deal with them in the future. After the 3 finished clearing the 4th level, they stayed there for about 10 minutes, taking a brief rest to recover their strength and replenish fresh water. No new spore beasts emerged similar to their situation after clearing the 2nd level and destroying all spores. Moreover, the noise from the 3rd level had decreased significantly. This indicated that the activity of these spore beasts might be related to feeding. When feeding stopped, their activity level also diminished, ultimately reaching a new balance, which was good news. After their rest, they activated their jetpacks and set off again, arriving at the 5th level, where they realized this level might have undergone the most changes. While it was not immediately apparent from above, upon entering the level, they discovered that those black substances were eroding what was originally a relatively clean floor. Parts of the floor and walls showed cracks or abnormal bulges, with black substances seeping out, contaminating the space, and even causing spores to grow. Initially, they thought that there would be fewer spore beasts on this level, but that was not the case. The overall situation was aligning more closely with other levels, and some lights had also gone out. Wang Yu and the others immediately ran towards the energy supply room, feeling relieved only after confirming that everything was fine and the power supply was normal, as the important ionization device was inside. Next were the Titan surgery room and the Echo Sanctum, both of which were normal. Most of the erosion was located outside the rooms. As the three systematically eliminated spore beasts, and Spore's Malkier suddenly became alert, her ears perked up as she looked around, while continuously sniffing the air. What's wrong? Wang Yu immediately noticed Malkier's abnormal behavior, and became alert himself, adopting a defensive posture, and using his powered armor to protect his body. It seems something is nearby. Oh, I can smell it, but it's faint, Malkier replied, further heightening Wang Yu's vigilance, for her sense of smell was exceptionally keen. In which direction? Do you have a rough location? Ball also asked, glancing at the corners around them. However, before she could finish her sentence, a streak of light shot past her, striking Malkier and sending her flying. Ball immediately fired back, capturing only the distorted afterimage of the light, before realizing something. There's a sniper, it's invisible. She warned them. This sniper had likely been observing them for a while, and as soon as they fired they attacked Malkier, indicating they might possess a certain level of intelligence. Wang Yu looked at Malkier. The bullet seemed to have targeted her face, but missed or was dodged, instead embedding itself in Malkier's left shoulder, a white bone nail over 10 centimeters long that penetrated her shoulder and caused blood to flow onto the ground. Ball immediately chased in that direction, firing continuously in an attempt to flush out the invisible assailant. Wang Yu looked over but didn't pursue. Instead, he reached for his bag. Upon touching a bottle of potion inside, he remembered that the blood ignition potion was only effective on humans. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, feeling somewhat panicked, as it was the first time encountering such a situation. He took out the emergency medical kit from his back, set it on the ground, and planned to stop Malkier's bleeding first. However, at that moment, a bullet whizzed past Wang Yu's helmet, embedding itself in the wall, sending a chill down his spine, followed by Bao's furious shout and retaliatory gunfire. Wang Yu, that thing moves quickly, and infrared vision can't capture its movements. We should leave this level, and quickly. Ball warned, startled by the previous gunshot, as that direction was completely outside her warning range. The opponent was extremely cunning and had deliberately diverted her attention. Ball retreated, urging Wang Yu to hurry. Fortunately, Wang Yu had just lowered his head, otherwise had he been hit, even with helmet protection, he would likely have been severely injured. She kept firing towards the suspicious direction, trying to suppress the invisible assassin. Wang Yu meanwhile picked up Malkier and ran forward, preparing to return to the central collapse area before using the jetpack to escape. Originally, they planned to evacuate this way, but on the way Wang Yu suddenly thought of his ability, or rather his talent, and had an idea. He then spoke to the severely injured Malkier. "Kier, quickly tell me where the sniper is. Just a rough location will do." Wang Yu urged, as the invisible assassin was following closely behind and the opponent could attack him at any moment. Malkier focused her attention, pushing aside the pain, sniffed, and then pointed her right hand towards the front side. The opponent had actually circled around to the front, possibly aiming. Without hesitation, Wang Yu threw several grenades in succession, all tossed by instinct, not caring about conservation at this moment. Then came a series of explosions, including 2 sweet wind explosive grenades, which bounced a few times upon landing and released a large amount of transparent gas. It was at this moment that Ball finally spotted the invisible person and aimed her gun. Although the opponent remained invisible, the gas from the sweet wind explosive grenades, combined with the dust kicked up by the explosions, turned into a clear mist under infrared vision. The invisible person hiding in the mist was preparing to change positions, but it was already too late. Their movements were exposed against the backdrop of the mist. Realizing this, the invisible person raised their gun to aim at Ball, moving skillfully, but was still a beat too slow. Bao's bullet struck first, hitting the chest, and exploding, shattering the upper half of their body, finally revealing the entity, leaving 2 pink legs on the ground. It seemed to be wearing some kind of specialized armor. Although its protective power was average, it allowed this spore beast to conceal its presence. Finally, they eliminated the invisible assassin, but Wang Yu and the others did not linger here, nor did they confirm their victory. Instead, they followed the evacuation plan and retreated to the 4th level, stopping only in the relatively safe shield control room to treat Malkier's wounds. Such an injury would likely be fatal for an ordinary person, as the damage caused by the bullet entering the body was far more severe than it appeared from the outside. Even the bone fragments posed a terrifying kinetic threat, capable of inflicting significant harm on internal organs and tissues. Ball immediately performed emergency surgery on Malkier, removing the bone fragments. The horrifying penetrating wounds were enough to induce physiological discomfort, but the bleeding had significantly reduced, not because too much blood had been lost, but because the wound had begun to clot, and was even regenerating, with new flesh growing from the wound. If it weren't for the bone fragments lodged inside, Malkier might have recovered even faster. This surprised Ball, as her recuperative ability was comparable to that of Wang Yu after consuming the blood-boiling potion, if not stronger. Wang Yu, on the other hand, was not as surprised, having a certain understanding of Malkier's physique, given her innate talent and however, if she were to suffer repeated attacks in a short period exceeding her limits, Malkier would still die. She was not invulnerable, and could lose mobility temporarily from overwhelming attacks requiring time to recover. We need to prepare a suitable set of armor for Malkier, something light, yet capable of protecting vital areas, Wang Yu said, feeling that the situation had become quite serious. This was because the deep space vessel might still harbor such invisible bud beasts, possibly one of the combatants adept at lurking and sniping. The reason they only emerged now could be due to the recovery of the deep space vessel status, with some more powerful bud beasts appearing alongside, and even the strength of other bud beasts gradually increasing. Wang Yu did not believe that the bud beasts represented by those combatants were only this strong. If they could be subdued so easily with firearms, the combatants would not resort to using cold weapons. Let's rest for a while. We will likely need to avoid acting alone inside the deep space vessel and ensure we are adequately protected. Wang Yu said, feeling fortunate that they encountered the invisible assassin while acting as a trio. If they had encountered it alone, it would have been extremely dangerous. They must find a way to deal with this invisible sniper. Protection was just one aspect. They also needed a means to ensure they could kill the opponent, such as creating smoke bombs or pigment bombs that would stick to the target and reveal their form, which could be made with the current conditions of a deep space vessel. I'm fine. I just need to eat a can of food, Meager said, sitting up. At this point her color much improved, and even regaining some redness. Ball was bandaging her, while Meager seemed relatively unconcerned about her injury and demonstrated considerable tolerance to pain. She took out a can of delicious cat food that she had stored in her backpack, indicating that she had simply not had the time to eat. Let's head to the 3rd level and bring out the digger. The 5th level is mostly cleared, and the height of the 6th and 7th levels is sufficient for the digger to operate, allowing us to avoid the attacks from invisible snipers. Wang Yu said, thinking of protection naturally led him to consider mechs. Their protective capabilities, even for the cockpit, should not be underestimated. Moreover, during this time the mech had undergone some degree of repair. Although the system had not yet been optimized, and one of the mechanical arms was broken, the window had been replaced using materials from the workshop with slight adjustments made due to size discrepancies. Additionally, the gash made by the thermal saw had been repaired. Although it was merely patched up with an ugly fix, it's sturdy. With the newly added high-strength metal protective net inside and outside the observation window, the digger's defensive power was actually stronger than before, as the window had been reinforced and was no longer afraid of ambushes from the dark. It was ready to be deployed. After the 3 of them completed their preparations, they set out again about 40 minutes later. Initially, they intended to send Meager back, but she refused. Since her injuries had healed to the point of only leaving scars, and her left hand had regained mobility, Wang Yu and Ball decided not to force her to return, as her keen sense of smell could prove useful. They returned to the 3rd level, where Brother Hammer was already gone, likely moved inward to the heart area, as sounds of battle emerged from that direction. Brother Pig was busy collecting the bodies from this level with bags larger than Brother Pig himself, making one wonder how many bodies were inside. This time Wang Yu and the others finally witnessed Brother Pig in action. His approach was straightforward, unlike Brother Hammer, who would tease and mock his opponents. Brother Pig simply struck with decisive blows, displaying speed that belied his size, cleaving enemies in half and stuffing them into the bags, or throwing out a hook to drag opponents over. Once hit, it was essentially a death sentence, as that hook was thicker than a forearm. Wang Yu and the others did not pause, seizing the chance, as the bud beasts on the 3rd level had been mostly eliminated, rushing to the door of the hangar and opening it. Ball charged in first. It was unclear whether it was due to the area being special, but there were no bud spores or bud beasts inside. Wang Yu smoothly boarded the mech, which still had 27 energy left, as some had been used in the workshop. However, this amount of energy was already more than enough. Ball and Meager settled into the rear basket, which was essentially a large metal can that could be secured with straps to hold mine materials, but it could also accommodate passengers. They set out again, making a brief stop at the central collapse area of the 5th level to recover the corpse of the invisible bud beast. By this time, the effects of the sweet wind explosive had almost worn off. Indeed, this bud beast is special. Its face and the details of its body and clothing are much clearer, matching an individual named Cuz from the deep space vessel. Ball said, examining the bud beast in the metal can and retrieving its head and part of its body for a simple dissection. That's good. It indicates that this creature is a rare individual distinct from other bud beasts. However, similar special bud beasts may gradually emerge in the future, so we need to be cautious. Wang Yu said, considering this good news while simultaneously engaging in battle with the bud beasts on the 6th and 7th levels, as these 2 levels had merged into one within this large pit. There were quite a few bud beasts here, but they were no match for the digger, as the disparity in stats was too great. The bud beast combatants had only agility on their side, and were at a significant disadvantage. Meager was using her pulse pistol to restrict those agile combatants, while Wang Yu provided additional fire support, achieving high efficiency. After Ball joined the fight, the bud beasts and bud spores in this area were quickly eliminated, consuming only 12 of the digger's energy. The 3 of them then drove the digger back to the other side of the relatively intact 6th level, preparing to check the situation of the living detector factory.
想象一下，未来的生活其实触手可及。
Wang Yu drove the digger to the entrance of the detector factory, where the door opened smoothly. However, he did not enter. Instead, he stood at the threshold and activated all the floodlights on the digger. If that thing came to life and was aggressive, it would likely be quite troublesome, considering its length was estimated to be over. Thus, Wang Yu did not rashly enter even with the digger, and opted to first confirm the situation from the entrance. Has it not come to life? Wang Yu frowned, for the elongated black substance inside was still there, and it had not come to life. That's strange. The system indicates that this thing is alive. Wang Yu expressed his confusion, exhaling to confirm with the system. At that moment, Ball suddenly alerted him, mentioning that there was unusual movement in the room resembling a scratching sound. It's in the right corner, Miao Kier pointed out. She and Ball were sitting atop the digger, their line of sight, even better than Wang, yes, seemingly having detected something unusual. Wang Yu, being inside the cockpit, could not hear the strange sounds outside. He did not directly approach to check, but first conducted a thorough inspection to ensure there were no bud beasts or spores before moving forward, after which the back door closed. As he got closer, Wang Yu finally heard the sound. He directed the light towards it and saw something unusual. A small creature. It was a pink worm positioned on the back, diameter exceeding 30 centimeters. It was approximately half a meter long, quite plump, with a diameter exceeding 30 centimeters. It resembled a leech clinging to the black substance, its head rhythmically shaking, as if it were a silkworm munching on mulberry leaves, but much bulkier, gnawing with considerable force, sending bits flying. Next to this creature there were a dozen small pits, likely created by this worm's bites. It was gnawing on the massive— What is this thing? Wang Yu was uncertain whether it was a uniquely shaped bud beast or a living detector production factory. This is too small to be a factory, and it has nothing to do with the word factory at all. As Wang Yu pondered this, the light seemed to stimulate the worm. After a few seconds of illumination, it finally reacted, stopping its eating, raising its head, and roaring at the towering digger, emitting a hissing sound like hiss. A small amount of black residue, mixed with saliva, possibly digestive fluid, spewed out from the worm's circular mouth, with razor-sharp teeth, exuding a formidable intimidation. Wang Yu scratched his head, noticing that not far away the base of the elongated black substance had split open, as if something had drilled out, coinciding perfectly with the worm. Thus he felt confident, climbed out of the cockpit, disregarding the worm's threats, and raised his hand to shoot. Of course he used a non-lethal pulse pistol, and with one shot the plump worm became stunned, rolling off the black substance. The three of them surrounded it. Ball directly held down the worm's head to prevent it from biting. Miao Kier even climbed onto it to prevent it from moving. Given the situation, Wang Yu was genuinely worried that the worm might be choked to death, which would be a significant loss. He instructed the two not to use too much force, and then took the opportunity to touch the worm, simultaneously gaining information that it was indeed that living detector production factory. Name: Activated Detector Production Factory. Small progress 3. Description: Originally a detector production line on the deep space ship, it has transformed into a strange worm that devours and digests objects due to the ship's activation, capable of consuming almost anything and possessing basic intelligence. Its body retains production capabilities, and after consuming a certain amount, it will produce special eggs containing living detectors, which can be launched from the ship's hangar to execute detection tasks. Under the current state, it can connect to up to 5 detectors at once, allowing synchronized sensory input from the detectors while piloting the deep space ship and controlling their actions to a certain extent. When not connected to the deep space ship, the detectors will act autonomously, akin to living beings. The maximum lifespan of the current detectors is 1 week. They will rapidly weaken and perish upon reaching their time limit. A factory for egg laying. Wang Yu looked at the subdued plump worm. By now it had recovered from its paralyzed state, showing quite a resilient vitality, albeit not very strong. It was pinned down and could only emit short hissing sounds reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. He shared the information about this creature with Ball and Miao Kier. A biological factory. A worm that lays eggs, eh? This was their reaction after hearing the description. Let it go. As long as it's confirmed not to be a bud beast, it will probably need to be fed more. Using the detectors to ascertain the planetary surface conditions is far better than blindly storming onto a planet, Wang Yu said, instructing them to release the plump worm as it was already barely breathing. However, as soon as Ball and Miao Kier loosened their grip, the worm sprang back to life like it had been charged with adrenaline, roaring at Wang Yu and the others, then was hit by a pulse shot, collapsing directly. After a few seconds, the worm got up and repeated the previous scene, cycling through 3 times. By the 4th time, it finally stopped hissing at Wang Yu and the others, seemingly understanding that hissing would lead to being shocked. After staying in place for a few seconds, it crawled back to the clump of black substance and continued to gnaw. It figured out pain after just 3 times. This creature is quite intelligent, Wang Yu remarked, observing the system's information indicating that it possessed basic intelligence, feeling that it could be trained. If it could learn to be obedient and lay eggs, honestly, it would alleviate some trouble for them. Otherwise, they would have to keep this thing in a cage, or even tie it up, which would be a difficult task, especially since it would grow larger in the future. He looked at the plump worm, ravenously gnawing at the black substance, seemingly starved. However, after gnawing for a while, it only managed to break off a few small fragments, as the material was nearly as hard as stone. Being able to bite through it was quite an achievement. Ball, Miao Kier, stay here and keep an eye on it. If it dares to hiss. No, if it dares to shout at you, just shoot it with this gun, using pulse mode. Don't use live ammunition. This gun has live rounds in it. I'm going out to bring in some bud beast corpses to see if it will eat. If it does, then the food issue will be resolved, Wang Yu said, handing the pulse pistol to Ball, as Miao Kier had one too. He then drove the digger outside, where there were plenty of freshly killed bud beast corpses. Since Pig Brother was too busy, he could lend a hand. Wang Yu controlled the digger and brought back half a basket of sprout beast corpses. At this moment, the fat worm was still gnawing at the pile of stone-like remains, not even changing its position. Wang Yu crawled out of the cockpit, casually picked up a loose sprout beast thigh, and walked towards the fat worm. Now he had some understanding of this creature's combat ability. It might be hard to say when it grew up, but for now it was just a weakling that needed to be properly trained while it was still small. He had watched some dog training videos that could serve as references. Though different species, some experiences could be applied. So Wang Yu, looking for trouble, directly slapped the sprout beast thigh onto the fat worm. As expected, the creature began to huff again, resembling a dog protecting its food, and it received another electric shock. After enduring 4 or 5 electric shocks, the fat worm finally understood that guarding its food would lead to being shocked. Now, even if Wang Yu slapped it with the sprout beast's leg, it ignored him and continued to gnaw, knowing that Wang Yu wouldn't snatch its food. That's right, act aggressively, and you'll get shocked. Listen, and you'll be rewarded. Come try this. Wang Yu brought the sprout beast leg, or rather foot, close to the fat worm's head to see if it would eat. The latter paused, sniffed the air like a dog swallowed some air, and then, as if recognizing it, took a bite. Juices splat. In less than 2 minutes, the entire leg was consumed by the worm. It began to sniff around constantly, seemingly with poor eyesight, licking up the juices on the ground. Afterward, it looked at Wang Yu, or rather its mouth parts were directed at him, not huffing, but opening and closing as if begging. Honestly, this worm was quite terrifying, with teeth like barbed hooks that could rotate, resembling a blender. An ordinary person might be scared away instantly. But Wang Yu and his companions were not afraid. They had seen plenty of strange things. Compared to those monsters, this worm could even be considered somewhat handsome. Wang Yu then brought over a sprout beast's arm. The worm seemed to catch the scent, and became even more excited, its mouth opening and closing while its body wriggled, the fat jiggling amusingly. However, Wang Yu did not feed it directly, but planned to enhance its obedience and test some commands. Sit. Lie down. Lay on the ground. Wang Yu gestured, resembling a dog trainer. At this moment, Ball reminded Wang Yu that this creature might be nearsighted, or even lack visual organs, making his universal gestures potentially ineffective on this worm. Afterward, he glanced at Cat Kier, recalling how he had established initial contact with her using sign language. That makes sense. Wang Yu quickly changed tactics and decided to knock on the floor to convey the message through vibrations. After a few knocks, the fat worm indeed understood, lying down immediately and even rolling over to please Wang Yu. Yes, that's it. Wang Yu immediately tossed the arm over to feed the worm. Resistance would lead to electric shocks, while obedience would be rewarded. This was what Wang Yu wanted to teach the worm. Next, Wang Yu had Ball and Cat Kier take turns feeding it, and tested a few new commands, including turning in circles, standing upright, wriggling continuously, as well as moving forward and backward. After about an hour and a half, he had trained the creature somewhat, but he still couldn't let his guard down. A single bite could be dangerous. However, regarding the worm's intelligence, although the system rated it as low-level intelligence, Wang Yu felt that even among dogs, this worm was the type that could go to college. With more training, it could likely learn complex commands. Lie down, don't move, Wang Yu said, stamping a few times on the ground, and the worm really lay down without moving, even ignoring the scraps of meat nearby. After all, it had been shocked several times before for not following commands. At this time, Wang Yu walked over, still holding a pulse pistol, and tried to touch the plump worm. Its texture felt like a fat pig. Although Wang Yu had never touched a pig, it should be similar, with a layer of fine white fur on top, and pink skin and flesh underneath. Progress. 27. As expected, feeding it meat like this significantly speeds up the egg-laying process, Wang Yu concluded. Moreover, ever since this worm started eating sprout beast meat, it no longer gnawed on the hard black remains like stones, clearly knowing which food was tastier. Wang Yu thought for a moment and decided to prepare more sprout beast meat to feed this worm later. After all, the digger was full of sprout beast corpses, which could be considered a renewable resource. He controlled the digger and dumped all the corpses from the basket, planning to come back in a few hours. The three of them left the room and moved upwards, passing the 5th floor, where they found Pig Brother collecting corpses, indicating that the battle on the 3rd floor had likely ended. They arrived on the 3rd floor, where there was no sound of battle. Hammer Brother might have returned to his room, but the stench of decay on this floor was unbearable, prompting Wang Yu to turn off the ventilation mode. The three of them reached the hard area, encountering only 3 sprout beasts blocking their path, which posed no threat. Then in the passage leading to the cargo elevator at the back of the hard area, they saw a mountain of corpses piled up from sprout beasts. Due to the excessive number, there was no place to hang them, so these recovered corpses could only be piled here. Pig Brother in the hard area was busy chopping, even setting up a new stew pot, the source of which was unclear. Wang Yu contemplated for a moment, instructed Ball and Cat Kier to stay near the digger, and then got out of the mech to negotiate with Pig Brother. Pig Brother, can I take some of those sprout beast corpses? I need them for the worms on the 6th floor. Wang Yu asked, feeling there were too many corpses for Pig Brother to consume, so it would be better to take some to feed the worm. Pig Brother, busy chopping meat, looked over, seeming somewhat slow, taking several seconds to understand Wang Yu's intention, then nodded and continued chopping meat, as there were indeed too many corpses. So Wang Yu decisively loaded a whole basket of corpses before leaving and returned to the onboard cabin. Only then did the three of them let out a sigh of relief, considering this sprout beast surge event concluded. However, they estimated that they would need to spend more time patrolling in the future, and every time they entered the interior, they had to be cautious to avoid acting alone. Fortunately, their conditions were improving, with the installation of cameras and lighting the CNC machines began to produce, and the poor environment inside the ship would gradually improve. Moreover, the Titan operation was waiting for Wang Yu, and with Bliss Potion Wang Yu was confident that he could rapidly enhance his strength in a short time. At this moment, he only felt that he had endless tasks to complete, so after being busy for so long he did not feel tired, but rather a bit excited. After parking the digger, he hurriedly delivered the special sprout beast that could turn invisible to Please, hoping that Please could produce new results soon along with the leftover sprout beast corpses from the Crusher mech. 5 days later, aboard the bridge of the deep space vessel. How do you feel? Are you adapting? Wang Yu asked, inquiring about Bao's condition. The latter sat in the captain's chair struggling to cope with hunger while attempting to control the ship. Unlike Wang Yu, she wasn't fully sunk into the seat. Instead, she was connected to it through structures resembling muscle fibers concentrated on her back and the nape of her neck, making it appear as if she were genuinely seated. It feels strange, like a battery running low. The power is restricted, and my body feels uncomfortable, yet the energy is clearly sufficient. Bao replied. Unlike humans, she didn't experience true hunger. After connecting, this hunger transformed into a low battery warning. However, upon checking the system, the power was adequate, as if there were two systems, one continuously sending out signals of impending power failure, while the other insisted everything was normal, an immense contradiction. Wang Yu urged her to acclimate to this sensation, to ignore the low power warnings, and to adapt to the discomfort of impending power loss. Once the time felt right, he instructed her to disconnect to avoid a crash due to a total loss of reason. Although intelligent machines wouldn't become malevolent from a loss of reason, it was still best to avoid such a situation, as data corruption would be detrimental. Over the past 5 days, Wang Yu accompanied Ball in several tests, preparing her to pilot the deep space vessel, as she now had the necessary permissions. In the future, hyperspace navigation could be entirely entrusted to Wang Yu due to its inherent dangers. However, in real space, Ball could also attempt to pilot, sharing some of the burden during Titan Surgery's recovery period, taking over the